Chapter 204, Suicide. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he looked at the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the middle-aged man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled at an angle. The middle-aged man had an icy cold gaze, and the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian didn't hold a trace of emotion. "You're the one who's been secretly watching me since this morning." Duan Ling Tian's voice was calm, as if he was speaking about something that was completely unrelated to him. As expected of the Paladin Academy's #1 genius to actually be able to notice me watching you secretly. I feel that I've already been extremely careful. The middle-aged soldier was slightly surprised for a brief moment, as he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian had long since noticed him. "You're probably not a member of the Crimson Worm Army, right?" Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the person before him. The middle-aged man was a third-level nascent soul martial artist, but what he wore was only an ordinary soldier's armor, and he wasn't even a Decurion. He didn't believe that a person with such a cultivation would be willing to be an ordinary soldier within the Crimson Worm Army. "You're extremely intelligent." The middle-aged soldier nodded. "Exactly, I'm not a member of the Crimson Worm Army. Being able to noiselessly sneak into the Crimson Worm Army and not be noticed by anyone, it would seem that the person behind you isn't simple. I'm extremely curious, who actually sent you here?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything stared fixedly at the middle-aged soldier. "A dead man doesn't need to know so much." The middle-aged man paid no attention to Duan Ling Tian. He took a step forward with an imposing manner that pierced through the sky above him, and the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had only just vanished not long ago once again condensed into form. "Are you so sure I'll die?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. The middle-aged man slightly frowned when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian was so composed. He observed the surroundings for a moment, and upon noticing that there was nothing off about it, he sneered. "Do you think that acting mysteriously will allow you to escape? Don't waste your time. There's some things that once done, you have to suffer the consequences. No one can save you today." The middle-aged soldier took a large stride forward, and his origin energy pervaded into his body. He intended to attack Duan Ling Tian. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian still stood on the spot with a calm and unfazed expression, and he didn't move an inch. "As I see it, no one can save you." Right at this moment, a low voice that contained fury mixed within sounded from behind the middle-aged soldier. Subsequently, two figures appeared behind the middle-aged soldier in an instant. One of them slapped out his palm to directly knock down the middle-aged soldier before stomping out his feet to stomp the middle-aged soldier's entire body onto the ground, causing his to be unable to move. The middle-aged soldier's body crashed onto the ground, and he subconsciously turned around, but the scene he saw behind him caused his eyeballs to seem as if they were about to split. What did he see? 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The person that attacked him now was actually a 7th-level nascent soul martial artist. How could this be possible? Didn't the Duan clan not send anyone to protect him? A trace of coldness arose within the middle-aged soldier's heart, and infinite despair flickered within his eyes. "Young master." Among the two people that appeared now, the one that stomped the middle-aged soldier to the ground was precisely Zhang Qian. The other person was Zhao Gang. Hearing the seemingly familiar voices, the face of the middle-aged man who was stomped on the ground's face went grim, and he struggled to turn his head around. Through the darkness of the night, he was eventually able to clearly see the appearances of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. "General Zhang, General Zhao." The middle-aged soldier's pupils constricted, as he obviously recognized Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were generals under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Grand Cavalry General Ni Yuan, and they had extremely high statuses within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. Thus, many officers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army recognized them. "You know me." Zhang Qian frowned, and he stomped his leg harder on the middle-aged soldier. The middle-aged soldier's face went deathly pale, and his eyes emitted an astonished expression. "Who can tell me what the fuck is going on? Why are these two malefic existences here? Moreover, they seem to be protecting this Duan Ling Tian in secret. Isn't Duan Ling Tian just a direct descendant of the Duan clan? How could it be possible that these two malefic existences would lower themselves to protect him?" The middle-aged soldier abruptly realized that this assignment was virtually a suicide assignment. "Speak, who sent you to kill the young master?" Zhao Gang's face sank, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. "General Zhang, General Zhao. Isn't he a member of the Duan clan?" "Why, Why are you two? The middle-aged soldier took a deep breath. He wanted to figure out what actually was happening before him right now. When Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang heard what the middle-aged soldier said, they both looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time, seeming to be asking Duan Lingtian if they could reveal it. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he perceived that this middle-aged soldier was an unyielding person, and if he couldn't completely destroy the line of defense within his heart, he'd probably rather die than reveal the person who put him up to this. Exactly, the young master is a member of the Duan clan. However, the young master is also the nephew of the Marquis. As for the two of us, we were sent by the Marquis to protect the young master. Zhang Qian's tone was cold as he slowly spoke. However, when what he said entered the ears of the middle-aged soldier, they were like pins pricking him. Marquis. He naturally knew who the Marquis that Zhang Qian spoke of was. It would surely be the Marquis who had an aloof status and respected identity within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Duan Lingtian is his nephew. Young master, spare me. This lowly one didn't know of your identity, spare me. The middle-aged man's face was deathly pale and devoid of blood as he struggled to plead to Duan Lingtian. He suddenly realized that his actions were virtually suicide. Speak, who sent you? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Young master, if this lowly one speaks, would you be willing to spare this lowly one's life? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a luster of hope for survival. You don't have the qualifications to discuss terms with me. Duan Lingtian's became even colder. Since you know Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and have a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, your status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army ought to not be low. Could it be that you think I can't investigate your background by relying on the ability of my Uncle Ni? The middle-aged soldier had a bitter smile on the corners of his mouth. If the Divine Might Marquis were to investigate him, it would naturally be easy to accomplish. Young master, I'm a centurion within the Imperial City's City Guard Army. The middle-aged man lowered his head as he proclaimed his identity. He was confident that he didn't have to say anything else for this young master before him to guess it. City Guard Army. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. It's really him. Shui Lu. That Shui Lu, actually daring to let a member of his City Guard Army sneak into the Crimson Worm Army. Doesn't he know that this is committing a taboo within the army? Zhang Qian's face went grim and flames of rage jumped about within his eyes. Zhao Gang's face was extremely unsightly as well. Generals, spare me. The middle-aged soldier had a deathly pale expression, and he had no other wish but to survive. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked towards Duan Lingtian. Make it clean, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, with a voice that didn't have a trace of feeling. Then he turned around and opened his belt to ease himself. And he directly returned to his tent after finishing. And at the moment Duan Lingtian's voice sounded, the middle-aged soldier didn't even react when he was killed by Zhang Qian. When Duan Lingtian left, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took care of the middle-aged soldier's corpse before once again concealing themselves. Duan Lingtian, why'd you go so long? Xiao Shuan asked after Duan Lingtian returned to the tent. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Shuan, and he angrily said, can't I go for a big one? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lay in the tent, and a sense of rage arose within his heart. Even though he knew that City Guard Army Commander Shui Lu wouldn't let it go, he never imagined that Shui Lu would be so unscrupulous as to actually want to kill him on the way to the northwest border's battlefield. Shui Lu. Killing intent arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Early in the morning the next day, as the morning sun rose in the east. Everyone, pack up your tents. We're leaving in 10 minutes. The loud and clear voice of Commander Ni Fen broke the silence of dawn and caused all the Paladin Academy students that were still dreaming within their tents to be jolted awake. They then left their tents and started to pack up. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the tent, he noticed that the 10,000 officers of the Crimson Worm Army had long since been fully equipped and ready. Now all that remained was their group of Paladin Academy students' tents which were scattered all around. This Crimson Worm Army is worthy of being called an elite army within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian praised within his heart. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students finished packing up their tents and were fully equipped and ready. Followed by Commander Ni Fei issuing the order, over 10,000 large steeds carried over 10,000 officers as they dashed out, and a wave of earthquakes and mountains swaying occurred wherever they passed. When they passed by some traveling merchants or fleets of wagons, they would all move to the side in avoidance, as they didn't dare directly face the Crimson Worm Army's sharp imposing manner. After spending an entire 2 months' time, Duan Ling Tian and the others followed behind the Crimson Worm army to finally arrive at their destination. The northwest border's Relentless Thriving City. Relentless Thriving City was a city that was situated in a remote and awkward position. 30 miles in front of Relentless Thriving City was the Southern Champion Kingdom's border city, Southern Barbaric City, and it was precisely because of this place's special meaning that conflict between the two kingdoms frequently occurred here. As long as one of the two kingdoms finished recuperating and building up strength, it would take the initiative to send troops, desiring to take over the other kingdom's border city, before plundering it. Over the course of 100,000 years, it's always been like this. Since half a year ago, the Southern Champion Kingdom's army provoked the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Relentless Thriving City time and time again, causing the pressure of the army within the Relentless Thriving City to increase, and only then did they request for reinforcement troops from the Imperial City. This Relentless Thriving City can't be considered to be huge, it is comparable to Aurora City. Duan Ling Tian looked far off into the distance to gaze upon Relentless Thriving City, which was far away, and his brows rose. It isn't a county city after all. Besides the Imperial City and the county cities, there's not much difference between the other cities. Xiao Yu nodded. Before long, the over 10,000 officers of the Crimson Worm army galloped their horses into the Relentless Thriving City and slowed down at the same time. Although the size of the Relentless Thriving City was no different from the other cities, like the Aurora City and Iron Blood City, the city was divided into two halves. The southern half of the city was filled with great numbers of stores and streams of people in groups. Whereas the northern half of the city was the border army's campsite, and the northern city wall had even gone through special reinforcement that was aimed towards war, transforming it into a stronghold. It's the Crimson Worm army. The Crimson Worm armies arrived. This time we will surely be able to make that Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffer a crushing defeat. Long live the Divine Might Marquis. Everywhere the Crimson Worm army went, all the residents of Relentless Thriving City that stood on either side of them would exclaim loudly. Chapter 205, Super Abnormal. Throughout the way, Duan Ling Tian could see hope and anticipation from the faces of Relentless Thriving City's residents. This was their faith towards the Crimson Worm army. Their faith towards the Divine Might Marquis. Uncle Ni is really worthy of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war. In this border that's frequented with war, his prestige probably even surpasses the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Duan Ling Tian silently thought in his heart. Before long, Duan Ling Tian and the group of Paladin Academy students followed the Crimson Worm army's 10,000 officers and entered the vast campsite on the northern side of Relentless Thriving City. Including Duan Ling Tian and the others, everyone was placed within various tents throughout the campsite. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 were placed in the same small tent. Although it was a small tent, it was still 100 times better than the tent they casually constructed on the way here. Xiao Xuan's face flushed as he excitedly said, "I'll soon be able to see that brutal battlefield with my very own eyes. Just thinking about it makes me slightly excited." Even though Xiao Yu didn't say anything, his eyes that contained flowing lights revolving within already explained everything. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile, and a thought passed his mind before a cauldron abruptly appeared in his hand. 2 days ago, he had smoothly broken through to the 8th level of the core formation stage. What he needed to do now was refine a dragon blood pill and consume it to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage. In this way, he would be able to continue charging towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. The blood dragon pill was different from an ordinary pill, as once it was refined, it must be consumed within 10 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal strength of the pill would be lost. Thus, Duan Ling Tian didn't have any reserves. Duan Ling Tian casually withdrawing a cauldron wasn't anything worth noting. However, when Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan saw Duan Ling Tian withdraw a cauldron, they were dumbstruck. This. Duan Ling Tian, don't tell me that you've become an alchemist. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, and even his breathing became hurried. This Duan Ling Tian couldn't be thinking of trying to shock him, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a suspicious expression as well. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile before raising his hand and turning his palm upwards. Instantly, a wisp of white flames were lit ablaze at the center of Duan Ling Tian's palm. Grade 9 pill fire. Xiao Xuan's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. His brother, Xiao He, was a grade 9 alchemist, so a grade 9 pill fire wasn't unfamiliar to him. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. When did this Duan Ling Tian become an alchemist? Ordinarily speaking, A genius in the martial Tao like Duan Ling Tian would normally use all their mental and physical effort on the advancement of their cultivation, and it would be impossible for them to study the Tao of alchemy, the Tao of weapons crafting, and the Tao of inscription intensively, as once one were to start studying them intensively, it would waste a great deal of one's mental and physical strength, ultimately causing one to end up being mediocre in all aspects. In the past, in his opinion, Duan Ling Tian having such a heaven-defying cultivation was surely because he focused on his cultivation and didn't study the Taos of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscription. But now, the grade 9 pill fire within Duan Ling Tian's hand gave him a tremendous shock. This Duan Ling Tian who had such a heaven-defying cultivation actually spent time to study alchemy and become a grade 9 alchemist. For a moment, Xiao Yu only felt his scalp go numb. Abnormal. Too abnormal. If Duan Ling Tian didn't spend time studying alchemy, wouldn't it mean that his current strength would be even more formidable? Even to the extent that it is very likely for him to have broken through to the origin core stage at the age of 17. Xiao Yu noticed that the more he thought about it, the more shocked he would be. Xiao Xuan currently was stupefied, as he had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. After all, one who studied alchemy would experience a much slower advancement in their cultivation in the martial Tao as compared to an ordinary person. This is because once one places half of one's mental and physical effort on alchemy, one wouldn't be able to fully focus on one's cultivation. Just like his brother, Xiao He. Even though their natural talent in the martial Tao were comparable, even though he was older than him by a year, Xiao He's cultivation was still inferior to his. All this was because his brother focused on the Tao of alchemy and put his cultivation aside, thus causing his cultivation to advance slowly. What are you two doing? Is that really necessary? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed before taking out the medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill and placing them into the cauldron one by one. Is this really necessary? The corners of Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan's mouths twitched, as they both felt that this Duan Ling Tian was doing it on purpose. Abnormal. The two of them spoke at the exact same moment, having extreme tacit understanding. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. Of course, it was also because Duan Ling Tian didn't know Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely shake his head with a laugh. Since the moment he'd merged with the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, he'd inherited everything that belonged to the Rebirth Martial Emperor. At the peak of his life, Rebirth Martial Emperor was a royal grade alchemist and a royal grade weapons craftsman. Even in the Tao of inscriptions, he'd studied inscriptions to the peak and was inferior to no one within that age where the art of inscription was prevalent. Inheriting everything that belonged to the Rebirth Martial Emperor also meant that Duan Ling Tian possessed the entire ability of the Rebirth Martial Emperor. Of course, if he wanted to utilize more of the Rebirth Martial Emperor's ability, then he would need to advance his cultivation and spiritual force to a certain stage. For example, Pill Fire and Weapon Flame. A grade 8 flame would require stepping into the first level of the origin core stage to be condensed into form. A grade 7 flame would require stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage to be condensed into form. A grade 6 flame would require stepping into the first level of the nascent soul stage to be condensed into form. A grade 5 flame would require stepping into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to be condensed into form. The later stages could be deduced from this. As long as his cultivation reached the requirement, Duan Ling Tian, who'd inherited Rebirth Martial Emperor's lifetime's worth of alchemy and weapon crafting skills and experiences, would be able to condense the Pill Fire and Weapon Flame of a grade relevant to his cultivation, and it would utterly not require him to study it himself. It was the same for his spiritual force. As long as his spiritual force was sufficiently strong, he would be able to inscribe even higher level inscriptions. Just like now, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist's, so he was able to inscribe inscriptions like the Bone Corrosion inscription, which was sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. If he was able to obtain those valuable core materials, he would even be capable of inscribing an inscription that could annihilate a half-step void stage powerhouse. So as long as Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was sufficient and his spiritual force was sufficient, he would not need to waste his own time to study the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions. As within his mind was the memories of the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions that had been studied to the peak. By way of an analogy, if it was said that the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions were software, then Duan Ling Tian's cultivation and spiritual force were the hardware. The software was at the highest standard, however, the hardware was only at the development stage, so as long as the hardware continued to advance, it would be able to better utilize the functions of the software. Swash. Duan Ling Tian's hands dropped down, and the pill fire that was condensed form his origin energy was pressed into the cauldron by him before he started refining. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan took deep breaths as they suppressed the shock within their hearts, and they watched him with utmost concentration. After an hour, Duan Ling Tian placed the gold blood of the little black python into the cauldron, completing the final step in the refinement. A medicinal pill with golden lights flowing on it shot out from the cauldron and dropped into Duan Ling Tian's hand. It was precisely the dragon blood pill. Duan Ling Tian consumed it. Instantly, a tremendous change occurred within his fleshly body, and the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage was instantly completed. The current Duan Ling Tian was capable of directly charging forward to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Once he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and consumed another dragon blood pill, he would be able to complete the final tempering of his fleshly body for the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Raging Python form. At that time, he could continue to charge towards the Origin Core stage and become a true Origin Core martial artist. And not the current, fake Origin Core martial artist he was now. In the moment that Duan Ling Tian put away his cauldron, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan finally returned to their senses, and Xiao Xuan said in surprise, "Duan Ling Tian, what medicinal pill did you refine earlier?" That medicinal pill seemed to flicker with a golden light and seemed to be remarkable. That isn't any ordinary medicinal pill, but a medicinal pill that's matched to the cultivation method I'm cultivating. An ordinary martial artist would directly explode from the pent-up energy. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Xiao Xuan. "How about it, Xiao Xuan, are you interested in trying one?" "Forget it, I don't want to die yet." Xiao Xuan naturally believed what Duan Ling Tian said to be true, and he hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. "Duan Ling Tian, when did you become a grade 9 alchemist?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. "It's been quite some time." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled but didn't speak of the exact time. Could it be that he could say he'd already become a grade 9 alchemist 2 years ago? "Duan Ling Tian, you're absolutely the most abnormal among the abnormal people I've seen." Xiao Xuan stared wide-eyed. "That time when my brother became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, I felt he was abnormal enough, but I never imagined that you would become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. Not only that, your cultivation has even stepped into the Origin Core stage. You're practically a super abnormal person." "Super abnormal?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu nodded as well, as he obviously agreed with what Xiao Xuan said. Suddenly, Xiao Xuan seemed to have thought of something, because his gaze abruptly shone. "A few months ago, the 18-year-old genius alchemist that appeared within the Alchemist Guild's main guild for a brief while and took the edge of my brother's spirit." Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked when he noticed Xiao Xuan looking over. Could it be that Xiao Xuan's guessed it? "I wonder, between the two of you, who is more abnormal in the Tao of alchemy?" Xiao Xuan finished within single breath. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. It looked like Xiao Xuan didn't connect the genius alchemist from that day to him. That genius alchemist couldn't be Duan Ling Tian, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian, and a single sentence from him caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to rise to his throat. Xiao Yu was born with a type of keen intuition, and his intuition told him that the other 18-year-old genius alchemist Xiao Xuan mentioned was highly likely to be Duan Ling Tian. "I'm sure it isn't." Xiao Xuan shook his head. "So sure? You haven't even seen him before?" Xiao Yu asked, as he wasn't convinced. "I haven't seen him before, but don't forget that my brother has. I've asked my brother, and he said that Yu's appearance was ordinary, without any extraordinary points." "Do you think that the person my brother described would be Duan Ling Tian?" As Xiao Xuan spoke, he looked over at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was soon going to transform from a youth to a young man. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be considered as handsome and extraordinary, and he wasn't even close to the word ordinary. Poll results. Monday and Sunday have been selected as the 2 days with only one release. 1/12 regular releases of the week. Chapter 206. Let's go. Could it really not be him? Xiao Yu was hesitant in his heart when he heard what Xiao Xuan said, as he was still quite confident of his own intuition. However, he couldn't wrap his head around why the genius alchemist Xiao Xuan's brother spoke of would be a youth with an ordinary appearance. How could he know that Duan Ling Tian's methods of disguising may be said to have attained the acme of perfection? In the following days, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 cultivated within the tent. 5 days later, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, were gathered in a spacious tent. Things similar to architectural models were placed within the tent, and Duan Ling Tian noticed with a glance that it was a model of a city's outer area. Presently, Ni Fen stood with a middle-aged general beside the model, and that old man that followed behind Ni Fen earlier still followed behind him like a shadow. Duan Ling Tian hadn't seen this old man within the Divine Might Marquis estate prior to this, however, thanks to the perception of his spiritual force and the experiences of rebirth Martial Emperor, he could almost be sure that this old man was a half-step void stage powerhouse. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis estate doesn't only have a single half-step void stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian secretly thought in his heart. With a quick thought, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. The Divine Might Marquis estate's status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only second to the Imperial family after all. Adding on to that was the fact that there was a void stage powerhouse garrisoned within. Thus, the half-step void stage powerhouses within ought to not be in small number. Even though that void stage powerhouse wasn't at his former glory presently, a powerful person on hard times was still better off than an ordinary person. Thus, no one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis estate's concealed might. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze on him, and his murky eyes focused as he nodded to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile, as he held great respect towards members of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Before long, the 12 students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department arrived in succession before 2 other middle-aged men that were dressed as scholars slowly walked in. They ought to be existences at the same rank as a strategist. Duan Ling Tian guessed to himself. Humph. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard a cold grunt, and at the same time he noticed a cold and indifferent gaze staring at him. Duan Ling Tian didn't have to turn around to guess whose gaze this was. Commander Ni, these 2 people are my army's strategists. The middle-aged general that stood with Ni Fen introduced the 2 middle-aged scholars that had just entered. Ni Fen lightly nodded to the 2 middle-aged scholars. Greetings, strategists. The 2 middle-aged scholars were instantly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Greetings, Commander Ni. Although Ni Fen was young, they didn't dare look down upon him. This was Ni Fen, the only son of the Divine Might Marquis, Cavalry Grand General Ni Yuan, whose might shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and had an extraordinary status that was far from what they could compare to. General He, these 12 are the elite students from the Star Mastermind Department that Paladin Academy sent. Ni Fen looked at Duan Ling Tian, Ji Yuzan, and the others as he introduced them with a light smile. Oh, the middle-aged general that was called General He, or in other words, the general that commanded that entire border army of relentless thriving city, directed his gaze to flash past Duan Ling Tian and other 11 people one by one. When his gaze descended onto Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu, it slightly focused. In his impression, a Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department student at this age would seem to be only grade 1 or grade 2 students, right? Even if students at such a young age were to come to the battlefield, it would seem that they wouldn't be able to provide any help. After all, according to the past convention, only grade 4 or above students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department would start to deeply study and comprehend the stratagem of land warfare. In next to no time, his appearance froze, because he noticed Duan Ling Tian. General He frowned as he looked at the youth before him and asked, "This student ought to be 18 years old at most, right? Is the Paladin Academy taking the matter this time too lightly?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian noticed General He's expression and naturally knew that he was looking down on him due to his young age. But Duan Ling Tian didn't mind, as time would prove everything. Ni Fen looked at Duan Ling Tian and signaled with his brows before saying, "General He, you better not look down on him. He's the peerless genius who has the greatest reputation within our Crimson Sky Kingdom as of late." Oh, General He pondered for a moment after hearing what Ni Fen said, then his gaze abruptly shone. Could he be the Duan clan's Duan Ling Tian? The 18-year-old origin core martial artist? Exactly. Ni Fen nodded. My apologies. After finding out about Duan Ling Tian's background, the gaze with which General He looked upon Duan Ling Tian was completely different. Even if Duan Ling Tian didn't study much in the Tao of the Mastermind, his natural talent in the martial Tao was something he thought highly of. The Cloud Continent was originally a world where the strong were respected. As far as he was concerned, an 18-year-old origin core martial artist would surely be a great figure in the lands in the future. Greetings, General He. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to the middle-aged general before him. Since the middle-aged general was polite, he naturally wouldn't be impolite. Your General He Weian. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, and it was Ji Yuzan who stood at the side that spoke. This student is. He Weian was slightly surprised that the young man with extraordinary bearing before him was able to call his name. Ji Yuzan lightly smiled as he slowly said, General He, I've long since heard my father say that you're a pillar of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. These past few years, it's all because of the meritorious service of General He that the northwest border was able to defend against the multiple raids of the southern champion kingdom. He really knows how to kiss ass, Xiao Shuan grunted in a low voice. He said it with a voice that was comparable to a mosquito in loudness. This little brother is too kind, but I really don't deserve this. The northwest border being able to be defended all these years is mostly because of the meritorious service of the Divine Might Marquis, Cavalry Grand General Ni Yuan. Yet I still don't know who your father is. Although He Weian was being modest, he was praised to the point that his face was full of smiles. Ji Yu Ting is my father. Ji Yuzan had a refined and courteous appearance as he spoke. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile, as he'd been able to discern that this Ji Yuzan was intentionally flattering this General He, and it was all undoubtedly for the sake of this moment. Prime Minister Ji Yu. He Weian was instantly struck with a great fright when he heard what Ji Yuzan said. So it's the young master of the Prime Minister's estate. I apologize for the disrespect. Greetings, young Master Ji Yu. The two middle-aged scholars that stood at the side couldn't help but be moved as they saluted Ji Yuzan together. For a moment, Ji Yuzan became the center of attention within the tent. Although Ji Yuzan spoke humbly, the arrogance and complacence on his face was something that anyone was able to notice. I've long since heard that young Master Gu's inherited the Lord Prime Minister's wisdom. This time, with young Master Ji Yu coming to assist my army, it would look like my army breaching that southern barbaric city is just around the corner. He Weian laughed heartily. As for the two middle-aged scholars, they flattered Ji Yuzan as well. General He and the two strategists are too kind, but how could I compare to my father? Ji Yuzan laughed modestly with a pair of eyes that were filled with complacency, and he would occasionally sweep Duan Ling Tian with his gaze, as he wanted to flaunt his prowess before Duan Ling Tian. But he noticed in shame and annoyance that Duan Ling Tian hadn't looked at him once since beginning till the end, as if all this was not worthy of his consideration. Duan Ling Tian. Ji Yuzan secretly gnashed his teeth from hatred, as his eyes flashed with a cold light. Duan Ling Tian's brows rose when he heard what He Weian said, breach the southern barbaric city. It looked like the arrival of the reinforcement troops this time greatly boosted the morale of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and they were prepared to turn the tables on the enemy. Young Master Ji Yu, everyone, please come forward to view the layout of the southern barbaric city. See if there's a method to smoothly breach the city and spread the might of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Weian returned to the side of the southern barbaric city's layout, and at the same time invited all the Star Mastermind Department students to come forward. Instantly, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Ling Tian, stood up and moved forward. Humph! Ji Yuzan snorted coldly when he saw Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 coming to the model, and said, in disdain, Grade 1 students, don't come over here and grab place. You're only pretending to know what you don't know, right? Don't you see that there are still 3 Grade 5 students that have been squeezed to the back? Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan's face went grim when they heard Ji Yuzan's mocking, and they both stared furiously at Ji Yuzan. Duan Ling Tian had only just glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city when he heard what Ji Yuzan said. He slowly raised his head to look at Ji Yuzan with a cold and indifferent gaze. So to speak, young Master Ji Yu thinks that we can't help in any way. Whereas you all instead are able to mastermind a scheme that is able to assist the army to breach the southern barbaric city in one go. Of course, there's no difference whether you 3 are here or not. Ji Yuzan had a face full of arrogance as he said this. Young Master Ji Yu, this isn't the Prime Minister's estate, right? Aren't your actions slightly usurping the host's role for yourself? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Humph, I'm thinking about the overall situation. General He, what do you think? Should the 3 of them give away their places to the other 3 Grade 5 students of our Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department? Ji Yuzan glanced at Duan Ling Tian with disdain before looking at He Weian. He Weian looked at Duan Ling Tian and hesitated for a moment before an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Little brother Ling Tian, why don't you all? Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was indeed something he thought extremely highly of, but masterminding a scheme for an army to fight a battle was something that had not a sliver of relevance to one's natural talent in the martial Dao. At the same time, he also didn't think that these 3-star mastermind department grade 1 students would have any good schemes. I understand. Duan Ling Tian spoke to interrupt He Weiyan. He used his gaze to stop Ni Fen, who desired to speak, before saying to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, since we aren't needed here, there's no reason for us to stay. What do you two think? Let's go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan snorted coldly before leaving the tent with Duan Ling Tian. Ni Fen swept Ji Yuzan with his gaze, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Ji Yuzan said Duan Ling Tian was useless. Could it be that he was capable contemplating such a brilliant scheme like the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens? Even Ni Fen admired Duan Ling Tian for being able to come up with such a brilliant scheme like the strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens. Chapter 207, Incurring Public Wrath. After leaving the tent, Xiao Xuan had a face full of fury. Duan Ling Tian, that Ji Yuzan went too far. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a bright light as he smiled and said, Xiao Xuan, some people want to bring disgrace on themselves, so there's no need for you to get angry at him. Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu were both stunned when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and they didn't understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. Do you two think that taking southern barbaric city will be so simple? Just wait for that Ji Yuzan to make a fool of himself. Humph. A trace of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Earlier, although he had only glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city, he'd already comprehended it within his heart. And he understood in his heart that even if with the Crimson Worm army as reinforcements, it was still going to be extremely difficult to breach the southern barbaric city. Not only that, but the southern barbaric city was located within a natural barrier of defense, and if the army was unable to breach it at the first try, they would suffer enormous losses. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan didn't quite understand what Duan Ling Tian said. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's forces prepared to dispatch their soldiers to attack the southern barbaric city, and Ji Yuzan became the strategist of this battle, as expected. Duan Ling Tian, that Ji Yuzan is about to go out to battle with the army and direct the battle. How can you still sleep? Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was lying on his bed during the day, with an anxious expression. What are you anxious about? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu were slightly speechless towards Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Only after 3 days did the army that went out 30 miles to attack southern barbaric city return, and only then did they understand the meaning of what Duan Ling Tian had said that day. The Crimson Sky Kingdom attacked the Southern Champion Kingdom. Southern Barbaric Kingdom was steady like Mt. Tai, whereas the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army suffered tremendous losses. Luckily, the 10,000 Crimson Worm army soldiers retreated in time under the command of Ni Fen, and only a portion of them suffered light injuries. There were no casualties among them. Moreover, the 300-star General Department students from Paladin Academy followed the Crimson Worm army, and thus returned alive. The Border Army, however, suffered over 10,000 casualties. After Xiao Xuan heard of the news, he was extremely shocked as well, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, you were so confident half a month ago. Could it be that you knew that it would be impossible for that Ji Yuzan to direct that battle to breach the southern barbaric city? Humph, it isn't that easy to breach southern barbaric city, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. That day when he saw the layout of southern barbaric city, he knew that unless the strategy of removing the firewood from under the pot, sneaking along an unknown path, of the 36 stratagems was used in combination with the strategy of to borrow arrows with thatched boats, from the romance of the Three Kingdoms, it would be impossible to breach southern barbaric city. 1, 2. Moreover, these were strategies that Ji Yuzan would probably never even dream of. If it was you instead, do you have a way? Xiao Xuan's gaze shone as he asked. What do you think? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile as he answered with a question. At this moment, Xiao Xuan could clearly feel the strong confidence that Duan Ling Tian revealed, and he knew that Duan Ling Tian surely had a way. Duan Ling Tian, isn't it slightly inappropriate for you to do this? Since you have a way, why didn't you say so at that day? Xiao Yu, who hadn't opened his mouth all this time, frowned as he spoke. After all, the border army had lost more than 10,000 people this time. These were all very real lives. Duan Ling Tian shrugged. Xiao Yu, you were there during the incident the other day, so you saw it clearly. Leaving Ji Yu Xian disparaging us aside, in the end, General He actually believed what he said and asked us to leave. Do you think that at that time, General He would believe me if I said I had a way to breach southern barbaric city? Would those two strategists believe me? So the death of those 10,000 plus officers. If it were to be blamed on someone, then it could only be blamed on that General He and Ji Yu Zhan. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he had a face full of a cold smile. Of course, there was some things that Duan Ling Tian didn't say. Before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army went out to battle this time, Ni Fen had come to see him and told him about the stratagem Ji Yu Zhan devised. At that time, Duan Ling Tian noticed two obvious flaws within the stratagem. However, an average person was completely incapable of noticing those two flaws, and even if he were to warn them, others wouldn't believe him. But as long as a critical juncture arrived, those two flaws would surely be exposed. So he warned Ni Fen. As long Ni Fen noticed that things weren't going well, he was to immediately command the Crimson Worm army to retreat from the battlefield without a shred of hesitance. If it wasn't for him warning Ni Fen, it would be impossible for the 10,000 officers of the Crimson Worm army to return intact. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and he knew that what Duan Ling Tian said made sense. He smiled apologetically to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I shouldn't have blamed you, I was too rash. No harm's done. It's over 10,000 lives after all. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and made nothing of it. Humph. That Ji Yu Zhan, how arrogant and conceited he was that day. Let's see if he dares to be that complacent now. Allegedly, after they returned today, they'd all remained within the tent at the center, and that Ji Yu Zhan's expression probably is as unsightly can be right now. Xiao Shuan grunted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. The defeat in battle this time can be said to be all his responsibility, as it was entirely his strategy that went wrong. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as well. That Ji Yu Zhan has completely lost face for the Prime Minister's estate this time. If Prince Minister Ji Yu were to find out, he'd probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. In a few words and a lousy strategy, he led over 10,000 officers to their deaths. I'm afraid it's a feat only that Ji Yu Zhan is capable of. I still remember the flattering appearance of that General He and those two strategists before Ji Yu Zhan that day, and they even said that Ji Yu Zhan inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom. I'm really curious, what will their expressions look like when they face Ji Yu Zhan once again? As he finished speaking, although Xiao Shuan had no intention of being disrespectful to those 10,000 plus dead soldiers, he was still slightly delighted in the misfortunes of Ji Yu Zhan. Presently, He Wei-an and the two strategists under his command had unsightly appearances. 11,352 brothers have died. Within the spacious tent, He Wei-an's expression was extremely unsightly as he gazed at Ji Yu Zhan, who had an equally unsightly expression and a face full of shame and resentment. As if he'd forgotten Ji Yu Zhan's distinguished identity, he said, Ji Yu Zhan, don't you owe me an explanation? Our border army fully cooperated with your strategy, but over 10,000 people were entrapped and killed by the Southern Champion Kingdom. Didn't you say that your strategy was foolproof? He Wei-an's face was crimson as he burst into rage. The status He Wei-an had today and the ability to make an army of 10,000 follow him, he earned all of this by going through tremendous hardships and slowly working his way up step by step. Normally, he was even famous for valuing his subordinate troops. Once, a centurion under his command was assassinated by people of the Southern Champion Kingdom that had snuck into relentless thriving city. He headed to the Southern Champion Kingdom alone, snuck into Southern Barbaric City, and killed 2 captains of the enemy. After that time, he was called Madman He by the people of the Southern Champion Kingdom. And since then, the Southern Champion Kingdom didn't dare conduct an assassination anymore. He Wei-an, this young master has already told you that those Southern Champion Kingdom people are too crafty. Ji Yu Zhan's face sank as he once again repeated himself. The Southern Champion Kingdom people are too crafty. What excuse is this? He Wei-an was angered to the point that his face flushed and he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. He extended his hand to point at Ji Yu Zhan and howled, in lament and resentment, Ji Yu Zhan, if it wasn't for you being the son of the Lord Prime Minister, just for the crime of leading over 10,000 of my brothers to death, you would undoubtedly die today. This time, if it was a strategist under his command that had led over 10,000 officers to death, he would have long since directly blasted him to death. But he was utterly helpless, as this Ji Yuzhan's background was too prominent, otherwise, he would absolutely not allow Ji Yuzhan to live for even a second longer. What, you want to kill me for that? Ji Yuzhan's face sank as he sneered. It's only 10,000 or so lowly lives. Do you think they can compare to this young master's distinguished life? Being pressured from various sources caused Ji Yuzhan to be on the verge of collapse, and he almost lost all reason. If it was him in normal times, he would definitely not say such a thing in this sort of situation. What did you say? He Wei An's face went gloomy. He was once again angered to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the killing intent within his body was difficult to suppress any longer, so it gushed out. Ni Fen, who hadn't spoken all this time, kicked out and his eyes went cold. He kicked Ji Yuzhan flying as he coldly shouted, Ji Yuzhan, after leading so many brothers to death, not only did you not apologize, you actually said such words that were utterly devoid of conscience. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson in Prime Minister Gu's stead. Ni Fen, you dare to touch me? Ji Yuzhan stood up, and his eyes went cold with towering hatred. Brother Ji Yuzhan. The two Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department students that had always followed beside Ji Yuzhan hurriedly stopped Ji Yuzhan with faces full of bitter smiles. What, you two think I'm wrong as well? Ji Yuzhan's face sank. Brother Ji Yuzhan, what you said earlier was indeed going too far. Yeah, those were 10,000 actual lives. Both of them smiled bitterly. Meanwhile, Ji Yuzhan took a deep breath and calmed down as well, and he realized that he was indeed too rash earlier. However, asking him to apologize and admit his mistakes was impossible. He was the extremely lofty son of the Prime Minister, how could he easily apologize to another? Kill Ji Yuzhan, make him pay with his life for the lives of over 10,000 brothers. A life for a life. Right at this moment, deafening roars sounded throughout the entire campsite with immense force. Ji Yuzhan's face went deathly pale. Ni Fen frowned and walked out with large strides. With a glance, Ni Fen noticed that besides the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Worm Army under his command, the nearly 90,000 remaining officers of the Border Army had all gathered around this tent, and all of their faces were filled with fury. They were here to take revenge for their 10,000-plus dead brothers. What son of the Prime Minister? They didn't care. They only wanted to use Ji Yuzhan's fresh blood to comfort the souls of their 10,000-plus brothers in heaven. If you don't want to die, then you better not go out. He Wei An's icy cold gaze swept Ji Yuzhan, who'd long since been terrified to the point that his face went deathly pale and his legs trembled, as he took a deep breath and walked out of the tent with a pair of crimson eyes. General, at the moment that He Wei An walked out of the tent, the nearly 90,000 officers outside the tent directly knelt down on the ground. It was as if the ground quaked and the hills swayed, the mountains fell and the earth split. It's I who have wronged our dead brothers. The tears within He Wei An's eyes couldn't be held back any longer when he saw this scene. A man does not shed tears if he hasn't been deeply hurt. General, it has nothing to do with you, it's all that Ji Yuzhan's fault. Exactly, if it wasn't for him asking our brothers to go deep into the enemy forces, those brothers of ours wouldn't have died. He sent our brothers to their deaths. We suspect he's a spy from the Southern Champion Kingdom. Kill him. Public sentiment was roused within the crowd of officers from the Border Army. Ji Yuzhan had incurred public wrath. Chapter 208. Possessing both courage and wisdom. Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Xuan were startled when they walked out of their tent. The dense mass of nearly 90,000 officers kneeling before the center tent emitted waves of sounds filled with lament and resentment. This sound spread over the entirety of Relentless Thrive City, causing the entire city to seem as if it was enveloped in dark clouds. The residents of Relentless Thrive City were now gathered within the streets and alleys, and they all had dreary expressions. I originally thought that since the Crimson Worm Army had arrived, it would surely be able to cooperate with the Border Army to take the edge of that Southern Champion Kingdom spirit, but I never imagined that they would actually return after suffering a crushing defeat. Humph, this has nothing to do with the Crimson Worm Army. It's all because of that piece of shit strategists that directed the battle blindly. He's the one that caused the Border Army to suffer a loss of over 10,000 officers. How do you know? I have a cousin who's in the Border Army, and he's presently with his brother, pleading to the general to sentence that piece of shit strategist to death. A single strategist led over 10,000 officers to their death. He deserves death, of course. Why do they still need to plead? The identity of that strategist isn't simple. He's the son of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, and his name is Ji Yuzhan. Everywhere within Relentless Thriving City, Similar discussions spread. For a time, the public sentiment was aroused in the outside as well. Hu Weian stood before the center tent. His manly eyes were filled with tears as he looked at the nearly 90,000 officers, and he had a face full of sadness. However, he was at a loss for words for a moment. General, if you're worried that Ji Yuzhan is the son of the Prime Minister, we can do it ourselves, we aren't afraid. Yes, we aren't afraid. General, injury and death is unavoidable when armies go to battle. If we had killed over 10,000 people from that southern champion kingdom, we'd accept it as unavoidable. But this time, over 10,000 of our brothers died, whereas the casualties of that southern champion kingdom didn't even amount to 1,000. Our brothers can't die for nothing. The crowd of officers had crimson eyes as their imposing manner shot into the sky. Over 10,000 officers from our own side died, but not even 1,000 of the enemy officers died. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he'd expected that Ji Yuzhan's strategy wouldn't work, he never imagined it would fail so miserably. He understood in his heart that even if this Ji Yuzhan was able to live past today, he'd probably be condemned to everlasting shame, let alone inherit the position of Prime Minister. Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan were stunned as well. They only knew that over 10,000 officers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had died, but they didn't know the specific losses of the enemy. Now that they heard of the enemy's losses, they were speechless for a moment. Over 10,000 officers died for not even 1,000 enemy officers' lives. Xiao Shuan and Xiao Yu glanced at each other. They could see the rage within each other's eyes. This Ji Yuzhan deserves to die. Xiao Shuan's face sank. More than 10,000 firm and unyielding men were led to their deaths by Ji Yuzhan just like that. This was virtually a deed that greatly angered both men and God. Within the center tent, Ji Yuzhan's face was ghostly pale as he dropped down to sit on the floor. His legs went soft, and he was unable to stand up for a long time. He could perceive the rage of the crowd of border army officers outside. He didn't doubt it in the slightest that if he were to run out at this time, he would surely be torn into pieces. I want to leave this place, I want to leave this place. Suddenly, Ji Yuzhan's gaze shone as if he'd grasped onto the last life-saving straw. The two people who had always followed by Ji Yuzhan's side hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Brother Ji Yuzhan, you should go out and make an apology. Apologize. Ji Yuzhan's face sank, and his gaze went slightly cold. Are you asking me to apologize? Impossible. Outside the tent, no matter how Hu Weian persuaded, the crowd of officers was still unwilling to retreat. We'll kneel and not rise until Ji Yuzhan dies. Yes, we'll kneel and not rise until Ji Yuzhan dies. The crowd of officers said, in resolute tones. In the end, even Hu Weian truly didn't know how to persuade them anymore. He could only look at Ni Fen in seek of help, wanting to see if Ni Fen had a way. Ni Fen nodded to Hu Weian before standing out. Fellow brothers, I'm the Crimson Worm Army's commander, Ni Fen. Ni Fen gazed at the nearly 90,000 officers from the border army that had faces full of grief. I in general he equally grieve the death of the over 10,000 brothers that have died in the battle. But the dead can never return, so why make things difficult for General He? I assure all of you, as long as you stand up and return, we will drive Ji Yuzhan out of relentless thriving city and make him scram back to the imperial city. Besides that, in at most 3 days, we will once again dispatch our soldiers and take revenge for our 10,000 dead brothers. Ni Fen's voice was firm and resounding. Seeing that the crowd of border army officers seemed to be completely indifferent to what he said, Ni Fen continued, I know that all of you doubt my promise, but what happened yesterday was something all of you saw with your own 2 eyes. Do all of you know why I was able to notice the change in situation promptly yesterday and was able to lead my 10,000 brothers from the Crimson Worm Army to cover everyone's retreat? What Ni Fen said caused the gazes of all the border army officers that were present to abruptly shine. Ni Fen continued, actually, this wasn't because I was able to predict ahead. It was because a Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department student had warned me before I went out to battle. He told me that if I noticed certain situations, then I must resolutely retreat. General Ni, didn't all the Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department students participate in the scheming for the warfare tactics this time? Since he knew of the presence of the flaws beforehand, why didn't he speak out promptly and avoid this disaster? One of the strategists that stood behind Hu Weian frowned and was slightly furious. He wasn't within the tent at that time, nor did he participate in the scheming. Ni Fen looked at the strategist with a calm gaze as he spoke. Could it be? Hu Weian seemed to recall something, and his pupils constricted. he still wasn't quite able to believe it. If it really was so, then he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Duan Ling Tian was standing in the distance when he heard what Ni Fen said and noticed Ni Fen looking at him. He knew that Ni Fen was surely planning on selling him out. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and brought along Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, who had bewildered expressions, as he walked out in large strides to stand beside Ni Fen. "It's you all." The faces of the two strategists behind He Weian went pale, and their eyes emitted disbelief. Could it be that the Star Mastermind Department students that warned Commander Ni were these 3 Grade 1 students? The Grade 1 students that were given the cold shoulder and driven out by them? Their faces become slightly unsightly. The one beside me is the peerless genius whose name has been spread and gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian. Others only know that Brother Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Tao is supreme, however, they don't know that he has an extremely deep understanding of warfare tactics. Before I went out to battle, it was he who told me to be wary of 2 types of situations. He said that if one of the 2 situations were to appear, then I must retreat at the first possible moment. At the beginning, even I felt that those 2 situations were an exaggeration. It wasn't until one of them really appeared that I realized that his judgment that day wasn't wrong. Thus, I decided at that exact moment to bring along the Crimson Worm army to cover all of you in retreat. Otherwise, your losses wouldn't have been only 10,000 brothers, it might have even been 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000. Ni Fen's loud voice was extremely influential. "General Ni, we're all grateful to you for saving us. However, I don't quite understand what you said. Since this little brother is a Star Mastermind Department student as well, and since he noticed the flaws within the tactics Ji Yuzhan formulated, why did we all still conduct our attack in accordance with Ji Yuzhan's tactics?" A colonel of the border army that was kneeling at the front asked the question that was in hearts of nearly everyone present. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted and he stood up. "This is something I can tell you." For a moment, everyone's gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm. It was as if he was recounting a matter completely unrelated to him. "That day, I and the 2 others behind me originally participated in the scheming of tactics against the southern barbaric city. However, later on, Ji Yuzhan said that we would only get in the way and would be of no use. And he was confident he could breach southern barbaric city without us. At that time, your General He's mind was deluded by what Ji Yuzhan said, and he felt that we were young. We were only Grade 1 students of the Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, so he drove us out. Later, even though I'd noticed the flaws within Ji Yuzhan's tactics, that flaw was something that was difficult to convince someone of if it didn't go through an actual battle. Moreover, with our status at the time, even if we had said something, no one would have believed us," Duan Ling Tian slowly said. "I can bear witness to this." Ni Fen added, "At that time, even I didn't quite believe the so-called flaws that Brother Ling Tian spoke of, otherwise, I would absolutely not have allowed the 10,000 brothers of my Crimson Worm army take the risk." What Duan Ling Tian said caused the crowd of soldiers to accumulate flames of fury within their hearts that could flood the sky, and what Ni Fen said seemed like a fuse that lit their fury ablaze, causing them to completely explode out. "It's that Ji Yuzhan again. He lacks ability but is jealous of talent. He pushed aside this Brother Ling Tian that possesses both courage and wisdom." For a moment, the crowd of border army officers all spoke out in grief and resentment. Suddenly, the scene went deathly silent, and all that remained was the abrupt sound of kneeling. It was He Weian who knelt before the crowd of officers with a flushed face. "Brother, this incident happened because of my lack of careful consideration. It's all the fault of He Weian. General He, there's no need to be like this. You were influenced by another. After all, my age and experience are things that a normal person wouldn't be convinced of." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as his voice echoed out. "Exactly. What Brother Ling Tian said is right. This incident has nothing to do with General He. It has nothing to do with General He." The crowd of officers all spoke out in loud voices. Hu Weian's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude and guilt when he noticed Duan Ling Tian speaking out for him. Duan Ling Tian. Within the tent, Ji Yuzhan gnashed his teeth with a face full of hatred. Wouldn't Duan Ling Tian speaking like this push all the responsibility onto him? Although, he had to admit that it was indeed his responsibility. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's voice once again entered the tent, and it caused Ji Yuzhan's eyes to shine. "Everyone, I understand your thoughts of wishing for nothing more than to kill Ji Yuzhan. But I still hope that all of you can calm down and think for the sake of General He. That Ji Yuzhan is the son of the Lord Prime Minister after all, and his status is distinguished. If he were to die in relentless thriving city, all of you might be fine, but General He would surely be affected. Chapter 209, The Despaired Ji Yuzhan. I trust that none of you want anything to happen to your general, right? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the crowd of officers before him. Instantly, the scene went deathly silent, as the nearly 90,000 officers had all fallen silent. All right, everyone, today, I, Duan Ling Tian, will establish a military writ here. 3 days from now, we will surely breach southern barbaric city and storm the enemy's city to take revenge for the 10,000 plus dead brothers. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's voice became slightly louder, and his imposing manner pierced into the sky. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the nearly 90,000 officers' eyes to shine. Now they didn't dare look down upon this violet-clothed youth. This youth was a figure that had once noticed the flaws within the warfare tactics that Ji Yuzhan formulated. With Ni Fen bearing witness to the matter, they firmly believed it. All of you, get up. Properly recuperate and build up your strength. Because 3 days from now, we attack southern barbaric city and wash away our shame. Duan Ling Tian's voice abruptly became loud and was extremely influential. Swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Instantly, the near 90,000 border army officers that knelt on the ground stood up one by one, and they all had excited expressions. Wash away our shame. Under the exceedingly large amounts of excited shouts, the nearly 90,000 officers all retreated. At this moment, among everyone present, not one of them dared look down upon the violet-clothed youth that stood there. If he's able to stay within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he will surely be a figure like the Divine Might Marquis in the future. It's even possible for him to surpass the Divine Might Marquis. After seeing all of his subordinates being persuaded to retreat by Duan Ling Tian, He Weiyan was slightly moved, and his eyes revealed a sense of reverence. This youth had obtained his respect. Ni Fen's brows rose as he shook his head and smiled. He muttered to himself, this kid, he's even snatched away my limelight. General He, send off some irrelevant people. Otherwise, I won't have the mood to discuss tactics with all of you. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto He Weiyan's figure as he spoke in a manner that indicated something. Don't worry, brother Ling Tian. He Weiyan nodded and returned inside the tent before looking at Ji Yuzhan. Young Master Ji Yu, I'll arrange for a horse for you right away. Please leave. Then why don't you hurry up and arrange it? Ji Yuzhan glared. He didn't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. He only wanted to return to the imperial city and live his life of a young master. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. Xiao Shuan looked at Duan Ling Tian as he laughed and said, you didn't see the expressions of General He and the two strategists. It was as splendid could be. However, you never told us that you had warned Commander Ni about the flaws in the plan Ji Yuzhan formulated. Don't you know about it now? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian. He was at a loss for words for a long time, but he was finally able to only the word, abnormal. Before long, Ji Yuzhan's figure appeared before Duan Ling Tian. Humph. Ji Yuzhan coldly swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze before laughing coldly. Duan Ling Tian, don't think that I'll thank you. Also, don't be complacent. Take a look in the mirror. A mere grade 1-star mastermind department student like you wants to think of a way to breach the southern barbaric city. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even spoken when Xiao Shuan couldn't bear to watch any longer. He mocked Ji Yuzhan. At least it's better than someone's trash tactic that led 10,000 plus soldiers to their deaths. I'm really curious, what would happen if His Majesty the Emperor were to know of this incident? At that time, even if the Prime Minister can protect your life, the punishment won't be light, right? Ji Yuzhan was angered by Xiao Shuan to the point that his face went grim. Young Master Ji Yu, you can leave now. Right at this moment, He Weiyan's cold and indifferent voice sounded. Ji Yuzhan glanced angrily at Xiao Shuan, and after his icy cold gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian once again, he left. He really got off lightly. Xiao Shuan's face sank as he watched Ji Yuzhan leave. That isn't necessarily true. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly with a mysterious and unfathomable expression. Before long, Duan Ling Tian and Ni Fen walked shoulder to shoulder into the tent. He Weiyan and the other two strategists walked in as well. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was surrounded by everyone in the center. He was like a bright moon surrounded by the stars. Brother Ling Tian, I apologize for the incident the other time. He Wei Yan looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. General He, there's no need for this. I've already said that you became prejudiced because of the interference of someone. Combined with my age, it's extremely difficult to convince someone. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a face full of disregard. Brother Lingtian has such a bearing at this age. You will surely be a figure with unrivaled talent in the future, He Wei Yan said, in admiration. General He, you don't have to be courteous with me. Let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto southern barbaric city's outer layout model before him. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he pointed to various points on the model as he slowly spoke with an imposing manner that seemed as if he could guide the kingdom to victory. The strategies of removing the firewood from under the pot, sneaking along an unknown path, of the 36 stratagems, and the strategy of to borrow arrows with thatched boats, from the romance of the three kingdoms that were passed down since ancient times in his previous life within the Earth's nation of Wa, were recounted in detail by Duan Lingtian, and they were used ingeniously by him. Before long, everyone present was immersed with the tactic that Duan Lingtian formulated. After a long time. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary, especially this strategy of to borrow arrows with thatched boats. It will fully utilize that wide moat outside the southern barbaric city. Our bows and arrows weren't many to begin with, so if we were to use bows and arrows to forcefully attack, we would only be able to sustain it for a little while. But now it's different, we can completely forcibly take possession of their arrows and use them against them. He Wei Yan had been in the army for many years and had rich experience. His keen sense of smell told him that with these two strategies combined, as long as they were to grasp the right timing, they'd surely be able to breach southern barbaric city. The other two strategists reacted as well, and they looked at Duan Lingtian as they bowed in respect. Brother Lingtian is a genius. Ni Fei glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as the shock within his heart wasn't any lesser than He Wei Yan and the two strategists. Although he'd seen Duan Lingtian's strategy of crossing the river while deceiving the heavens, never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would still be able to produce so many extraordinary strategies. Moreover, the three extraordinary strategies that Duan Lingtian spoke of now were even closely linked together. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan, all the Star Mastermind students looked at the violet-clothed youth before them in disbelief. Now they even wished for nothing more than to break open the youth's brain and see what actually was kept within. Even the two students who originally followed Ji Yuzan and were hostile towards Duan Lingtian glanced at each other and were able to see the admiration within each other's eyes. The tactics that were formulated today are only a broad outline, and once we're at the battlefield, everything must be adjusted according to the changing circumstances. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he looked at the shock on the faces of everyone. The 36 stratagems was a treasure that the ancestors of the nation of Wa had passed down, and if it were to be used properly, one would never lose a battle. I believe that with Brother Lingtian directing the battle, we'll surely be able to achieve a complete victory. A smile appeared on He Wei Yan's face, and his gaze seemed to be slightly excited, because he could finally take revenge for the 10,000+ subordinate brothers that had passed. Then we'll depart 3 days from now. Our Crimson Worm army will be responsible for the sneak attack, your border army will be responsible for the frontal assault. Ni Fen nodded as he put down the final decision. In next to no time, everyone left in succession. 3 days later, they would attack the southern barbaric city and wash away their shame. When they'd just returned to the tent, Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked, Duan Lingtian, what the heck is inside your head? Removing the firewood from under the pot, sneaking along an unknown path, and to borrow arrows with thatched boats. All of these strategies are things I've never even heard of before. How did you think of them? Besides that, when Ji Yuzan left, what did you mean when you said it's not necessarily true? Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Xuan, how do you expect me to answer when you ask so much? I'm too lazy to deal with you. You'll naturally know when the time comes. Xiao Xuan smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu, however, seemed to have known that this would be the result, thus he didn't speak a word. Nevertheless, the gaze that he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. Maybe becoming friends with Duan Lingtian in this life could be considered as his greatest gain and honor. Outside relentless thriving city, a steed darted on. A young man in a slightly sorry state unceasingly clamped onto the horse's girth with his legs, and the horse whip in his hand never stopped as he unceasingly urged the horse below him, ceaselessly increasing his speed. After he dashed out a few miles, the young man noticed that the speed of the horse beneath him had slowed down. And before long, the horse directly fell onto the ground and started foaming at the mouth before losing all signs of life. Obviously, it had been poisoned to death. The young man's face went pale, as he vaguely perceived that there was something strange about this matter. Go! 10 large horses darted over and surrounded the young man in the middle within the blink of an eye. Atop the 10 horses were 10 middle-aged men in casual clothes, and they were currently staring at the young man with cold and indifferent gazes as their eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. You all. I know you, you're a captain from the border army. You're a captain as well. The young man felt like these people to look familiar at the beginning, and before long, he'd recalled who they were. These people had respectfully listened to his commands on the battlefield yesterday when he commanded the army to charge at southern barbaric city. Young Master Gu, when you go to hell, remember to apologize to those 10,000 plus brothers of mine that have died. One of the captains that was identified directed his icy cold gaze onto the youth as if he was looking at a dead man. You all. How dare you all? I'm the son of the Prime Minister, and all of you dare to touch me. The young man was precisely Gu Zhan. Never had he imagined that after fleeing relentless thriving city, he would actually encounter a border army officer with the intention to kill him. His expression was extremely unsightly. The son of the Prime Minister. The other captain sneered. If you weren't the Prime Minister's son, do you think that you could have walked out of our campsite? If it wasn't for us being worried about implicating the general, do you think we would be so kind as to let you leave? Those were the lives of 10,000 people. As he finished speaking, the captain was slightly hysterical. You can't kill me. Can't kill me. If you don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Wealth and rank, groups of beauties, I can give all of you anything that you want. Gu Zhan was afraid, he was truly afraid. In his entire life, it was the first time that dread and despair arose within his heart. Chapter 210. Duan Ling Tian's Discovery. Do you think that anything you can give us is able to make up for the lives of the 10,000 plus brothers of mine? Another captain spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice, and a dense killing intent was even emitted from him. If anything were to happen to me, aren't all of you afraid that my father will look for trouble with your border army? Seeing that the 10 captains were completely unmoved, Gu Zhan's face sank. Since his soft methods of persuasion didn't work, he tried the direct method of threats. Instantly, all the captains looked at each other before being unable to hold back their laughter. Young Master Gu, everyone knows that our general has allowed you to leave, and you've left relentless thriving city. Do you think that if you were to die outside, this incident would implicate our general? Everyone would only think that you encountered bandits on your journey and lost both your life and money. So young Master Gu doesn't have to be worried about our general. The captains mocked him one after the other in succession, causing Gu Zhan's expression to become even more unsightly as time passed. He naturally knew that what these people said were true, and now he regretted it. He shouldn't have left the border army's campsite. Even if he were to be utterly shameless, he still should have dragged out his stay at the border army's campsite and waited for the Crimson Worm army to return together with them. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life. No, don't kill me. Gu Zhan's face went deathly pale, and his eyes revealed deep dread. But unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy, he still couldn't escape his fate of death under the hands of the 10 extremely enraged captains in the end. Even though he was a third-level Origin Corps martial artist, before 10 border army captains that were fierce as tigers and wolves, he was still too weak to fight them. Unsurprisingly, Gu Zhan was killed and his corpse buried in the wilderness, and it might not ever be found. Deep into the night, at an inconspicuous corner of relentless thriving city's border army campsite, Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly as he said, "That was really quick of them." Presently, there were 2 people standing before Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Duan Ling Tian had only just heard of the matter of Gu Zhan being killed from Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Maybe even those 10 border army captain never imagined that everything they'd done was seen by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Humph, that Gu Zhan's death isn't worth any pity. When Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang mentioned Gu Xian, they were extremely furious, as they were both generals within the army and thus were extremely furious towards the matter of Gu Zhan leading over 10,000 border army officers to their deaths. Enough, the matter's already past. You two can wait to watch the show 3 days from now. A sense of confidence appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. 3 days later, relentless thriving city once again sent out their army to head towards the southern champion kingdom to attack southern barbaric city. Within the border army, more than half their numbers were occupied by foot soldiers. Thus, the combined army of the Crimson Worm Army and the Border Army, which formed a huge army of 100,000, required spending an entire day's worth of time to head to the southern barbaric city. Duan Ling Tian galloped his horse forward with Ni Fen and He Wei, and as they galloped at the front of the army, they left early in the morning, and as the sun set west, the huge army of 100,000 arrived outside the Crosscut mountain range. The faraway Crosscut mountain range attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. This Crosscut mountain range seemed like it was forcefully split open by an almighty figure who exerted peerless strength. Brother Ling Tian, across this Crosscut mountain range is southern barbaric city. Tonight, we'll rest at the other side of the Crosscut mountain range, He Wei reminded. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his gaze never left the Crosscut mountain range. What? Brother Ling Tian is interested in this Crosscut mountain range? He Wei asked, with a smile. I feel that the ravine in the middle of the mountain range doesn't seem to have been formed naturally. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Brother Ling Tian, there's a legend within our northwest border. In the legend, a long, long time ago, there were once two experts that descended here, and they carried out a great battle that shook the heavens and earth. In the end, one of the experts struck out with merely one swing of his saber to cleave this mountain range into two. And the ravine at the center of the Crosscut mountain range, or in other words, this path, was precisely opened up by that expert with a swing of his saber, He Wei slowly said. This legend in all likelihood was real. Moreover, the strength of that expert wasn't low. It's been an unknown amount of years since that expert did this. That expert's probably already turned into a pile of dirt by now, Duan Ling Tian said inwardly. On the Cloud Continent, even an existence as formidable as a martial emperor, although possessing a very long lifespan, still had an end. After walking past the ravine in the center of the mountain range, the huge army of 100,000 arrived at the other side of the Crosscut mountain range, and now the sky slowly dimmed down. The huge army of 100,000 started constructing tents one by one on the spot. Night descended onto the lands. Duan Ling Tian, sleep early, we still have to attack southern barbaric city tomorrow morning, Xiao Xuan said to Duan Ling Tian, before returning to the tent and lying down to rest. Xiao Yu followed him into the tent as well. They were both slightly anticipating tomorrow's battle. Duan Ling Tian, however, didn't feel sleepy. Their tent was near the side of the Crosscut mountain range, and currently, Duan Ling Tian's gaze was directed at a nearby boulder. Atop the boulder was a puddle of liquid. The liquid was vermilion red in color, and this was its pure color. Duan Ling Tian walked over before touching a strand of the liquid and putting it close to his nose to smell it. It's wine. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the smell of the wine entered his nose and actually caused the origin energy within his body to roil. This isn't any ordinary wine. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and he started searching through the lifetime's worth of memories of the rebirth martial emperor for related records. Within the Cloud Continent, wines that could affect origin enemy weren't too many, especially this type of wine that appeared in a remote forest on the mountains. In the end, Duan Ling Tian set his sights on a type of wine. Monkey wine. Monkey wine is ordinarily produced by the fierce beast stone monkey, and it's brewed by the stone monkeys from precious materials they'd gathered. It was extremely beneficial to the cultivation of any martial artist below the void stage. Even within the 2 lifetimes that the rebirth martial emperor experienced, he'd only encountered stone monkeys in 5 places, and he seized some monkey wine from them all 5 times. Moreover, at that time his cultivation was already above the void stage, and he'd only seized the monkey wine from the stone monkeys to savor it. Looks like it's very likely there are stone monkeys within this Crosscut mountain range. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he silently flashed out and searched forward. He noticed some sparse traces of monkey wine. He guessed that there were stone monkeys that came here to drink monkey wine. After a short while, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the foot of the mountain at a side of the Crosscut mountain range. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was extremely far from the place the huge army of 100,000 was garrisoned. Young master. 2 figures silently appeared beside Duan Ling Tian, and they were slightly curious. What was the young master doing here so late in the night? Could it be that he wanted to enter the Crosscut mountain range? Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, how much do you know of this place? Duan Ling Tian asked them. Zhang Qian pondered for a moment before saying, Young master, according to my knowledge, within this Crosscut mountain range, there are groups of wild animals and the number of fierce beasts is not low. There might be nascent soul stage fierce beasts here. As expected, Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his gaze shone. Looked like his guess wasn't wrong. and there surely was quite an amount of stone monkeys within this Crosscut mountain range, even to the extent there might be a troop of monkeys. My luck isn't bad. A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, as monkey wine was extremely beneficial to him at the moment. If he was able to obtain some monkey wine, he would be confident in directly breaking through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even breaking through to the origin core stage wouldn't require much time. Zhang Qian, Zhao Gang, come with me. Duan Ling Tian's entire body flashed out as if transforming into an incomparably swift spirit serpent as soon as he finished speaking. He directly flashed up the Crosscut mountain range. Even though Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would be interested in the Crosscut mountain range, they still followed him. Their duty was to protect Duan Ling Tian. They naturally encountered many wild animals and fierce beasts upon entering the Crosscut mountain range, but they were easily killed by Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. After they continued going in deeper, they couldn't see wild animals anymore. Everything that pounced at them were fierce beasts, and even with Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he still felt pressured. However, with the presence of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, their forward speed never slowed down. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian noticed traces of the stone monkeys within a spacious gorge. The stone monkey was different from an ordinary monkey, as its build was extremely small and its speed was swift as a bolt of lightning. An adult stone monkey at least had a strength at the origin core stage, and some stronger stone monkeys were even comparable to nascent soul martial artists. That year, Rebirth Martial Emperor encountered a few troops of stone monkeys, and the Monkey King within 2 of those troops were existences that had stepped into the void-prying stage and had already transformed into demon beasts. I will not be so misfortunate, right? Duan Ling Tian said inwardly. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was concealed atop a large tree at the entrance of the gorge. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang followed beside Duan Ling Tian as well. Meanwhile, the 2 of them noticed the whereabouts of the stone monkeys and had bewildered expressions. Young master, what monkeys are these? Why do I feel their sizes are much smaller than ordinary monkeys? Stone monkeys, Duan Ling Tian said. What? Stone monkeys? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Although they'd never seen a stone monkey before, they'd heard many rumors related to the stone monkeys. The stone monkeys were formidable fierce beasts, and most importantly, they knew how to brew a type of spirit wine called monkey wine. If this type of spirit wine was consumed by a martial artist below the void-prying stage, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation, and the lower the cultivation, the larger the benefit. Such as martial artist at the core formation stage, he would very likely directly break through 1 or 2 levels after consuming the monkey wine. Never had I imagined that there were actually stone monkeys existing within the Crosscut mountain range. Moreover, they're so well concealed. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's gazes shone as thoughts regarding the monkey wine arose within their minds. Don't be careless. Based on my current observation, there's a troop of stone monkeys within this gorge, and there might even be a monkey king amongst them. Duan Ling Tian's face was serious, as he wasn't so optimistic like Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Monkey king. Obviously, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know much about the stone monkeys. A monkey king might be a fierce beast, but it also might be a demon beast. Even if it's a fierce beast, it would absolutely be in existence at the same level as a half-step void stage martial artist, Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Chapter 211, Demon Beast Monkey King. Demon Beast, half-step void stage. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and their faces were filled with astonishment. A demon beast was without a doubt comparable to a true void stage powerhouse. Not to mention a demon beast monkey king. Even if it was a half-step void stage monkey king, it still wasn't an existence they could go against. Young master, then or now? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gazed at Duan Ling Tian and were slightly hesitant. Although monkey wine was good, it was far from being as important as their lives. We'll act according to the circumstances. Duan Ling Tian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as he moved cautiously without any noise atop the trees, and everything within the gorge entered his sights. He could see that the stone monkeys stood around in groups of 3 or 4. Young master, is that monkey wine? Duan Ling Tian looked at the direction Zhang Qian pointed, and there was a small pond there. Within it was a liquid, and this liquid appeared vermilion red in color. Its color was exactly the same as the monkey wine within the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. Exactly, that's monkey wine. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Let's think of a way to steal some monkey wine now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang nodded, as they were extremely interested in the monkey wine as well. How about this? You two draw away the surrounding stone monkeys, and I'll take advantage of the opportunity to gather some monkey wine, how about it? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and noticed they were slightly hesitant, and instantly derided. Do you two actually think I would cause harm to you? The strongest stone monkey amongst them is inferior to you two. As long as you two draw them away at the first possible moment, I'll be able to gather the monkey wine. Young master, you're able to discern their strength. Zhang Qian stared wide-eyed. He had a face full of astonishment, as he suddenly felt that this young master was really capable of doing anything. The strength of the stone monkey can be judged according to the color of their fur. Look, those 3 stone monkeys have dark yellow-colored fur. That means they're still juvenile stone monkeys with strength at the origin core stage and belong to the youngest age within these stone monkeys. Those stone monkeys with yellow fur are all matured stone monkeys, and the strongest amongst them are at most at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As for stone monkeys at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, the fur on their bodies are closer to a dark gold color. But there aren't any of those here. My guess is that the stone monkeys with a higher strength ought to be inside the monkey cave. Duan Ling Tian looked at the stone monkeys within the gorge as he spoke with extreme familiarity. Young master, you even know this? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both surprised, before asking, where's the monkey cave? Behind the bushes over there, can you see it? Duan Ling Tian pointed towards the faraway side of the gorge, and there was precisely a cave enveloped by the bushes there. One wouldn't be able to notice if they didn't look closely. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and took a deep breath as they said to Duan Ling Tian, young master, then we'll be going. Go. Remember, don't injure them no matter what, or else the consequences are unimaginable. Duan Ling Tian nodded, but he was slightly perturbed in his heart. Take a chance. I hope there's no monkey king here. Even if there's a monkey king, I hope it isn't a demon beast. If it's a demon beast, then even if I've gathered the monkey wine, I won't be able to escape. Wealth is sought from danger. Duan Ling Tian was taking a chance now. Rebirth Martial Emperor had encountered troops of stone monkeys on many occasions and had only encountered a demon beast monkey king twice. He didn't believe that his luck was so good. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang made a noise in acknowledgement before their figures flashed out and appeared before the troop of stone monkeys, alarming all the stone monkeys within the gorge. The groups of stone monkeys obviously didn't imagine that a human would appear here, and they were stunned for a moment before pouncing towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Even the few stone monkeys that were standing guard beside the pool that contained the monkey wine had now chased after Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Now, seeing that the group of stone monkeys within the gorge had chased after Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. Duan Ling Tian exploded out with his entire strength, and 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. At that time, when he hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, Duan Ling Tian only possessed the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Half a month ago, he'd broken through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, and in addition to that, he'd consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body, thus obtaining an extra strength of 2 ancient mammoths. His current strength even slightly surpassed a martial artist at the 1st level of the origin core stage. Seeing the pond that contained the monkey wine getting closer and closer, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. Presently, the cauldron had appeared within his hand, as it was the only container within his possession. Duan Ling Tian's figure descended onto the ground, and the location he descended upon was exactly beside the pond. However, just when Duan Ling Tian was prepared to use the cauldron to gather the monkey wine, an awe-inspiring gust of strong wind swept out at him and instantly arrived behind him. Duan Ling Tian's body froze. I can't be so misfortunate, right? The shining golden figure that flashed before him earlier caused traces of coldness to unconsciously arise within Duan Ling Tian's heart. When Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked through the bright moonlight, only now did he notice that a stone monkey whose entire body was covered with golden fur had appeared before his eyes. This stone monkey was many times larger than an ordinary stone monkey and was only slightly shorter than Duan Ling Tian. Presently, its golden eyes were staring at Duan Ling Tian and revealing traces of hostility. Demon Beast Monkey King. Duan Ling Tian's body was slightly stiff, as he'd never imagined that he would be so misfortunate, meeting a demon beast monkey king on the first occasion he'd encountered stone monkeys. A demon beast monkey king was in existence at the void prying stage. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern from the characteristics of this Monkey King before him that this Monkey King wasn't an existence that had only just recently transformed into a demon beast. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the void-prying stage or above. Moreover, just at this moment, another group of stone monkeys flew out of the monkey cave and surrounded Duan Ling Tian in the middle. Among these stone monkeys, there were quite a few existences with dark gold-colored fur, and all these stone monkeys were existence at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a trace of a bitter smile. You really can't take chances on some things. As the group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Ling Tian, they fiercely bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It seemed as if the Monkey King only had to give the order and they would pounce onto Duan Ling Tian and tear him to pieces. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and calmed himself, as he'd realized that if he wanted to live through this, then he could only persuade the Monkey King before him, as a demon beast possessed human feelings and was able to understand human speech. Respected Monkey King, I bear no ill intentions. Duan Ling Tian looked at the gold-furred Monkey King that was staring at him and tried to communicate with it. Roar. The gold-furred Monkey King roared in a low voice and pointed at the small pond of monkey wine that was beside Duan Ling Tian. It looked like he was angrily denouncing Duan Ling Tian as a thief. This, Monkey King. I only wanted to ask for some wine to drink and bear no ill intentions. I didn't injure any of your subjects. Duan Ling Tian thought of a plan as he explained himself. Duan Ling Tian felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. When had he ever spoken humbly like this? And it was even towards a monkey. However, when one is under the roof of another, one has no choice but to lower one's head. If he wanted to live, then he must converse deeply with this Monkey King and obtains its forgiveness. Roar roar. The Monkey King roared twice more, and its icy cold eyes eased up slightly as it pointed towards outside the gorge. You're asking me to leave? Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone, as he never expected the Monkey King to be so easy to talk to. Realizing that he'd escaped danger, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but grasp the opportunity. He pointed towards the small pond at the side as he asked the Monkey King probingly, can you give me a bit of monkey wine? Roar roar. Unexpectedly, the Monkey King, who'd originally become slightly more meek, instantly glared at Duan Ling Tian with its gold eyes, and its body was suffused with a dense killing intent. All right, I'll leave right now. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly waved his hand and put away the cauldron. Under the escort of the group of stone monkeys, he walked step by step towards the outside of the gorge. Duan Ling Tian said inwardly, in the future, when this young master's strength surpassed you all, I'll come back to properly teach you all a lesson. Just when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the exit of the gorge. Roar. A sad and shrill roar of a stone monkey echoed out. Not good. Duan Ling Tian's face went pale, and the first thought within his mind was, could it be that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't listen to me and injured those stone monkeys? If it really was so, then Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang would have really brought disaster upon him this time. Just when Duan Ling Tian's face went pale, the Monkey King let out an enraged roar, and the group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Ling Tian once again, forcing him back into the gorge. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly, and his heart was filled with nervousness. He only hoped that it wasn't Zhang Qian or Zhao Gang who'd done something to do those stone monkeys. Right at this moment, a stone monkey whose fur was between dark gold and golden was double the size of an average stone monkey entered the gorge. The stone monkey's claws were dripping with crimson red blood, and on its back it carried a stone monkey whose fur was dark gold in color. This stone monkey lied on the body of the first stone monkey with its arms drooping down, and its claws flickered with a pitch-black sheen, obviously having been infected with a toxic poison. Half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian looked at the stone monkey that carried the other poisoned stone monkey, and his pupils constricted and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This troop of stone monkeys seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Besides possessing a demon beast great Monkey King, there was still another half-step void stage second Monkey King. Woo-woo. The second Monkey King put down the poisoned stone monkey before flashing out of the gorge. When it entered the gorge once again, it was carrying an enormous jet-black python on its shoulder. The enormous python was dead. On the enormous python's body were many bite and claw marks. This enormous python is probably the spoils of war of the second Monkey King. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. Duan Ling Tian quickly recognized this enormous python after he flashed through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. This was a black cloud python. Looking at the markings on the body of this black cloud python, Duan Ling Tian estimated that its strength ought to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. He could roughly guess the details of the matter. This black cloud python must have injured that poisoned stone monkey, and the poison the stone monkey was infected with was precisely the poison of the black cloud python. After that, the black cloud python died at the hands of the second monkey king. The poison of a black cloud python. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone, as he seemed to have thought of a joyous matter. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that the poisoned stone monkey hadn't died yet and was only infected from the poison from being bitten. Of course, if the poison wasn't removed in time, this stone monkey wouldn't last an hour. Woo-woo. Right at the moment, a group of stone monkeys swarmed forward and tore the corpse of that black cloud python to pieces. The bloody scene caused Duan Ling Tian to feel his scalp go numb. Chapter 212, Stone Monkey Returning a Favor. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this group of stone monkeys was taking revenge for their kin. The corpse of the black cloud python was quickly shredded into pieces so small that an intact piece was nowhere to be found. Beast Core. Before long, Duan Ling Tian saw the black cloud python's beast core. The second monkey king directly grabbed onto the beast core before stuffing it into its mouth and swallowing it, and its pair of dark gold eyes revealed a sense of fierceness. Moreover, after that group of stone monkeys had torn apart the corpse of the black cloud python, their red eyes once again gazed at Duan Ling Tian, and the killing intent within their eyes had no indication of dissipating. Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. These stone monkeys wouldn't pounce directly on me and tear me into pieces, right? And just at this moment, the group of stone monkeys that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had just drawn away had returned. They looked at the great monkey king and shook their small heads as they extended their monkey claws to gesture while occasionally pointing at Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't understand their gestures, he could guess that these stone monkeys ought to be reporting about the matter of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to the great monkey king. Roar roar. The great monkey king looked at Duan Ling Tian, and its roar contained rage mixed within, seeming to be saying that Duan Ling Tian had lied to it. Monkey king, don't get worked up. Those two friends of mine bore no ill intentions either. Since your subjects were unable to catch up to them, that would mean their strength is inferior to my two friends. If we bore ill intentions, they would have surely attacked your subjects. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand to make gestures as he said this to the great monkey king. Roar roar. Just when Duan Ling Tian noticed the great monkey king's mood calm down and heaved a sigh of relief, the second monkey king abruptly jumped out, and its dark gold eyes revealed icy coldness as it stared at Duan Ling Tian. Subsequently, it gestured towards the great monkey king. The great monkey king nodded, then its gaze towards Duan Ling Tian became slightly colder. Not good. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked, and he noticed an awe-inspiring killing intent arise from the second monkey king's body before it directly pounced at him. I can save him. At the moment the second monkey king pounced at him, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly released his trump card, extending his hand to point at the poisoned stone monkey. Roar. The great monkey king roared in a low voice, and in practically the blink of an eye, it stood before Duan Ling Tian, blocking the attack of the second monkey king. Duan Ling Tian could feel that the clothes on his back were completely drenched in sweat. Just now, he was so close to death. Roar roar. The great monkey king roared in a low voice at Duan Ling Tian, and its frosty gold eyes revealed a trace of questioning. You don't have to doubt it, I'm an alchemist. Alchemist, understand. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the cauldron from his spatial ring and shook in before the great monkey king. Originally, Duan Ling Tian didn't count on the great monkey king to understand. But unexpectedly, the great monkey king hesitated for a moment before nodding. Duan Ling Tian nodded and swept his gaze across the group of stone monkeys that surrounded him before saying to the great monkey king, then that's fine. Alright, ask your subjects to retreat. I'm going to refine a medicinal pill for your subject. Roar roar. The great monkey king roared in a low voice twice. This time it was directed towards the troop of monkeys. For a moment, the troop of monkeys seemed to have found out from the great monkey king that Duan Ling Tian was able to save their kin, so they hurriedly retreated, and their crimson red eyes eased up slightly. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, and under the gazes of the group of stone monkeys, Duan Ling Tian started refining the medicinal pill. If today's matter were to spread, then I'll have absolutely made history among alchemists. Making a 4th level void prying stage or above demon beast monkey king, a half-step void stage monkey king, and a group of stone monkeys spectate me refining a medicinal pill. Besides me, who would dare perform such a feat? At this moment, a trace of complacency arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. It was as if he'd already completely forgotten that he was refining a medicinal pill before so many stone monkeys for the sake of survival. Luckily, the black cloud python is only a fierce beast, and its poison doesn't amount to much. A grade 9 spirit cleansing pill is enough to completely remove the poison from the roots, Duan Lingtian thought inwardly as he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials from his spatial ring. That day, when Duan Lingtian refined a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis, some of the medicinal materials remained, and he never expected that they would be used here. Looks like I need to prepare some medicinal materials for the spirit cleansing pill in the future, as it's able to save my life in a critical moment. Duan Lingtian could imagine how if he didn't have the medicinal materials for the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill on hand today, his end would surely be similar to the black cloud pythons. Duan Lingtian was here leisurely refining a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, whereas Xianxia and Zhao Gang were hiding outside the gorge with anxious expressions. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Wait for a while longer. The young master doesn't seem like a short-lived person. Xianxia and Zhao Gang could only quietly wait in torment. 2 hours later, 3 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills flew out of the medicinal cauldron and were caught by Duan Lingtian his hand. Duan Lingtian walked over to the poisoned stone monkey. This stone monkey's body was currently cold. It had a jet-black complexion as if it was covered in a layer of dark clouds. Duan Lingtian helped the stone monkey open its mouth and fed a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to it. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the stone monkey's back. He was prepared to use his origin energy to help the stone monkey dissolve the medicinal strength of the spirit cleansing pill. Roar! The second monkey king's eyes went cold when it saw this scene, and its body swayed, seeming to want to attack Duan Lingtian. Roar! The great monkey king stopped the second monkey king in time, as it obviously perceived that Duan Lingtian bore no ill intent to that stone monkey. After seeing the stone monkey's complexion recover and making sure the poison that had spread onto the monkey's claws was purged, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Success. Woo-woo. Meanwhile, the stone monkey that had its poison removed with Duan Lingtian's help awoke, and its dark gold eyes flickered with a gentle sheen when it looked at Duan Lingtian. It's okay now. Duan Lingtian smiled to the stone monkey and supported it up. Including the second monkey king, all the stone monkeys emitted excited roars when they saw their kin having recovered. These roars were heard by Xianxia and Zhao Gang, who were hiding outside the gorge, as well. Zhao Gang, the roars of these stone monkeys seems extremely excited. Xianxia looked at Zhao Gang with a bewildered expression. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I know. Zhao Gang rolled his eyes at Xianxia before saying, in worry, I wonder how the young master is now. Don't worry, the young master's surely blessed by the gods, for he's a good man. Even though Xianxia said this, his face was full of worry. Within the gorge, after Duan Lingtian helped that stone monkey remove the poison, besides eliminating the hostility the stone monkeys felt towards him, the great monkey king extended his claw to point at the nearby small pond that was filled with monkey wine, obviously saying to Duan Lingtian, feel free to take as much wine as you like. Duan Lingtian started laughing. This great monkey king was rather sensible. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to use the cauldron to gather the monkey wine. Woo-woo. The stone monkey that was poisoned earlier cried out to Duan Lingtian, then it transformed into a dark afterimage as it rushed into the monkey cave. When it once again exited the cave, it brought out a gourd with it, and passed it to Duan Lingtian while nodding like a human. Thanks. Duan Lingtian received the gourd and smiled to the stone monkey. In his heart, however, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A moment before, he was still panic-stricken, but at this moment, he'd gained the reward of his hardships. He didn't have to steal the monkey wine any longer, as the great monkey king directly allowed him to gather it himself. Duan Lingtian gathered an entire gourd full of monkey wine and placed it within his spatial ring before standing up and looking at the great monkey king. The great monkey king nodded to him, and its gold eyes revealed a gentle sheen. Keep these 2 medicinal pills. If one of your kin is poisoned in the future, ask them to consume it. Duan Lingtian passed the other 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills to the great monkey king. Woo-woo. The other stone monkeys' gazes all shone, as they'd witnessed the effect of the medicinal pill earlier and knew the value of the medicinal pill. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that all the other stone monkeys, including the second monkey king, actually bowed to him like humans. This caused him to be overwhelmed by the unexpected favor for a moment. Suddenly, he felt like these stone monkeys were rather cute. After the Great Monkey King received the 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills from Duan Ling Tian, it actually bowed to Duan Ling Tian as well, causing Duan Ling Tian to be momentarily complacent. This was a demon beast at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. With my current relationship with the troop of stone monkeys, if I have an enemy in the future, would I be able to lure him in here and ask the Monkey King to help me kill him? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, but he knew that this was only a wild wish, as it was impossible for him to lure someone over a great distance to this crosscut mountain range. Thank you for your monkey wine. I'll be leaving now. I'll come visit all of you if I have the chance in the future. Under the gazes of all the stone monkeys, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand at them before walking out of the gorge. When he was just about to walk out of the gorge, roar! Suddenly, the Great Monkey King roared in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian's face went pale. This Great Monkey King couldn't have regretted it and wants to return kindness with ingratitude, right? However, Duan Ling Tian still obediently stopped his footsteps, and his scalp went slightly numb as he turned around to look at the Great Monkey King. Only now did he notice that the Great Monkey King wasn't enraged. Instead, it nodded to him before looking at the second Monkey King and waving his sharp claws. It was like it was communicating with the second Monkey King. What does he want to do? Duan Ling Tian questioned in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw the second Monkey King nod, then it directly flashed into the monkey cave. Before long, the second Monkey King came out again. Within its hand was a small gourd, and it passed the small gourd to the Great Monkey King. The Great Monkey King held the small gourd as it walked towards Duan Ling Tian, and it passed the small gourd to Duan Ling Tian. This is... Duan Ling Tian curiously opened the small gourd, brought it before his nose, and smelled it. Instantly, a pungent smell of wine fragrance assaulted his nose. The origin energy within Duan Ling Tian's body suddenly started roiling, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel his entire body burning. He was overcome with a burst of discomfort. Without any hesitation, Duan Ling Tian directly circulated his cultivation technique, causing the origin energy within his body to follow the pathways of the raging python form as it circulated within his body. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian noticed in astonishment that his origin energy had actually directly grown and broken through the bottleneck, directly stepping into the 9th level of the core formation stage. This, Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck. Even if he were to drink monkey wine, it would still be impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the blink of an eye. It would at least require a few days to dissolve the wine's effect. What the heck was in this small gourd? Chapter 213. Monkey King Wine. Duan Ling Tian was confused, utterly confused. What wine was in this small gourd? Duan Ling Tian lowered his head to look inside the small gourd. He could clearly see that the wine within the small gourd was not vermilion red in color like the monkey wine. Instead, it was crimson red like blood. Instantly, the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. Could it be that this is the Monkey King wine of legends? Duan Ling Tian's heartbeat abruptly quickened, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. The Monkey King wine possessed the same effect as a void advancement pill. It was a requisite for a half-step void stage Monkey King to break through to become a demon beast. However, the void advancement pill had side effects, whereas this Monkey King wine didn't. Besides having the effects of a void advancement pill, the Monkey King wine was also able to increase cultivation. Thus, its effects far surpassed that of the monkey wine. My luck can't be this good, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help himself from gulping down a mouthful of saliva. After all, even rebirth Martial Emperor, who'd experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered many troops of stone monkeys, had never had the fate of encountering the Monkey King wine. Because once the Monkey King wine was brewed successfully, a half-step void stage Monkey King would drink it at the first possible moment to undergo the transformation into a demon beast. The Monkey King wine was something only a Monkey King knew how to brew. If not of its own free will, then no matter how formidable of an existence tried, it would be impossible to force a Monkey King to brew the Monkey King wine. The Monkey King wine was something even rebirth Martial Emperor had only heard of. For the sake of the Monkey King wine of legends, rebirth Martial Emperor had once even used his martial prowess to force a Monkey King to brew it. However, that Monkey King would rather die than brew the Monkey King wine for rebirth Martial Emperor. It was imaginable how good Duan Ling Tian's luck is. The Monkey King wing was something that could be found with luck but not sought after. Before long, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the second Monkey King was currently staring helplessly at the small gourd in his hand, and it was obviously slightly unwilling to part with it. Presumably, this Monkey King wine was something he had prepared in order to break through to become a demon beast. However, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to it, as the Monkey King wine was something that could be found with luck but not sought after to him. But to a Monkey King, as long as it spent some time, it would be able to brew more. Looks like I've obtained the true friendship of this troop of stone monkeys. Duan Ling Tian knew in his heart that being able to make the Monkey King bring out the Monkey King wine to be given as a gift was, to a certain degree, showing that he'd already been considered to not be an outsider by the troop of stone monkeys. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to the great Monkey King, then he put away the Monkey King wine before swaggering out of the gorge under the gazes of the troop of stone monkeys. Everything he'd faced earlier caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if he were dreaming, as it was truly a heart-palpitating encounter. However, overall, his gains were extremely large. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Young master. After Duan Ling Tian walked out of the gorge, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang appeared, and they were both dumbstruck when they saw that Duan Ling Tian was perfectly fine. Young master, that troop of stone monkeys didn't attack you. They'd noticed earlier that Duan Ling Tian had swaggered out of the gorge and wasn't fleeing. Woo-woo. Suddenly, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang noticed that a stone monkey had leapt up a tree from within the gorge and extended its hand to wave at Duan Ling Tian like a human. It was precisely that stone monkey that was poisoned earlier. Subsequently, the dense troop of monkeys flew out of the gorge to descend onto the trees outside the gorge, and they waved at Duan Ling Tian together. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were instantly petrified. Who could tell them what exactly was happening? Why would these stone monkeys, which were incomparably fierce and relentlessly pursued them, act meek like little kitties in front of their young master? Moreover, they noticed that amongst these stone monkeys, there was no lack of existences with dark gold-colored fur. According to what the young master said earlier, these stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Thus, every one of these stone monkeys possessed a strength not inferior to theirs. Both of them only felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, their pupils constricted, because they saw two giant stone monkeys walk out. One of them was an entire 1.7 meters or more tall, and the other was nearly 1 meter in height. Compared to the other stone monkeys that weren't even half a meter tall, they simply were giants amongst dwarfs. They couldn't be Monkey Kings, right? Zhang Qian's and Zhao Gang's hearts jerked, as this thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They'd also noticed that when the other stone monkeys faced these two stone monkeys, their sharp eyes would obviously contain a sense of reverence mixed within. This was a reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, a reverence that come from their souls. Great Monkey King, second Monkey King, and all you little stone monkeys, we'll meet again if fate allows it. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw the entire troop of stone monkeys and even the two Monkey Kings come out. He waved his hand to bid farewell to them. The great Monkey King and the second Monkey King nodded to Duan Ling Tian like humans. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian called Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before directly heading down the Crosscut mountain range into the tents. Zhang Chang and Zhao Gang were as if being jolted awake from a dream as they hurriedly followed up to Duan Ling Tian. They occasionally couldn't help themselves from looking back, but they noticed that after Duan Ling Tian left, the troop of stone monkeys returned to the gorge in succession. Young master, you. Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had too many questions within his heart. My luck wasn't bad. One of the stone monkeys was poisoned, and I happened to be able to remove the poison. After that, they took me as one of their own. Do you two have any containers, like bottles, on you? He asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang as spoke of what happened. The two of them naturally were able to guess what Duan Ling Tian intended, and their gazes shone as they each withdrew a pill bottle, as these were the only containers they had on them. Duan Ling Tian received the pill bottles and withdrew the large gourd that contained the monkey wine, then he filled their pill bottles full of monkey wine. This is monkey wine. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took a deep breath and greedily smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine. Yes, this is monkey wine. However, the increase in the cultivation of you two ought to be not so obvious, as you two are 7th level nascent soul martial artists. Duan Ling Tian nodded. As for the Monkey King wine, Duan Ling Tian didn't take it out, nor did he mention it. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could be considered his own people, they would leave his side sooner or later. Moreover, the Monkey King wine was limited, and there was only enough to share with his loved ones. Not only that, but if the Monkey King wine were exposed, he would surely encounter the plundering of a group of half-step void stage powerhouses. No problem, we just want to have a taste, and see what's different from the monkey wine of legends. Zhang Qian shook his head and smiled. Zhao Gang nodded as well, as he obviously had the same thoughts as Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian recalled the scene from earlier and was unable to restrain himself from asking, "Right, young master, those two giant stone monkeys earlier, you called them Great Monkey King and Second Monkey King." "Exactly, that stone monkey who had a height of 1 meter and had a fur with a color between dark gold and gold is precisely the Second Monkey King. The Second Monkey King is only a step away from breaking through to the void prying stage, and its strength is comparable to a half-step void stage powerhouse." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Half-step void stage. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang exhaled a breath of cold air. This Second Monkey King was more than enough to easily kill them. "Young master, the other one." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's heartbeat abruptly quickened, as they vaguely guessed in their hearts but didn't dare confirm it. "The stone monkey with gold fur and only slightly shorter than me is the Great Monkey King. This Great Monkey King is a demon beast Monkey King, an existence comparable to the void prying stage. Based on my estimation, its strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above." Duan Ling Tian continued. "Demon beast Monkey King, strength at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above." Zhao Gang and Zhang Qian were once again petrified, only returning to their senses after some time. They could only feel their scalps go numb. Earlier, they'd cooperated with the young master to steal some monkey wine under the eyes of this group of stone monkeys. They noticed that their clothes were drenched in sweat. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed when he saw that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a lingering fear within their hearts. "Even I never imagined that the troop of stone monkeys within this Crosscut mountain range would be so terrifying. I was originally still thinking that if there was only a half-step void stage Monkey King, we could still retreat safely after stealing the monkey wine. But who knew that there was actually a demon beast Monkey King amongst them? I wasn't even in time to gather the monkey wine when I was stopped by it." Duan Ling Tian shook with fright when he recalled the scene from before. "Our luck can be considered to be good this time because, young master, you were able to help their kin remove its poison, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a slight lingering fear in their hearts as well. "However, we can now be considered to have gotten what we desired." Duan Ling Tian shook the large gourd in his hand as he lightly smiled. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang started laughing as well. "Right, don't spread the matter of there being stone monkeys here." Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression as he warned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Although the troop of stone monkeys wasn't afraid of people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom disturbing them, Duan Ling Tian still hoped that no one destroyed their peaceful lives. To a certain degree, he'd approved of the troop of stone monkeys and took the troop of stone monkeys as his friends. "Don't worry, young master." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Before long, Duan Ling Tian returned to the foot of the mountain, and at this time, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang once again concealed themselves. Duan Ling Tian sipped a mouthful of monkey wine before returning to the tent. After returning to the tent, he swallowed the monkey wine that he held within his mouth. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian only felt a terrifying force unceasingly charging within the veins in his body, his flesh, muscles, and bones. Luckily, the toughness and tenacity of his fleshly body far surpassed that of an ordinary person, otherwise, he would surely explode from the pent-up energy. Even then, Duan Ling Tian still felt extreme piercing pain from his entire body. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian sweated like it was raining. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest as he hurriedly circulated the Raging Python form mental cultivation method of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. Thanks to Duan Ling Tian's hard work, the force that the monkey wine transformed into started following the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method to circulate within his body. And his cultivation that had just broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage advanced with an extremely swift speed. In the end, his cultivation was stuck at the last layer of the bottleneck. Even then, more than half of the force from the monkey wine remained within Duan Ling Tian's body. "I nearly forgot that I haven't consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the Raging Python form's final tempering of the fleshly body for the 9th level of the core formation stage. Otherwise, I would have surely directly charged through the shackles of the 9th level core formation stage and stepped into the origin core stage in one go." Chapter 214. Made a clean sweep. As he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. However, he didn't rush to refine a dragon blood pill, as the temporary tent he was in didn't have much extra space. He couldn't go out of the tent and refine, right? Shaking his head, Duan Ling Tian calmed down his mood before falling into deep sleep. The sky would turn bright in a few more hours, and at that time, the huge army of 100,000 would directly charge at southern barbaric city. As the strategist of this battle, Duan Ling Tian needed to recuperate and store up energy. The sky hadn't even completely brightened when the huge army of 100,000 had already departed in a formidable array. Duan Ling Tian, Ni Fen, and He Wei galloped their horses at the frontmost, and before long, they arrived beside the moat outside of southern barbaric city. Under Duan Ling Tian's orders, the huge army of 100,000 put down the scarecrows and bamboo raft parts that they had brought along with them onto the ground. The bamboo rafts took shape, and the pile of scarecrows were pulled onto half of the bamboo rafts. Within the morning mist, the huge army of 100,000 followed along the moat as they launched a surprise attack. Release the arrows. Following Duan Ling Tian's order, the soldiers pulled back their heavy bows. Countless arrows whistled out to kill the group of southern barbaric city guard soldiers atop the city walls before they could react. Meanwhile, beacons of fire rose from all directions within southern barbaric city, and they started their counter-attack. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's huge army of 100,000 continued forward. However, before the huge army of 100,000, there was a dense amount of grass boats, opening the way for them. Within the morning mist, the soldiers atop the walls of the southern barbaric city could only vaguely see some silhouettes, so countless arrows whistled out to descend onto the scarecrows. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's huge army of 100,000 was safe and sound. Miraculous, miraculous. Including He Wei and Ni Fen, all the Star Mastermind Department students couldn't resist sighing. This was precisely the strategy of, to borrow arrows with thatched boats. Only when they really saw this scene occur did they realize how terrifying the violet-clothed youth that stood beside them was. Annihilating a strong enemy like it was nothing. Just when the southern barbaric city's defending troops thought the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 was out of arrows, another wave of arrows whistles out, killing the southern barbaric city soldiers that were on the wall. How could this be possible? How could they possibly have so many arrows? No, this isn't real. As time passed, the defending troops of southern barbaric city were utterly confused, even to the extent that no one dared probe out from the city's wall. Success! He Wei cheered in excitement. Commander Ni, please lead the Crimson Worm army to take opportunity of the chaos and sneak into the enemy's campsite. As for us, we will cooperate with you and act in coordination from the inside and the outside, and give them an attack from both the front and the rear. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ni Fen and he lightly nodded. In the presence of outsiders, he didn't call Ni Fen Big Brother Ni. Okay, after this battle ends, we'll drink to our heart's content. Ni Fen laughed heartily as he led his Crimson Worm army to leap over the wall and enter southern barbaric city while the defending troops of the southern barbaric city had no precautions in place, sneaking along an unknown path. And then removing the firewood from under the pot. This was precisely Duan Ling Tian's tactic of interlinking three strategies. Meanwhile, the nearly 90,000 officers of the Border Army and the group of Paladin Academy students were still concealed behind the grass boats. They were concealed within the morning mist. As long as there was someone who probed out of southern barbaric city's wall, they would be directly shot and killed. And it was precisely because of this reason that the Crimson Worm army was able to easily sneak into the southern barbaric city. Haha. He Wei have been in the army for so many years, but it's still the first time I've fought such a satisfying battle. He Wei had an excited expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes revealed deep reverence. General He, don't get excited so fast. Wait till we've reached the southern barbaric city. It won't be late to get excited then. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding Paladin Academy students looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes that had deep admiration mixed within. Especially those 300-star General Department students, they were extremely excited. The other time they entered the battlefield, they hadn't even gone into battle when they retreated. This time, however, was a chance to bathe in blood on the battlefield and utilize all that they'd learned in order to strive for battle achievements. Within southern barbaric city, within the spacious campsite, a group of generals and strategists were gathered around, and their faces were unsightly. Today's matter is truly strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to possess so many arrows. A strategist frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I feel it to be strange as well. Moreover, we've obviously killed quite a few of their men, but their offensive hasn't slowed down in the slightest. Didn't they only have a huge army of 100,000 left? So many of them have died, so how could they possibly launch such a formidable offensive? The other strategist nodded and then frowned. And his frown wasn't gone even after a long time. Our soldiers don't even dare probe their heads out from the city wall, as the person who does it will surely be killed. It will probably be not long before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army approaches our city's walls. A general's face was full of worry. Kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, an explosive voice abruptly resounded within the campsite, causing the group of generals and strategists that were gathered together to be confused. In next to no time, they saw the Crimson Worm army coming straight at them. It's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Crimson Worm army. Oh my god, how did they sneak inside? One by one, the generals and strategists were quickly enveloped by the Crimson Worm army. A firework whistled out from within the southern barbaric city and exploded in the air. Kill your way in, Duan Ling Tian's loud voice abruptly ordered. The border army that was pent up with anger for so many days instantly launched an attack on the city, and for a moment, their battle cries shook the heavens and their imposing might pierced through the sky. Facing the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that was sneak attacked by the Crimson Worm army to the point they were thrown into a panic, the border army easily blasted open the city gate and directly stormed the city, launching a one-sided slaughter. The Crimson Worm army and border army had coordinated the attacks from the inside and the outside and made a clean sweep of the Southern Champion Kingdom's soldiers, whose morale had lowered extremely. For an entire day, half of Southern Barbaric City flowed with rivers of blood. Kill. Duan Ling Tian had currently joined into the battle, as the present situation of the battle was one-sided and didn't require him to direct it. The violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning. Every time it flashed out, it would take the life of a Southern Champion Kingdom soldier with it. Beside Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan had both killed to the point that they were unable to control themselves. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but glare when he saw the Southern Champion Kingdom soldier that was about to die beneath his sword be killed by Xiao Xuan first. Xiao Xuan, don't snatch away my business. Xiao Xuan laughed embarrassedly and continued to pounce forward, killing a man in 10 steps, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. Duan Ling Tian's mood surged, and he only felt the blood within his entire body boil. Only after the Southern Champion Kingdom was only left with a group of soldiers and generals that surrendered did the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army stop the slaughter. Presently, there was either a corpse or blood beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet, and the clothes of everyone was drenched in blood. Victory! The imposing manner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army pierced into the sky, and they were currently madly shouting Duan Ling Tian's name, because they knew that if they didn't have Duan Ling Tian today, then it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the brothers that died a few days ago. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, they would have been unable to breach Southern Barbaric City and feel exaltation upon fulfillment. Southern Barbaric City was similar to Relentless Thriving City. Half of the city was a campsite, and the other half was a place where streams of people gathered. However, breaching a city and plundering the place without harming the commoners, this was practically the tacit agreement amongst the various kingdoms. Thus, although the commoners within the northern half of Southern Barbaric City were mourning, they never thought of feeling scared. Lost. We've lost. How could this be possible? A few days ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 110,000 was killed into a retreat by our Southern Champion Kingdom's army, and they lost over 10,000 people. Now, the Crimson Sky Kingdom at most possessed an army of 100,000. How could they have possibly broken through our Southern Barbaric City's line of defense? I heard a strategist with unsurpassed wisdom appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and with peerless tactics, he breached the Southern Barbaric City without a single casualty. Without a single casualty? That's impossible, right? Yeah, how could no one die in battle? It's true. I heard that only 100 or so soldiers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom suffered injuries, and there was not a single casualty. For a time, the strategist of the Crimson Sky Kingdom who possessed unsurpassed wisdom became the center of discussion amongst Southern Barbaric City's commoners. That night, cheers enveloped the sky and the earth within Southern Barbaric City. The cheers practically never stopped. It was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's huge army of 100,000 that was celebrating. Brother Ling Tian, I toast to you. He Wei and raised his bowl of wine with a flushed face. He'd been in the army and gone to battle for so many years, but this was the first time he obtained such an achievement. Taking over Southern Barbaric City, which had been in a stalemate with the relentless thriving city for so many years, without losing a single soldier. He knew that his name would surely remain in history, and that he would be famous and remembered forever. Of course, he also knew that the youth before him would not only become famous within the Crimson Sky Kingdom from today onwards, his name would even spread throughout the entire Southern Champion Kingdom. In the future, as long as they heard this youth's name, the army of the Southern Champion Kingdom would probably flee as soon as they got wind of it. General Duan Ling Tian held up his bowl of wine as well and bumped their bowls together before drinking it all in one go. Come, drink. Ni Fen was extremely happy as well. Presently, even the old man that stood behind Ni Fen had a gaze that flickered with a sense of extraordinary splendor when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. This youth had virtually made history in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate had never once obtained such a terrifying achievement in battle. Annihilating the entire southern barbaric city's huge army of 100,000 without losing a single soldier. It was utterly heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. In the distance, a Star General Department higher grade student stood up as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he drank all the wine within his bowl in one go. Exactly, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. For a moment, including Xiao Xuan and Xiao Yu, all the other Paladin Academy students stood up and toasted Duan Ling Tian. Breaching the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city was a brilliant and meritorious service. They could imagine that when they returned this time, they would be rewarded with titles of nobility, and this would hugely affect their futures. Moreover, they understood that all this was something Duan Ling Tian gave them. Thank you, young Master Ling Tian, for helping our brothers get revenge. Right at this moment, the nearly 90,000 border army officers had all stood up. They raised their wine bowls and respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. They spoke with voices that were filled with gratitude and respect. Chapter 215, Returning in Triumph. Toast. Duan Ling Tian was influenced by the atmosphere as well, and he stood up with heroic spirit that could pierce through the sky as he drank the wine in one go. In his previous lifetime, he was born in the army, so before long, he'd mixed in with the 100,000 officers present and drank until deep into the night before finally resting. At dawn the next day, they left southern barbaric city and headed towards the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was precisely the Crimson Worm Army. Presently, southern barbaric city had already been captured, and the following matters were things the border army would need to deal with. As the reinforcement troops, their assignment had already been completed, so now it was time to return to the Imperial City. The Crimson Worm Army's cavalry of 10,000 plus officers only spent a few hours to traverse the Crosscut mountain range and arrive at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's relentless thriving city. The residents of Relentless Thriving City stood outside the city and gazed at the Crimson Worm Army go off into the distance with extremely excited expressions. There was a group of border army cavalry troops that had brought the news of southern barbaric city being captured deep into the night yesterday, causing many of Relentless Thriving City's residents to be excited to the point they were unable to sleep the entire night. The Crimson Worm Army has once again fully revealed their invincible might. The Crimson Worm Army being able to successfully launch a surprise attack this time is all thanks to the youth strategist, Duan Ling Tian. It's truly unbelievable. A mere 18-year-old youth was actually able to direct a huge army of 100,000 and capture southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. From today onwards, this Duan Ling Tian will surely be famous throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and his name will go down in history. Humph, I just thought of that son of the Prime Minister, Ji Yushang. He's utterly incapable of being compared with Duan Ling Tian. That day, he had a huge army of 110,000 under his command, but not only was he unable to breach southern barbaric city, he even led over 10,000 border army officers to their deaths. Ji Yu Zan, in my eyes, he can't even compare to a hair on Duan Ling Tian's head. Son of the Prime Minister. He's lost all the face of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The residents of Relentless Thriving City deeply remembered the name, Duan Ling Tian, and they deeply remembered Ji Yu Zan's name as well. The former made them feel respect, whereas the latter made them feel disdain. The Crimson Worm Army arrived in a formidable array and left in a formidable array as well. Overall, their trip as reinforcement troops this time could be considered to have been perfectly accomplished. At the front of these 10,000 troops, Duan Ling Tian and Ni Fen galloped their horses forward side by side, and the old man that was sparing in speech followed behind the two of them as if he was a shadow. We're returning. Once we return this time, I wonder what rewards His Majesty the Emperor will grant us. Our rewards ought to be about the same. What I'm curious about is what reward will His Majesty the Emperor grant Duan Lingtian? The group of Paladin Academy students discussed enthusiastically. Duan Lingtian could be said to have been the core when capturing southern barbaric city this time, and without Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would have been unable to come so far. Thus, Duan Lingtian's bestowal from the Emperor would surely be the most and of the highest variety, and this was something they didn't doubt in the slightest. Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan galloped side by side, and their faces revealed heartfelt smiles, as the trip this time made their blood boil and they had fought to their heart's content. That fellow Tien who will surely grumble when we return. That's for sure. Both of their faces revealed wide grins. 2 months later, their group once again returned to the Imperial City. Little Tien, the Paladin Academy. Students will be led back by you personally. I'll lead the Crimson Worm Army's officers back to the campsite first before going to look for my father and entering the Imperial Palace to have an audience with the Emperor, Ni Fen said to Duan Lingtian outside the Imperial City. The Crimson Worm Army's campsite was outside the Imperial City. Students of Paladin Academy, follow Duan Lingtian back. Ni Fen ordered in a loud voice. Instantly, with Duan Lingtian in the lead, the group of Paladin Academy students entered the Imperial City in a formidable array. When they left, the Paladin Academy students numbered a total 312 people, but now there were only 311. The missing person was precisely Ji Yuzan, or in other words, the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister Ji Yuting, who'd already left Relentless Thriving City more than 2 months ago. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to Paladin Academy. Unsurprisingly, they caused a great stir within the academy. They're back so quickly. Yeah, from here to the northwest border, even if they galloped their horses throughout the journey, they'd at least need 4 months for a return trip. Now it hasn't even been 5 months and they've returned. In other words, they stayed less than a month in the southern border. Is the Southern Champion Kingdom's army so useless? Presently, it was right in the middle of the afternoon. Many Paladin Academy students had gathered at the martial arts practice grounds and were discussing animatedly amongst themselves. Before long, along with the return of the group of students behind Duan Lingtian that integrated into the crowd, they quickly found out about the sequence of events of the matter. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. And it caused all the students that didn't head to the northwest border to be muddle-headed. When they found out that all of this was due to the contribution of Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with reverence when they once again gazed at Duan Lingtian. This was true for both lower-grade students and higher-grade students. Moreover, Duan Lingtian, who was the focus of attention, bid his farewell to Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan and snuck back home after he saw that the group of students had returned to Paladin Academy. Standing outside his own courtyard house's gate, Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried. After Shang Quan opened the gate, Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. Young master. Within the front courtyard, Manager Jing Ru and 2 servant girls respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to them before impatiently walking into the rear courtyard. Within the rear courtyard, the 2 little girls sat around Li Ru, as they hadn't realized Duan Lingtian's return. Tian. Only after Li Ru noticed Duan Lingtian did the 2 little girls react as if being struck by thunder. Mom, I'm home. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a resplendent grin. In another few days, it would be a full 5 months since he'd left that day. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Li Ru's face revealed a smile, and she obviously heaved a sigh of relief as well. Scoundrel. The 2 little girls transformed into 2 gusts of fragrant wind as they threw themselves into Duan Lingtian's embrace from both left and right, before tightly holding Duan Lingtian. I'm back. Duan Lingtian held the 2 girls in his arms, and a sense of excitement was revealed between his brows. Hiss hiss. Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over before directly descending onto Duan Lingtian's hand, and they nodded lightly to Duan Lingtian as if they were welcoming him back. Ha ha, little white, little black. Duan Lingtian laughed heartily as he greeted the 2 little pythons. Duan Lingtian tossed everything to the back of his mind and spent the entire afternoon and night with the 2 little girls in his spacious room. Clothes came off, they tossed and turned, and they passionately enjoyed every position Duan Lingtian knew. It wasn't until deep in the night that Duan Lingtian embraced the 2 little girls who had satisfaction written all over their faces and fell into a deep slumber. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't know yet that many people throughout the Imperial City were bound to have a sleepless night tonight. In the afternoon, after Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan and his son entered the Imperial Palace, the news of the war in the northwest border spread out from the imperial palace. The army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had captured the southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city in one go. Moreover, the greatest merit didn't belong to the Crimson Worm Army's commander Nifen, nor did it belong to the border army's general, He Weian. Instead, it was Duan Lingtian. The name Duan Lingtian once again swept through the entire imperial city and became the hottest topic of discussion within every restaurant. I never imagined that not only was Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao heaven defying, but he's even so awesome at commanding troops into battle. He planned very carefully and took every possibility into account to win in every battle. A genius in all aspects, a genius in all aspects. It's truly the good fortune of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to have Duan Lingtian. Exactly, Duan Lingtian is indeed an extraordinary genius. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, that son of the Prime Minister, Ji Yuzan, is remarkable. He's indeed remarkable. A huge army of 110,000 listened to his command, but they didn't even touch southern barbaric city's wall before losing over 10,000 people. Moreover, the southern Champion Kingdom's army's casualties didn't even amount to 1,000. Son of the Prime Minister. Bah, whether it was the imperial city's outer city or the inner city, every place was filled with similar discussions, and all these discussions praised Duan Lingtian while disparaging Ji Yuzan. After all, the two of them formed a sharp contrast. Unlike the imperial city that was bustling with activity, it was deathly silent within the Prime Minister's estate. Within the spacious audience hall, a middle-aged man with medium stature that was dressed in a scholarly attire was unceasingly pacing up and down. Lord Prime Minister. Before long, an old man walked in with large strides. The old man's eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and he walked with steady steps. Obviously his cultivation level wasn't low. How is it? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Although no expression could be seen on the surface, that pair of anxious eyes completely exposed his currently anxious heart. Lord Prime Minister, I've gone to question them. They said that the young master left relentless thriving city 2 months ago and returned to the imperial city. The old man slowly said. What? The middle-aged man's face went grim and his pupils constricted. What actually happened? Lord Prime Minister, allegedly it was the nearly 90,000 officers of the border army that pleaded to General He Weian to kill the young master. Later, for the sake of the young master's safety, General He Weian let the young master leave in private, the old man said. Zan, how can you leave alone? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his entire person seemed slightly dejected. As the Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Ji Yuting's wisdom surpassed all others, and it was difficult for an ordinary person to reach his level. He knew that his son had most likely been killed. However, he could only be forced to keep this grievance to himself, because this matter couldn't be blamed on the border army anymore. How are the news being spread outside? Ji Yuting took a deep breath, and his eyes that were full of wisdom emitted a trace of a dense flowing light. He forcefully suppressed the grief deep within his heart. The old man was slightly hesitant upon hearing Ji Yuting's request. You don't have to worry, speak. Ji Yuting's gaze was like electricity as he looked at the old man. Yes. The old man nodded and then truthfully told Ji Yuting of some of the rumors that were spread and discussed animatedly within the imperial city. After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth held a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian, he's indeed an extraordinary genius. Ji Yuting took a deep breath and a strand of killing intent jumped about within his eyes. However, according to my knowledge, this Duan Lingtian has been in conflict with Zan since long ago, right? Chapter 216, The Emperor's Summons. The young master hates him to the bones because of Princess Bai Yao. The old man slowly nodded when he heard Ji Yuting's question. Princess Bai Yao. Such a pity, my son doesn't have the fortune to marry her. Ji Yuting's eyes flickered with a cold light. However, the people outside actually disparage my son and praise that Duan Lingtian. Since Ji Yuzan hated him, then it isn't necessary for him to remain on this word. As Ji Yuting finished speaking, his expression was calm. It was as if he'd transformed into the judge of death that could easily decide the life and death of another. Maybe in his eyes, he'd never once taken Duan Lingtian and the Duan clan behind Duan Lingtian into consideration. Lord, when our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the southern barbaric city, that Duan Lingtian obtained the greatest achievement, so His Majesty the Emperor will probably heavily reward him, look highly upon him, and take him to be the pillar of the kingdom. The old man slightly frowned and seemed to hesitate slightly. So what? Gu Ting asked indifferently. My son is probably dead by now, so let me complete his final wish. Since he hated this Duan Ling Tian to the bones, I'll kill this Duan Ling Tian to console his spirit in heaven. It can be considered the last thing I do for him. Even though he'd guessed that his son had already died, Gu Ting still quickly recovered his calm composure. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely fear this Gu Ting, because this type of person was the type he hated the most, and he was also the most cold and terrifying. At dawn the next day, within the spacious room, Duan Ling Tian put on his clothes with the help of the two little girls before walking out of the room. After having his breakfast, Duan Ling Tian went to Paladin Academy. Wherever he passed, he unsurprisingly caused a great stir. Duan Ling Tian, I like you. Right at this moment, a nearby female student roared at Duan Ling Tian with a red face. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and the surrounding group of students was stunned as well. A wave of sighs resounded. I like you too. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to the female student and continued to walk forward. Instantly, some of the other female students looked at the female student that spoke out earlier with faces full of envy. They learned and copied her. Duan Ling Tian, I like you. Duan Ling Tian, I like you. Faced with these fervent female students, Duan Ling Tian replied with a light smile to all of them. I like all of you too. Favorable impressions arose within the hearts of the Paladin Academy students present towards Duan Ling Tian's calmness. Duan Ling Tian, right at this moment, a person walked toward him from afar. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted, as he'd never expected this person to take the initiative to greet him. Moreover, it was such a friendly greeting. The person before him was no one other than Shu Qing. Shu Qing, you've changed. A trace of a light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, as the current Shu Qing didn't have the former arrogance he had, but instead was slightly calmer. At least the feeling he gave off wasn't repugnant like before. Obviously, the incident the other day caused Shu Qing to change a great deal. I still need to thank you for allowing me to see many things clearly. Besides that, your tactics of 3 interlinked strategies is worthy of admiration. Shu Qing had a friendly expression as he returned a smile. After he was defeated by Duan Ling Tian the other time, Shu Qing was quiet for a few days before recovering. He'd clearly thought of many things and now saw Duan Ling Tian as a target to advance courageously to. This time, as a grade 2 student of the Star General Department that joined the Crimson Worm Army to head to the northwest border together, he'd experienced Duan Ling Tian's ability to devise strategies within the command tent and felt admiration in his heart. Maybe, since that moment, the resentment in his heart towards Duan Ling Tian had already completely vanished. You're not bad either, you actually broke through to the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he smiled mysteriously. You can even discern this. Shu Qing was stunned. He'd only broken through on the way back to the Imperial City, and that was not even a month ago. He was confident that he'd never revealed his origin core stage strength before another. However, never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to discern it with a single glance. Duan Ling Tian, you're truly out of the ordinary. Let's be friends, how about it? Shu Qing's face was filled with anticipation. Aren't we already friends? Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Shu Qing laughed as well. Then I won't disturb you and go to class. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian and Shu Qing's short conversation stupefied the surrounding group of students. Could it be that this is the legendary forming of friendship from an exchange of blows? Maybe. Many students sighed, as some students amongst them even witnessed the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Shu Qing with their own 2 eyes. At that time, Shu Qing wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian. Whereas now, these two people actually became friends. The affairs of the world were truly inconsistent. Right, did Duan Ling Tian said that Shu Qing has already broken through to the origin core stage earlier? I think so. I never imagined that after an origin core martial artists appeared within the grade 1 students of our Paladin Academy, an origin core stage martial artist appeared within the grade 2 students as well. In next to no time, the topic of conversation of the group of students moved on to Shu Qing. At the moment he walked into the classroom, Duan Ling Tian noticed the burning gazes of everyone besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan looking at him. Duan Ling Tian, great job. You've really brought pride to our grade 1 star mastermind department. Formidable. The group of students in his class looked at Duan Ling Tian and were extremely generous with their words of praise. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile to each person. Ha ha. Duan Ling Tian, We met that fellow Tian who yesterday afternoon just a while after you left. He even said he'd look for you at noon to get even with you. Xiao Shuan laughed. Get even with me? Get even for what? Duan Ling Tian was dazed and slightly curious. What else? It's naturally for the matter of you not helping him get a place in the reinforcement troops. Xiao Yu started laughing as well. Fuck, you two sold me out just like that. Duan Ling Tian glared. These two fellows were really not trustworthy. We didn't sell you out, it was he who guessed it himself. Xiao Shuan shrugged as he lightly smiled. Right at this moment, Sima Chongfeng walked into the classroom and stood at the podium. His profound gaze that was mixed with a complicated expression descended onto Duan Ling Tian, as even he had never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually possess that level of natural talent to command troops into a battle as a strategist. Commanding a huge army of 100,000 and capturing the southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. Such an achievement in battle could be considered teaching material. Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian before saying, with a smile, to borrow arrows with thatched boats, sneaking along an unknown path, and removing the firewood from under the pot. Combined with the earlier, crossing the river while deceiving the heavens, Duan Ling Tian, you really aren't simple. You're too kind, teacher, but it's just that my luck is good. Duan Ling Tian humbly smiled. Luck is good. Not only Sima Chongfeng, the corners of the mouths of all the students including Xiao Yu and Xiao Shuan twitched. This can be considered as having good luck as well. Just when Sima Chongfeng was at a loss for words, a figure appeared at the door of the classroom. Paladin Academy's Vice Dean, Zhang Shang. Zhan Shang nodded to Sima Chongfeng before looking at Duan Ling Tian and saying, Duan Ling Tian, His Majesty summoned you. Follow me over. What Zhan Shang said naturally caused a stir within the classroom. His Majesty, the Emperor of their Crimson Sky Kingdom, summoned Duan Ling Tian. Looks like Duan Ling Tian is going to get lucky. I already guessed that since Duan Ling Tian directed the army and captured that southern champion kingdom's southern barbaric city and brought face to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, His Majesty would surely be extremely happy and naturally was bound to reward Duan Ling Tian based on his merits. I wonder what His Majesty will grant Duan Ling Tian as a reward. Can't you just ask Duan Ling Tian once he returns? Within the classroom, the students all whispered in discussion, and the classroom only returned to quiet after Sima Chongfeng intentionally coughed twice. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Zhan Shang and walked out of Paladin Academy. Outside the academy, a luxurious carriage was waiting for him. Beside the carriage was two troops of soldiers in armor, and a young soldier served as the carriage driver. These armors don't seem to be from the city guard army. Could it be the armor of the Imperial Army? Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. Lord Vice Dean, Lord Ling Tian, please. Noticing the arrival of Duan Ling Tian and Zhan Shang, the young soldier leapt of the carriage and respectfully greeted them into the carriage. When he faced Duan Ling Tian, heartfelt reverence appeared on the young soldier's face. As a member of the army, he deeply admired Duan Ling Tian's deeds in the northwest border. Vice Dean, are they the Imperial Army? Sitting within the carriage, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhan Shang as he asked curiously. Right, they're the Imperial Army. Zhan Shang lightly nodded before smiling and saying, I'm relying on your good fortune this time, because normally, even if I wanted to enter the Imperial Palace, I'd still have to prepare the carriage myself. However, this carriage was personally ordered by the Emperor to be prepared for you. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace had a grand atmosphere and palaces stood in the distance, seeming magnificent and extraordinary. Presently, the carriage that carried Duan Ling Tian forward had entered the Imperial Palace and encountered little to no resistance before quickly arriving before a palace at the center of the Imperial Palace. Under the escort of the young soldier that served as the carriage driver, Duan Ling Tian and Zhan Shang entered at the palace. Gold and jade glittered within the palace, causing anyone to be bedazzled by it. When he entered the palace, Duan Ling Tian noticed that there were already 4 people present. Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan and his son stood at a side. And on the imperial throne in the middle, a 60-year-old man wearing a dragon robe sat firmly on the throne. Although aged, of the people Duan Ling Tian had seen, the majestic presence of a person with high status on him was the most oppressive. However, this bit of majestic presence was unable to cause any effect to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was able to guess that this 60-year-old man ought to be the current emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Moreover, beside the emperor, there was still another middle-aged man, the middle-aged man was dressed like a refined scholar and his eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom. He also had a carefree expression and an extraordinary disposition. If Duan Ling Tian met such a figure at an ordinary occasion, he would surely secretly praise him in his heart. However, while facing this person now, a sense of vigilance arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Because when he'd just entered this palace, he'd noticed a faintly discernible killing intent enveloping him. That strand of killing intent flashed for a moment before vanishing, and if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian possessing the experiences and intuition that he'd accumulated from his previous life, he might not have been able to notice it. Chapter 217, Embroidered Uniform Guard. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly, and in next to no time, he'd guessed the identity of the middle-aged man. Besides Prime Minister Ji Yuting, there ought to be no one that would have such a demeanor and was capable of standing beside the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Ji Yuting is actually releasing killing intent towards me. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he vaguely guessed some reasons. Presently, not only Paladin Academy, even the entire imperial city was comparing the son of Ji Yuting, Ji Yuzan, with him, and they were imperceptibly stepping on Ji Yuzan as they praised Duan Ling Tian. Presumably, this Ji Yuting released killing intent towards him because of this. The dignified Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had such a narrow breadth of mind. A sense of vigilance arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. He discerned that this Ji Yuting was extremely difficult to deal with and was a person who was adept at concealing his thoughts. After that killing intent from before flashed and vanished, Ji Yuting didn't reveal any other unusualness. Someone who was capable of restraining their feelings so perfectly would absolutely not be a simple figure. 1,000 blessings, Your Majesty. Zhanshang respectfully saluted the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom before lightly bowing. The Emperor nodded before slowly opening his mouth. Vice Dean Zhanshang, you may forego formalities. Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Emperor as he lightly nodded in salute. The Emperor lightly frowned when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, whereas Ji Yuting, who stood beside him, had already shouted coldly in a loud voice, "Audacious, Duan Ling Tian. Why don't you kneel in salute when you see His Majesty? Could it be that you really think that since you've achieved some meritorious service, you can be compared to Vice Dean Zhan? Prime Minister Ji Yu, His Majesty hasn't spoken. But when you make so much noise in front of His Majesty like this, I wonder what spot you're placing His Majesty in. As for whether I salute or not, frankly speaking, what the fuck does it have to do with you?" After Duan Ling Tian had noticed Ji Yuting's killing intent towards him, he'd been filled with vigilance and hostility towards Ji Yuting. Now that Ji Yuting had tried to teach him a lesson right in his face, he instantly rebuked. Ji Yuting's face went gloomy, and the killing intent within his eyes appeared once again. At this moment, even Ni Yuan and Ni Fen had traces of bitter smiles on the corners of their mouths. This little Tian was actually so unrestrained before the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, they weren't worried. Since they were here, Duan Ling Tian would surely be fine. Ha 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 ha. Right at this moment, the Emperor started laughing, and his aged face revealed a carefree and joyful smile before looking at Duan Ling Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian? Yes. Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded. When facing the Emperor, he was instead refined and courteous. You're the only person who has clashed with the Prime Minister like this other than myself. The younger generation will surpass the older, the younger generation will surpass the older. The smile on the Emperor's face hadn't once halted. It was as if he was still thinking about the scene from before. Ji Yuting was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't say anything further. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I only feel that Prime Minister Gu's reaction was too exaggerated. It's only just mere formality, so why rigidly adhere to it like so? Duan Ling Tian slowly said, in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Now that you put it this way, I'm slightly curious. Why don't you kneel? The Emperor asked with a smile. Your Majesty, in my eyes, under the entire heavens, besides the heaven and the earth, only my parents can make me kneel. Like the old saying, there's gold beneath a man's knees, and his knees only bend for the heavens, earth, and his parents. Duan Ling Tian said, there's gold beneath a man's knees, and his knees only bend for the heavens, earth and his parents. The Emperor was stunned when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. He slowly pondered about this saying before laughing carefreely and joyously. As expected of someone who can lead a huge army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier, you actually have such haughtiness. However, you indeed have the qualifications. I permit you to be exempt from kneeling when you see me in the future. How about it? The emperor's mood seemed to be extremely good, but Prime Minister Gu Yuting didn't have such a great mood, and his eyes occasionally flickered with a trace of gloominess when he looked at Duan Lingtian. The gloominess within Gu Yuting was something that one was utterly unable to notice unless one were to closely examine his eyes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed and expressed his gratitude. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian as he directly said, "All right, I brought you here today mainly to grant you a reward. This time, you directed my Crimson Sky Kingdom's huge army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier, and this is a matchless meritorious service. Tell me, what do you want?" When the emperor's words escaped his mouth, even the father and son pair of Ni Yuan and Ni Fen, as well as Zhan Shang, couldn't help but be moved. "Your Majesty, you mustn't," Gu Yuting hurriedly persuaded. "Youngsters don't know the complexity of things. Your Majesty, you..." "What, Prime Minister, you want to help me make decisions?" Even though the emperor was aged, when his eyes narrowed, a sentence spoken in a flat and indifferent tone made Gu Yuting be unable to help himself from turning pale, and he hurriedly knelt on the floor. "Your Majesty, your subject has absolutely no such intentions." "Humph, I believe you don't have the audacity. However, Prime Minister, you seem to be slightly discomposed today," the emperor grunted coldly. Since he knew that Gu Yuting's son, Gu Yuzhan, had led over 10,000 officers to their deaths, flames of fury had arose within his heart. And it was because he'd always thought highly of Gu Yuting, otherwise, even if Gu Yuzhan was dead, he would still punish Gu Yuting. After all, the sins of the son were blamed on the father. "Yes, your subject knows of his crime. Your subject's thinking of his son, and your subject hopes your Majesty may pardon the offense," Gu Yuting hurriedly pleaded. "Rise," the emperor said indifferently, with a tone that didn't carry any feeling. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Gu Yuting stood up. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he indifferently said, "Prime Minister Gu, according to my knowledge, Gu Yuzhan returned to the imperial city over 2 months ago, right? You thinking of your son, I wonder what that means. Could it be that His Majesty has denounced Gu Yuzhan and made Gu Yuzhan repent in the prison?" After he finished speaking, he ignored Gu Yuting's enraged gaze, looked at the emperor, and respectfully said, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This little kid, what a formidable mouth he had. "Duan Lingtian, tell me, what do you want?" The emperor returned to the earlier topic and once again asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before looking at the emperor and slowly saying, "Your Majesty, I want to ask you to specially authorize the establishment of an organization, then allow me to become the one in charge of this organization." Oh, the emperor felt like it was a slightly fresh idea when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. "Then tell me, what organization do you want me to establish for you?" "The Embroidered Uniform Guard." When Duan Lingtian spoke of these words, his eyes flickered with a strand of a bright light. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. It was also a dream of Duan Lingtian during his previous lifetime. When he thought about the domineering Embroidered Uniform Guard in the ancient Ming dynasty in his previous lifetime, Duan Lingtian palpitated with eager excitement. The Embroidered Uniform Guard, frankly speaking, was a special task organization within the Ming dynasty. In other words, a saber within the emperor's hand, and they had monstrous authority. Actually, Duan Lingtian only wanted to have some fun and satisfy a craving. After all, not long in the future, he would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to try it in the future. Or maybe, even if he had the opportunity in the future, he might not have the mood anymore. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. Presently, not only was the emperor bewildered, but even Ni Yuan and Ni Fen, as well as Zhan Shang and even Prime Minister Gu Yuting, all had bewildered expressions. Seeing the emperor interested, Duan Lingtian stopped for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, the so-called Embroidered Uniform Guard is an organization that is directly under Your Majesty's command. Besides Your Majesty, it cannot be interfered with by anyone else. As for the Embroidered Uniform Guard's function, it's to share the burdens of Your Majesty and fully sweep away all injustice within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For example, to deal with someone who isn't respectful to Your Majesty, or, say, to find out who poisoned Your Majesty." When Duan Lingtian spoke up to this point, besides the emperor, the expressions of the other 4 people present went grim. Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian as he said, In a cold voice, Duan Ling Tian, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty's status is lofty, who would dare poison His Majesty? However, what the Emperor said next caused Ji Yu Ting to be dumbstruck. The Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian full of interest as he asked, You're able to discern that I have been poisoned? Your Majesty, not only can I discern that you've been poisoned, I can even discern what poison you've been infected with, and I even know that you've been poisoned for a few years. If it wasn't for your Majesty's cultivation being deep, maybe you'd long since have. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't finish speaking, everyone present understood what Duan Ling Tian meant. Your Majesty, Ni Yuan, his son, and Zan Shang all looked at the Emperor and were surprised in their hearts. Did His Majesty just admit that he'd been poisoned? A trace of coldness arose within their hearts. Who the heck would actually dare to poison the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? If I agree to your request, will you really able to help me find the one that poisoned me? The Emperor's gaze focused, and a dignified aura enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Actually, he'd investigated in secret for a long time for the person who poisoned him, but he returned empty-handed. Duan Ling Tian remained unmoved as he lightly smiled. If your Majesty agrees to my request, not only am I able to help your Majesty find the person who poisoned your Majesty, but I'm even able to cure the poison for your Majesty. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The spirit cleansing pill is really a good thing, and I can use it no matter where I go. What? The Emperor's originally tranquil expression couldn't help but be moved when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. After all, even the guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, a grade 6 alchemist, was helpless towards the poison he'd been infected with. He had practically accepted his fate. Based on his estimates, he could live for another half a year at most, so he had always asserted that he was sick to the public and not poisoned. Actually, with his cultivation, how could he possibly get sick? You're really able to help me cure the poison? The Emperor took a deep breath and stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian with a slightly excited mood, as if he'd grabbed onto the last life-saving straw. If his poison were to be cured, he'd at least be able to live for another few tens of years. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I can refine the medicinal pill to suppress the poison within your body right now. It's sufficient to suppress a portion of the poison within your body, and it will allow you to hold on for another year. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression and his body emitted a strong self-confidence. You are an alchemist. The Emperor was stunned. With a flip of his hand, a strand of pill fire was vaguely noticeable on Duan Ling Tian's palm. Instantly, everyone present, besides Ni Yuan and Ni Fen, was stupefied. This Duan Ling Tian, besides a heaven-defying natural talent in the martial Dao and heaven-defying natural talent as a strategist, he even had such heaven-defying natural talent in alchemy. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. The gloominess in Ji Yu Ting's eyes went even deeper as he sneered, Duan Ling Tian, if a mere grade 9 alchemist could cure the poison for His Majesty, do you think you would have the chance to try? Chapter 218. Coercing the Emperor. Faced with Ji Yu Ting's mocking, Duan Ling Tian was too lazy to even pay attention to it. Before long, under the request of Duan Ling Tian, the Emperor ordered for a pile of medicinal materials to be gathered for Duan Ling Tian, and it was precisely a portion of the medicinal materials to refine a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling Tian didn't ask the Emperor to prepare some of the medicinal catalysts within the medicinal formula. He was holding back on the medicinal formula and didn't plan to refine a complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Emperor to consume. Since the ancient times, emperors and kings were the most ruthless. This saying wasn't unfamiliar to him. If he were to refine a complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, he'd be able to easily uproot and cure all the toxic poison within the Emperor's body. But in this way, the Emperor would undoubtedly hold the advantageous position between them. Even if the Emperor were to still establish the embroidered uniform guard for him, he would surely be subjected to the Emperor's control at every corner and wouldn't be able to act freely. Thus, he planned to keep the Emperor on tenterhooks and make the Emperor require his help. In this way, the embroidered uniform guard members under his command would be able to act in an unrestrained manner. After all, he had the Emperor backing him. Even though the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill was unable to uproot the poison within the Emperor, it would be able to help him temporarily suppress a portion of the poison. What a miraculous medicinal pill! I can feel that a considerable amount of the poison within my internal organs has been suppressed. After the Emperor consumed the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, his eyes shone and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, You need to consume this poison removal pill for a long period of time to be able to completely uproot the toxic poison within your body. If your Majesty doesn't consume it for a period of time, the poison within your body will relapse once again, even to the extent that it might be even more unbridled than before, like a disaster. Thus, in the future, I will refine this poison removal pill for your Majesty in predefined intervals. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to the Emperor. His eyes had flowing lights that revolved within, and only he knew what he was thinking within his heart. Duan Ling Tian, why don't you simply refine some more poison removal pills for me? How about it? The Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. As the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he naturally discerned what thoughts Duan Ling Tian had, and it was none other than wanting to coerce him. Moreover, if he wanted to live, he didn't have a choice. Your Majesty, this poison removal pill is extremely difficult to refine, and unless I recuperate and build up my energy for a month, I don't have the confidence to continuously refine it successfully. Duan Ling Tian naturally shirked away. Something was only valuable when it was rare. This little principle was something he naturally understood. Ji Yu Ting looked at Duan Ling Tian as he slowly said, Duan Ling Tian, since this is the case, then contribute the poison removal pill's medicinal formula. There's a considerable amount of alchemists within the Imperial Palace, and they can serve His Majesty much better. Prime Minister Ji Yu, I'm truly sorry, but my medicinal formula won't be shared with anyone. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ji Yu Ting with a calm gaze. Before Ji Yu Ting, he didn't have the mood to beat around the bush. Not even His Majesty. The corners of Ji Yu Ting's mouth had a trace of a sneer, as if he wanted to use the Emperor to compel Duan Ling Tian. Prime Minister Ji Yu, you better not frighten me. If I were to be frightened by you and forgot the medicinal formula, in the end, even I wouldn't be able to refine it. At that time, if His Majesty doesn't have any poison removal pills to use and His Majesty's poison relapses, all the responsibility for the crime would be assumed by you. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he smiled lightly. You. Ji Yu Ting's face went gloomy. Meanwhile, the Divine Might Marquis stood out and looked at the Emperor. Your Majesty, according to your subjects' knowledge, a medicinal formula has an extraordinary significance to an alchemist, and that poison removal pill's medicinal formula ought to be Duan Ling Tian's unique medicinal formula. To an alchemist, a unique medicinal formula is even more important than their lives. What the Marquis says is true. Your Majesty, this is understandable. Zhan Shang stood out as well and spoke for Duan Ling Tian. What, could it be that you're all worried that I would seize this kid's medicinal formula? The Emperor smiled indifferently and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I grant your request. From this day forth, I will decree to establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and you will be the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. As for the members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Divine Might Marquis will be responsible for dispatching them. How about it? As he finished speaking, the Emperor looked at Ni Yuan. Your subject has no objection. Ni Yuan accepted the order. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to the Emperor. Prime Minister Ji Yu Ting had an expression that was as unsightly could be, directly under the Emperor, and only took orders from the Emperor. The Embroidered Uniform Guard commander, Duan Ling Tian, was only responsible to the Emperor and possessed the authority to act first and report to the Emperor afterwards. Along with the Emperor's decree, the entire imperial city was stirred by it. This name was something that was unfamiliar to everyone before today, but now it made everyone become muddle-headed. When had such an organization ever appeared within the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Although I knew that Duan Ling Tian had performed a great meritorious service and that His Majesty the Emperor would heavily reward him, I never imagined it would be so exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, Duan Ling Tian, who's the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, will virtually be comparable to the spokesman of His Majesty the Emperor. It's too exaggerated. Once this Embroidered Uniform Guard is formed, unrest will probably arise within the imperial city again. Duan Ling Tian, at the mere age of 18, he's practically already standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's truly difficult to imagine. Every corner within the imperial city was filled with similar discussions, within the audience hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Little Tian, you're really quite bold, even daring to coerce His Majesty the Emperor. The Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan shook his head and smiled. He still sighed in shock when he thought of the scene he saw within the imperial palace. A newborn calf really wasn't afraid of a tiger. Even I was shocked by you. Ni Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian as he laughed bitterly. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. What I was doing in this matter was originally like asking a tiger for its hide anyway. Uncle Ni, for the embroidered uniform guard, besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, I still need another 9 people, but they must be elites. What's considered elite? Ni Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly surprised that Duan Ling Tian only wanted so few people. 8 of them need to be existences that are on par with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang at least. As for the last one, I want a half-step void stage martial artist. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, flowing lights revolved within his eyes. Half-step void stage. Ni Yuan and Ni Fen were both taken aback. Ni Yuan returned to his senses and derided, "Kid, asking for 8 people with strength not inferior to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang has already made my heart ache. But now you simply demand an exorbitant request and directly ask for a half-step void stage martial artist from me. Do you think a half-step void stage is like the cabbage bought in the market? Uncle Ni, if you can send the 9 people I need to me, I'll give you a great opportunity." Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he smiled mysteriously. What great opportunity? Ni Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a questioning expression. Even Ni Fen, who stood at the side, was interested. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked, "Uncle Ni, have you heard of monkey wine?" Monkey wine? What? You have some, kid? Ni Yuan's gaze shone and was slightly surprised. Ni Fen's breathing became hurried, as the monkey wine was a valuable treasure to an origin core martial artist due to it being able to increase the cultivation. Since Uncle Ni knows of the monkey wine, then have you heard of the Monkey King wine? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Monkey King wine? Ni Yuan shook his head. As for Ni Fen, he didn't know anything either. The Monkey King wine possesses a medicinal effect comparable to a void advancement pill. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Ni Yuan before slowly saying, "I think Uncle Ni ought to be interested in this, right?" Ni Yuan and Ni Fen were both stupefied. Ni Yuan was the first to react. His pupils constricted and even his breathing became hurried while his chest was moved up and down like a bellow. "Little Tian, are you speaking the truth?" Duan Ling Tian didn't directly reply to Ni Fen. With Uncle Ni's current cultivation, which is only a step away from the void prying stage, if you had the assistance of the Monkey King wine, then you would absolutely be able to successfully break through to the void prying stage within half a year and face the 6-9 lightning tribulation. You even know of the 6-9 lightning tribulation, kid. Right at this moment, an aged figure silently walked in. It was precisely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis. Grandpa Ni. Duan Ling Tian wasn't able to notice the old man's arrival in the slightest, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an existence at the void prying stage, even if he's unable to use his origin energy, his attained stage is still there. Father, grandfather. Ni Yuan and Ni Fen respectfully bowed to the old man. Little Tian, Grandpa Ni will send 2 half-step void stage martial artists to you and you give Grandpa Ni 2 drops of Monkey King wine. How about it? The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes flickered with a trace of a flowing light. 2 half-step void stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. It looked like the Divine Might Marquis Estate's strength was even more formidable than he'd imagined. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and lightly smiled. Grandpa Ni, I'm afraid this won't do. I don't have much Monkey King wine. The old man didn't mind as he laughed and said, then leave 1 drop for your Uncle Ni, and Grandpa Ni will still send 2 half-step void stage martial artists to you. How about it? I really never imagined that you'd actually be able to encounter the Monkey King wine, that legendary thing. Obviously, the old man knew what the Monkey King wine was. Thank you, Grandpa Ni. Duan Ling Tian laughed before saying, Grandpa Ni, I still have good news to tell you. In another few days, I ought to be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire. At that time, I'll be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for you. Once you consume the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, the toxic poison within your body will be uprooted within 3 months. The old man's eyes shone like a dazzling array of stars when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Even Ni Yuan and Ni Fen both revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Uncle Ni, these are the medicinal materials required for a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling Tian waved his hand and wrote out the list of medicinal materials required for a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Of course, he'd written down an extra set of medicinal materials. The other set was something he prepared to use to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Shang Quan. After 3 months, not only would the toxic poison within the old man's body be uprooted, but even Shang Quan's cultivation would recover to the void-prying stage. Okay, I'll get people to gather them right away. Ni Yuan nodded, and a trace of excitement was revealed between his brows. This is the drop of Monkey King wine. Duan Ling Tian withdrew a pill bottle and passed it to Ni Yuan. Ni Yuan opened the bottle plug, and the fragrance of the Monkey King wine instantly suffused out. Chapter 219, Worm Python Form. This is the Monkey King wine. It feels as if the origin energy within my body's been startled by its fragrance. Ni Fen gazed at the Monkey King wine within Ni Yuan's hands with a scorching gaze. I never imagined that I'd be able to smell the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine in my lifetime, truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The old man had a deeply moved expression. As for the person in concern, Ni Yuan, he was instead overjoyed as he put away the Monkey King wine. Ni Fen's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's figure as he rubbed his palm and fist together. Hee. Little Tian, you. Big brother Ni, I'll give you a drop of Monkey King wine when you step into the half-step void stage. Ni Fen hadn't even opened his mouth when Duan Ling Tian guessed what he wanted to say. It wasn't that he was stingy, but the Monkey King wine within that small bottle board might not even amount to 30 drops, and every drop counted. Thus, he had to use it sparingly. Ni Fen laughed bitterly. Half-step void stage, that's a matter of many years from now. Big brother Ni, I can't give you the Monkey King wine, but I do have a lot of monkey wine. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and within his hand was a wine jug. Instantly, the fragrance of the monkey wine suffused out into the air via the mouth of the wine jug. Good wine. The gazes of the 3 Ni family members abruptly shone. In next to no time, all 3 of them tasted the monkey wine, one by one. Ni Fen, who sat cross-legged on the spot after he drank the monkey wine, calmed his heart as he circulated his cultivation method, only opening his eyes after quite some time. Just a little more and I'll be able to break through. After Ni Fen came to, his gaze abruptly shone, and he unconsciously extended his hand to grab the wine jug. However, he noticed that the wine jug was completely empty. Where's the wine? Ni Fen had a stunned expression. Uncle Ni and Grandpa Ni drank it. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. Before Ni Fen could react, Duan Ling Tian slipped away at once, and he didn't forget to remind the old man and Ni Yuan, Grandpa Ni, Uncle Ni, I'll leave the matter of my embroidered uniform guard members to you. I'll come here to get them tomorrow. Grandfather, father, how could the both of you not leave anything for me? I only drank a cup. 1 cup. Ni Fen had a bitter expression as he complained. Stupid kid, if you have the time to complain here, then why don't you ask little Tian for a jug of monkey wine? The old man shook his head. Right, how could I have forgotten? He was extremely stingy on the Monkey King wine, but he can't be that stingy on the monkey wine, right? Ni Fen hurriedly stood up and ran after Duan Ling Tian only to notice that Duan Ling Tian had long since vanished without a trace. What a kid, no wonder he left in such a hurry. Ni Fei had a helpless expression. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian directly returned home and shut himself up within his room. Then he started refining the dragon blood pill. After an hour, the dragon blood pill was completed. Duan Ling Tian finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 9th level of the core formation stage after consuming the dragon blood pill. And the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's 2nd form, the raging python form, attained perfection. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Ling Tian used his origin energy to draw out the residual medicinal strength from the Monkey King wine that he drank the other day and started circulating his cultivation. Before long, the bottleneck of the 9th level of the core formation stage was broken through directly, and Duan Ling Tian's cultivation stepped into the origin core stage in one go. After stepping into the origin core stage, there was still a little medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine that remained within his body. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, the Worm Python form. Duan Ling Tian started to circulate the new mental cultivation technique to use up the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine, and only when he approached the bottleneck of the 1st level of the origin core stage was the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine completely expended. Crackle crackle. While slightly stretching his hands, a clear and melodious sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded. Abruptly, he clenched his fist. Instantly, 31 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Ling Tian. This was precisely the strength of Duan Ling Tian after stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage. After breaking through to the first level of the origin core stage, an ordinary martial artist would only possess the strength of 20 ancient mammoths at full strength, thus possessing the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more than when they were at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian actually only had an extra strength of 8 ancient mammoths compared to before as well, but this strength was something that was added onto the foundation that was his original strength. He stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage by using the Raging Python form mental cultivation method, and when he completed the tempering of his fleshly body, he possessed the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. The strength of 11 ancient mammoths was more than an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist possessed. And now, Duan Ling Tian, who'd broken through to the first level of the origin core stage, still possessed an extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths compared to an ordinary martial artist with similar cultivation level. The third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Worm Python form, seems to not have tempering of the fleshly body anymore. In other words, I can only cultivate conventionally and obtain an increase in strength similar to an ordinary martial artist. However, regardless of what cultivation level I've attained, I'll still possess the 11 ancient mammoths worth of strength more than martial artists at the same cultivation level. Duan Ling Tian noticed this problem before long. He understood in his heart that just because of this, he could be called invincible amongst martial artists with the same cultivation level. However, as his cultivation level increases, his strength will slowly come closer and closer to a martial artist with the same cultivation level as him, and his advantage will slowly become smaller. Duan Ling Tian felt a trace of pressure. I must diligently cultivate, so this is the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian could clearly see the condition inside his dantian by means of internal vision. Currently, the inside of his dantian, the place where there was originally origin energy in the form of dispersed mist, had actually condensed into an origin core. The origin core was entirely white as snow and was precisely condensed from origin energy. The origin core stage's name was precisely derived from this, and the strength of an origin core stage martial artist was stored within the origin core that was in the dantian. If the dantian were to be crippled, the origin core would lose its support and completely disappear, similar to the origin energy in the entire body dispersing. Just like Su Tong and Shui Lang, who Duan Ling Tian crippled that time. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian went to the rear courtyard to look for the 2 little girls and his mother, and he passed a pill bottle into each of their hands. Within each pill bottle was a drop of Monkey King wine. "Young master, what's this?" Kei had a curious expression as she asked. Li Fei and Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. "This is Monkey King wine. Kei, haven't you broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage? As long as you consume this Monkey King wine and circulate the cultivation method you're cultivating, it's sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the origin core stage." Duan Ling Tian laughed as he said to Li Fei, "Little Fei, it's the same for you. Your current cultivation is only a tiny bit away from breaking through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. By relying on this drop of Monkey King wine, you'll not only be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage, you even have a chance to break through to the first level of the origin core stage in one go." Needless to say, what Duan Ling Tian said caused the 2 little girls to have excited expressions, and they directly returned to their rooms to cultivate. "Mom, you go cultivate as well." Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Ru and lightly smiled. Li Ru lightly nodded before following behind Kei and Li Fei to return to her room. Duan Ling Tian left the house and found a clothing store, then he made to order 13 sets of volidor robes according to the memories from his previous lifetime. "How long before it's done?" Duan Ling Tian asked the manager. "Customer, these 13 sets of clothes and personal adornments you've ordered are all extremely complicated, so even if I were to accelerate the work, I'm afraid it will require 3 days, the manager slowly said. 3 days? Duan Ling Tian frowned. It's too long. Think of another way. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and besides the money that he paid earlier, he put down another 10,000 silver. The manager's pupils constricted and he hurriedly nodded. Customer, I understand. I'll get a few more people to accelerate to work through the night, and it'll definitely be completed tomorrow. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he turned around to leave. He then found a weapon store and ordered 13 saber sheaths. Next, he bought some materials required for weapon crafting. After returning home, he refined these materials into 13 spirit sabers, volidor robes, embroidered spring saber. This was the true embroidered uniform guard. After the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor established the organization known as the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the emperor also drew out a vast courtyard house within the inner city as the residence of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the courtyard house, he noticed that there was already someone waiting there. Commander Duan. Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the courtyard house when a middle-aged man walked over to greet him. The middle-aged man was wearing the armor of the Imperial Army, and traces of dignity were revealed from between his brows. He obviously wasn't an ordinary soldier. "You recognize me?" "You are?" Duan Ling Tian asked wonderingly. "Commander Duan, I'm the Imperial Army's Captain Meng Yong. His Majesty ordered me to pass these to Commander Duan." In next to no time, Meng Yong passed a pile of order tokens to Duan Ling Tian. These order tokens were all exactly the same, besides one of them, which was comparatively special. All of the order tokens had a similarity, they all had 3 words engraved on top: Embroidered Uniform Guard. "Captain Meng, thank you for the trouble." Duan Ling Tian received the order tokens and nodded with a smile to Meng Yong. "Commander Duan, you're most welcome," Meng Yong replied with a smile. Although it was only an 18-year-old youth that stood before him, he didn't dare look down upon Duan Ling Tian in the slightest. This youth was the most popular figure within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army right now. Since becoming aware of the establishment of the organization known as the Embroidered Uniform Guard, an unknown amount of people would fight for a chance to join it. "Commander Duan." Meng Yong looked at Duan Ling Tian and seemed to be hesitant. "Captain Meng, is there something else?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Commander Duan, I wonder if there is a lack of personnel in your Embroidered Uniform Guard?" Meng Yong asked. Duan Ling Tian laughed as he asked, "What? Captain Meng, are you thinking of abandoning the Imperial Army to join my Embroidered Uniform Guard?" "No, it's a brother of my subordinate. He especially admires Commander Duan." Meng Yong shook his head. "So long as there isn't a problem with his character, and his cultivation is at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, then the Embroidered Uniform Guard will take him," Duan Ling Tian said slowly. Meng Yong was dumbstruck when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Even he, who was the captain of the Imperial Army, was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Yong fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked slightly hesitantly, "Commander Duan, can it be that your Embroidered Uniform Guard only recruits people at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Exactly, this is the lowest threshold." "Lowest threshold?" Meng Yong noticed that his heart was going to jump out at any moment. Good heavens. This Commander Duan was really no ordinary person. Along with the departure of Meng Yong, in next to no time, the lowest threshold requirement for the Embroidered Uniform Guard spread throughout the Imperial Army and even throughout the Imperial City. Chapter 220. The Death of Shui Lu. The Embroidered Uniform Guard's lowest threshold for acceptance was the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. For some time, it became the laughingstock of the entire Imperial City, as they all felt that the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Ling Tian, was indulging in the wildest of fantasies. How could an existence above the 7th level of the nascent soul stage be someone he could recruit just because he wants to? The sky was filled with red clouds at dusk. Imperial City, at the City Guard Army's campsite. 13 tall and big horses stood still before the campsite's entrance, then 13 figures jumped off to descend to the ground. These 13 people wore standardized volador robes. On each of their waists hung an order token and a narrow and long saber, the embroidered spring saber. A youth took the lead. Among the 13 people, a trace of immaturity could be vaguely noticed in the youth's handsome face. One could tell that the youth was about to turn 19 and become a young man. "Who are you all?" The 10 armored soldiers who stood guard before the entrance to the City Guard Army's campsite glared fiercely when they saw the 13 approaching people. "Presumptuous." The youth in the lead snorted coldly as his cold and indifferent gaze swept past the City Guard Army soldiers. He paid no attention to them as he directly entered the City Guard Army's campsite. "You all." One of the soldiers took a step forward, wanting to block their path. However, he was instead pulled back by one of the soldiers beside him. "What are you doing? Don't you see that someone is forcing their way into our City Guard Army's campsite?" The soldier that intended to block them frowned. "Have you gone insane? Didn't you see the order token on their waists? They're the Embroidered Uniform Guard." The soldier that pulled the first soldier back took a deep breath, and a sense of terror mixed between his brows. "What? The Embroidered Uniform Guard? Isn't the lowest threshold for acceptance into the embroidered uniform guard the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Could it be that there are really people who joined the embroidered uniform guard? Who knows? If I'm not wrong, then the youth in the lead ought to be the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Ling Tian. The existence of the embroidered uniform guard was approved by His Majesty the Emperor. Commander Duan is even the spokesman of His Majesty the Emperor. Not to mention me, even the Lord Commander of our City Guard army would probably need to fear him slightly. Duan Ling Tian entered the City Guard army's campsite and headed directly for the tent at the center. Everywhere he passed, the City Guard army soldiers would give way. Duan Ling Tian led the way with 2 old men following right behind him, and behind the 2 old men were 10 middle-aged men. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were shockingly amongst the 10 middle-aged men. Duan Ling Tian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate this morning and separated himself from the destiny of being a commander with no one to command. He'd taken 10 people from the Divine Might Marquis estate, and adding on Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, the current embroidered uniform guard had exactly 13 people including him. An urgent figure rushed into the tent at the center of the City Guard army's campsite and hurriedly reported, "Lord Commander, the embroidered uniform guard. The embroidered uniform guard has come." What? The City Guard army commander, Shui Lu's expression went slightly grim. How many of them have come? A total of 13 people including Commander Duan, the person that entered earlier replied, 13 people. In other words, besides him, there are 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. What extravagance by the Divine Might Marquis, he's actually being so cooperative to the little bastard. Right, the Divine Might Marquis was the good friend of that little bastard's father after all. Shui Lu's face sank as he said to the person that entered earlier, "Go notify the other captains to call out all the brothers within the campsite. I want to let that little bastard know that my City Guard army's campsite isn't a place he can act as he pleases." Yes, the person who entered earlier accepted the orders and left. Duan Ling Tian, you're really fortunate. Even the nascent soul martial artist I sent wasn't able to claim your life. However, today, since you've brought people over to my City Guard army's campsite to behave atrociously, then I'll make this trip your last. Traces of breathtaking coldness flickered within Shui Lu's eyes. Outside, Duan Ling Tian arrived near the center tent and stopped his footsteps. The 12 behind him stopped in tow. Meanwhile, the soldiers that were garrisoned within the City Guard army campsite dashed over, and for some time, the ground trembled and the mountain swayed. The group of City Army Guard soldiers surrounded Duan Ling Tian's group like a bucket surrounding water, causing them to have no path to escape. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian met Shui Lu once again. Shui Lu walked over in large strides. His face was filled with a bloodthirsty smile. "Duan Ling Tian, I never imagined that you'd actually deliver yourself to me on your own accord. In the outside, you have the identity as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and I'd perhaps be apprehensive about killing you. But now that you've forced entry into my City Guard army's campsite for no reason, even if I do kill you, I think His Majesty wouldn't blame me." Duan Ling Tian never imagined that Shui Lu would threaten to kill him the moment he appeared. Looks like it was really correct of him to come today. "Shui Lu, you're as conceited as before. Didn't you say I'd definitely die that day? Aren't I still alive and well?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a mocking smile when faced with Shui Lu's provocation. "You," Shui Lu's face sank. "If it wasn't for the arrival of your Duan clan's Grand Elder, you would have been a corpse back then. However, it's the same today. I have to say, you really caused me to be extremely surprised. You set the threshold for acceptance into the embroidered uniform guard so high, but the Divine Might Marquis actually gave you 12 people. You know they're people the Divine Might Marquis gave me." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. "Humph, what I know is beyond your imagination." Shui Lu sneered. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he focused his gaze onto Shui Lu and slowly said, "Commander Shui, I came here today mainly to talk about the incident from 5 months ago with you. The person you sent to kill me has already died within the desolate wilderness. I'm here today to settle the accounts between us. I won't be greedy, just give me 10 million silver as fees to help me get over my shock." How about it? The surrounding City Guard army soldiers were dumbstruck when what Duan Ling Tian said entered their ears. 10 million silver, and it's not being greedy. Is this commander of the embroidered uniform guard joking? Duan Ling Tian, looks like you already know it all. Shui Lu's gaze went slightly cold. You have some ability, actually being able to pry open my subordinate's mouth. What, Commander Shui Lu, are you admitting it? Duan Lingtian asked with a laugh. So what if I admit? Shui Lu sneered, and his eyes revealed a bone-piercing coldness. Then quickly hand over the fees for helping me get over my shock so I can take my brothers to have a few drinks. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a deep smile. You still want to collect fees? Shui Lu started laughing wildly and arrogantly, laughing without restraint. Duan Lingtian, you seem to have not figured out the circumstances. Could it be that you think these few people you brought can go against my thousands of city guard army officers? Let me tell you, if everyone here spits at you, it would be sufficient to drown you all to death. Looks like you're extremely confident, Commander Shui. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, however, a sense of mocking jumped within his eyes. HMPH. Duan Lingtian, don't think that you are a truly great figure just because you've obtained the title of Embroidered Uniform Guard Commander. Let me tell you, you're nothing before me. Shui Lu extended his hand to point at Duan Lingtian's face, and his saliva sprayed out as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian's face went cold. Whether it was this life or his previous lifetime, what he hated the most was someone pointing at his face as they preached. There was once a mercenary who'd come from the most outstanding Navy SEAL forces of M Nation that pointed at this face and spouted a bunch of nonsense, so Duan Lingtian directly smashed open his skull. Kill him. Right at the same time that the killing intent on Duan Lingtian's body rushed into the sky, Duan Lingtian's incomparably cold and indifferent voice followed. Kill me. Shui Lu started laughing with a face full of mocking and disdain. However, in next to no time, his smile froze. Because his head had already left his body. A pillar of blood gushed out, and most of the city guard army soldiers present weren't even in time to react when they noticed that their commander's head had already left his body. In the next moment, they saw that one of the old men behind Duan Lingtian had drops of fresh blood sprinkled down his feet as he put away his narrow saber. The captains of the city guard army all looked at the old man with a stupefied expression, with faces filled with disbelief. They only saw the old man transform into an afterimage and even weren't in time to see clearly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes had actually appeared above the old man before their commander was killed. They were absolutely sure that this old man was at least in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. His strength was absolutely not inferior to their commander. And because he attacked unexpectedly, he was able to kill their commander with a single strike. HMPH. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then he slowly turned around with the 12 members of the embroidered uniform guard that wore volador robes and had embroidered spring sabers on their waists and walked out of the campsite in large strides. Everywhere they passed, the officers of the city guard army made way. Now that the commander had died, they naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and seek death. The people who this commander of the embroidered uniform guard brought weren't only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, amongst them were even 9th level nascent soul stage powerhouses. The 9th level of the nascent soul stage, in terms of strength, was capable of becoming a commander of any army within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, now they willingly followed behind this embroidered uniform guard commander and served him. After Duan Lingtian leapt up onto his horse after walking out of the city guard army's campsite, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. This feeling is indeed satisfying. Today was truly enjoyable. If someone were to know of Duan Lingtian's current thoughts, it was a mystery as to what their expression would be. Right when Duan Lingtian and his 12 subordinates returned to the embroidered uniform guard's residence, a shocking piece of news spread out from within the city guard army's campsite to instantly sweep over the entire imperial city. The embroidered uniform guard's commander Duan Lingtian had brought along 12 embroidered uniform guards and forced entry into the city guard army's campsite. He then killed the city guard army's commander Shui Lu and left leisurely. This piece of news completely muddled many people who didn't look favorably upon the embroidered uniform guard and even secretly mocked the embroidered uniform guard's commander Duan Lingtian as a commander with no one to command. The threshold for acceptance into the embroidered uniform guard is so high, but it's still able to recruit 12 people. 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This group of embroidered uniform guards are practically an elite composition. Representing quality over quantity, I heard that the person that attacked and killed the city guard army commander Shui Lu was only an embroidered uniform guard under Commander Duan's command, and he killed Commander Shui Lu with a single saber strike. I heard about it as well. Based on my estimations, The strength of that embroidered uniform guard is definitely a first-rate 9th level nascent soul stage figure. Definitely. If he isn't at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, how could he possibly attack unexpectedly and kill Commander Shui Lu, who's also at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage? Chapter 221, Shui Lu, Deserved Death. The embroidered uniform guards were bound to shock the entire imperial city tonight. It had only been a few days since His Majesty the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom passed down the decree to establish the embroidered uniform guard, and the embroidered uniform guard had already killed the city guard army's commander, Shui Lu. The actions of the embroidered uniform guard caused many people in the imperial city to tremble with fear, and practically all these people had grudges with Duan Ling Tian, Third Prince's estate. Within the building at the center of the lake, the expression of Third Prince, who'd just received a report from his servant, went gloomy. He threw the wine cup in his hand to shatter on the ground, causing some of the young geniuses to be unable to restrain themselves from shaking with fright. Everyone, the gathering today is over. We'll gather again another time. Third Prince took a deep breath and spoke to see off his guests. After all the young geniuses present left, Third Prince's eyes flashed with an awe-inspiring coldness. Since I'm already like fire and water with him, then I don't have to hold back. I must destroy his arrogant air. Go make preparations. I want to enter the palace and see my imperial father first thing tomorrow. Yes. The servant accepted the orders then left. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that achieving a small meritorious service allows you to act in an unbridled manner? I really want to see how my imperial father will punish you. Third Prince's incomparably cold voice seemed like it came from the depths of hell. Fifth Prince's estate. Within the pergola, the white-browed old man was respectfully reporting to the Fifth Prince about the matter that was spread and gave rise to much discussion in the imperial city. What? Duan Ling Tian actually brought along his subordinate embroidered uniform guards and killed Shui Lu. Fifth Prince was startled by this news, then his face sank. He really hesitates for nothing and is unscrupulous. Your Highness, I heard that the one who carried out the deed was one of his subordinate embroidered uniform guards. That embroidered uniform guard ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Slight fear was contained within the white-browed old man's tone. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis is still concerned about the friendship he had with Duan Rufeng all those years ago. And actually went to such great lengths to send a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist for Duan Ling Tian to order about. Fifth Prince's eyes flickered with coldness, and his tone was depressed and low. Your Highness, what should we do now? The white-browed old man asked. The Fifth Prince flicked his sleeve and said, with cold and indifferent voice, HMPH. Now we don't have to do anything. I'll go to the palace to see my imperial father tomorrow. This Duan Ling Tian's really too audacious, actually even daring to kill the city guard army's commander. Tomorrow, my imperial father will dismiss him from his post as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Your Highness is wise. The white-browed old man nodded. Prime Minister's estate. Ji Yu Ting sat before the stone table in the front courtyard as he savored the fragrant tea with a tranquil mind. Before long, a hurried figure whistled in and said, in a respectful voice, Lord Prime Minister, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Ling Tian, took along his subordinate embroidered uniform guards and killed the city guard army commander, Shui Lu. Shui Lu, Ji Yu Tong brows raised. Just a boorish fellow. However, this Shui Lu's father isn't simple. As he muttered, a trace of a gloomy brilliance flashed within Ji Yu Ting's eyes. The next day, Duan Ling Tian had only just arrived at the embroidered uniform guard's residence when he was summoned into the imperial palace. It was still the same resplendent palace from before, and Duan Ling Tian walked in with large strides. He noticed that besides the emperor, who sat on the imperial throne, and Prime Minister Ji Yu Ting, who stood beside him, there still stood two people nearby. These two people weren't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian. Third Prince, Fifth Prince. Although he'd guessed that the emperor summoning him was about the matter from yesterday, he never thought that the Third Prince and the Fifth Prince, who were usually in conflict, would actually tacitly unite for the sake of him. Looks like his face was rather outstanding. Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded. Presumptuous. Third Prince's and Fifth Prince's faces went gloomy as they berated. Presumptuous. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two of them and smiled indifferently. Princes, I wonder how I am presumptuous. Duan Ling Tian, you didn't kneel when you saw His Majesty the Emperor. Is this not presumptuous? Third Prince asked, in a deep voice. Not kneeling when you see His Majesty the Emperor is a crime of great disrespect. Duan Ling Tian, do you know your crime? The fifth prince added insult to injury. Duan Ling Tian didn't even pay any attention to what the two said and instead looked at the Emperor. Alright, you two brothers, that's enough. The Emperor spoke out. Imperial Father. The third prince and fifth prince were both stupefied, and looked at the Emperor with a puzzled expression. The Emperor said indifferently, I've already promised Commander Duan that he's exempt from kneeling when he sees me in the future. You two don't have to make a fuss about nothing. Exempt from kneeling. Third prince's and fifth prince's pupils constricted and they both had astounded expressions. They never imagined that their imperial father would treat Duan Ling Tian so generously. However, when they thought about Duan Ling Tian's deeds yesterday, their hearts calmed. As far as they were concerned, just the incident yesterday was sufficient to cause Duan Ling Tian to fall from heaven into hell and forever be unable to rise again. Alright, now that Commander Duan is here, what do you two have to say? The Emperor looked at third prince and fifth prince and asked indifferently. Imperial Father, this Duan Ling Tian obtained your favor and was even conferred as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard by you. He should make an example of himself and serve my imperial family. But unexpectedly, at dawn yesterday, he actually lost all judgment to the point that he forced entry into the city guard army's campsite and killed Commander Shui Lu. Third prince had a face full of anger. Imperial Father, Commander Shui Lu was a pillar of our kingdom, however, he died in the hands of this ignorant kid. I hope Imperial Father will uphold justice for Commander Shui Lu. Yes, Imperial Father, Duan Ling Tian killing Commander Shui Lu is a heinous crime. I hope that Imperial Father will dismiss him from his post as commander of the embroidered uniform guard and heavily punish him as a warning against others. The fifth prince joined in and pleaded as well. From beginning till the end, Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression, as if he didn't care about what was happening before him. And in actuality, Duan Ling Tian indeed didn't care about what was happening, as to him, this was all just a farce. Commander Duan, what's this about? The Emperor's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian understood the moment he saw the Emperor's calm gaze that the Emperor absolutely didn't just find out about the matter and probably had found out last night. Now he was just putting on an act before the third and fifth princes. The Emperor's gaze seemed to have a trace of meaning mixed within. Duan Ling Tian saw through what this trace of meaning meant, and it was that the Emperor hoped that Duan Ling Tian would give him a way to extricate himself. Although for the sake of him being the only one capable of refining the poison removal pill, it would be impossible for the Emperor to punish him, but the Emperor was the Emperor after all, and he possessed supreme dignity. Now the Emperor required a way to extricate himself. Your Majesty. Duan Ling Tian gave the Emperor a gaze that said he understood, then slowly said, the differences between me and Shui Lu all arose because of his son, Shui Lang. I presume your Majesty has heard of it. However, your Majesty doesn't know that nearly 5 months ago, during the journey I followed the Crimson Worm army to leave the imperial city and head to the northwest border, someone wished to kill me. You can imagine how if that person was successful, then I'd be unable to cooperate with the border army and the Crimson Worm army to capture the southern barbaric city and spread the might of my Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian said, with a clear voice. There was still such an incident. The Emperor's face sank. Do you know who it was? Duan Ling Tian nodded. This is exactly what I want to say next. That person was a member of the City Guard Army, who was acting under the orders of the City Guard Army commander, Shui Lu, to sneak into the Crimson Worm army with a desire to kill me on the way, and take revenge for his son. Nonsense. Bullshit. Third prince and fifth prince spoke at almost the same instant. However, under the dignified gaze of the Emperor, they both shut their mouths. Continue. The Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Your Majesty, I know that the two princes suspect that what I speak of isn't true, but this matter is something Commander Shui Lu admitted himself yesterday at the City Guard Army campsite. I originally didn't intend to do anything to him, and only wanted him to pay a small compensation. This isn't too much, right? However, that Shui Lu didn't appreciate my kindness, he threatened to kill me and the embroidered uniform guards under my command. All this is something the thousands of soldiers within the City Guard Army campsite heard with their own ears. If the two princes don't believe it, feel free to investigate. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he looked at the third prince and fifth prince. Their faces instantly sank. Duan Ling Tian continued. In the end, for the sake of self-preservation, I could only order the embroidered uniform guards under my command to kill Shui Lu before he killed me. Otherwise, the one that died would have been me and my embroidered uniform guards. I hope your majesty understands. The emperor nodded. Imperial father. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice that was pleasing to the ear sounded, then a drop-dead gorgeous figure walked swiftly over under the escort of palace maids. This was a young girl with a peerless appearance that caused one to be unable to restrain oneself from being lost within her beauty with just a glance. Princess Bai Yao. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, as he'd never thought that he would meet Princess Bai Yao here. Bai Yao, you seem to be in such a hurry. Do you have some urgent matter? The emperor's face revealed a trace of amiableness when he saw Bai Yao. This was something that wasn't present when he faced third prince and fifth prince, and it was sufficient to show how much he doted upon this daughter of his. Imperial father, I heard you're going to punish Commander Duan, right? Imperial father, can you not punish Commander Duan? He wouldn't kill another without a reason. Princess Bai Yao was slightly short of breath as she spoke. Instantly, everyone present was stunned, as no one had expected that Princess Bai Yao coming over in such a hurry was actually to plead on behalf of Duan Ling Tian. Third prince and fifth prince's expression was incomparably gloomy. As for the emperor, he glanced at Duan Ling Tian deeply. As he was an experienced person, he was able to discern that his daughter ought to have secretly fallen for this youth of similar age. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forcefully entered the throne room. Bai Yao, who said that Imperial father is going to punish Commander Duan? The emperor shook his head with a smile. Commander Duan's already explained earlier, he isn't in the wrong in this matter. It's the fault of the city guard army commander, Shui Lu. Shui Lu deserved death. Third prince and fifth prince knew that they'd wasted their time today when they heard what the emperor said. Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face flushed bright red when she heard what the emperor said, as she never thought that the outcome of her rushing over here would be like this. So it turned out that even if she didn't come, Duan Ling Tian would have been fine. For a moment, she was embarrassed to the point that she felt too ashamed to show her face. You too. The emperor's gaze quickly moved onto the third prince and fifth prince, and he said coldly, next time, don't disturb me before you've investigated the matter clearly. Chapter 222, Pei San. Yes. Third prince and fifth prince hurriedly lowered their heads and replied. At the instant they lowered their heads, their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. This killing intent was naturally directed at Duan Ling Tian. Third prince looked at the emperor and said respectfully, Imperial father, then I'll excuse myself. I'll excuse myself as well. Fifth prince left as well. The emperor's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian for a moment, then it descended onto Princess Bai Yao for a moment, constantly moving between the two. Duan Ling Tian was still fine and was able to stand there unfazed with a carefree expression. However, Princess Bai Yao's face was red with embarrassment. Imperial father, what are you looking at? Ha 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 ha. The emperor laughed heartily for a while before stopping. You two know each other. Princess Bai Yao nodded embarrassedly. The emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. Commander Duan, you seldom come to the palace. Since you're acquainted with Bai Yao, then accompany her to walk around. Yes, your majesty, Duan Ling Tian replied, before leaving the throne room with Princess Bai Yao. The palace maids behind Princess Bai Yao followed then as well. And Prime Minister Ji Yuting, who had been standing beside the emperor and hadn't spoken all the time, now had a slightly sunken face, and his eyes flickered with a dense, fierce light. He seemed like a fierce and malicious poisonous snake that was selecting its prey to swallow. Compared to before, Princess Bai Yao was slightly awkward now. This was because she never thought that this youth she'd fallen for actually had such great ability. Now that she was walking with the youth that was always in her dreams, she was instead embarrassed to the point that she didn't know what to say. Duan Ling Tian felt the atmosphere to be slightly weird as well. After accompanying Princess Bai Yao to walk for some time, Duan Ling Tian spoke first. Princess, I still have matters to attend to. I'll be taking my leave first. Okay. Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded, then she watched from afar as Duan Ling Tian left. Only then did she heave a sigh. After Duan Ling Tian left the imperial palace, he shook his head and sighed. Even he didn't know what sort of feelings he had towards Princess Bai Yao. However, he could be sure about one thing. Princess Bai Yao forcefully charging into the throne room to plead on behalf had made him feel slightly moved in his heart. Although she wasn't of any help, this intention of hers was extremely hard to come by. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air, Then he returned to that spacious courtyard house that was the embroidered uniform guard's residence. Commander, the embroidered spring sabers you gave us. Are they all grade 8 spirit weapons? Duan Lingtian had only just passed through the gate when he noticed Zhang Qian coming to greet him with an astonished expression. The gazes of the other 11 descended onto Duan Lingtian as well. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so extravagant. All of you only noticed now. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. Commander, you didn't have to go to such an expense to request a grade 8 weapons craftsman to refine all these spirit weapons. You spent quite a lot, right? Zhao Gang said as well. It's just some small toys I casually refined myself. I only spent some money on materials. Duan Lingtian casually said. Instantly, all the 12 of them, including the half-step void stage old man, were dumbstruck. Their commander was a grade 8 weapons craftsman. According to their knowledge, this commander seemed to only be 19 in another 1 or 2 months. An 18-year-old grade 8 weapons craftsman, what sort of concept was that? Commander, if my feeling isn't wrong, these grade 8 spirit weapons are all capable of providing an entire 20% amplification in strength. And are much better compared to spirit weapons refined by ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsmen. The old man that killed Commander Shui Lu yesterday couldn't refrain from saying. Old Hong, you have a good eye. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. This old man was precisely one of the 2 half-step void stage powerhouses that the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate sent to him. Now, the others were even more shocked when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Old Hong. They all withdrew their embroidered spring sabers and seriously examined them for some time, and the result was they noticed that it was exactly as Old Hong said. They were capable of increasing an entire 20% of strength. They couldn't help but be moved. After all, an ordinary grade 8 spirit weapon would at most provide an amplification close to 20% of strength, and one that was capable of providing a 19% amplification can be considered to be top quality. The embroidered spring sabers in their hands would absolutely be capable of being considered as extremities amongst top quality grade 8 spirit weapons. For a moment, a sense of reverence appeared within their gazes as they looked at Duan Lingtian, an 18-year-old origin core martial artist and grade 8 weapons craftsman. But it was unknown what expressions they would have if they knew that Duan Lingtian was also a grade 8 alchemist. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you and Zhao Gang go to all the large medicine stores within the imperial city and search for these few types of medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian withdrew a brush and paper, and wrote down a few types of medicinal materials and then passed the paper to Zhang Qian. Mainly search their accounts from 3 years ago, and see if they remember who they'd sold those medicinal materials to. These few medicinal materials were all the main medicinal materials for the poison that the emperor was infected with, and they were rarely used by anyone. Duan Lingtian's goal was to find out who was the one that poisoned the emperor. Yes, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang received their orders and left the imperial palace, outside a quiet and remote pavilion. Prime Minister Gu, a hollow voice seemed to echo out from all directions. The voice was gloomy and without the slightest shred of emotion. A black-clothed old man soundlessly appeared. Old Shui, Gu Yuting looked at the old man and lightly nodded. Prime Minister Gu, is there something you came looking for me for? The black-clothed old man had a pair of muddy eyes, and his entire person seemed to reveal a ghastly sense. Coupled with his gaunt body, he seemed as if he would fall from being blown by the wind. However, Gu Yuting instead knew that this old man's strength was extremely terrifying, at least not inferior to his. Gu Yuting sighed as he slowly said, Old Shui, you have my condolences. Prime Minister Gu, what do you mean by this? The ghastly aura on the old man seemed to become slightly deeper when he heard what Gu Yuting said. Old Shui, maybe you still don't know. Your grandson, Shui Lang's, Dantian was crippled by another, and he lost his entire cultivation. Gu Yuting's eyes flickered as he said this. What? The black-clothed old man's muddy eyes instantly flickered with a dense, bright light, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, is what you're saying true? Yes. Gu Yuting nodded. Who did it? Did my son take revenge for Lang? The black-clothed old man's mood was slightly agitated. Old Shui, your son is dead. Gu Yuting laughed bitterly. The black-clothed old man didn't exclaim this time, but his gaunt body instead lightly trembled, and his voice was incomparably icy cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Prime Minister Gu, do you know who did it? Old Shui, Your son was precisely trying to take revenge for your grandson. However, in the end he wasn't able to take revenge, and he himself was killed in retaliation. The person that crippled your grandson and killed your son is precisely the same person. Gu Ting slowly said. Who is it? The black-clothed old man raised his eyebrows and stared in anger. He was furious to the utmost limit. The embroidered uniform guard commander, Duan Ling Tian. Gu Ting slowly said, Old Shui, you should return and see your grandson. I'm truly worried that since your son is dead, that Duan Ling Tian will be ruthless to your grandson. He dares. The black-clothed old man shouted in a low voice, and mixed within his tone was a breathtaking icy coldness. Instantly, the black-clothed old man's figure trembled, and he vanished without a trace. Duan Ling Tian. I really want to see how you withstand this madman Shui's rage. The corners of Gu Ting's mouth curled into a sneer from his plot being successful. On the main street of the Imperial City inner city, Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse to walk in the front, and behind him, 10 embroidered uniform guards followed close behind. The two old men were like two guardian deities, closely protecting Duan Ling Tian's sides. Everywhere the 11 passed, all the passers-by would move to the side in avoidance. It's the embroidered uniform guard. He's the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Ling Tian. Oh my god, I even thought that the rumors were exaggerated. I never imagined Duan Ling Tian was really only a youth. The passers-by that crowded around to watch discussed in whispers amongst themselves. Duan Ling Tian naturally heard all these discussions, but he only shook his head and smiled and didn't take it to heart. There was no lack of similar discussions all the way, and he'd already become accustomed to it. Go. Right at this moment, a luxurious carriage approached straight at them with an extremely swift speed. Move. The carriage driver was obviously extremely domineering, and he yelled as he swung the horse whip in his hand. The carriage driver's eyes obviously had a sense of ridicule mixed within his as he looked at the pedestrians that fled in disorder to both sides of the road. Before long, he noticed Duan Ling Tian's group. The carriage driver frowned, then he glanced at the standardized Valador robes that Duan Ling Tian's group wore. He was vaguely aware that these people might not be simple, so he panicked in his heart as he hurriedly tightened the reins. Halt! The carriage stopped at a distance not even 3 meters from the horse under Duan Ling Tian. Ah Fu, why did you stop? Right at this moment, a man's voice sounded from within the carriage. Third young master, there are a few army lords in front. Let's wait for them to pass first. The carriage driver looked at the youth who wore a Valador robe and was slightly unconfident. What army lords? A slightly impatient voice sounded out from within the carriage. Before long, the carriage's curtain was pulled open, and a young man stuck out his head. However, the young man's pupils couldn't help but constrict from this glance, and a sense of rage and sinister appearance appeared on his face when he saw the youth before him. It's you. Duan Ling Tian was slightly stunned by the young man before him suddenly shouting out in surprise at him. Do I know him? Duan Ling Tian carefully sized up the young man that stuck his head out from within the carriage, and the memories within his mind flashed by swiftly. In the end, an indistinct figure seemed to appear before his eyes, and it slowly merged with the person before him. 2 years ago, the scene outside Triumph City flashed within Duan Ling Tian's mind. At that time, he was hurrying on the road to Triumph City when he encountered a youth and young girl that regarded human lives as something as worthless grass. The youth and young girl both traveled on Fergana horses. That time, he'd intentionally avoided them at the side of the road. But unexpectedly, that young girl actually swung out her horse whip at him. He's taught the young girl a lesson, and the youth stood up for the young girl and attacked him. In the end, the youth's arm was severed by him. Only after that did Duan Ling Tian find out that the youth was Pei San, the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. It's you. Duan Ling Tian recalled that the young man before him was precisely the Pei San that he severed an arm off 2 years ago. Chapter 223, Li Qing. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian had never thought that he would encounter Pei San again. Moreover, on the main street of the Imperial City's inner city, everything in the world was truly inconstant. Thinking back to the time he was in a sorry state after he severed Pei San's arm, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt as if he wasn't even in the same era anymore. He could still remember how he desperately spurred his horse to gallop madly to Triumph City just to escape chase from the powerhouse that followed by Pei San's side. He could imagine how if the powerhouse that followed by Pei San's side was able to catch up to him, the him of that time would have died for sure. Later on, even when he stayed in Triumph City for those few days, he still moved carefully every step of the way, as he was deeply afraid of being uncovered. The Pei San of that time was an extremely large threat to him. Even to the extent that once he was found by Pei San would only need to say a word and his blood would splatter from a 3-foot-long blade, and he would die on the spot. Once, he was filled with fear towards Pei San's identity of being the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. However, now, Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that when he encountered Pei San once again, besides being slightly surprised, he didn't feel anything else. Maybe now he stood at a different height, or maybe it was too long ago. "I've finally found you." Pei San gnashed his teeth, then he walked out of the carriage and looked at the youth on horseback with eyes filled with icy cold killing intent. Duan Ling Tian looked at Pei San with a calm expression. In the past, he might have been fearful of Pei San. But now, Pei San and he weren't on the same level, even to the extent that so long as he wanted it, he would only need to say a word and it would be sufficient to cause the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate that backed Pei San to change ownership. He was confident that so long as he told the emperor would absolutely satisfy his request. Even to the extent that he only needed to give an order and the embroidered uniform guards behind him would attack swiftly to make Pei San's blood splatter from a 3-foot-long blade, killing him on the spot. But he didn't act in such a way, and he didn't even have any thoughts of fussing about it with Pei San. "Third young master, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, 2 more people walked out in succession from within the carriage and stood behind Pei San. An old man and a young man. The old man was obviously in existence at the nascent soul stage. As for that young man, Li Qing, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The young man that presently stood behind Pei San wasn't anyone else but precisely Li Qing, who'd left the Li family years ago. He never imagined that after this Li Qing left the Li family, he'd actually get together with the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate's third young master. Only when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice did Li Qing look towards Duan Ling Tian, and with only a single glance, his face abruptly went grim as he hurriedly said to Pei San, "Third young master, it was precisely this person that crippled your arm that day. It's him. It's him. Blood enmity, do you think I still need you to tell me now?" Pei San slowly turned around and glanced at Li Qing, then a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. "So it turns out that Li Qing is your real name. No wonder I was unable to investigate your background throughout these 2 years. Li Qing, you're truly capable, and you truly concealed yourself so well." "Third young master, Li Qing's gaze was complicated, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I made a mistake and was found out in the end. Humph, I'll deal with you later." Pei San's voice was cold and indifferent, and his gaze then descended onto Duan Ling Tian. 2 years ago, you crippled my arm. Today, I'll make you repay it with interest." "Oh," Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently, "how will you make me repay it with interest?" "I'll take your life." Pei San's voice was filled with hatred and ruthlessness. "Presumptuous." The face of the 2 old men in Valador robes beside Duan Ling Tian sank, and they shouted out in unison. Pei San frowned. Only now did he realize that the youth before him wasn't alone, and the gaze with which he looked at Duan Ling Tian went even colder. "What, you think that I, Pei San, will be unable to touch you just because you have a few helpers?" "Pei San." Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Pei San, and he said indifferently, "You're the most clear of who provoked the matter outside Triumph City that year. Today, it can considered to be fate that we're able to meet again. I don't want to fuss about the matter from that year with you, so let's call it off right now." It had already been 2 years. Moreover, he didn't suffer a loss that year, so Duan Ling Tian didn't want to fuss over it anymore. Now, Pei San wasn't on the same level as him anymore, thus he didn't intend on playing the bully. Just let everything from the past be blown away by the wind. However, this was only Duan Ling Tian's wishful thinking. The corners of Pei San's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. "You speaking like this, is it because you're afraid? Over these 2 years, there hasn't been a moment that I forgot the scene of you severing my arm. I wish for nothing more than to tear your corpse into thousands of pieces, then burn your bones and scatter your ashes. Only like this will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. It's too late to regret now. That year, if you had obediently suffered a whip from my little sister Ru, the following events wouldn't have occurred. So, even after you die today, it can only be blamed on you being too arrogant that year. You didn't know who you could or couldn't offend. I, the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, am an existence that a commoner like you is unable to offend." As he finished speaking, Pei San's voice was filled with arrogance and ruthlessness. Li Qing stood behind Pei San, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he felt that Duan Lingtian would die on the spot today as well. Although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would appear in the Imperial City, as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly die from encountering him, who'd gone berserk. However, the expression of the old man behind Pei San was slightly unnatural. He noticed that after his young master said all this, the passers-by that had stopped to spectate from the sides of the road all had expressions of disdain. Son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Calling the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, who was currently bathing in the limelight, a commoner. An amusing feeling arose within the hearts of the passers-by present. At this moment, they even forgot to whisper in discussion amongst themselves, as they focused their attention to see the development of the matter. But their gazes when they looked at Pei San had traces of mischievous laughs jumping within. Pei San extended his hand to point at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent as he shouted fiercely, "Grandpa, why? I want him dead." However, Pei San quickly noticed that the old man behind him remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard what Pei San had said. "Grandpa, why?" Pei San was stupefied, and he turned around to look at the old man behind him. Only Yo noticed that the old man's gaze was staring fixedly at the waist of the youth that sat atop the tall horse. And his gaze followed on to descend there. This glance nearly frightened him out of his wits. Embroidered uniform guard. He had arrived at the Imperial City yesterday and had stayed the night at the outer city. In the outer city's restaurant, he'd heard of the rumors about the embroidered uniform guard and knew that the embroidered uniform guard was the most terrifying and the most arrogant and domineering organization within the Imperial City currently. Allegedly, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, was only 18 this year, but he had already deeply received the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and became the spokesman of the emperor. Even though he was far away at the Swallow Mountain County, he'd heard of Duan Lingtian, and knew that he was the #1 genius of Paladin Academy. He came to the Imperial City precisely because he intended to report to Paladin Academy. In his opinion, once he arrived at Paladin Academy, he might have a chance to meet this figure of legend. When he'd first heard of Duan Lingtian, a few months ago, he had a trace of yearning within his heart, as he was curious about what sort of figure that Duan Lingtian was. When he arrived in the Imperial City and found out about Duan Lingtian's military exploits in the Northwest Borders battlefield, admiration even arose from the depths of his heart. When he heard that Duan Lingtian became the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, brought over 10+ embroidered uniform guards, and directly forced entry into the City Guard Army's campsite to kill the City Guard Army's commander, Shui Lu, he felt his blood boil. For that moment on, he practically took Duan Lingtian as his idol. However, now, You're that commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian. Pei San took a deep breath, and he looked at Duan Lingtian while harboring the last trace of hope in his heart. At this moment, he hoped so dearly that Duan Lingtian would deny it. "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian looked at Pei San with a calm expression as he responded rhetorically. This son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governors finally recognized Commander Duan. What a joke. Actually threatening to tear Commander Duan's corpse into 1,000 pieces and then burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Humph, he's just the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son. Even if the Swallow Mountain County's county governor personally came here today, he would still not dare be so presumptuous before Commander Duan. This Pei San is really courting death. This Per San had an expression of having gone through much bitterness and was thirsting for revenge earlier. But now he instead has a face full of terror and disbelief. That's normal. He's recognized Commander Duan now. After all, if he still dared to act like how he was earlier, then he'd really be an utter moron. The crowd of people that stood at the roadside to spectate discussed animatedly amongst themselves and didn't intentionally suppress their voices. Duan. Commander Duan. Pei San's body trembled and his face went ghastly pale. He was dumbstruck. He'd completely confirmed it. Never would he have imagined that the person he had a pressing need to kill these past 2 years was actually this, Duan Lingtian. The hatred within his heart completely crumbled at this moment, and all that was left was a sense of loss and helplessness. Exactly as the surrounding crowd had said, with Duan Lingtian's current status and influence, not to mention him, even his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, would have to treat Duan Lingtian with respect. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the old man behind Pei San. This youth was the violet-clothed youth he'd chased into Triumph City that year. The youth had already climbed to such a height within a mere 2 years' time, a height that even he could only look up to. No, impossible, impossible. Li Qing stood behind Pei San and shook his head unceasingly, as he wasn't willing to believe all this was true. The embroidered uniform guards commander Duan Ling Tian. He's heard of the Duan Ling Tian whose name was spread and gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom these past few months. But he never linked the Duan Ling Tian of rumor to his sworn enemy, Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, his sworn enemy, Duan Ling Tian, was only a disciple with another surname from a branch family under Aurora City's Li clan. Whereas the peerless genius, Duan Ling Tian, from the rumors was instead a direct descendant of the Imperial City's Duan clan. In the past, he thought the two only possessed the same name. After all, the Crimson Sky Kingdom was so huge, and thus it wasn't strange for people with the same name to appear. Chapter 224, Half-Step Void Stage Shui Yun. At any rate, Li Qing had never imagined that the Duan Ling Tian, whose name was spread and gave rise to much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and whose name now shook the entire Imperial City, was actually the Duan Ling Tian he wished for nothing more than to kill and rejoice after he'd done the deed. The disciple with another surname from the branch family under the Aurora City Li clan and the Imperial City Duan clan's direct descendant disciple, they were actually the same person. Li Qing felt that this was absolutely the gods playing a joke on him, but when he tried to pinch his thigh, the pain that came from this thigh instead told him that all this was real. How can this be possible? It can't be. It can't be. Li Qing's face was ghastly pale, as the scene before him caused all his hopes to be blasted to pieces. He planned to rely on the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate to break through to the origin core stage, then return to the Li clan and kill Duan Ling Tian in revenge for his grandfather. But now, the thoughts that he'd persisted on for 2 years had instantly crumbled. Moreover, not to mention Duan Ling Tian, the fact that was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard currently, even if he wasn't, Duan Ling Tian was still in existence at the origin core stage, and the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. He was far from being capable of comparing with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian sat atop his horse, and his calm gaze flashed past Li Qing and Pei San. When he saw their current expressions, he didn't even have the slightest bit of thought to make a fuss about the matter with them. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the carriage driver. Remember to slow down when you're driving within the Imperial City in the future. Yes. The carriage driver nodded like a chick pecking on grain and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest. As he now knew the youth's identity and knew in his heart that if Duan Ling Tian wanted to kill him, it would be no different than stomping an ant to death. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian spurred on his horse to move forward with the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him. Only after Duan Ling Tian's group disappeared at the end of the street did Pei San and the old man behind him recover from the shock. Blood enmity. No, I ought to call you Li Qing now. Pei San's gaze descended onto Li Qing, and a trace of icy coldness was faintly mixed within. As far as he was concerned, the reason why Duan Ling Tian had now slowly gotten further and further from him, even causing him to lose the hope of getting revenge, all of this was because of Li Qing. If it wasn't for Li Qing intentionally being mysterious that time, it would have been impossible for Duan Ling Tian to grow to this extent. Li Qing seemed as if he was jolted awake from a dream when he heard what Pei San said, and he instantly knelt on the ground. Third young master, spare me, spare me. Grandpa, why? Pei San's voice revealed gloominess. Not good. Li Qing's heart jerked, and he hurriedly stood up, desiring to flee. However, he was only a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the origin core stage. How could he possibly flee from the hands of a nascent soul martial artist? His skull was shattered by the old man with a palm strike in the blink of an eye, dead. Pei San took a deep breath after seeing Li Qing being killed and then returned into his carriage. He understood that even if he couldn't let it go, some enmity must have been buried deep within his heart. The current Duan Ling Tian was already someone that he couldn't deal with, and if he were to be impervious to reason, he would only be courting death, and it might even possibly implicate his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Duan Ling Tian was leading the group of embroidered uniform guards on the main street when his vigilant spiritual force suddenly noticed that something was off. In the shadows, a pair of gloomy eyes were staring at him. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't weak, he was even skilled at concealment. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian's heart being calm as water now, he might not have been able to notice. This is a powerhouse. Vigilance arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart, as relying on his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist's, he was able to sense how terrifying the person was. The person was extremely likely to be a half-step void stage powerhouse. Let's return. Duan Ling Tian didn't become panic-stricken and called out to the 10 embroidered uniform guard behind him. Then he turned his horse around to head to the embroidered uniform guard's residence. On the way, Duan Ling Tian conversed with the 2 old men beside him in a low voice. Old Hong, Old Qin. Don't panic no matter what I say next. Duan Ling Tian first gave the 2 old men a warning to stabilize them, then he spoke of what he'd noticed and asked the 2 old men to take precautions. The 2 old men nodded in understanding. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's group returned to the embroidered uniform guard's residence, and under Duan Ling Tian's orders, the main gate of the spacious and large courtyard house was closed, and at almost the exact same time that Duan Ling Tian's group walked in, a figure silently leapt over the surrounding walls to lightly descend into the courtyard. Who? Instantly, the embroidered uniform guard that was right at the back noticed the old man. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised as he slowly turned around to look at the old man. The old man wore black clothes, a dense killing intent was revealed from between his brows, and his fierce gaze had precisely descended onto Duan Ling Tian. As expected, I'm his target. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly, as he knew that this person was the one that was watching him from the shadows earlier. However, he was slightly curious, who the heck was this old man? When this old man looked at him, it was as if the old man had seen a mortal enemy. Duan Ling Tian was sure that he didn't know this old man and had never once seen him before. You ought to be the embroidered uniform guard's Duan Ling Tian, right? The old man's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, besides Old Hong and Old Qin, the faces of all the other 8 embroidered uniform guards beside Duan Ling Tian went grim, and they moved to protect Duan Ling Tian behind them. Exactly, I'm Duan Ling Tian. I wonder who you are? Duan Ling Tian asked, with a tranquil gaze. Now he could almost be sure that this black-clothed old man was in existence at the half-step voice stage, and the old man's strength was extremely terrifying. Who am I? A trace of icy coldness appearance on the old man's face as he said, in a cold voice, I'm Shui Lu's father. Shui Yun. Instantly, the faces of Old Hong and Old Qin, who stood beside Duan Ling Tian, focused as they exclaimed in a low voice. What? You two know me? Shui Yun's gaze descended onto Old Qin and Old Hong's figures. Are you 2 members of the Divine Might Marquis estate? Old Hong and Old Qin looked at Shui Yun. With tranquil expressions. Shui Yun. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall that when he crippled the Dantina of Shui Lang and that city guard commander Shui Lu waited at the Paladin Academy gate for him, the Duan clan's grand elder had once mentioned this name upon arrival. It was precisely Shui Lu's father. Now Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understand. It's no wonder this black-clothed old man would look upon me with such hatred. So it turned out that the enmity between them had long since been planted deeply. Today, my target is Duan Ling Tian. I have no intention of making things difficult between me and the Divine Might Marquis. If all of you are sensible, then leave now. Otherwise, even at the hazard of offending the Divine Might Marquis estate, I will still make all of you be buried with Duan Ling Tian. Shui Yun's gaze went slightly cold as he said this in a deep voice. What high-sounding sentiments. That would depend if you have the ability. Old Hong and Old Qin took a step forward with gazes that were like swords, and a trace of fury was mixed within their tone. Okay, let me see what ability all of you have. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed old man moved. Instantly, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of black lightning that flashed straight towards Old Hong and Old Qin at an extremely swift speed. Moreover, above him, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He's a powerhouse who's stepped into the half-step void stage as expected. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused. Even a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist exerting his full strength would only possess the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. The first level of the void prying stage did possess the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Although this Shui Yun's strength was inferior to a void prying stage martial artist, it far surpassed a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist. Old Hong and Old Qin transformed into 2 bolts of lightning as well and moved to greet him in combat. Above Old Hong and Old Qin, there each appeared 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. In terms of strength, any one among Old Hong or Old Qin weren't inferior to Shui Yun. Moreover, Old Hong and Old Qin had both joined forces now and suppressed Shui Yun within a short moment. The two of them worked together perfectly. You two are the Divine Marquis Estate's Old Tiger and Old Crane. Shui Yun's face went gloomy when he guessed the identity of the two people that he was up against. Old Tiger and Old Crane. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stupefied. Old Hong and Old Qin still had such nicknames. However, he discerned that when Old Hong attacked, it was indeed like a ferocious tiger, whereas when Old Qin attacked, it was like a graceful crane. Old Hong was adept in attacking, and he firmly suppressed Shui Yun. Old Qin was adept in movement techniques, and he caused Shui Yun to have nowhere to evade. I never imagined that the Divine Might Marquis Estate would go to such lengths, actually sending you two Old Tiger and Old Crane to follow this little bastard. Shui Yun's body moved to dodge to the side and his face sank. Since you two Old Tiger and Old Crane are here today, then I'll give you two face. I'll come take this little bastard's life next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Yun wanted to flee. Since you've come, then don't think of leaving. Old Qin spoke with a cold and indifferent voice, then the white robe on his body fluttered as he flashed out. He seemed as if he had transformed into a swift, white crane that flew out to block Shui Yun's path in an instant. In terms of speed, Shui Yun had no hope of rivaling Old Qin. Meanwhile, Old Hong caught up in time and blocked Shui Yun's path from the front and back, causing him to have nowhere to flee. Old Tiger and Old Crane, you seem to have forgotten my identity. Shui Yun's face sank, as he knew very well that if it were to continue like this, it would be him who would die for sure. He extended out his hand to withdraw a command token, and atop the command token was the word Spectre engraved on it. I am a Spectre guard under the command of His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor. If you two kill me, you will surely bring a great disaster upon the Divine Might Marquis Estate. His Majesty the Mortal Emperor. Spectre guard. A trace of bewilderment appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, as these two terms were so unfamiliar to him. Shui Yun, you think too highly of yourself. Old Hong's voice revealed a trace of disdain. His Majesty the Mortal Emperor would fall out with our Divine Might Marquis Estate for a mere Spectre guard. What a joke. Shui Yun took a deep breath and said, in a deep voice, he might not have in the past, but don't you forget that your Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis is infected with the poison of the Dark Nether Mink and isn't the void-prying stage powerhouse he was. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In 3 months at most, the poison of the Dark Nether Mink will be completely expelled from the senior marquis. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be amused when he heard what Shui Yun said. Did this Shui Yun really think that the Divine Might Marquis Estate's power had declined due to the senior marquis being poisoned? Chapter 225, Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill. Little bastard, don't talk nonsense. Even a Grade 6 alchemist can't do nothing against the poison of the Dark Nether Mink. Who are you trying to bluff? Shui Yun's icy cold eyes flashed past Duan Ling Tian as he sneered. As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was only an ignorant youth. Duan Ling Tian didn't bother wasting his time on Shui Yun and said indifferently, Old Hong, Old Qin. You two ought to still remember what the senior marquis said to the two of you before you two left the Divine Might Marquis Estate with me, right? I don't care if he's a Spectre guard, I want him dead, now. Duan Ling Tian spoke in a carefree manner, but within his voice, a dense killing intent was revealed. A half-step void stage powerhouse was too big of a threat to him. Moreover, the enmity between him and this half-step void stage powerhouse could be said to be absolutely irreconcilable. If Shui Yun didn't die, Duan Ling Tian's heart wouldn't be at peace. Yes, Commander. Old Hong and Old Qin nodded and directly attacked with full force. HMPH. Shui Yu's face went grim, then a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand as soon as he raised it. Origin energy exploded out, causing the 3-foot-long blade to emit a burst of sword cries, and the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shui Yun instantly rose to over 1,900. Obviously, this was a Grade 7 spirit weapon. But was it only he who had a Grade 7 spirit weapon? Old Hong and Old Qin respectively withdrew their own Grade 7 spirit weapons, and over 1,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above them. The Grade 7 spirit weapon in Old Hong's hand was a spear. The Grade 7 spirit weapon in Old Qin's hand was a bone fan. Shui Yun attacked. The sword in his hand seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as it tore through the sky and caused a piercing, whistling sound to echo out as it flashed straight for Old Qin. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, only by injuring Old Qin would he have any hope of escaping. Old Qin didn't dodge and raised his hand. The bone fan in his hand starting revolving faster and faster, emitting ear-piercing howls of wind that caused the surrounding air to stagnate. Origin energy exploded out from the bone fan and actually revolved as it flashed out, aiming straight for Shui Yun's throat. Old Qin was fearless when faced with Shui Yun's sword strike, and he seemed more like he was waiting for Shui Yun's sword to flash over. At the critical moment, the spear in Old Hong's hand trembled and seemed like a flood dragon coming forth from its lair as it tore through the air and stopped Shui Yun's sword strike. No, Shui Yun fiercely shouted, and this would also be the last sound he emitted in this lifetime. His head was directly minced off by the revolving bone fan. The two halves of Shui Yun's body fell down with a crash, and his blood stained the ground. Meanwhile, Old Qin raised his hand and the bone fan returned to his hand. Then fan actually wasn't stained by the fresh blood in the slightest. So formidable. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted and he was slightly surprised. At the same time, he was also shocked at Old Hong and Old Qing's teamwork. There was an extremely close tacit understanding between the two, and they trusted each other. Not only did Old Qin not dodge when faced with Shui Yun's sword strike, instead, he used that moment to execute his strongest attack and cause Shui Yun to be unable to defend against it. It was precisely because he trusted Old Hong that he dared do that. Moreover, Old Hong didn't let him down and promptly made a move to stop the sword strike that would have pierced through his chest. Duan Ling Tian believed that there probably weren't many half-step void stage powerhouses who could be a match to Old Hong and Old Qin when they joined forces. With Old Hong and Old Qin's strength, they're absolutely the trump card of the Divine Might Marquis estate. I never imagined that Uncle Ni would lend them to me. A trace of warmth arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Moreover, the other 8 people that the Divine Might Marquis sent to Duan Ling Tian didn't reveal any surprise. It was as if they already knew that Old Hong and Old Qin had such strength since a long time ago. Duan Ling Tian removed Shui Yun's spatial ring and then picked up the grade 7 spirit sword. Shui Yun's sword was completely jet black and revealed a sense of being simple and ancient. Duan Ling Tian's hand trembled and a black bolt of lightning flashed out, then 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian. 27% amplification, not bad. It's better than the grade 8 spirit weapon I refined now. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart before putting away the fully jet black grade 7 spirit sword. Meanwhile, all of the embroidered uniform guards, including Old Hong and Old Qin, were dumbstruck. When utilizing a grade 7 spirit weapon, this commander of theirs was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A grade 7 spirit weapon amplified nearly 30% strength. In other words, even without a spirit weapon, he would still be capable of exerting the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. They never thought that their commander had already broken through to the second level of the Origin Core stage, an 18-year-old second-level Origin Core martial artist. They felt their scalps go numb. After ordering the remaining embroidered uniform guards to bury Shui Yun's corpse, Duan Ling Tian called Old Hong and Old Qin. Then he walked into the rear courtyard. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 old men and asked curiously, "Old Hong, Old Qin, earlier, the Spectre Guard and His Majesty the Mortal Emperor that Shui Yun mentioned, what are they exactly? Can you two explain it to me?" "Of course." Old Hong nodded, and his face went slightly serious. His Majesty the Mortal Emperor is called Mortal Emperor Chu, and he is the younger brother of the current emperor. He shares the same father but not mother with the emperor, and he is of the same generation as your father, Duan Rufeng. That year, within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, his natural talent was only inferior to your father's. Later, Mortal Emperor Chu left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and went to wander around the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When he returned over 10 years later, his cultivation had stepped into the void-prying stage. At that time, the imperial family's void-prying stage powerhouse of the previous generation had just passed away, so he accepted the important task of protecting the imperial family and became the mortal emperor that was concealed behind the scenes. As for the Spectre Guard, they're the servants at the mortal emperor's side. They total 9 people and are all half-step void stage powerhouses. Old Hong finished explaining in a single breath. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Mortal Emperor Chu, the imperial family's void stage powerhouse. He deeply remembered it in his heart. "Commander, the Marquis sent someone over to notify you to make a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate." Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from the front courtyard. Duan Ling Tian, who was at the rear courtyard, heard it clearly, and he lightly smiled to the 2 old men. "Old Qin, Old Hong, come with me." Before long, Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Little Tian, the medicinal materials you wanted have been gathered. The Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan's face revealed a smile when he saw Duan Ling Tian's arrival. So fast. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, as one of the main medicinal catalysts to refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill was extremely hard to come by, after all. Even in the Imperial City, it was extremely rare. He never expected that his uncle Ni would already have gathered them all in only a few days. The secrets of the Divine Might Marquis estate were extraordinary as expected. Ni Yuan said, with a smile. One of the medicinal materials among them was extremely rare. However, I just happened to know an alchemist who possessed it and asked him to transfer it to me. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then went to the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate with Ni Yuan. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his cauldron and condensed a grade 8 pill fire. Then he started refining the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling Tian placed the entire pile of medicinal materials into the cauldron, and after spending 3 hours, slightly out of his expectations, he'd refined 7 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills. Grandpa Ni, these are 3 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills, and just like the last time, consume them separately over the course of 3 months. After 3 months, the toxic poison of the dark nether mink within your body will completely vanish. Duan Ling Tian put away 4 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills and passed the other 3 to the old man. The old man directly consumed one, and his face revealed a carefree smile. Little Tian, it's all thanks to you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Grandpa Ni, don't mention it. If it wasn't for old Hong and old Chin that you sent to me, I probably wouldn't have been able to see you again. If those 2 old men hadn't been present, it could be imagined how it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to survive Shui Yun. What happened? The old man's face sank when he heard this, and his pair of muddy eyes lit up with a bright light as killing intent shot out from within them. Little Tian, who's so bold to dare to touch you? Ni Yuan had a face full of rage as well. Grandpa Ni, Uncle Ni, don't worry, he's already dead. That person was called Shui Yun, and he seemed to be the father of the city guard army's commander, Shui Lu, Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Shui Yun, according to my knowledge, he's a specter guard. However, serves him right that he's dead, because he dared touch you. The old man's face had a casual expression. It was as if he didn't take Shui Yun's death to heart in the slightest. Ni Yuan was almost the same. Uncle Ni, you haven't consumed the Monkey King wine. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ni Yuan and changed the topic. I intend to consume it in another few days. At that time, I'll temporarily leave the Imperial City and find a place to greet the 6-9 lightning tribulation. Ni Yuan lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes and said, with a smile, looks like Uncle Ni is extremely confident in stepping into the void prying stage in a short amount of time. Haha. If Uncle Ni steps into the void prying stage, that would still be thanks to your contribution. If I didn't have your Monkey King wine, I don't know how long it would be before I'd be able to break through, even to the extent I might not be able to break through in my lifetime. As he finished speaking, Ni Yuan shook his head and sighed. Although he only needed one more step to reach the void prying stage, many half-step void stage martial artists like him had appeared within the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the end, more than 90% among those martial artists weren't able to break through to the void prying stage and just died of old age. If one wanted to step into the void prying stage, then one must possess an extraordinary natural talent. Of course, it wasn't impossible for one with ordinary natural talent to break through to the void prying stage. As long as one possessed a void advancement pill, or other external sources of assistance, such as the Monkey King wine, one could still smoothly break through to the void prying stage as well. Uncle Ni, you're exaggerating. Grandpa Ni was able to break through to the void prying stage, how could you possibly have any problems? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. However, Ni Yuan hadn't spoken yet when the old man spoke first. Little Tian, there's something you don't know. Grandpa Ni was able to break through to the void prying stage because of the void advancement pill as well. If I didn't have the void advancement pill, then it would have probably been difficult for me to break through to the void prying stage in my lifetime. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, as he never thought that the old man had broken through to the void prying stage by relying on the void advancement pill. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Ling Tian directly returned home and summoned Shang Quan. Young master. Shang Quan respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian. Shang Quan, take this. Duan Ling Tian didn't waste time and directly withdrew 3 grade 8 spirit cleansing pills from his spatial ring and passed them to Xianxia. Chapter 226, Duan Ling Tian's plans. Young master, this is. Although Xianxia could vaguely guess what it was, he still couldn't help himself from asking for confirmation. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said, "These are grade 8 spirit cleansing pills, consume them separately over 3 months just like the previous grade 9 spirit cleansing pills. In 3 months, your cultivation will once again recover another 1/3, so you ought to be able to recover to the void-prying stage." Xianxia's breathing became hurried when he heard this. His cultivation could finally recover to the void-prying stage. All through this time, he'd always been depressed. He was in existence at the 6th level of the void-prying stage, but now because of the origin-sealing parasite, his cultivation suffered an extreme restriction. If he could recover to the void-prying stage, even if it was only the 1st level of the void-prying stage, it still far surpassed his current situation. After all, he had many formidable skills that could only be executed when relying upon the strength of the void-prying stage. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian spent half an hour and refined a medicinal pill that looked simple and dull right before Xianxia's eyes and passed it to him. Besides that, this is the antidote for the past half year. When he gave Xianxia the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to consume that day, he'd mixed a special poison within. That poison was something even the spirit cleansing pill was helpless against. Xianxia had to consume the antidote every half year, or else he would undoubtedly die. This was also a method Duan Ling Tian used to control Xianxia. "Thank you, young master." Xianxia's gaze shone, and he hurriedly received it before consuming it. After sending Xianxia off, Duan Ling Tian went to the rear courtyard. Only now did he realize that the 2 little girls had both smoothly broken through to the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian returned to his room after accompanying the 2 little girls for a while. After taking out a drop of Monkey King wine and consuming it, Duan Ling Tian started cultivating. This time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine was an entire 50% weaker than before. He circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Worm Python form mental cultivation, and in the end, Duan Ling Tian was only barely able to break through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Looks like the Monkey King wine and Monkey wine are similar. The effect from first consumption is much better, and the following consumption's effects are halved each time. The second consumption is the half of the first consumption, and the third consumption is the half of the second consumption. So on and so forth. Later on, its effect makes no difference. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he realized that if he stepped into the half-step void stage in the future and wanted to use the Monkey King wine to break through, consuming even more Monkey King wine would only be a waste. However, now that his cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage, it allowed Duan Ling Tian to possess the strength of 41 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 2nd level origin core martial artist, he possessed an extra strength of 11 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 3rd level origin core martial artists, he possessed an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. That Shui Yun was a specter guard. Duan Ling Tian took out Shui Yun's spatial ring and dripped blood to establish ownership, then he looked within and his eyes squinted. "There's actually only 1 million or so silver here. This Shui Yun really hasn't been doing well. He was in existence at the half-step void stage and only had this much." As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had a face full of dislike. At the gate of the 5th Prince's estate, 5th Prince looked at Tong Li and said, with a light smile, "Li, cousin will come see you at Fair Sun County when I'm free." Cousin. Tong Li's eyes were hazy and full of tears, and her face had a sense of unwillingness mixed within. Could it be that we really are helpless against that Duan Ling Tian? When she found out of Duan Ling Tian's current dominance, Tong Li's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. "Li, don't worry, once cousin conquers the throne, I'll surely capture that Duan Ling Tian and send him before you. I'll allow you to deal with him as you please," the 5th Prince promised. Tong Li's expression eased up slightly when she heard what he said, and she fiercely nodded with a vicious gaze. "Okay, at that time, I want a slice of his flesh piece by piece and see the last drop of blood bleed out from his body." Subsequently, Tong Li and the old woman beside her left the 5th Prince's estate to return to Fair Sun County. 5th Prince brought along the white-browed old man and turned to return to the estate after Tong Li's carriage disappeared before his eyes. "Li, don't worry, that old goat doesn't have long to live." On the way back to the estate, the 5th Prince muttered to himself. Since killing Shui Yu, Duan Ling Tian's life slowly calmed down. The third prince and fifth prince seemed to have vanished from the world. The Prime Minister Gu Yuting seemed to have completely quieted down as well. Nowadays, besides occasionally going to the Paladin Academy, Duan Ling Tian would normally stay at home and accompany the two little girls and his mother. Occasionally, he would head to the embroidered uniform guard's residence to investigate who it was that poisoned the emperor. As time flowed by, he had more and more clues. Duan Ling Tian was confident that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to find out the truth, and find the true culprit. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had turned 19 and stepped into the ranks of young men, and the immaturity on his face completely vanished. Replacing it, he had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was handsome and extraordinary with a graceful bearing. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed by. Within a spacious room, the violet-clad young man abruptly opened his eyes, and above him, 51 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. I've finally broken through. Fortunately, the Monkey King wine and Monkey wine didn't clash with each other. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile. Since he'd consumed the Monkey King wine for the second time and noticed that the effects weren't great, he didn't waste the Monkey King wine anymore and instead drank the monkey wine. As a result, he noticed that the medicinal strength of the monkey wine didn't weaken due to him having consumed the Monkey King wine. Relying on the medicinal strength of the monkey wine, and coupled with the assistance of the origin strengthening pill, he'd smoothly broken through to the third level of the origin core stage after 3 months. The origin strengthening pill is the upgraded version of the origin increasing pill, and it's also the medicinal pill that origin core martial artists cultivate with because it is able to increase their cultivation speed. Duan Ling Tian had refined quite a few of these over the past 3 months. They were all origin strengthening pills of high purity and were far from something the origin strengthening pills sold outside could compare to. The two little girls at home, Kei and Li Fei, both stepped into the second level of the origin core stage in succession after consuming the second drop of Monkey King wine. And their cultivations was something that only Duan Ling Tian could firmly surpass within the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Of course, all this was only known to Duan Ling Tian, and outsiders didn't know of it in the slightest. Otherwise, it was unknown what sort of sensation it would give rise to. Duan Ling Tian, whose mood was elated after breaking through, went to Paladin Academy to look for Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tianhu to have a meal together. Presently, Xiao Yu and the others had already become accustomed to Duan Ling Tian skipping class. It made no difference to the current Duan Ling Tian if he skipped class or not, as his current status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom to a certain degree could already be considered as below one but above the rest, as there was no one above him but the Emperor. Perhaps within the Imperial City now, there were people who didn't know who the Prime Minister was, but there was practically no one that didn't know who the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard was. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Ling Tian, the spokesman of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor. In the eyes of the current Emperor, his status even surpassed Prime Minister Gu Yuting's. Right, now that I think of it, it's about time for this year's new students to enroll, right? We ought to be considered grade 2 students now, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Duan Ling Tian, you're really slow. The new students already enrolled 2 days ago, and we've been promoted to grade 2 students. Tianhu shook his head and laughed. Even though Duan Ling Tian was the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard now, they hadn't grown apart in the slightest. The friendship between him and Duan Ling Tian wouldn't change just because the status of one of them changed. Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Duan Ling Tian, do you have any plans? As far as he was concerned, Duan Ling Tian was only 19 and had already attained such achievements within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Thus, within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, unless he rose in rebellion to seize the throne, it would be extremely difficult for him to stand at a higher height. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he practically stood at the peak. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. I naturally have a plan. However, everything will have to wait until after I've dealt with an unfinished matter. After I've dealt with the matter, perhaps I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to what Duan Ling Tian found out from Shang Quan, some of the sects within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were situated at places with beautiful scenery, and the origin energy there was abundant, thus being extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. Compared to an ordinary place of cultivation, the speed of cultivation there was much faster. And the speed of cultivation in some places was even double the speed of cultivation at an ordinary place. He could imagine how if he was able to cultivate in those places, combined with the high-purity origin strengthening pills in his possession, his cultivation would surely advance at high speeds. so he had already planned to enter one of the top sects within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom just for the sake of an extremely good place of cultivation. However, no matter whether it was the Paladin Academy he was currently in, or the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that he would enter in the future, they were all just stepping stones for him. His aspirations weren't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, not were his aspirations within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xuan, and Tian, who all had faces full of yearning when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. After having a meal with the three of them, Duan Ling Tian left Paladin Academy and went to the embroidered uniform guard's residence with Shang Quan. Shang Quan's cultivation recovering to the void prying stage was a huge help to him. Commander, our investigation has bore fruit. Duan Ling Tian had only just entered through the gates when he saw Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang coming over to greet him. It has. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone. Who bought those medicinal materials? Zhang Qian took a few steps forward and closed the gate of the courtyard house. Only then did he come to Duan Ling Tian's side and say, in a low voice, Commander, it was someone from the 5th Prince's estate. 5th Prince's estate? Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted. Are you sure? This isn't a joke. It's said that even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs, so a vicious tiger ought to not eat its father, right? Commander, we've caught the person that purchased the medicinal materials and confirmed it. Those medicinal materials were something the manager that followed beside the 5th Prince, Whitebrow One, asked him to buy, Zhao Gang added. Looks like this matter is related to the 5th Prince. I need to make a trip to the palace. Duan Ling Tian nodded and was slightly shocked in his heart. The 5th Prince was really extremely cruel and merciless, even being so ruthless towards his own father. Duan Ling Tian brought Shang Quan along as he hurried into the palace to see the emperor. Commander Duan, is it because you have a lead that you came here in such a hurry? The emperor guessed Duan Ling Tian's reason for coming. Your Majesty, I really don't know how to speak about this matter. Duan Ling Tian had a face full of a bitter smile. Surely he couldn't directly tell the emperor, your son wants to kill you, right? Speak. The emperor's gaze was calm as he slowly spoke. Duan Ling Tian looked at the emperor. According to the clues from my investigation, everything points towards the 5th Prince. 1 TL note. As of done previously, I decided to name him Whitebrow, which is the translation of his name and how he's usually referred to, white-browed old man. Chapter 227, Mortal Emperor Chu. 5th Prince. The emperor's breathing became hurried when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Only after a long time did he take a deep breath and a trace of gloominess flashed within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was gazing at the emperor, and he could clearly feel the rage within the emperor's heart. He could understand the emperor's current feelings. Commander Duan, the emperor spoke with an icy cold voice that revealed a coldness that was chilling to the bone. Your Majesty, Duan Ling Tian replied, take the embroidered uniform guard under your command and bring that unfilial son here right now. I will summon the Prime Minister and Divine Might Marquis to enter the palace immediately. I want that unfilial son to be executed in this throne room as a warning to others. The emperor's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell and was incomparably gloomy. He was completely enraged. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of cold air. It was said that emperors were heartless, and today he could be considered to have completely experienced it. However, when he thought about the 5th Prince's deeds, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. The 5th Prince only had himself to blame. Yes, Duan Ling Tian received the orders and left the imperial palace with Shang Quan. Then he gathered the 12 embroidered uniform guard under his command to directly head to the 5th Prince's estate. When the guards at the 5th Prince's estate's main gate saw Duan Ling Tian coming over with his subordinates, their faces all went pale. Commander Duan, they recognized the embroidered uniform guard's Valador robes and respectfully bowed to Duan Ling Tian, not daring to block his path. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to these guards and brought Shang Quan and the 12 embroidered uniform guards to directly gallop their horses into the 5th Prince's estate. Duan Ling Tian, you're being presumptuous. Before long, the 5th Prince came out, and behind him, the white-browed old man followed. Presumptuous. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he looked at the 5th Prince and indifferently said, 5th Prince, this time I'm following the orders of His Majesty to invite you to the palace. So I hope 5th Prince can cooperate. HMPH. If my imperial father wanted to summon me, why would he need you to come here? Duan Ling Tian, what exactly do you want to do? The 5th Prince's face sank, as he obviously didn't believe what Duan Ling Tian said. 5th Prince, if you don't cooperate, then don't blame me for using force. Men, invite the fifth prince. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he abruptly ordered, with a voice that was like exploding thunder. Instantly, besides Shang Quan, who was behind Duan Ling Tian, Old Hong, Old Qin, and the 10 embroidered uniform guards moved forward, wanting to capture the fifth prince. Presumptuous. The face of the white-browed old man behind the fifth prince sank as he shouted out explosively and protected the fifth prince behind him. If anyone obstructs, kill them. Duan Ling Tian continued to order with a cold and indifferent voice. Instantly, the 10 embroidered uniform guards attacked, and their embroidered spring sabers whistled out with piercingly cold lights as if transforming into poisonous snakes that bit towards the old man. The old man's figure trembled, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him, a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist. However, even though he was a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist, before the tacit joint attack of 10 7th and 8th-level nascent soul martial artists, he didn't gain the slightest advantage, even to the extent he was in a slightly sorry state when being enveloped by the net of sabers from the combined attacks of the embroidered spring sabers. Right at this moment, a burst of whistling echoed out. It was precisely the fifth prince who blew it. Instantly, incomparably swift figures flew over one after the other from all over the estate. These people were led by an old man. This old man wore azure clothes, and his movements brought along a shocking aura from his extraordinary cultivation. Behind the old man, another 5 old men followed close behind, and besides that there was another group of middle-aged men with frosty expressions following close behind the old man. These middle-aged men were precisely the death soldiers that the fifth prince trained, death soldiers that only lived for slaughter. The old man in the lead dashed out, and above him, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Old Pooh, I want that Duan Ling Tian dead. The fifth prince's gaze shone when he saw the old man, and he abruptly ordered as if he was filled with confidence in the old man. Don't worry, your highness, none of them will survive. The old man's voice spread out in the air, and he seemed to transform into a great rock as he enveloped Duan Ling Tian's location. Shang Quan, kill him. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm when faced with this half-step void stage powerhouse that was flying towards him, and he had a carefree expression. Yes, young master. Shang Quan's body moved at the moment he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Along with an awe-inspiring sound of rushing wind was a clear and melodious sword howl, then the sound stopped abruptly. Instantly, a pillar of eye-piercing blood bloomed from the throat of the old man that was approaching in full fury. He'd only approached halfway when his head drooped and his entire body crashed onto the floor. His body was fiercely hurtled out by momentum and was completely devoid of signs of life. Besides Old Hong and Old Qin, who spurred their horses to follow by Duan Ling Tian's side, no one present was able to see Shang Quan's movements clearly. In their eyes, Shang Quan had always been sitting on his horse and had never moved. Void prying stage. Old Hong and Old Qin's hearts shook, as they never imagined that the middle-aged man that had been following the commander lately was actually a void prying stage powerhouse. Moreover, he seemed to not simply be a first-level void prying martial artist. No, the fifth prince's pupils constricted when he saw this scene, and he wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. His biggest reliance, an existence at the half-step void stage, had died just like that. The other 5 old men that followed behind the half-step void stage old man now had stopped their footsteps. And were all shocked to the point that they were dumbstruck. The white-browed old man's figure moved to avoid the joint attack of the group of embroidered uniform guards, then he stood far away and was stunned for a moment. Only those death soldiers still pounced out to fight one after the other, but they all died beneath the embroidered spring sabers of the 10 embroidered uniform guards. Before long, blood flooded into a river at the front courtyard of the fifth prince's estate, and not a single death soldier remained standing. Fifth prince, I hope you're able to cooperate. Duan Ling Tian's icy cold gaze swept past the white-browed old man and the other 5 old men that were dumbstruck, then it finally descended onto the fifth prince. The fifth prince seemed to have been slightly driven out of his wits, and only when the 10 embroidered uniform guards surrounded him did he recover from his shock. Duan Ling Tian, you'll die for sure. The fifth prince looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke with a voice that was filled with icy coldness. Fifth prince, I've already said this before, I'm following the orders of His Majesty to invite you to the palace. Duan Ling Tian continued to speak. As for the fifth prince's threat, he didn't take it to heart. His Majesty, has that old goat noticed something? The fifth prince's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness as he said this in a deep voice. Old goat. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the fifth prince. It looked like the fifth prince didn't respect the emperor in the slightest, because he had actually called the emperor an old goat. Take him. Duan Ling Tian turned his horse around and left the fifth prince's estate. He didn't notice that when the fifth prince was dragged onto the back of a horse by an embroidered uniform guard, the fifth prince had made an eye signal to the white-browed old man. And the white-browed old man nodded with a serious expression. After Duan Ling Tian took the fifth prince away, the white-browed old man left the fifth prince's estate at the first possible moment and flashed straight for the imperial palace. In terms of speed, he far surpassed Duan Ling Tian's group that was on horseback. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the throne room with the fifth prince, he noticed that besides the emperor, there were quite a few people present. Besides Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan and Prime Minister Ji Yu Ting, the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate had actually come as well, and he was now seated nearby. He was obviously given a seat by the emperor. Duan Ling Tian brought Shang Quan and the 12 embroidered uniform guards to enter the throne room in swift strides. Imperial Father. The fifth prince seemed as if he'd seen his savior when he saw the emperor, and he knelt on the ground. This Duan Ling Tian is reckless and impudent enough to actually dare to forcefully enter my estate and kill my subordinates. Imperial Father, you must give justice to your son. The emperor's gaze was slightly cold as he said, in a deep voice, it was I who asked Commander Duan to capture you. What, you have an objection? The fifth prince looked at the emperor as he asked, Imperial Father, I wonder what I've done wrong. What you've done, you're clear of it in your heart. Could it be that you want me to personally tell you? The emperor's face sank, and his eyes revealed a sense of gloominess. Imperial Father, you must not listen to the slanderous talk of that vile person. This Duan Ling Tian and I have personal grudges, he's framing me. The fifth prince hurriedly said. Framing. The emperor sneered. Do you really think I'm a self-indulgent ruler? I'd once suspected you, but then I thought that you're my own son after all, so I convinced myself and didn't suspect you again. But, unexpectedly, now that the truth has been revealed, it really was you. My own good son. Imperial Father, I don't know what you're talking about. The fifth prince pretended to be confused. Right when the emperor's face sank and he was about angrily rebuke the fifth prince, a calm voice sounded from outside the throne room. Shuan. In next to no time, a white-clothed middle-aged man slowly walked in. His speed looked to be slow, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived within the audience hall. Meanwhile, another person followed behind him. It was precisely the white-browed old man from the fifth prince's estate. Your Majesty the Mortal Emperor. For a moment, Ni Yuan and Ji Yu Ting looked at the person who'd arrived and slightly bowed. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. Mortal Emperor. He's the Mortal Emperor Chu. The imperial family's formidable void-stage powerhouse. Fourth imperial brother. The emperor's enraged expression slightly eased up when he noticed the arrival of Mortal Emperor Chu. Why have you come? Imperial brother, I heard you want to punish Shuan. The Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the emperor with a pair of calm eyes that flashed with a grave intent to kill. But it was caught by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked, as he suddenly felt that the arrival of the Mortal Emperor Chu would probably not be so simple. The emperor took a deep breath and said, with a hurried tone, Fourth imperial brother, there's something you don't know. This unfilial son actually dared to poison me, his father. Tell me, does an unfilial son like this deserve death? He was incomparably agitated. Unfilial son. The Mortal Emperor Chu's dignified brows raised as he said indifferently, then if he isn't imperial brother's son. Fourth imperial brother, what do you mean by this? The emperor's face went slightly grim as his fierce gaze descended onto Mortal Emperor Chu. Shuan, tell him. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the emperor with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Meanwhile, the fifth prince, Chu Shuan, directly stood up and respectfully bowed to Mortal Emperor Chu. Yes, imperial father. Along with Chu Shuan's voice, the entire scene was deathly silent. The fifth prince addressed Mortal Emperor Chu as imperial father. What was actually going on? Besides Duan Ling Tian and Shang Quan, who could still stay calm, the faces of the other people present changed. Chapter 228, Grand Battle in the Throne Room. As expected, Duan Ling Tian's eyes focused as he came to a sudden understanding. When Mortal Emperor Chu appeared, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the atmosphere was slightly off. Firstly, Mortal Emperor Chu seemed to be extremely discontent with the emperor. Second, fifth prince Chu Shuan, who originally knelt there pleading for forgiveness, heaved a sigh of relief when the Mortal Emperor Chu appeared. It was as if he'd seen his savior. However, even then, Duan Ling Tian never would have thought that the relationship between the fifth prince and mortal Emperor Chu would be that of father and son. Wouldn't that mean that this fifth prince was born of the adultery between mortal Emperor Chu and the emperor's concubine? The matter seemed to be slightly complicated. You too. The emperor was angered to the point that his pupils constricted, and he pointed out with his finger at mortal Emperor Chu and Chu Xuan and was unable to catch his breath. Imperial brother, Xuan doesn't know medicine. The poison he infected you with is from a medicinal formula I gave him. Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the emperor with a calm gaze, as if he was saying something of no significance. These years, I've guarded the imperial family and had no other hope besides seeing my only son ascend to the throne. But unfortunately, imperial brother, you're too greedy for power. And you're already past 60 but still unwilling to give up your throne. Only son. What mortal Emperor Chu said caused the emperor's face to go deathly pale. This bastard is born of you and that bitch. The emperor only felt a gloomy feeling in his chest when he thought about how he'd worn a green hat all these years. Old goat, don't insult my mother. Chu Xuan coldly swept the emperor with his gaze. Since it had already come to this, he didn't conceal it anymore. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The emperor burst out into a loud laugh, laughing madly. Only after a short while did he stop and look at mortal Emperor Chu, then said, in a cold voice, "Fourth imperial brother, you falling out with me here today because of this bastard ought to not be to simply protect his life, right?" Mortal Emperor Chu deeply glanced at the emperor. "Imperial brother, I came here today because I hope you can give up the throne to a better successor." Give up the throne. What the mortal Emperor Chu said caused another stir again. Even Duan Ling Tian never thought that this mortal Emperor Chu would be so unscrupulous. "What if I'm unwilling?" the emperor asked, in a low voice, and his eyes were filled with a piercingly cold light. "Imperial brother, you're an intelligent person," mortal Emperor Chu said indifferently, and his calm tone, however, had a coercive meaning mixed within. "What, fourth imperial brother wants to force me to abdicate the throne?" The emperor abruptly started laughing, and the coldness on his face grew stronger as if his face was covered in a layer of ice. "So what if I am?" Mortal Emperor Chu had a carefree expression. He didn't regard the emperor with respect in the slightest. "Presumptuous." The emperor's face sank and he shouted out coldly. Right at this moment, the mortal emperor paid no attention to the emperor, as he seemed to have noticed something and looked towards the outside of the throne room. Moreover, at the same time that he noticed, Shang Quan, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, looked towards the outside as well. Subsequently, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior Marquis and Marquis both looked towards the outside. An unrestrained figure slowly walked in. The figure wore a silk head-dress and held a feather fan in his hand. The person was a middle-aged scholar, and he slowly walked in to stand behind the emperor. The emperor heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed the arrival of the scholarly middle-aged man. "Dean Sima, those who adjust their actions to the times are wise. Could it be that you think that it is sufficient to rival me merely by yourself?" Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the middle-aged scholarly man, and a sense of gloominess was mixed within his voice. "Dean Sima." Duan Ling Tian's face revealed shock. The middle-aged man that appeared currently was no one else but precisely the teacher of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, Sima Chongfeng. Just now, this mortal Emperor Chu had called Sima Chongfeng, Dean. Could it be that this teacher Sima of his was the elusive dean of Paladin Academy? If it really was so, then this dean had really concealed himself too deeply. "Your Majesty the mortal emperor, give up." Sima Chongfeng looked at mortal Emperor Chu and said indifferently, "His Majesty the Emperor is the legitimate ruler from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. If you want to forcefully make him abdicate his throne, then not to mention me, even the senior Marquis would probably not stand idly by." "Senior Marquis." Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto the old man that sat nearby, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Not to mention the fact that the senior Marquis is now infected with the poison of the dark nether mink and is unable to utilize his origin energy, even if the senior Marquis wasn't poisoned, so what? Could it be that you think that you two joining hands would be sufficient to match me?" As he spoke up to this point, Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed a sense of arrogance and conceit. "Ha ha ha ha. Your Majesty the mortal emperor, as expected of one who's worthy of being called the rare talent in the martial Tao of the imperial family." The old man who sat nearby couldn't help but start laughing. "Senior Marquis, I hope your Divine Might Marquis Estate won't interfere in today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame this mortal emperor for showing no mercy." Mortal Emperor Chu looked at the senior marquis and spoke with a tone that didn't lack a threatening intent. HMPH. The senior marquis hadn't spoken when Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan had already taken a step forward. Your Majesty the Mortal Emperor, the Divine Might Marquis estate only respects the legitimate ruler from the imperial family. If you really want to force the emperor to abdicate his throne, then it's committing high treason. I, Ni Yuan, will be the first to stand up and help His Majesty get through the difficulties and kill the traitors. Good, Divine Might Marquis, it wasn't a waste that I trusted you all these years. Seeing the Divine Might Marquis's attitude, the emperor couldn't help but emit a gratified smile. Although I, Duan Ling Tian, am incapable, I'm indebted to His Majesty's favor, and thus am willing to offer my services to His Majesty. Duan Ling Tian stated his position as well. You're Duan Ling Tian. Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. You don't have the qualifications to choose. I won't trouble your Majesty the Mortal Emperor to worry about whether I have the qualifications to choose, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Duan Ling Tian, you're presumptuous. Chu Xuan's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. Duan Ling Tian looked at Chu Xuan and laughed. Fifth Prince. Oh, no, you aren't the fifth prince anymore. You. Chu Xuan's face went grim, and his eyes were filled with piercingly cold killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, you'll surely lose today. I'll capture you and send you to my cousin's sister and let her personally tear you into thousands of pieces. What, fifth prince, are you so sure that you too will surely win? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. You'll know really soon. After today, I, Chu Xuan, will become the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chu Xuan's gaze became filled with fanaticism. It was as if he'd already seen the scene of himself reigning supreme over the lands. Wishful thinking, the emperor sneered. Imperial brother, you'll know very soon if it's wishful thinking. Mortal Emperor Chu's gaze swept past everyone present before descending onto Prime Minister Ji Yu Ting. Prime Minister Ji Yu, you're wise and astute, so I'll give you two choices. 1. Die with the old goat. 2. Serve my son and assist my son in governing the Crimson Sky Kingdom. When Ji Yu Ting saw Mortal Emperor Chu coming, he knew that he would have to make a choice. Now he could discern that the emperor's gaze was looking at him as well. For a moment, he was in a difficult position. Right at this moment, black figures flashed in from outside the throne room one by one and descended behind Mortal Emperor Chu, a total of 8 people. They were all old men who wore black clothes, and each one of them had cold and indifferent gazes. It was precisely Mortal Emperor Chu's Spectre Guard. You Majesty the Mortal Emperor, those thick-headed half-step void stage martial artists have already been dealt with. One of the Spectre Guards reported to Mortal Emperor Chu. Prime Minister Ji Yu, what's your choice? Mortal Emperor Chu looked at Ji Yu Ting, and asked once again, with a tone that contained an extra sense of impatience. Ji Yu Ting didn't hesitate anymore when he saw the Spectre Guards arrive. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, he said to the Emperor, before flying towards Mortal Emperor Chu. His speed was fast, but someone was even faster. Sima Chanfeng, who was behind the Emperor, raised his hand to condense a palm print from origin energy that carried along a trace of a terrifying aura, and it instantly descended onto Ji Yu Ting, killing him. Sima Changfeng, Mortal Emperor Chu's face sank. The white robe on his body fluttered without wind, and his long hair waved about. He was utterly enraged. Sima Changfeng moved to flash straight towards Mortal Emperor Chu with an imposing manner that could pierce through the sky. Above Sima Changfeng, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and moved out with immense force. Second level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian was surprised, as he never thought that the strength of this teacher Sima would be so strong. HMPH. Mortal Emperor Chu's face revealed disdain when faced with Sima Changfeng flashing over. Then his body lightly trembled and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, third level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Worthy of being publicly acknowledged as the strongest void prying stage powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, this Mortal Emperor Chu was actually a third level void prying stage powerhouse. Dean Sima, this old man will come assist you. The old man that had sat at the side since the beginning revealed his second-level void-prying stage cultivation. Father, be careful. Ni Yuan's body moved and entered into the battle. Above him, 2,000 ancient mammoths condensed into form. Obviously, Ni Yuan had already broken through to the first level of the void-prying stage. For a time, the earth quaked and the hills swayed within the throne room. The speed at which the four void-prying stage powerhouses fought it caused one to see things in a blur and be utterly unable to see it clearly. At least Duan Lingtian couldn't see it clearly in the slightest. The only thing he was able to discern was that even though it was 3 against 1, mortal Emperor Chu still had the advantage. Senior Marquis, looks like your dark nether minx poison has been cured. Ni Yuan, I really never thought that you would have stepped into the void-prying stage. Mortal Emperor Chu's voice had a sense of astonishment mixed within. The feather fan in Sima Chongfeng's hand flashed out quickly and revealed the strength of a grade 7 spirit weapon. The father and son Divine Might Marquis pair took out their grade 7 spirit weapons as well. HMPH. So what if you use spirit weapons? 3 void-prying martial artists, and only 2 have comprehended force. I'll let all of you experience advanced sword force. A dark blue 3-foot-long blade appeared in Mortal Emperor Chu's hand. Everywhere the 3-foot-long blade passed, the attacks of Sima Chongfeng and the others were directly disintegrated as easily as breaking dry branches. Everyone was shocked the moment he swung his sword. Advanced sword force, the senior marquis exclaimed in surprise, then he shouted out explosively, retreat. Instantly, the 3 of them flashed backwards in panic, avoiding Mortal Emperor Chu's sword. They didn't dare go head-on against it. Spectre guards, heed my command. Capture Duan Lingtian alive and kill everyone else without exception. Chu Xuan ordered. Instantly, the 8 spectre guards pounced towards Duan Lingtian and the group of embroidered uniform guards under his command. 1 TL note. A Chinese expression that basically means cuckold. Chapter 229, The Death of Mortal Emperor Chu. The 8 spectre guards were 8 half-step void stage powerhouses, and now they seemed like a group of starved wolves pouncing on food as they pounced at Duan Lingtian's group. HMPH. A light, cold grunt sounded, and a strand of green sword light flashed out swiftly. Merely a strand of sword light flashed by and the 8 spectre guards that rushed over died before they could even carry out their slaughter. In the sky above, 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before disappearing. Besides Duan Lingtian and the group of embroidered uniform guards behind him, the gazes of the other people present descended onto Xianxia, who stood beside Duan Lingtian, as they'd never thought that there was actually a void-prying stage powerhouse at Duan Lingtian's side. Moreover, it was a second-level void-prying stage powerhouse. 3 second-level void-prying martial artists and a first-level void-prying martial artist. Very good, all of you, come at me together. Mortal Emperor Chu burst into a laugh, and his tone was filled with a domineering sense. I'm more than enough to kill you. Shang Quan's voice had a trace of calmness mixed within. He walked out in large strides as if he was teleporting and instantly appeared near Mortal Emperor Chu. Just a second-level void-prying martial artist like you. Mortal Emperor Chu sneered, and the dark blue grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to pierce towards Shang Quan. The sword gave rise to a burst of deafening and sharp whistling sounds. Relying on the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword, the 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Mortal Emperor Chu instantly increased to around 5,100 ancient mammoths. This wasn't all. Along with the addition of a strand of a mysterious and profound aura on his 3-foot-long blade, the ancient mammoth silhouettes on his body increased by another 500 or so. Mortal Emperor Chu, when exerting his full strength, was capable of releasing around 5,600 ancient mammoth silhouettes from drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth. A shocking strength. Besides the spirit weapon, an addition of another strength of over 500 ancient mammoths. The memories of rebirth martial emperor flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. He came to a sudden understanding and knew that Mortal Emperor Chu's addition of another strength of 500 over ancient mammoths was strength that he had gained from the half-step advanced sword force. Force is something that only an existence at the void-prying stage or above is capable of coming into contact with. Among it, elementary comprehension of force provides an addition of the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Half-step advanced force provides an addition of the strength of 500 ancient mammoths. As for the advanced force, Shang Quan moved as well, whistling out with a sword strike. He was fearless when faced with Mortal Emperor Chu's full force attack, which was combined with the execution of Mortal Emperor Chu's half-step advanced sword force. By means of the amplification from the grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Shang Quan instantly increased to nearly 3,900 ancient mammoths as well. And right at this moment, a strand of aura that was even more mysterious and formidable than the aura on Mortal Emperor Chu's sword jumped out of the 3-foot-long blade in Shang Quan's hand. Instantly, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xianxia increased by an entire 2,000. At full strength, Xianxia exploded out with the strength of nearly 5,900 ancient mammoths. Advanced sword force. Mortal Emperor Chu was full of confidence, but when he noticed the terrifying aura on Xianxia's sword and saw the nearly 5,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes that dashed out from above Xianxia, his face went ghastly white. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Mortal Emperor Chu's figures crossed each other. A strand of fresh blood sprayed out. Xianxia stood there firmly and wasn't injured in the slightest. Mortal Emperor Chu's chest had been pierced through, and the grade 7 spirit weapon in his hand was even sent flying. Mortal Emperor Chu's body crashed onto the ground. The strength of nearly 5,900 ancient mammoths that Xianxia exerted completely triumphed over the strength of 5,600 ancient mammoths that Mortal Emperor Chu exerted. How could it be possible? Advanced sword force. Mortal Emperor Chu struggled as he stared at Xianxia with a face full of disbelief, as he wasn't willing to believe that all that had just happened was real. He considered his half-step advanced sword force to be extremely rare even within 4th level and below void-prying martial artists within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but the person before him was only at the 2nd level of the void-prying stage and had already comprehended the true advanced sword force. Half-step advanced force only provided an additional strength of 500 ancient mammoths. However, advanced force provided an additional strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. The two levels of force were not even remotely on the same level. Mortal Emperor Chu died. He died with a belly full of regret and unwillingness. Imperial Father, Chu Shu exclaimed in grief. His pupils sprung wide open and his body lightly trembled. He was unwilling to believe all this was real. At this moment, he felt as if the sky was crumbling. The path before him had become dull and lightless. Only the sound of Chu Xuan's grievous exclamation remained within the throne room, as besides Duan Ling Tian, the gazes of everyone else descended onto Xianxia. May I ask, is Mortal Emperor Chu's sword force not at the level of advanced sword force? Sima Chongfeng looked at Xianxia. He was rather afraid of this expert who could kill Mortal Emperor Chu with a single sword strike. Of course not. Xianxia glanced at Sima Chongfeng with a calm gaze and slowly said, his sword force is only at the level of half-step advanced force. Although the half-step advanced force and advanced force are only separated by a single level, the difference is like the difference between heaven and earth. The sword force I executed earlier was precisely the true advanced sword force. Sima Chongfeng nodded and was enlightened. The difference was indeed like the difference between heaven and earth, a difference of an entire strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. This is the strength of the void stage. Although all of this was nothing within the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly excited in his heart, and a trace of yearning was revealed from his eyes. Imperial Father. That Chu Xuan now lay his head on Mortal Emperor Chu's body with a dejected expression. Duan Ling Tian walked over with large strides. He paid no attention to Chu Xuan, who retreated out of terror, and directly put away the spatial ring and grade 7 spirit weapon on Mortal Emperor Chu's body. Then he put away the spatial rings of the 8 specter guards. After putting away all of the spoils of the battle into his spatial ring, Duan Ling Tian laughed slyly and looked at Sima Chongfeng and the Emperor. Teacher Sima, Your Majesty, both of you don't mind that I keep these spoils, right? Sima Chongfeng shook his head and angrily said, Kid, you've already put it all away. Would we saying we mind be of any use? These spoils were all from the contribution of this expert by your side, so it ought to be yours. After the Emperor recovered from his shock, his gaze flickered with a dazzling bright light and didn't leave Xianxia's vicinity. HMPH. Only after Xianxia snorted coldly and swept the Emperor with his cold gaze did the Emperor withdraw his gaze. He was slightly embarrassed. Commander Duan, I'm really envious of you, having such an expert following by your side. The Emperor looked at Duan Ling Tian and lightly smiled. Your Majesty is too kind. I wonder, how should we deal with these two people? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Chu Xuan, who had a dejected expression, and the white-browed old man, who had a deathly pale face. At almost the exact moment Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the Emperor moved. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xuan and the white-browed old man were killed by the Emperor with his own 2 hands. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, as he never imagined that the Emperor was actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone when he saw the Emperor return to the throne, and his shining gaze descended onto Chu Xuan and the white-browed old man's spatial rings. Your Majesty, there, take them. The emperor shook his head. Commander Duan, are you in need of money? After Duan Ling Tian put away the spatial rings of Chu Xuan and the white-browed old man, he nodded and said, yes, extremely. The emperor nodded, and his gaze flashed before he slowly said, Commander Duan, the today's matter was all thanks to your contribution. If you weren't present, this emperor, might not exist anymore. I'll bestow 10 million gold to you, how about it, 10 million gold? Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried. 0.10 million gold was equivalent to 1 billion silver. Thank you, your majesty. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly thanked. Kid, you're really a moneygrubber. The senior marquis shook his head and laughed. His gaze occasionally flashed past Shang Quan, as he was extremely surprised that Duan Ling Tian had such a formidable existence by his side. Although Ni Yuan didn't say anything, he was shocked as well. Alas! Suddenly, the emperor sighed. From the incident of today, I've finally realized that it's time I give up the throne. Senior Marquis, Dean Sima, Divine Might Marquis, who do you think I should allow to inherit the command of the imperial family and become the new emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Your Majesty, this is something that's better to be decided by yourself, Sima Chongfeng hurriedly said. It's exactly as Dean Sima says. If your Majesty is truly unsure of who to give the throne to, then your Majesty can test the princes. The person that passes the test will inherit command of the imperial family, the senior marquis slowly said. Regardless of who inherits the throne, Ni Yuan will surely be ready to die for him. Ni Yuan stated his position. Divine Might Marquis, I haven't congratulated you for successfully breaking through to the void prying stage. Alas, I wonder if I will be able to break through to the void prying stage in my lifetime. After I give up the throne, I should properly study the martial Tao. After the incident today, the emperor seemed as if he had suddenly been enlightened and was able to get over many things. Before long, Duan Ling Tian's group took their leave. Teacher Sima, I never imagined that you'd actually be the Dean of Paladin Academy. After leaving the throne room, Duan Ling Tian looked at Sima Chongfeng with an emotional expression. As far as he was concerned, Sima Chongfeng ought to be the concealed fourth void stage powerhouse within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As for Divine Might Marquis Ni Yuan, he had only broken through recently. I never would have imagined that you had such a formidable existence by your side. Today, if it wasn't for him, even if I, the senior marquis, and the Divine Might Marquis joined hands, it would still be difficult to subdue mortal. Emperor Chu, Sima Chongfeng glanced at Shang Quan, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, and sighed emotionally. Little Tian, he is. Ni Yuan glanced at Shang Quan, and asked Duan Ling Tian curiously. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even spoken when Shang Quan spoke first. I'm the young master's servant. Servant, Ni Yuan, Sima Chongfeng, and the senior marquis were all dumbstruck when they heard what Shang Quan said. This second-level void-prying stage expert that has comprehended the advanced sword force and was able to defeat an existence at the third stage of the void-prying stage actually called himself the servant of Duan Ling Tian. Has this world gone mad? Even the group of embroidered uniform guards couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although they had experienced how terrifying Shang Quan was earlier in the Fifth Prince's estate and knew that Shang Quan referred to Duan Ling Tian as young master, they'd never thought that Shang Quan would be Duan Ling Tian's servant. Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Ling Tian looked at the expressions of the group of people present and rubbed his nose. This caused them to be speechless. Chapter 230, Homecoming. The imperial family finally returned to peace after the death of mortal Emperor Chu. As for the remaining matters, they didn't have anything to do with Duan Ling Tian. The incident this time was too shocking, so the emperor sealed off the information flow and didn't let the news spread out. The imperial city was peaceful as usual. Since returning from the imperial palace that day, Duan Ling Tian returned all 12 embroidered uniform guards, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed Duan Ling Tian for such a long time, and Duan Ling Tian had already taught them everything he could teach them, thus he could be considered to have fulfilled the promise he made to the Divine Might Marquis that day. Half a month later, the emperor summoned Duan Ling Tian once again. When Duan Ling Tian saw the large stack of gold bills before him, his eyes shone. These gold bills were all of the 10,000 denomination, a total of 1,000 bills. 10 million gold. Duan Ling Tian put away all the gold without the slightest bit of hesitation, then he looked at the emperor. Thank you, your majesty. Commander Duan, I heard from the Divine Might Marquis that you've returned all 12 of the embroidered uniform guard members to him. You are. The emperor looked curiously at Duan Lingtian, as he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would act in such a way. Your Majesty, actually, when I asked you to establish the embroidered uniform guard for me that day, I only had the intention of having some fun. Now I've had my fun, so Your Majesty, please disband this organization. Besides that, I actually held back when I gave Your Majesty the poison removal pill that day, and I'm certain in my ability to directly remove Your Majesty's poison. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he passed a complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill to the emperor. After the emperor consumed it and dissolved the medicinal strength of the pill, the emperor noticed that the poison within his body was completely removed, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. The emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Commander Duan, looks like you really held back towards me in the past. Why aren't you continuing to hold back now? The emperor asked curiously. Your Majesty, there's no point in me holding back any longer. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom soon and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and his eyes revealed traces of lights of anticipation. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the emperor was shocked, then he recovered his composure and nodded. With Commander Duan's natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is indeed unworthy of your talents. However, I will still maintain the embroidered uniform guard. Once Commander Duan is weary of the outside world, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will always welcome you back. At that time, regardless of who the Emperor is, you'll still be the one and only commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's embroidered uniform guard. This is my promise to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked the Emperor. Besides that, if you have any needs before you leave, you can tell me and I will satisfy your request, the Emperor added. Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude once again. Right, the Emperor suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze turned slightly dubious. Commander Duan, I wonder what you think of my daughter, Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and said, Princess Bai Yao is beautiful and charming, like a celestial maiden that has dropped into the mortal world. She is one of the few beauties that I've seen. The Emperor glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, then if I betroth Princess Bai Yao to you, would you agree? Duan Lingtian felt stifled, as he never expected the Emperor would be so direct. Your Majesty, there's something you don't know. I already have 2 fiancés at home. As for Princess Bai Yao, I don't have that type of feeling towards her at the moment, and it's more of a feeling of friendship. I understand, the Emperor nodded. A little while after Duan Lingtian left, a beautiful figure arrived at the throne room and looked at the Emperor. Imperial Father, what did he say? The Emperor sighed. Bai Yao, he said he doesn't have that type of feeling towards you for the moment, and it's more of a feeling of friendship. He really said this? The beautiful figure lightly trembled, and within the clear and melodious voice was a sense of bitterness mixed within. After Duan Lingtian left the palace, he bought 5 Fergana horses. At noon that day, Duan Lingtian, Li Ru, Li Fei, Ke and Shang Quan each rode a Fergana horse and left the imperial city, heading straight towards the direction of Swallow Mountain County. This time, Duan Lingtian intended to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and didn't know when he'd be able to return. So Duan Lingtian planned to return to visit Fresh Breeze Town Li family, which could be considered a homecoming. After that, he'd accompany Li Fei to the Aurora City Li clan to see her grandfather. The Fergana horses only spent 2 months completing a journey that riding a normal horse would require half a year's time to complete. After 2 months, Duan Lingtian's group rode on the public road outside of Aurora City but didn't enter Aurora City and instead continued forward towards Fresh Breeze Town. He wouldn't stay long in Fresh Breeze Town, at most he would stay a night. Thus, it would be the same if they returned to Aurora City tomorrow. This was also the first time Li Fei had returned to the Fresh Breeze Town with Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning towards the place that Duan Lingtian grew up in. Fresh Breeze Town was the same Fresh Breeze Town from before. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 rode their horses into Fresh Breeze Town, and they attracted the gazes of everyone from everywhere they passed. After all, 5 Fergana horses were too shocking. 5 Fergana horses were equivalent to 50,000 gold, or 5 million silver. This little amount of money was nothing in Duan Lingtian's eyes currently, but towards the people of Fresh Breeze Town, it was a sky-high amount. Who's he? The crowd of Fresh Breeze Town residents' hearts were filled with surprise. That seems to be Duan Lingtian. Before long, someone recognized Duan Lingtian. Even though 3 years had passed and the immaturity from Duan Ling Tian's face had completely vanished, Duan Ling Tian's appeared hadn't changed greatly. It's really Duan Ling Tian. I never expected him to return again. Yeah, the last time he returned, he annihilated the Fang family. This time, he wouldn't think of annihilating the Chen family and allow the Li family to monopolize the town, right? It's possible. The Li family is really lucky to actually have such an extraordinary disciple like Duan Ling Tian, and he's even gone to Aurora City's Li clan. For some time, the crowd of Fresh Breeze town residents discussed animatedly. However, they didn't relate Duan Ling Tian to the Duan Ling Tian, whose name was spread around and gave rise to much discussion lately. After all, in their opinion, it was considered to be not bad that Duan Ling Tian was able to go to Aurora City. And they'd never once thought that the Duan Ling Tian from the Imperial City would be the same Duan Ling Tian that came from Fresh Breeze Town. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard what the Fresh Breeze Town residents said. Annihilate the Chen family. Was he such a savage person in the eyes of these people? Kai and Li Fei, who spurred their horses to ride beside Duan Ling Tian, had long since covered their mouths and started laughing lightly. Let's go home. Duan Ling Tian spurred his horse forward, directly towards the Li family estate. The Li family members all came out to greet him when they found out that Duan Ling Tian had returned. From Patriarch Li Nanfeng to all the elders that stayed within the Li family estate, everyone had come. Patriarch, elders, Duan Ling Tian greeted the Patriarch and the elders. It's good that you're back, come in. Li Nanfeng and the other elders welcomed Duan Ling Tian in. Along with Duan Ling Tian's return, the entire Li family estate was decorated with lanterns and decorations. It was as if it was the new year. Fifth elder, where's Li Zan? After a catching up for a while, Duan Ling Tian still hadn't seen the little fatty, and he felt it to be slightly strange. Logically speaking, that little fatty ought to have run over at the first possible moment when he found out he'd returned. Fifth elder Li Ting said, with a smile. Li Zan went to the Aurora City Li clan 2 years ago. What? You all didn't come from there? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. No, we returned from the Imperial City and directly returned to Fresh Breeze Town. We plan to head to Aurora City tomorrow. You're leaving tomorrow? Li Ting was slightly surprised. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded and lightly smiled. Now that you mention it, I returned this time to say my farewells to the Patriarch and all the elders. Say your farewells. For a moment, the Li family higher-ups were slightly puzzled. I intend to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian explained. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the Patriarch and the group of elders to be shocked. This kid that started revealing his natural talent 3 years ago was now about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the vast stage called the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms. Duan Ling Tian, your current cultivation level. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, slightly hesitantly. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and slowly said, 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Instantly, the Li family higher-ups present were all dumbstruck, and they only recovered from their shock after a long time. Li Nanfeng didn't know what to say, then he deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you're the same Duan Ling Tian whose name's been spread and gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. A tossed stone raises 1,000 ripples. What Duan Ling Tian said raised a large reaction within the Li family higher-ups, causing them to be stunned once again. The Duan clan's direct descendant disciple. The #1 genius within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. The embroidered uniform guards commander. It was actually the youth that left their Fresh Breeze town. They were all excited in their hearts. In other words, your father is that Duan Rufeng. Li Nanfeng sighed. No wonder I've never heard your mother mention your father. So your father is the peerless genius that was once famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom like you are now. However, you're even more abnormal than your father. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then he took out a large stack of silver from his pocket and passed it to Li Nanfeng. Patriarch, there's 10 million silver here. It's a small gift from me to the Li family. Li Nanfeng, however, didn't accept it. Duan Ling Tian, you're going to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're surely going to enter one of those large sects. The competition within the large sects are extremely intense. Keep this money and buy some medicinal pills to cultivate. Yeah, keep it for yourself. Most of the businesses in Fresh Breeze Town is under our Li family, so we don't have a lack of money. The other elders persuaded as well. In the end, Duan Ling Tian was truly helpless and could only put away the money. He could feel that the group of people before him were really thinking of his well-being, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise within his heart. That night, Duan Ling Tian still stayed within his own courtyard. There were only 3 rooms within the courtyard. His mother stayed within her own room, and Duan Ling Tian brought Kair and Li Fei along to stay in Kair's room. As for Shang Quan, he stayed in Duan Ling Tian's old room. Chapter 231, Life Wager by Weapons Refinement. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian hugged the 2 girls and fell into a deep slumber. Crackle. A burst of noise entered his ears. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force shook and he instantly jolted awake. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the entire courtyard had been lit ablaze. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian heard Shang Quan's explosive shout, then the sound of him breaking through the door and dashing out. Kair and Li Fei both heard the noise and jolted awake. The 3 of them got dressed then walked out of their rooms and noticed that Li Ru had come out as well. Tian, are all of you okay? Li Ru looked at Duan Ling Tian and the girls and asked with deep concern. Although the entire courtyard was ablaze, with the speed of Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, they could still easily suppress the surrounding flames. In next to no time, Shang Quan had returned, and he carried in his hand a person. It was a young man. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized this young man. Li Xin, the son of the former 7th elder Li Kun. Duan Ling Tian's face was gloomy. That year when he left Fresh Breeze Town, he didn't plan to make trouble for Li Xin. But now this Li Xin was actually thick-headed enough to look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, it actually didn't burn you to death. Li Xin's eyes were crimson red when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian and the others were safe and sound, and he had an unwilling expression on his face. Meanwhile, disordered sounds of footsteps sounded. It was Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the group of elders that had rushed over. Even many Li family disciples had rushed over with buckets in their hands. Then they rushed over to put out the fire in the courtyard of Duan Ling Tian's house, but unfortunately, the fire had already raged to the extent that there was no way to put it out. In the end, the entire courtyard transformed into ash. Duan Ling Tian clenched his fists tightly and killing intent flickered within his eyes. This courtyard had too many of his memories. Now it was all gone. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian. Enraged, I precisely wanted to enrage you. It was you who destroyed my brother's life. And my father surely died because of you. I want to take revenge for them. I want to take revenge for them. Li Xin burst out into laughter when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression. Li Xin, you're courting death. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he stared at Li Xin and spoke with an icy cold voice. Tian, let the patriarch handle this matter, Li Ru said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian let out a long breath. Only now did he realize that Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the elders were present. Duan Ling Tian, don't worry. The Li clan will give you an explanation. Li Nanfeng's face was extremely unsightly. With Duan Ling Tian's current status, Duan Ling Tian still being able to return to visit them showed that he still considered himself a member of the Li clan. Now that Duan Ling Tian had returned and stayed a night, Li Xin had actually set fire to Duan Ling Tian's house. This touched Li Nanfeng's bottom line. Right, Duan Ling Tian, we will give you an explanation, the Li clan elders all stated, and their gazes were filled with chilly killing intent when they looked at Li Xin. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian and his family moved into the courtyard that Li Nanfeng arranged for them. As for the matter with Li Xin, he trusted that the patriarch would be able to handle it well, so he didn't think about it anymore. At dawn the next day, after Duan Ling Tian woke up, he woke the 2 girls up, and then he walked around the Li family estate. After leaving this time, he didn't know when he would return again. I heard Li Xin was sentenced to death by the patriarch. He deserved it for going straight toward a barrage of spears. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian is the pride of our Li family, but that Li Xin actually dared to provoke him. That's simply courting death. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard the discussion of the Li family disciples, as he never expected the patriarch and the elders to give him such a straightforward explanation. After having their breakfast, Duan Ling Tian said his farewells to the Li family higher-ups. Patriarch Li Nanfeng and the elders personally sent Duan Ling Tian's group out of Fresh Breeze Town. After seeing Duan Ling Tian off, they turned around and returned. Traveling by Fergana horse, Duan Ling Tian's group arrived at Aurora City within 2 hours. They hadn't been at Li Fei's house for long when Duan Lingtian saw Patriarch Liao bring along a group of elders as he came over. Duan Lingtian. Liao saw Duan Lingtian once again and had a face full of smiles. At the same time that he was shocked, he was also rather gratified towards the achievements Duan Lingtian had attained. After all, Duan Lingtian was from their Li clan. When they found out that their Li clan had a figure such as Duan Lingtian, the other great clans from the nearby cities all intentionally got on friendly terms with the Li clan. And the Li clan also gained many benefits from this. As far as Liao was concerned, all of this was the contribution of Duan Lingtian. Patriarch. Duan Lingtian smiled to Liao, then he greeted the other elders, even though he wasn't quite familiar with them. Scoundrel, something has happened to Grandpa. Right at this moment, Li Fei's anxious voice that carried a trace of sobbing sounded out. What happened? Duan Lingtian's face slightly focused as he looked at Li Fei. Li Fei passed the letter in her hand to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian opened it and read. Fei, if you see this letter that Grandpa left for you when you return, then Grandpa should be dead. Actually, I'd long since wanted to help do something for my teacher. But because of your existence, Grandpa was always unable to make this decision. Now you have Lingtian to take care of you, so Grandpa can be at ease. I want to go to a place and find the person that once had a life wager by weapon refinement with my teacher and caused my teacher to die tragically. I will make him wager his life by weapon refinement with me to take revenge for my teacher. This is the only thing I can do for my teacher. That year, if it wasn't for my teacher saving me, I would have died long ago. If you see this letter, don't be sad, Grandpa died for something, and it's worth it. After finishing, Duan Lingtian's expression was incomparably gloomy. Liao sensed that something was off as well, and he asked, what happened? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then he passed the letter to Liao. After he finished reading, Liao's face went gloomy. Elder Li De left a year ago. At that time, he only said that he was going on a long journey. I never thought that. 1 year ago, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he looked at Li Fei with a worried gaze. Scoundrel. Li Fei threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace and started wailing. Duan Lingtian lightly patted Li Fei's back, and his eyes went cold as he looked at Liao. Patriarch, do you know where Elder Li De went? Liao shook his head. I don't know. I didn't even know Elder Li De had a teacher. However, wagering their life by weapons refinement is a clue. After all, something like this doesn't happen often. So long as we spend some time, we ought to be able to find out. I'll send people to investigate right now. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian nodded gratefully. Liao brought the group of Li clan elders to rush off. Many orders were passed down one by one. The Li clan regarded this matter as extremely important. In the eyes of the Li clan higher-ups, even though Duan Lingtian was only a disciple with another surname, he was the pride of the Li clan. Coupled with the status of Duan Lingtian within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if they just wanted to curry favor with him, they would still do their very best to help him. Little Fei, don't worry, maybe Grandpa won, Duan Lingtian consoled Li Fei. Li Fei cried as she said, Grandpa has already been gone for a year. If he won, he would have returned a long time ago. Maybe Grandpa's mood was elated after winning, so he went to travel around. Before we've confirmed what happened, calm down, alright. Under Duan Lingtian's consoling, Li Fei's expression finally eased up. Scoundrel, if Grandpa lost, you must help me take revenge for Grandpa. Li Fei's beautiful eyes squinted and killing intent flickered within. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent, and he fiercely nodded. Li Fei's grandfather was also his grandfather. Duan Lingtian brought Li Fei back to his own courtyard, and when Li Ru and Kair heard of the matter regarding Li Fei's grandfather, they started consoling Li Fei as well. Duan Lingtian told the three women something, then he left the Li clan estate with Xianxia. He directly headed to the trade market and went to the medicine store to see Tang Ying, the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. Kid, you've finally returned. Tang Ying was slightly surprised as well when he saw Duan Lingtian, however, he quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly. What? With your current status, what can make you vexed? Presently, Duan Lingtian could be considered someone famous within the domain of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Tang Ying, I came to look for you this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Lingtian spoke of his reason for coming. Speak. Tang Ying nodded. Duan Ling Tian spoke of Li's matter to Tang Ying, then he said, I want you to investigate through the information network of Ghastly Shadow. Find out if there's been an incident of a life wager by weapons refinement anywhere in the last year. No problem, Tang Ying promised. I'll be troubling you. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Ling Tian went to the Lin clan estate to look for Lin Qi. Duan Ling Tian, you're a fellow that's famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. Lin Qi once again looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. The former youth had now grown to such a degree that he was too far behind to catch up to. Lin Qi, I came here this time because I have something I need your help with. Duan Ling Tian spoke of why he came. He came to look for Lin Qi this time precisely because he hoped that through Lin Qi, he could get the Violet Tulip Trading Company to help him acquire information. After hearing of the sequence of events, Lin Qi's expression was serious. This is naturally not a problem. I'll go look for the person in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in Aurora City right now. I'm confident that with your current status and identity, my uncle and aunt will be happy to help you. I'll be troubling you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He wasn't in the Imperial City anymore, so besides the Li clan, the powers that he could use were only Ghastly Shadow and the Violet Tulip Trading Company. However, Duan Ling Tian was confident that with the involvement of the Violet Tulip Trading Company and Ghastly Shadow, there ought to be a result very soon. Only after he left the Lin clan estate did Duan Ling Tian let out a long breath and return to the Li clan estate. Heading straight towards him was a familiar face. Lian. Before Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Li clan, this Lian was once in existence in the younger generation of the Li clan that was only inferior to Li Qing. Later, he even wanted to try and obtain care. However, after Duan Ling Tian revealed his formidable strength, Li insensibly vanished. Chapter 232, Answer. Duan Ling Tian. Lian was slightly embarrassed when he saw Duan Ling Tian. With Duan Ling Tian's current status and identity, even if he had any ideas, he still wouldn't dare do anything in front of Duan Ling Tian. A slight mistake could lead to him falling into a bottomless abyss. Duan Ling Tian nodded indifferently. He didn't have any friendly relationship with Lian, and instead had some conflicts with him. However, he wasn't in the mood to fuss about, so he directly returned home. Lian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Ling Tian leave. He was really worried that Duan Ling Tian would get even with him for old grudges. Now it would seem that it was he who was too narrow-minded. When Duan Ling Tian returned home, he noticed a fat figure sitting and chatting with his mother. Li Zan. Duan Ling Tian walked into the courtyard and was slightly hesitant when he spoke. Li Zan ought to be around this age now. Ha ha, boss. The fatty turned around. Compared to before, his fat face's immaturity had vanished. However, his pair of eyes were still so wretched. Li Zan, you've grown up. Duan Ling Tian looked at the fatty and couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, he replaced his mother and started chatting with the fatty. Boss, you're really formidable now. The moment I said you're my boss, no one in the Li clan dared offend me, Li Zan boasted, and his fat face was filled with a complacent expression. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. You little fatty, when did you learn how to take advantage of someone else's influence? Boss, you've fought so hard outside to become so renowned. If I don't utilize it properly, wouldn't it be a waste of your hard work? Li Zan said, in all seriousness. Can you be more shameless? Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at Li Zan. This damn fatty was still as wretched as he was that year, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel as if he'd returned to the days in Fresh Breeze Town all those years ago. He could still remember the son of Second Elder, who was given such a hard time by Li Zan that he would run the moment he saw Li Zan. Boss, tell me about what happened in the Imperial City. Li Zan was obviously extremely interested in Duan Ling Tian's experiences in the Imperial City. Along with Duan Ling Tian's narration, Li Zan's small eyes flickered with a bright light. Boss, why don't you take me along to the Imperial City when you leave this time? At that time, with you protecting me, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I wanted? As he finished speaking, Li Zan's face was full of yearning. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. I'm afraid I can't grant your wish. Once I've dealt with the matter here, I won't stay long after I return to the Imperial City. Seeing Li Zan bewildered, Duan Ling Tian continued, I intend to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Li Zan's fat face dropped when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Then I can only continue to stay in Aurora City. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Li clan as he waited for news. Finally, after a month, Lin Chi brought back good news. Duan Ling Tian, I've found it. Lin Chi was out of breath when he arrived, as he had obviously ran over straight after he obtained the information. You've found it, Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone. Duan Ling Tian, according to the information the Violet Tulip Trading Company found, a grade 8 weapons craftsman and another person had a life wager by weapons refinement 1 year ago in the county city. In the end, the quality of the spirit weapon crafted by the grade 8 weapons craftsman surpassed that of the other person, and thus that person lost his life because of this. Lin Chi finished saying with a single breath. At that time, this incident gave rise to much discussion within the county city, so even my aunt knew of it. When she found out you were investigating this matter, she sent someone on a Fergana horse at the first possible moment to notify me. Do you know that weapons craftsman's background? Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes as he asked. It seems to be a member of the county city's Zhu clan, Lin Chi continued. Zhu clan. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed, then he smiled gratefully to Lin Chi. Lin Chi, thank you. Don't mention it, we're friends, after all. Lin Chi shook his head and then said, Duan Ling Tian, my aunt said that if you need any help, you can look for her after you've arrived in the county city. Don't worry, if I really do require it, I won't be courteous. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After Lin Chi left, Li Fei came out of her room and was slightly agitated. Scoundrel, is there any news? Yes, there's news, but it isn't confirmed to be your grandfather, so I intend to make a trip to the county city and personally confirm it. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and as he finished speaking, his gaze went slightly cold. If it's really your grandfather, then that Zhu clan's grade 8 weapons craftsman will surely die. I'll follow you, Li Fei said. Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse, as he knew that he couldn't refuse her, nor did he have a reason to. The person that was most concerned about the matter now was Li Fei without a doubt. Okay, I'll tell Kair and my mother. We'll leave in a moment with Shang. Quan, Duan Ling Tian said. 3 Fergana horses transformed into a gust of wind that flew out of Aurora City. With the Fergana horse as their means of transport, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 only spent 7 days to rush to the Swallow Mountain County's county city. The county city was larger than Aurora City but inferior to the Imperial City. Carriages queued up like long dragons and entered like a ceaseless stream into the county city. Duan Ling Tian found an inn and the 3 of them took up residence there first, then they found a nearby restaurant to have a meal. Li Fei didn't wear a veil, thus she attracted many burning gazes everywhere she passed. However, although these people were envious, they didn't dare act rashly. This was because they could discern that the violet-clothed young man that walked with the girl had an extraordinary bearing and obviously was no ordinary person. Besides that, the middle-aged man that followed behind seemed to not be simple with just a glance. In next to no time, an attendant arrived before Duan Ling Tian's table and respectfully asked, "Customer, what are you having?" Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and smashed down a silver ingot. "I want to ask you for information about something. If you provide me with what I need, this is yours." The eyes of the attendant lit up when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. "I can get so much silver by just talking." Just this silver ingot was worth his salary for a month. "Customer, what do you want to know? Ask away." The attendant smiled in a flattering manner. Duan Ling Tian looked at the attendant and asked, "I'm not interested in anything else, I just want to ask you. 1 year ago, was there a grade 8 weapons craftsman of the Zhu clan that had a conflict with another grade 8 weapons craftsman from outside the county city? Even to the extent they competed for supremacy by weapons refinement and conducted a life wager." "Customer, I was wondering what you wanted to ask, so it's this. I know this." The attendant instantly smiled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. "The grade 8 weapons craftsman of the Zhu clan you're speaking about at the Zhu clan's second elder. Now that I mention it, this Zhu clan's second elder is a famous grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County's county city. He's even capable of refining a grade 8 spirit weapon capable of providing a 19% amplification. 19%. That's top quality amongst grade 8 spirit weapons. Allegedly, he once had a life wager by weapons refinement with another grade 8 weapons craftsman many years ago. At that time, he was only able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon that could provide an 18% amplification, but he still defeated the other weapons craftsman. Allegedly, that overconfident grade 8 weapons craftsman from 1 year ago was precisely the disciple of that grade 8 weapons craftsman from many years ago. These 2 master and disciple lost their lives at the hands of the same person. They can consider to be misfortunate as well. As he finished speaking, the attendant couldn't help but sigh. Li Fei's beautiful eyes were lightly red when she heard what the attendant said. Now she could almost be certain that the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life wager by weapons refinement with the Zhu clan's second elder was precisely her grandfather, Li De. Do you know the appearance of the grade 8 weapons craftsman that had a life wager by weapons refinement with the Zhu clan's second elder? Duan Ling Tian looked at the attendant and confirmed a step further. Customer, now that I mention it, it's really a coincidence. That day, I happened to be on leave, and I had a friend who was a servant in the Zhu clan. He snuck me in and I watched the life wager with my own 2 eyes. That grade 8 weapons craftsman was an old man around the age of 70. And above the left brow of the old man was a crescent-shaped scar, the attendant slowly said word for word. Unfortunately, even though he had refined a spirit weapon with 18% amplification, he still lost. Grandfather. Li Fei's heart trembled, and she raised her head as if wanting to stop the tears that were about to flow. This silver is yours, give us some of your signature dishes. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. Now he could be sure that the old man was indeed Li De. All right, the attendant received the silver and left jubilantly. As far as he was concerned, it was a great profit that he was able to speak a few sentences to earn a silver ingot. Scoundrel. Li Fei's eyes held tears that were about to fall and were slightly agitated. Little Fei, we've traveled an entire day. When the food comes in a while, you eat properly. After you're full, we'll go to the Zhu clan estate and make the Zhu clan's second elder pay with his life. Doesn't he like wagering his life by weapons refinement? Then I'll play with him nicely. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his eyes went cold. Li Fei lightly nodded, seeming obedient and cute. Xianxia's eyes squinted as he said, with a cold and indifferent voice, "Young master, it's only a county city clan. You only have to say the word and I'll go annihilate him now. Xianxia, it'll be too easy for him if you kill him right away." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Right at this moment, 2 figures walked into the restaurant. The person in the lead was a young man over the age of 20, and an old man followed behind him. The young man's complexion seemed pale and his footsteps light, obviously he had just excessively indulged himself in the bedroom. In next to no time, the young man's gaze descended onto the table Duan Ling Tian sat at and descended onto Li Fei. So beautiful, the young man's breathing became hurried, and he quickly walked over. He then looked at Li Fei with a burning gaze. "Young lady, may I know your name?" From the beginning until the end, he completely ignored the nearby Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia. Fuck off. Li Qing's mood was already bad. Now that she was annoyed by such a hateful fellow, her face sank and she shouted coldly. "Oh, quite ferocious. This young master likes it." The young man didn't get angry and instead was even more interested. "Young lady, how about we be friends? Didn't you hear her ask you to fuck off?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and he hadn't glanced at the young man all this time. Only now did the young man notice Duan Ling Tian, and he instantly emitted a sneer. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Didn't you even find out if I, Zhu Zhao, the third young master of the Zhu clan, was someone you could offend?" Chapter 233, Creating a Stir. Zhu clan's third young master. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed into a line when he heard what the young man said. "You're a member of the Zhu clan." "Exactly. This young master's father is the second master of the Zhu clan, and the Zhu clan's patriarch is my uncle. How about it, kid? Afraid? If you're afraid, then hurry up and fuck off." Zhu Zhao held his chin high and looked down at Duan Ling Tian with a condescending gaze and a face full of arrogance and complacency. He didn't notice, however, that an indistinct smile had appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. It was the smile of joy a hunter would make he found his prey. "I'll give you one more chance, fuck off." Duan Ling Tian's eyes went slightly cold, and he directed them straight at Zhu Zhao as he spoke with a tone that had an extra bit of oppressive force. "You know this young master's identity and you still dare ask this young master to fuck off?" Zhu Zhao was stupefied, then he revealed a savage expression and extended his hand, directly grabbing at Duan Ling Tian. "Since you aren't fucking off, then let this young master assist you." When Zhu Zhao made his move, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him, 7th level of the core formation stage. "You're overestimating yourself," Duan Ling Tian sneered, then he casually swung his arm. He only used the strength of 12 ancient mammoths to easily block Zhu Zhao's attack and slap him down onto the ground. Ah, Zhu Zhao's body that was weak from excessive venting of lust crashed onto the ground, and he emitted a shrill, sad, and miserable cry. Zhu Zhao looked at the old man that followed behind him, then his face revealed a savage expression as he howled, "Uncle Ji, I want him dead." The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes went cold, then he walked out in large strides. "Young man, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. Once you do offend them, you have to pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man extended out his hand to descend upon Duan Ling Tian, desiring to grab Duan Ling Tian from his seat. Above the old man, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He was shockingly a 7th level origin core martial artist. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. He paid no attention to the old man. Instead, he looked at the attendant, who stood far away. "Hey, why hasn't our food come yet? Hurry up, we still have matters to attend to after we eat." The surrounding customers in the restaurant were speechless. This violet-clothed young man had actually completely disregarded the old man. Right at the moment they thought Duan Ling Tian would be out of luck. Shang Quan, who stood behind Duan Ling Tian, moved close to the old man, then he casually slapped out his palm to smash onto the old man's body, blasting the old man that was approaching in full fury. The old man fiercely collided with the wall and then fainted. Above Shang Quan, ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed before instantly vanishing, and no one clearly saw how many there actually were. So formidable, this middle-aged man is at least in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. No wonder the violet-clothed young man was so composed. So it turned out that he had such a powerhouse by his side, a powerhouse that could blast away a 7th level origin core martial artist with a single strike. Such ability is something that even an 8th level origin core martial artist is incapable of doing. He's surely in existence at the 9th level of the origin core stage. The surrounding customers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Customer, your food is here." Meanwhile, the attendant placed steaming hot dishes on Duan Ling Tian's table. The attendant slightly trembled with fear, as he never imagined that this generous young man would actually be so terrifying, even daring to bash the Zhu clan's 3rd young master. Zhu Zhao was lying on the ground, struggling trying to stand up, but the aching pain that came from his body caused it to be difficult for him to do so. Noticing the burning gazes cast at him from the surroundings, embarrassment arose within his heart. When had he ever lost face like this? For a time, his gaze had a sense of coldness and fierceness mixed within when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Kid, you're dead, lying down as you mouth threatens, aren't you tired?" Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at Zhu Zhao, then he paid no further attention to him and put some food onto Li Fei's plate as he said, with a light smile, "Little Fei, here, eat more." Li Fei lightly nodded, and her pair of beautiful eyes were tender and soft as water when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Being able to obtain this man's care in this lifetime, she could die without regrets. "Shang Quan, sit down and eat together." Duan Ling Tian called Shang Quan. "Yes, young master," Shang Quan replied respectfully before sitting down. Zhu Zhao was angered to the point that his face flushed when he saw this scene, then he looked at the old man who had fainted by the wall, and he had the desire to faint. "Whoever goes to the Zhu clan and helps this young master notify the clan, this 1,000 silver is yours." Zhu Zhao gritted his teeth and withdrew 1,000 silver from his pocket, then he looked at the crowd of customers in the restaurant. Many customers had burning gazes when they heard what he said, but they glanced at Duan Ling Tian and gave up any thoughts of helping Zhu Zhao. This violet-clothed young man had an existence that might be at the 9th level of the origin core stage by his side. If they were to help Zhu Zhao and make the violet-clothed young man unhappy, they'd surely land themselves in serious trouble. So, even though they coveted the 1,000 silver in Zhu Zhao's hand, they didn't dare make any moves. Although money was good, it wasn't important as one's life. "You all are a bunch of pussies." Zhu Zhao's face was gloomy, and even his breathing became hurried. "If you make another sound, that's what will happen to you." Duan Ling Tian coldly swept Zhu Zhao with his gaze, then he extended his hand to point at the old man that had fainted by the wall. Zhu Zhao instantly shut his mouth when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, but his eyes still leaked dense hatred as he thought about how he would take revenge on Duan Ling Tian once he returned to the Zhu clan. Although no one dared to take Zhu Zhao's money, some of the customers left the restaurant after their meals, so the matter of Zhu Zhao biting off more than he could chew had still spread out. Duan Ling Tian had only just finished his meal and was about to leave when he heard hurried footsteps echoing out from outside the restaurant, and a total of 4 people arrived in a threatening manner. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised and he glanced at Zhu Zhao. Shang Quan, grab him. Yes, young master. Shang Quan extended his hand and lifted Zhu Zhao up when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. What do you want to do? Zhu Zhao was terrified to the point that his face went pale when he was lifted up by Shang Quan, as he'd experienced the strength of this middle-aged man which seemed to be at the 9th level of the origin core stage earlier. If this middle-aged man wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as killing an ant. Meanwhile, the footsteps grew clearer, and 4 middle-aged men rushed into the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the lead wore blue clothes, and his face was covered in a layer of murderous rage. Zhu Zhao seemed as if he had seen his savior when he saw the blue-clothed middle-aged man, and he hurriedly shouted, "Father, save me." The blue-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath, then his gaze flashed past the old man that had fainted by the wall and his eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Next he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Little brother, I'm the Zhu clan's second master, Zhu Qi. If my son has offended you, I hope you can forgive him." He was completely clear of the strength of the old man that followed by his son's side, thus he could easily imagine the strength of the middle-aged man by Duan Ling Tian's side just from the middle-aged man being able to knock out the old man. 9th level of the origin core stage. Even within their Zhu clan, existences like him were numbered. Of course, he wasn't afraid of a mere 9th level origin core martial artist, because he was a 9th level origin core martial artist as well. The other 3 people that had followed him over were all existences at the 8th level of the origin core stage as well. If they were to go all out, he was certain in being able to kill the middle-aged man. However, what he was truly afraid of now was this violet-clothed young man. As far as he knew, the violet-clothed young man's identity wasn't simple, because he was able to have a 9th level origin core martial artist as a subordinate. So, even though he was enraged, he chose to endure in the end and chose to give in. "Father, what are you doing? I want him dead. I want him dead." Zhu Zhao's face went grim when he heard what Zhu Qi said, and he had a savage appearance as he howled. "Bastard!" Zhu Qi's face sank, and he took a step forward, wanting to slap Zhu Zhao. However, Shang Quan casually raised his hand and moved Zhu Zhao away. Zhu Qi frowned, but his son was in the hands of the middle-aged man, so he didn't dare lose his temper, and he looked at the nearby Duan Ling Tian. "Little brother, after I bring my son back to the clan, I'll surely teach him a good lesson. Now, I hope little brother can release my son." Duan Ling Tian lazily glanced at Zhu Qi and said indifferently, "I heard your Zhu clan's second elder is a grade 8 weapons craftsman." "Yes." Zhu Qi nodded. "If little brother wants our second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon for you, then I can help introduce little brother. Just think of it as an apology. How about it? You really conceal your intentions deeply." Duan Ling Tian deeply glanced at Zhu Qi, as if he could see through Zhu Qi's heart. "Now, you're probably thinking that if I have such a subordinate by my side, my background ought to not be simple. Am I right?" Zhu Qi had an embarrassed expression, as he never imagined that he would be seen through by Duan Ling Tian. "Enough. I'll hold your son. So long as you call your Zhu clan's second elder out, I will return your son to you." Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Zhu Qi's pupils constricted, as he had discerned that the violet-clothed young man didn't have any good intentions. "Little brother, may I know why you're looking for my Zhu clan's second elder? It probably isn't so simple as wanting our Zhu clan's second elder to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon, right?" "Grade 8 spirit weapon?" The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer, then he raised his hand. In his hand blazed a strand of raging flames. "Do you think I need him to help me refine?" The blazing flame on Duan Ling Tian's hand created a stir within the restaurant as expected. "Oh my god, it's a grade 8 weapon flame. This violet-clothed young man looks to not even be 20, but he's already a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Unbelievable, unbelievable, a grade 8 weapons craftsman that isn't even 20. What natural talent is this?" The faces of the customers in the restaurant were filled with shock and they couldn't help but exclaim. Some people seemed to have recalled something and their pupils abruptly constricted. A grade 8 weapon flame can only be condensed by a martial artist at the origin core stage. In other words, this young man is an origin core martial artist. An origin core martial artist that's not even 20. Grade 8 weapons craftsman. The faces of the 3 middle-aged men that Zhu Qi brought over went grim. The violet cloth before their eyes was far more terrifying than they originally imagined. "Little brother, may I know who you actually are?" Zhu Qi took a deep breath. He could feel his heartbeat growing faster. Now even 20. Origin Core Stage. Grade 8 Weapons Craftsman. Only thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Chapter 234. Life Wager Agreement. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian became the absolute counter of attention within the restaurant, in the current younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. An Origin Core martial artist below 20 would only be inferior to the Imperial City's commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Ling Tian. However, a grade 8 weapons craftsman below 20 was one of a kind. At least in the long history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there has never been such a monstrous existence. Zhu Zhao was stupefied. He never would have imagined that a fellow he had randomly provoked would actually be such an abnormal existence. Even though he was a profligate son of a great clan, he wasn't an idiot. He knew that he had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Moreover, it was of the extremely hard type. It isn't important who I am. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhu Qi with a calm gaze. Just call out your Zhu clan's second elder. Right, remember to tell him that I came to look for him this time only for the sake of holding a life wager with him. I heard that he won 2 life wagers by weapons refinement. I presume he ought to not refuse my challenge. Life wager by weapons refinement. Zhu Qi's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Little brother, although I don't know who you are, since you were able to break through to the Origin Core stage and become a grade 8 weapons craftsman at such a young age, I presume your background isn't simple. But I still want to advise you. A life wager isn't a joke. Our Zhu clan's second elder can be said to be second to none amongst the grade 8 weapons craftsmen of Crimson Sky Kingdom. At least 80% of the grade 8 spirit weapons he refines are top quality spirit weapons that provide a 19% amplification. As he spoke up to here, Zhu Qi looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he wanted to make Duan Ling Tian aware of the overwhelming odds in retreat. If it was any ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman, he wouldn't waste his breath like this, but now that Duan Ling Tian's background was obviously not simple, he didn't want a life wager by weapons refinement to cause the Zhu clan to offend what seemed to be an extremely formidable power for no reason. Now even the group of customers in the restaurant felt that Duan Ling Tian was indulging in a wild fantasy. This young man is too arrogant. Yeah, although he became a grade 8 weapons craftsman at such an age, in terms of experience, how could he possibly compare to the Zhu clan's second elder? Exactly. The Zhu clan's second elder has done life wagers by weapons refinement with others twice, and he hasn't lost once. Young people truly are arrogant. It's like how a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers. No one amongst the present customers looked favorably at Duan Ling Tian. Little brother, you've heard them as well. If you really wager your life with our Zhu clan's second elder, the loser would surely be you, so let's just forget it. Zhu Qi persuaded further when he saw Duan Ling Tian remain indifferent. Duan Ling Tian swept Zhu Qi with a calm gaze and slowly asked, "Where's the biggest trade market in your Swallow Mountain County's county city?" Although he didn't know why Duan Ling Tian asked this, Zhu Qi still said, "In the middle area of the county city." Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he put down the money for the food, grabbed Li Fei's hand, and glanced at Shang Quan. "Shang Quan, let's go to the trade market in the middle area of the city." As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian held onto Li Fei's hand and walked out. Shang Quan held Zhu Zhao and followed. "Little brother, my son." Zhu Qi's face went slightly grim, and he was somewhat anxious. "Provided that I meet your Zhu clan's second elder, provided that he agrees to a life wager by weapons refinement with me, I will return your son to you safe and sound." Duan Ling Tian's voice drifted over from afar, causing Zhu Qi's expression to become gloomy. "Second master, what should we do now?" One of the middle-aged men behind Zhu Qi asked, somewhat fearfully. "Return to the clan." Zhu Qi took in a deep breath and left the restaurant. The group of customers in the restaurant all paid their bills and left, then they headed to the trade market at the middle area of the city because they knew that there would be a spectacle to see in a short while. Within the Zhu clan estate's audience hall, from the Zhu clan's patriarch and below, all the higher-ups of the Zhu clan were gathered together. A Zhu clan elder noticed that Zhu Rong's expression was unsightly and couldn't help but ask, "Patriarch, has some important matter occurred that you were so anxious to get us all here?" The other elders all looked over at Zhu Rong as well. Zhu Rong's face sank and looked at Zhu Qi, who stood nearby. "Second brother, you tell them." For a moment, the gazes of all the Zhu clan elders descended onto Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi took a deep breath then slowly spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the restaurant earlier, then he added in the end. "According to that young man's intention, If second elder isn't willing to agree to his request, he won't release my son. Along with Zhu Qi finishing, the entire audience hall went deathly silent. Less than 20. Origin Core Martial Artist, Grade 8 Weapons Craftsman, the Zhu clan's Grand Elder, an old man over the age of 70, looked at Zhu Qi as he asked, in a deep voice, Zhu Qi, do you know his background? Grand Elder, it's precisely because I don't know his background that I had to think twice. Zhu Qi laughed bitterly. Patriarch Zhu Rong looked at the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, that sat beneath the Grand Elder, and asked, Second Elder, what do you think of this matter? Zhu Liang had a calm expression as he indifferently said, it's only just a young and ignorant kid that's relying on his natural talent to put on airs. However, since he's able to possess his cultivation at the origin core stage and became a grade 8 weapons craftsman at such an age, his background ought to not be simple. The Zhu clan's higher-ups present deeply agreed with what Zhu Liang said. I think so too. However, he's already declared that if I want to save my son, then there's no other way. Zhu Qi nodded, and as he finished speaking, he had a bitter smile on his face. A Zhu clan elder who looked like he had a bad temper directly said, HMPH. It's only an ignorant kid. Second elder could just agree to his life wager declaration. Agreeing to his life wager is easy, winning against him in the life wager is easy as well. Zhu Liang's muddy eyes flickered with a trace of a bright light, and he extended his hand to lightly tap the table. However, we still don't know his background now. If we win and he dies, we'll surely offend the power that's standing behind him. The Zhu clan's higher-ups all went silent. This was precisely the most troublesome part. Zhu Rong pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Second Elder, how about this? You agree to the life wager. When you win, reveal your magnanimity and allow him to not fulfill the life wager. In this way, we can both save Zhu Zhao and avoid offending him. This method works. I think so too. Instantly, the group of Zhu clan elders expressed their agreement one by one. Everyone's gazes descended onto the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang's eyes flashed, then he nodded. It's good this way. Once I win against him and allow him to not fulfill the life wager, I can get a good reputation for myself as well. The Swallow Mountain County's county city was undoubtedly bustling with noise and excitement today. Today, a mysterious young man that was below the age of 20 had arrived in the county city. Allegedly, this young man had bashed the Zhu clan's third young master, Zhu Zhao, when he had only just arrived. Not only that, but when the Zhu clan's second master brought along some clan members to get revenge, the mysterious young man even revealed his cultivation and natural talent as a weapons craftsman, an origin core stage martial artist and grade 8 weapons craftsman below the age of 20. After that, this young man even boasted about wanting to hold a life wager with the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, a life wager by weapons refinement. Moreover, he'd chosen the most bustling trade market in the center of the city to hold the life wager. For some time, the entire county city was stirred. The trade market at the center of the city already had streams of people surging about, and now it was difficult to even take a single step. The county governor's estate. A dignified middle-aged man sat within the pergola in the front courtyard and savored fragrant tea with a pleased expression. Suddenly, a house servant ran before the dignified middle-aged man in a flurried manner. The dignified middle-aged man was precisely the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, and his brows raised as he asked, in a deep voice, "What are you so flurried about?" "County governor, a young man has come to our county city, and he wants to hold a life wager by weapons refinement with the Zhu clan's second elder." Under the detailed narration of the house servant, Pei Yuan found out of the ins and outs of the matter, and the corners of his mouth curved lightly. An origin core martial artist below the age of 20, grade 8 weapons craftsman, Pei Yuan abruptly stood up, and his eyes lit up. Interesting, interesting. Come with me to join in the excitement. Alchemists Guild. Since becoming a grade 7 alchemist 3 years ago and leaving Aurora City, Sumo had returned to the county city's Alchemists Guild and even became the vice guild master of the Alchemists Guild. What? An origin core martial artist below the age of 20? Grade 8 weapons craftsman. After Sumo heard of the rumors that gave rise to much discussion in the city, he was slightly surprised. Could it be that there's an existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation that can compare with that little freak? Sumo muttered. In this lifetime, he would never forget that violet-clothed youth from that year. That year, it was precisely because of that youth that he was able to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist and was able to leave that remote Aurora City and return to the bustling county city. Later on, even though he was in the county city, he'd heard many rumors of that youth from all those years ago. The #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now the little fellow from all those years ago has become the publicly acknowledged peerless genius with the best natural talent in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. I'll go join in the excitement as well. I want to see who exactly is so monstrous as to be almost comparable to that kid, Duan Lingtian. The corners of Su Mo's mouth held a smile, and he directly left the Alchemist's Guild, the trade market at the center of the city. A special sign hung outside a luxurious building, the sign of the Violet Tulip Trading Company. At the highest point of the building was a pavilion. Right now, a dignified, graceful, and beautiful woman sat there within the pavilion and looked from afar at the area of the trade market that was emptied. A violet-clothed young man stood there with a beautiful girl. Behind the two, a middle-aged man held a pale-faced young man like he was holding a chick. I never imagined that he would cause such a stir the moment he arrived. At an unknown time, a middle-aged man with extraordinary bearings and a firm expression arrived beside the beautiful woman and lightly smiled. Chapter 235, The Wager Begins. Duan Lingtian held Li Fei's hand, and at this moment, he could clearly feel the fluctuation in Li Fei's mood. Don't worry, I'll surely take revenge for Grandpa. Duan Lingtian gave Li Fei a gaze that said, don't worry. I believe you. Li Fei lightly nodded. She trusted this man without condition. Her grandpa had died, and in the world, this man was her biggest reliance. In the future, she would only live for this man. They're here. Suddenly seeming to have noticed something, Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he looked into the distance. The dense crowd seemed as if they had discussed it earlier as they moved to open up a path. It's the Zhu clan's second elder. The Zhu clan's second master has come. The Zhu clan's patriarch, grand elder, and third elder have come as well. Oh my god, the Zhu clan's higher-ups have practically all swarmed out. The crowd surged and was incomparably clamorous. And on the path that the crowd opened up, a group of people approached in a formidable array. Among these people, Duan Lingtian only recognized Zhu Qi, the Zhu clan's second master. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and the Zhu clan's group confronted each other in the emptied area. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when faced with the group of existences at the nascent soul stage and origin core stage. His gaze was calm. It was as if he was looking at a group of ordinary people. Moreover, while Duan Lingtian sized up the group of Zhu clan members, the Zhu clan members were sizing him up as well. Their first thought was surprise. Such a young man would definitely not be above 20, but he had actually achieved such shocking achievements. It was truly shocking. The Zhu Qi took a step forward and looked at Duan Lingtian. Then he said, in a deep voice, "Little brother, my Zhu clan's second elder has arrived. Now, can you release my son?" Which one is the Zhu clan's second elder? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed past the group of people behind Zhu Qi. I'm the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang. An old man behind Zhu Qi took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhu Qi. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that had a sense of disdain mixed within. Kid, when it's possible to let someone off, one should spare them. When it's possible to let someone off, one should spare them. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard what Zhu Liang said. Right when Zhu Liang frowned, Duan Lingtian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his cold and indifferent gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Zhu clan's second elder, I won't waste time. Now, let's set a life wager agreement and decide the outcome in a single round. Whoever refines the grade 8 spirit weapon with the lowest quality dies. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhu Liang and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. HMPH. Zhu Liang's voice was cold like ice. Why not? I'll agree to your life wager right now. If he didn't dare, he wouldn't have appeared here right now. Duan Lingtian nodded. Good, straightforward enough. Shang Quan, let him go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Shang Quan tossed out Zhu Zhao, who was in his hand, directly at Zhu Qi as if he was throwing out trash. Zhu Qi glanced angrily at Shang Quan, then he extended his hand to catch his son. Father. Zhu Zhao had a face full of shame. Zhu Qi grunted coldly. Stand at the back, I'll deal with you when we get back. At this moment, the surrounding crowd went silent, and everyone stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man and green-clothed old man. They held their breaths, as they knew that the most exciting moment was about to arrive. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, with a calm voice that had a slight condescending tone mixed within, you're the junior, so you can put forth the requirements. What weapon will we refine? Zhu Liang's current tone was like a senior teaching a junior a lesson. The crowd surged with excitement. As expected of the Zhu clan's second elder, the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. His bearing is extraordinary. Yeah, although this young man's natural talent in weapons refinement can be called monstrous, in terms of experience, it's surely impossible to compare to the Zhu clan's second elder. Him wagering his life by weapons refinement with the Zhu clan's second elder is definitely courting death. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. Today, this weapons refining genius will probably die here. No one within the surrounding crowd looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was naturally able to hear the discussion of the crowd. A trace of worry appeared on Li Fei's face, and her hand gripped Duan Lingtian's hand slightly tighter. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nightly kneaded Li Fei's palm, and after he let go of her hand, he took a step forward and looked at Zhu Liang. I don't mind, then let's refine a sword. Sword. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Zhu Liang's mouth. In his lifetime, the weapon he refined the most was the sword. If it was refining a spirit sword, he was at least 90% confident that he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 19%. Then let's begin. Zhu Liang's gaze focused, then he withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring with a wave of his hand and started refining the grade 8 spirit sword. Zhu Liang's technique was extremely complex and extremely practiced, causing the surrounding spectators to burst out with astonishment. The Zhu clan's second elder's technique is too swift. This is a true weapons craftsman. In next to no time, the surrounding spectators looked at Duan Lingtian, but they quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian stood there on the spot, without the slightest intention to start refining. Could it be that he's giving up like that? Isn't this deliberately courting death? Many people were speechless. Time flew by and 2 hours quickly passed by. The pile of materials on the weapon flame on Zhu Liang's hand had now completely merged together and shaped into the form of a sword. According to this speed, he would surely complete the refinement of the grade 8 spirit sword after an hour. Duan Lingtian still hadn't made a move. In a restaurant near the place the life wager was being held, within 2 rooms that neighbored to each other, 2 pairs of eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this young man has given up? Within one of the rooms, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, frowned and had a dumbfounded expression. Within the other room, Sumo watched this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This kid looks to be very confident. I really never expected that besides being an alchemist, he was also a weapons craftsman. When Sumo had just arrived in the room, he noticed that the young man that was intending to wager his life with the Zhu clan's second elder was actually the former youth, Duan Lingtian. After he found out about this fact, his heart was filled with shock. In next to no time, however, he came to an understanding. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was a little freak, and any wonder appearing on Duan Lingtian wasn't strange. I wonder how this Zhu clan's second elder offended this little freak. I really want to see how he winds up the matter. The corners of Sumo's mouth had a smile, as he had extremely high confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Although he knew as well that the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, could refine spirit weapons that provided a 19% amplification, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had refined that medicinal pill with a purity of over 90% that day, he was once again filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he knew that since Duan Lingtian dared to so arrogantly wager his life with the Zhu clan's second elder, he'd surely be confident. Duan Lingtian wasn't a rash person. Within the pavilion atop the luxurious building right opposite the restaurant. Why do you think he hasn't started refining? A middle-aged man with an imposing appearance lightly smiled as he asked the beautiful woman beside him, with a voice that was gentle like water. The beautiful woman's beautiful, watery eyes condensed strands of complicated lights as she gathered her sight onto the violet-clothed young man. Maybe he doesn't need that much time to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon. Don't forget, he's Duan Lingtian. Yeah, he's Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man lightly nodded and spoke with a tone that had an emotional sigh mixed within. When you mentioned him to me 3 years ago, I still slightly disagreed. Even to the extent that after he refused your good intentions, he still felt he didn't know what was good for him. Who would have known? The beautiful woman continued the discussion. Who would have known that in a short 3 years' time, he would become renowned throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom? Now it seems that it's not only our Violet Tulip Trading Company, but even the Crimson Sky Kingdom can't hold him. Then let's witness him create a miracle once again. The middle-aged man lightly smiled as he nodded, and his gaze then descended onto the violet-clothed young man. The group of Zhu clan members couldn't help but reveal disdain on their faces when they saw that Duan Lingtian still hadn't made a move. He actually hasn't started refining the grade 8 spirit weapon. Could it be that he intends to admit defeat? A Zhu clan elder sneered. Probably not. The Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, shook his head. Since he initiated the life wager, it's impossible for him to admit defeat. I have this feeling. Was it bad for us to have asked the second elder to agree to this life wager so hastily? As he finished speaking, Zhu Rong frowned. He didn't know why, but when he gazed at the violet-clothed young man with a carefree and unhurried expression, he didn't feel confident in his heart. Patriarch, could it be that you think he can defeat the second elder? Another Zhu clan elder shook his head with a face full of doubt. Uncle, don't worry, second elder is the publicly acknowledged #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in our Swallow Mountain County. In the Swallow Mountain County, a grade 8 weapons craftsman that is capable of refining a spirit weapon that provides a 19% amplification has never been heard of. Zhu Zhao had recovered now, and he looked at Duan Lingtian with an incomparably gloomy gaze. This time, I want to see how he dies. Zhu Qi glanced at his son and then said indifferently, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The clan has already made a decision. Even if this young man loses to the second elder might not take his life. Why? Zhu Zhao was stupefied and had an unwilling expression. Zhu Rong added. Zhao, the background of this young man ought to not be simple. For the sake of not bringing unnecessary trouble to the clan, we can only do this. Zhu Zhao's face sank. Uncle, what if he doesn't have any background? Zhu Rong's eyes squinted and had an awe-inspiring killing intent. If we can confirm that he doesn't have any background, then he naturally won't be able to escape death once he loses. I and second elder have discussed it. After finishing the refinement, the second elder will try to find out about his background. If he really doesn't have any background, the second elder won't let him off. Chapter 236, Half an Hour. The pile of merged materials in Zhu Liang's hand that were forming the shape of the sword earlier had now started condensing into the rough outline of a sword. And it had already been half an hour from the time the materials started forming the shape of a sword until now. And right when the surrounding spectators all thought that Duan Lingtian intended to give up, Duan Lingtian finally moved. A grade 8 weapon flame lit ablaze on Duan Lingtian's hand, causing many people's gazes to abruptly light up. Although they'd heard that Duan Lingtian was a grade 8 weapons craftsman earlier, the hearts of many still shook when they saw Duan Lingtian condense a grade 8 weapon flame. Condensing a grade 8 weapon flame at an age that's below 20. Utterly monstrous. The young man is starting to refine as well. In next to no time, the surrounding spectators' gazes all moved onto Duan Lingtian. When they saw the technique Duan Lingtian revealed when he started refining, the surrounding spectators were stupefied. Isn't that really too fast? I'm completely unable to see his movements clearly. I thought that the speed of the Zhu clan's second elder was considered to be fast, but I never imagined that this young man's speed would be even faster. This young man's level of skill in his technique even surpasses the Zhu clan's second elder. However, the speed of technique doesn't mean that he's capable of refining a spirit weapon with higher quality. As the saying goes, slow work yields fine products. The speed at which Duan Lingtian refined the grade 8 spirit weapon could be said to be swift like lightning. Profound weapons refinement techniques flowed freely in his hands without hesitation, with a speed that far surpassed Zhu Liang. After 20 minutes passed, all of the materials in Duan Lingtian's hands merged to start forming the shape of a sword. Oh my god, the step which took the Zhu clan's second elder 2 hours to complete was completed by him in 20 minutes. Abnormal. Too abnormal. Does he think that a spirit weapon refined at such a speed would really be a match for the spirit weapon refined by the Zhu clan's second elder? It might be slightly dangerous. The surrounding spectators were dumbstruck as they saw the forming shape of a sword above the weapon flames on Duan Lingtian's hand. After another 10 minutes, sword complete. Duan Lingtian and Zhu Liang stopped at almost the exact same time, and on each of their hands was a sword respectively, a grade 8 spirit sword. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand assumed a jade green color. These materials were those that Duan Lingtian had bought that time when he refined the embroidered spring swords, and after completing the refinement of the 13 swords, the remaining materials had now come to use. The grade 8 spirit sword in Zhu Liang's hand assumed an emerald color and matched well with his green clothes when grasped in his hand. Zhu Liang was slightly surprised when he saw the grade 8 spirit sword Duan Ling Tian had finished refining. He originally thought that with Duan Ling Tian's age, it would at least require 3 to 4 hours for him to refine a grade 8 spirit sword, but never had he imagined that Duan Ling Tian's speed could follow his. When Zhu Liang started refining, he put his heart and soul into it and knew nothing of what happened in the outside world while he was refining the spirit sword. In next to no time, the discussions that entered into his ears caused his face to go grim. Half an hour. Zhu Liang's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Only now did he realize that Duan Ling Tian had only taken half an hour to refine the grade 8 spirit sword, whereas he spent 3 hours. Duan Ling Tian had only started refining half an hour ago. This caused him to be extremely shocked. If he was given half an hour, he wouldn't be capable of refining a grade 8 spirit weapon within that time even if his life depended upon it. On the other hand, 1 hour wouldn't be a problem. However, the grade 8 spirit weapon that was refined within an hour would be a substandard product that was not presentable. No wonder you're so arrogant. So it turned out to be that you know such a profound weapons refinement technique. However, do you really think a grade 8 spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine can compare to the spirit weapon I painstakingly refined for 3 hours? Zhu Liang looked at Duan Ling Tian in disdain. He was still extremely satisfied with the grade 8 spirit weapon in his hand. It was capable of providing a 19% amplification in strength and had completely expressed his level of skill. Won't you only know if it can compare to the grade 8 spirit weapon you refined after we test it? Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression, and in terms of imposing manner, he wasn't disadvantaged in the slightest. Then I'll be waiting to see. However, before this, I still want to ask you. Why do you want to have a life wager by weapons refinement with me? Zhu Liang glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as he probed. Before the results were out, he had to investigate Duan Ling Tian's identity. If Duan Ling Tian's identity wasn't simple, then even if he won, he could only pretend to be magnanimous and spare Duan Ling Tian's life. If Duan Ling Tian didn't have any background, then he would surely make Duan Ling Tian die a graveless death. One had to pay a price for provoking him. You really want to know? Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhu Liang's gaze and naturally guessed his intentions. This caused a smile to appear on the corners of his mouth. Zhu Liang nodded. Okay, then I'll tell you. What Duan Ling Tian said caused Zhu Liang's gaze to light up. Even the group of Zhu clan members all gathered their concentration and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhu Liang and said indifferently, "You ought to still remember that old man that had a life wager by weapons refinement with you 1 year ago, right? He was my grandfather." Zhu Liang was stunned, then he started laughing. That person from 1 year ago. So that old goat that overestimated himself and sought me out to have a life wager was your grandfather. Zhu Liang's gaze flickered, and he was assured in his heart. In other words, the young man before him ought to have no background and only had great natural talent. He knew of the background of the person from 1 year ago, an elder of a small clan in a small city. To the Zhu clan, it was nothing. The gazes of the Zhu clan members all lit up. Zan, second elder can help you take your revenge. The Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, looked at Zhu Zhao, and a smile appeared on his face. Zhu Zhao had a pleasantly surprised expression. I told you, he surely had no background, as expected. So it turned out that the old goat that came to die 1 year ago was his grandfather. This time, let's allow this grandfather and grandson pair to be companions in hell. In next to no time, Zhu Zhao's gaze descended onto the faraway Li Fei. As far as he was concerned, once this violet-clothed youth died, wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to obtain this beauty that was like a celestial maiden if he wanted her? For a moment, Zhu Zhao's gaze revealed a sense of lust. Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhu Zhao's gaze at the first possible moment. His face sank and his eyes held an awe-inspiring killing intent as a response. This Zhu Zhao had actually dared to use this sort of gaze to be disrespectful to his little Fei. As far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, Zhu Zhao was already a dead man. Kid, looks like you'll surely die today. Zhu Liang looked at Duan Ling Tian as if he'd already won, and in his heart, he indeed thought he'd won. Even though Duan Ling Tian's refinement technique was profound, as far as he was concerned, how could a spirit weapon that was refined within half an hour compare to the spirit weapon he refined for 3 hours? Moreover, in his opinion, this violet-clothed youth was only the grandson of a defeated opponent and amounted to nothing. Second Elder Zhu, don't speak so fast all the time. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently as if he didn't take what Zhu Liang had said to heart in the slightest. What, could it be you really think the spirit sword you spent half an hour to refine is able to compete with the grade 8 spirit weapon I refined? Let me tell you, this grade 8 spirit sword I refined is able to amplify one's strength by 19%. Zhu Liang laughed in ridicule and swept Duan Ling Tian with a gaze of contempt. He didn't intentionally suppress his voice, and he even condensed his origin energy to spread it out far away. Instantly, the surrounding crowd stirred once again. 19%, looks like the Zhu clan's second elder completely expressed his level of skill this time. This young man's luck is really bad. A grade 8 spirit weapon that provides a 19% amplification. In the Swallow Mountain County, besides the Zhu clan's second elder, I've never heard of any grade 8 weapons craftsman capable of refining such a spirit weapon. Unfortunately, a young man with such monstrous natural talent is bound to lose his life here today. Zhu Liang enjoyed listening to the discussions of the crowd. The Zhu clan members all revealed smiles on their faces. As far as they were concerned, this violet-clothed youth that didn't know his limitations would lose for sure. And die for sure. Within the room in the restaurant, a grade 8 spirit sword that was refined within half an hour. The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, shook his head, as he didn't look favorably upon the violet-clothed youth. In the neighboring room, Sumo slightly frowned. This kid, why didn't he refine a bit more seriously? Can this grade 8 spirit weapon that was refined in half an hour be of use? Even if Sumo had confidence in Duan Ling Tian, now he couldn't help but feel his confidence waver. After all, a grade 8 spirit weapon that was refined within half an hour was truly something unbelievable. It was not likely that the quality of a spirit weapon that was refined within such a short amount of time could be good. However, when he noticed Duan Ling Tian's carefree expression that was there from the beginning till the end, he was assured in his heart. Perhaps this kid will give me another pleasant surprise. Otherwise, I can only enlighten that Zhu clan member and let him know of the kid's identity. Sumo was confident that so long as Duan Ling Tian's identity was exposed, even if the Zhu clan was even braver, they would still not dare touch Duan Ling Tian. At least they wouldn't dare touch Duan Ling Tian in public. On the pavilion on the luxurious building, we will know the final result very soon. The beautiful woman lightly smiled as if she was filled with confidence towards the violet-clothed youth in the distance. Can a grade 8 spirit sword that was refined within half an hour possibly surpass the grade 8 spirit sword that provides a 19% amplification that Zhu Liang refined? The middle-aged man at the side was slightly hesitant as he spoke. You'll know if it's possible soon, the beautiful woman said. You're right, the middle-aged man lightly nodded. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Zhu Liang's figure. Second Elder Zhu, how are we testing the grade 8 spirit swords we've refined? Zhu Liang grunted coldly. Let's test each other's spirit swords ourselves. Of course, if we doubt the judgment of the other, we can find another to test it. Now, there's so many people in the surrounding, is there a need to fear there being no one to test it? Alright, then let's test each other's spirit swords first. Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he didn't have any objections, then he casually tossed the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand to Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang also tossed the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 237. Don't spare a soul. Although there were many people spectating, when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Zhu Liang exchange the grade 8 spirit swords they had refined, they all gathered their attention and stared fixedly. They knew that the results of today's life wager was about to be revealed. Duan Ling Tian's origin energy fused with the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand, and instantly, ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed above him one by one. Right, it amplifies strength by 19%. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Zhu Liang with a calm gaze. He had to admit in his heart, this Zhu Liang was indeed skilled. However, Zhu Liang could only blame his own misfortune. After all, Duan Ling Tian's refinement technique and experience all came from the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, and even in the entire Cloud Continent, it was a top-notch technique. This Zhu Liang wasn't just miles apart from him. However, he still held back when he refined the spirit sword this time. As far as he was concerned, it was sufficient as long as he firmly won against Zhu Liang. There was no need to show off too much of his ability. Zhu Liang, who was just about to test the grade 8 spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian refined, saw Duan Ling Tian's current composed expression, and his heart couldn't help but jerk. Could it be that this kid really was confident in defeating him? No, impossible. Zhu Liang ceaselessly consoled himself in his heart as he took a deep breath and started to test the sword. Zhu Liang was a first-level nascent soul martial artist, so without a spirit weapon, he was capable of exerting the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. Now he used the grade 8 spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian refined. For a moment, 240 ancient mammoths appeared above him. 20.20%. No, impossible. Impossible. Zhu Liang's expression finally went pale, and his eyes sprung wide open like saucers as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe this to be real. How could this be possible? The grade 8 spirit weapon he refined that amplified strength by 19% could be considered a top-quality grade 8 spirit weapon, and this grade 8 spirit weapon that amplified strength by 20% could already be considered the top quality amongst top-quality spirit weapons. Such a spirit weapon was refined by a young man that's not even 20. He didn't dare believe, and he was unwilling to believe that it was true. At this moment, the smiles of the Zhu clan members all froze. How could this be possible? This young man is capable of refining a grade 8 spirit sword that provides a 20% amplification. The Zhu clan's Grand Elder's pupils constricted and his face went gloomy. The Zhu clan's patriarch Zhu Rong, Zhu Qi, and the other Zhu clan elders were now completely muddled and didn't dare believe that all this was true. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Zhu Zhao's face went gloomy when he saw this scene, and his voice had traces of unwillingness mixed within. A grade 8 spirit sword that provides a 20% amplification. The Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan, squinted his eyes and had a face full of disbelief. A grade 8 spirit sword that was refined in half an hour was capable of 20% strength amplification. Who actually was this violet-clothed youth? It was simply unbelievable. In contrast, Su Mo laughed heartily in the neighboring room. This kid didn't disappoint me in the end. Refining a grade 8 spirit sword that can amplify strength by 20% in half an hour, such natural talent in weapons refinement is virtually heaven-defying. Not only Pei Yuan and Su Mo, even the husband and wife pair within the pavilion on the luxurious building were amazed. Although they were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian since the beginning, when they saw this scene with their own two eyes, they couldn't help but be moved. Second Elder Zhu, what do you think now? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhu Liang, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Li Fei stood at the back and now had an excited expression. Her man had taken revenge for her grandfather. Strands of warmth arose within her heart. However, Zhu Liang seemed as if he didn't hear what Duan Ling Tian said, and he ceaselessly shook his head. Impossible. It's impossible. Obviously, he hadn't recovered from the blow he received yet. The surrounding crowd of spectators had now recovered from their shock, and without exception, they all had faces full of astonishment. Fuck. A grade 8 spirit sword that provides a 20% amplification. This violet-clothed youth is simply abnormal. He's not only abnormal, he's virtually an abnormality amongst abnormal people, a super abnormal person. Looks like the title of #1 grade 8 weapons craftsman in Swallow Mountain County will become his. Truly unbelievable. Is he really not even 20 yet? Of course, look at his appearance, he's obviously a young man who has just lost his immaturity. Everyone was shocked, as the scene before their eyes was completely different from the scene in their expectations. This violet-clothed youth had actually won against the Zhu clan's second elder in a life wager by weapons refinement. Moreover, he had defeated the Zhu clan's second elder with a grade 8 spirit sword that he had refined in half an hour. Virtually heaven-defying. Meanwhile, the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, had slowly recovered from his shock. However, his face had a sense of dread mixed within. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhu Liang's heart trembled, and he turned and flew off while holding the grade 8 spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian refined. Then he gathered with the group of Zhu clan members. This scene was something Duan Ling Tian had never expected. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring killing intent. Second Elder Zhu, are you thinking of going back on your word? For a time, the surrounding crowd emitted a burst of sighs. The dignified second elder of the Zhu clan actually went back on his word. He was willing to gamble but unwilling to accept defeat. Zhu Liang's expression was extremely unsightly, but he felt guilty in his heart and didn't dare make a sound. Meanwhile, the Zhu clan's patriarch, Zhu Rong, stood out and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Young man, needless to say, your weapons refinement technique is admirable. However, second elder is significant to our Zhu clan, so no matter what, our Zhu clan can't lose him. So, for the life wager today, my Zhu clan is willing to exchange other things for the second elder's life. Other things? Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold and he sneered. Sorry, I really have no need for other things. I came to have a life wager with your Zhu clan's second elder precisely for his life. Then regretfully, I'm unable to comply. Zhu Rong's face sank. Zhu Liang. Duan Ling Tian's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto Zhu Liang. Are you sure you want to go back on your word? Are you sure you want to bring the entire Zhu clan down with you just for the sake of your life? I'll give you a chance, take your own life right now, otherwise, I'll annihilate your Zhu clan. Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with infinite icy coldness. Wanting to go back on your word in front of him? Nonsense. Zhu Qi sneered, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of disdain. Kid, my big brother offered you other compensation. That's thinking highly of you. However, since you're so arrogant, then you'll get nothing. If you want to keep your life, then fuck off now. Is that so? Cold lights shot out in all directions from Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and the flames of fury in his heart had burned to the limit. He was hardly ever so angry, but today, he was completely enraged. Pei Yuan within the restaurant's room frowned and slightly disdained the Zhu clan's second elder for going back on his word. However, he didn't know this violet-clothed youth, and thus didn't plan on standing up for him. The face of Su Mo in the neighboring room sank, and he directly leapt out of the window to get down from the restaurant. Then he walked in large strides towards Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to let the Zhu clan members know of Duan Ling Tian's identity. As far as he was concerned, this Zhu clan actually daring to go back on their word before the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Ling Tian, was simply courting death. In the pavilion, look, the Zhu clan is planning on relying on their strength to bully people. The beautiful woman's gaze had a sense of coldness within. Let's go over. The middle-aged man brought along the beautiful woman as he descended from the pavilion and walked towards Duan Ling Tian as well. The surrounding crowd sighing had never stooped. The Zhu clan is too shameless. Yeah, when this young man's grandfather wagered his life with Zhu Liang last year, Zhu Liang directly took his life after winning. Now that it's Zhu Liang's turn, he goes back on his word. Too shameless. I've decided not to spend money in the businesses under the Zhu clan in the future, even if it's just a copper coin. Me too, even if I throw my money in the ditch, I still won't let the Zhu clan earn it. A man is nothing without his word, and the Zhu clan has indeed gone too far this time. The Zhu clan's actions now had caused public outrage. Two Zhu clan members, from Patriarch Zhu Rong to the elders, they all had unsightly expressions. Kid, I'll give you the time of 5 breaths to disappear before my eyes. Otherwise, not only you, even the other 2 people by your side will undoubtedly die. Zhu Rong's eyes went cold as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and threatened. Ha 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 ha. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing as if he had heard an excellent joke when he heard what Zhu Rong said. Good. What a good Zhu clan. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent like ice. His voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell and was filled with gloominess. Shang Quan, besides Zhu Liang, don't spare a soul. Killing intent that pierced the skies arose from Duan Ling Tian's body, and his voice was cold and indifferent. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a devil god, a bloodthirsty devil god, right when everyone was stupefied because of what Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, young master. Shang Quan made his move. Shang Quan's figure flashed out, and only a few people present could catch sight of him. Continuous sword howls seemed to echo out at the same time, causing the surrounding crowd of spectators to feel a chill run down their spines. When they recovered from their shock, they instead noticed that besides Zhu Liang, who still stood there trembling with a ghastly pale face, all of the Zhu clan members were on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. And a figure that was swift like a ghost returned to Duan Ling Tian's side as well. Drops of blood dropped down from the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, as if transforming into red roses that were incomparably dazzling to the eye. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. A few nascent soul existences were included amongst the Zhu clan members that were on the ground. Besides Zhu Zhao, the remaining people were all existences at the 9th level of the origin core stage. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Besides the creator of the incident, the Zhu clan's second elder, Zhu Liang, all the Zhu clan members present were dead. Chapter 238. Identity Exposed. Su Mo's body stiffened as he looked at the scene before him in a daze, and he was completely dumbfounded. That Zhu clan's grand elder, who was among the Zhu clan members that had lost their lives, was in existence at the third level of the nascent soul stage. However, just like everyone else, he still wasn't able to react before he was struck down. Dead without a doubt. His gaze flickered with a slightly complicated sheen as he looked over at the violet-clothed young man with a carefree expression, and his heart trembled. Looks like I got worried for nothing. There's actually such a terrifying powerhouse by this kid's side. The pair of husband and wife that had rushed over at almost the same time as Sumo froze on the spot. Yan, that person by Duan Ling Tian's side, the dignified and graceful beautiful woman said, and her beautiful face that had a carefree expression since the beginning until now had a trace of surprise. I'm far inferior to him. The middle-aged man by the beautiful woman's side had a complicated expression as he sighed. The beautiful woman's eyes squinted when she heard what he said, and she completely lost her composure. She was extremely clear that her husband was in existence at the half-step void stage. She knew that someone who even her husband felt himself to be inferior to would surely be in existence at the void prying stage without a doubt. Void prying stage. In the restaurant's room, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei Yuan's pupils constricted, and because of holding on too forcefully, the teacup within his hand transformed into a pile of fragments that scattered down onto the ground. However, he seemed to not notice in the slightest. Who the heck is this violet-clothed young man? Pei Yuan's heart trembled, and he got up and left. No matter who the violet-clothed young man was, the appearance of a void-prying stage powerhouse was already worthy of him, the county governor of Swallow Mountain County, to personally make an appearance. Duan Ling Tian walked step by step towards Zhu Liang. Every step he took seemed to transform in an enormous hammer that fiercely smashed onto Zhu Liang's chest, causing Zhu Liang's face to flush. Extremely deep despair arose within Zhu Liang's heart as he gazed at the violet-clothed young man before him. He never imagined that the subordinate by this violet-clothed young man's side would be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, before he could even react to it, the young man's subordinate had killed the entire group of Zhu clan members that were present. Amongst them, there was no lack of existences stronger than him. Why did you kill them? Zhu Liang's voice lightly trembled, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an enraged expression. Why did I kill them? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh, then he looked at Zhu Liang with a calm expression. I gave you a chance earlier, right? They died because they were implicated by you. Zhu Liang's figure trembled. Only now did he realize the clear words of this violet-clothed young man from before. Are you sure you want to go back on your word? Are you sure you want to bring the entire Zhu clan down with you just for the sake of your life? I'll give you a chance, take your own life right now, otherwise, I'll annihilate your Zhu clan. So it turned out that the violet-clothed young man wasn't deliberately mystifying himself when he said this. The young man wasn't talking nonsense, he really had the ability. Instantly, Zhu Liang's heart was filled with a bellyful of regret. It was he who'd caused the deaths of the group of Zhu clan members. Dying earlier or later was still death, but now, even though he could live on for a while longer, he had caused the Zhu clan to pay an extremely enormous price. Who the heck are you? Zhu Liang looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of unwillingness. When Zhu Liang finished speaking, the surrounding crowd of spectators turned their gazes onto Duan Ling Tian. They were similarly curious about who the heck was this young man who had a subordinate that possessed such shocking strength was. Second Elder Zhu, you don't even know who he is, and you actually dared go back on your word in front of him. Right at this moment, a voice abruptly sounded, and an aged old man moved back and forth through the crowd towards them. It was as if the old man had transformed into a slippery loach that no one was able to stop. In the blink of an eye, the old man arrived at Duan Ling Tian's side. Geezer. Earlier when he heard the voice, Duan Ling Tian felt it to be slightly familiar, and now when he saw the old man appear, Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly shone and a wide grin hung on his face. He never would have imagined that he would be able to see an old friend when he came to County City. The old man before him was no one else but precisely the former Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Sumo, who he had befriended in Aurora City. At that time, Sumo had become a grade 7 alchemist under his guidance and then left Aurora City. Sumo's appearance caused quite a large stir. I recognize him, he's Vice Guild Master Su of our County City's Alchemist Guild. It's really Vice Guild Master Su. This young man seems to be well acquainted with Vice Guild Master Su and directly called him, Geezer. Looks like the identity of this young man really isn't simple. The surrounding crowd of spectators all had expressions of surprise when they saw the scene before them. Sumo, a grade 7 alchemist and the Vice Guild Master of the County City's Alchemist Guild. His status within the county city was extremely special, and even the Swallow Mountain County's county governor would have to be respectful when meeting him. Zhu Liang's face went grim. It looked like his guess wasn't wrong. This violet-clothed young man's identity was indeed not simple. Su Mo, your movements really are fast. Right at this moment, a pair of husband and wife that were like a match made in heaven walked over in large strides, and everywhere they passed, the crowd would move aside. It's the Swallow Mountain County's Violet Tulip Trading Company's branch president, Lin Yu. Also her husband, the Violet Tulip Trading Company's guard commander in the county city, Ji Yan. This guard commander is a void stage powerhouse like the county governor. The crowd clamored, as they had recognized the pair that walked over shoulder to shoulder. President Lin, Commander Ji. Su Mo lightly smiled to the two of them. Zhu Liang only felt the sky go gloomy when he saw Lin Yu and Ji Yan appear. Oh my god, these two know this violet-clothed youth as well. Could anyone tell him who the heck this violet-clothed youth was? Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman. He was slightly shocked by her beauty, then his gaze descended onto the middle-aged man beside the beautiful woman, and with just a glance, he was able to discern that this was a half-step void stage powerhouse. Thinking of how Su Mo addressed them, Duan Ling Tian guessed their identities. President Lin, I was just about to finish dealing with the matter and go thank you. I never expected that you and Commander Ji would come here first. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to Lin Yu and Ji Yan, and he spoke in a polite and respectful manner. Commander Duan, you're too kind. Being able to help you is Lin Yu's honor, and it is the Violet Tulip Trading Company's honor. As Lin Yu lightly smiled, her snake-like small waist started swaying, revealing infinite allure, causing one to have the impulse to forcefully pin her on the ground and ravage her. Even though his Lin Yu wasn't young, she still retained her attractiveness and was an attractive stunner. Exactly, if Commander Duan needs any help, the entire Violet Tulip Trading Company will surely do all within its power. Ji Yan said as well. Before Duan Ling Tian, this middle-aged man whose expression revealed a dignified aura lowered his head as well. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian's identity, even that powerhouse by Duan Ling Tian's side was sufficient for him to bow. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, President Lin and Commander Ji are too kind. Lin Qi is my friend, and you two are his seniors, thus you're naturally my seniors. In the future, don't call me Commander Duan, it's fine to directly call me by my name. This time, he was truly grateful to this pair of husband and wife. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have found out about the culprit that caused the death of little Fei's grandfather so quickly. Duan Ling Tian, Lin Yu, and her husband talked animatedly here, but the content of their chat instead caused a commotion in the surrounding crowd of spectators. Commander Duan, President Lin Yu and Commander Ji Yan are the highest-ranked people in charge of the Violet Tulip Trading Company's branch in Swallow Mountain County, but when they face this young man, they seem to reveal a heartfelt modesty. Even if they meet the county governor, they still would be unlikely to be like this, right? Commander Duan. Duan surnamed. And so young. Could it be that he's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Ling Tian? The crowd burst into discussion, and before long, someone had guessed Duan Ling Tian's identity correctly. Instantly, the crowd was stirred once again. What? He's Duan Ling Tian. I should have thought of this a long time ago. Within our Crimson Sky Kingdom, besides the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Ling Tian, who else would be able to break through to the origin core stage before 20? However, I really never imagined that Commander Duan was actually a grade 8 weapons craftsman as well. To be precise, he's a grade 8 weapons craftsman that is capable of refining a grade 8 spirit weapon that provides a 20% amplification in strength. This time, the Zhu clan really bit off more than they can chew. Look at the expression of the Zhu clan's second elder, it's as unsightly can be. Now infinite regrets have probably arisen within his heart. The crowd clamored, and gaze after gaze that contained a sense of laughing at Zhu Liang's misfortunes descended onto Zhu Liang's figure. Zhu Liang's actions of going back on his words earlier had touched their bottom lines. So, no matter how tragic Zhu Liang's end was, they still wouldn't pity him in the slightest. Zhu Liang had brought all of this onto himself. Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian. Zhu Liang was scared out of his wits as he looked at the violet-clothed young man that was talking animatedly with Su Mo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan. And infinite regret arose within his heart. If he knew earlier that this violet-clothed young man was the commander of the embroidered uniform guard that was famous throughout Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if he was any braver, he still wouldn't dare go back on his word. He only felt a bellyful of regret as he looked at the pile of corpses beside his feet. It almost felt as if his regret would blast him into pieces. No, so many people of the clan have died for me. I must live. I must live. The desire for survival arose within Zhu Liang's heart. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian vigilantly, then his leg jerked as origin energy exploded out. He directly rushed into the crowd, desiring to flee. Want to flee. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. HMPH. Coldness appeared within Shang Quan's eyes and his body jerked. He was going to capture Zhu Liang and bring him back. It was impossible for Zhu Liang to flee before him. However, Shang Quan hadn't even rushed into the crowd when he noticed a figure that was like a great rock whistling over, and he had Zhu Liang in his hand. The person that appeared now was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothing and with an imposing appearance. County Governor. Su Mo was slightly surprised when he saw the person that had arrived. The Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the middle-aged man in luxurious clothing as well. Chapter 239, A Good Man. Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Pei San's father. Duan Ling Tian sized up the middle-aged man in luxurious clothing with interest. Commander Duan. Pei Yuan warmly greeted Duan Ling Tian, then he greeted Su Mo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan. In the next moment, his hand descended and directly crippled Zhu Liang's dantian. Pei Yuan. Instantly, Zhu Liang exclaimed out in grief, and his eyes were crimson as he stared angrily at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan instead paid no attention to Zhu Liang, and he casually threw Zhu Liang beneath Duan Ling Tian's feet. Commander Duan, you've come to my Swallow Mountain County's county city for the first time. Consider this untrustworthy scum as my meeting gift to you, even though he wouldn't have been able to flee even if I didn't make a move. As he finished speaking, Pei Yuan's gaze descended onto Shang Quan, who was beside Duan Ling Tian, and he was slightly afraid. Then thank you, County Governor Pei. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to Pei Yuan, then raised his leg before fiercely stomping on Zhu Liang's body. Instantly, Zhu Liang's body was stomped into the ground. Little Fei. Duan Ling Tian called Li Fei over and seized back the grade 8 spirit sword in Zhu Liang's hand, then he passed it to Li Fei, who had walked over in large strides. No, don't. After Zhu Liang noticed Li Fei's beautiful eyes emitting killing intent, coldness arose within his heart and he hurriedly shouted out in alarm. Li Fei's gaze was cold as she lifted her hand. Her origin energy bloomed out, then the sword in her hand descended to pierce through Zhu Liang's body, impaling Zhu Liang's body to the ground. Blood splattered all around. Dazzling and resplendent. After seeing Zhu Liang breathe his last breath, the hatred on Li Fei's face finally vanished, but when she recalled her grandfather, she felt a burst of sadness and threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's embrace as she sobbed without restraint. It's all right, you've taken revenge for grandfather. If grandfather is aware in the afterworld, he will be able to rest in peace. Duan Ling Tian lightly patted Li Fei's back and consoled her in a gentle voice. Meanwhile, the people present came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that Duan Ling Tian wasn't taking revenge for his own grandfather and instead was taking revenge for the grandfather of his girlfriend. What a beautiful girl. It's the first time I've seen such an unrivaled beauty in my lifetime. I'm afraid only a talent such as Commander Duan would deserve her. The surrounding crowd of spectators was stirred once again. Traces of admiration arose within their hearts towards Duan Ling Tian's actions of getting enraged because of his girlfriend and assisting her in seeking revenge. A good man ought to be like Commander Duan of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Destroying the Zhu clan in rage for the sake of his girlfriend. Commander Duan, you've come over from a great distance. No matter what, I, this county governor of the Swallow Mountain County, must perform the duties of a host. I hope Commander Duan can do me the honor and come to my county governor's estate. Pei Yuan was an intelligent person, so only after Duan Ling Tian finished consoling Li Fei did he invite Duan Ling Tian. County Governor Pei, we husband and wife intend to invite Commander Duan to get together as well. Ji Yan smiled lightly. Even though Pei Yuan was the county governor of Swallow Mountain County, he didn't care in the slightest, as Pei Yuan was only a half-step void stage martial artist like him. Su Ma laughed heartily when he saw Pei Yuan and Ji Yan fighting over Duan Ling Tian. Regardless of where this kid goes, this old man will follow him to join in the fun and have a meal. The two of you won't mind, right? Vice Guild Master Su, you're kidding. It's an honor, Pei Yuan and Ji Yan said, at almost the exact same time. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already put away all the spatial rings of the Zhu clan members, as well as those 2 grade 8 spirit swords. He had noticed as well that Pei Yuan and Ji Yan were looking at him, waiting for him to make a decision. County Governor Pei, I'll remember your favor from today. However, Commander Ji is my senior, and as a junior, I don't dare disobey my senior, so I hope County Governor Pei can forgive me. Duan Ling Tian politely refused Pei Yuan. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but have wicked thoughts in his heart. If this Pei Yuan knew that the culprit who crippled the arm of his son, Pei San, was before him, I wonder what sort of expression he would have. Pei Yuan was the county governor of Swallow Mountain County after all, so he wasn't unhappy in the slightest when refused by Duan Ling Tian, but a smile still remained on his face. Then Pei Yuan won't force you. However, the door to my county governor's estate is always open for Commander Duan. No matter when Commander Duan arrives, the county governor's estate will always treat Commander Duan as an honored guest. Thank you, County Governor Pei. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This Pei Yuan was far superior to Pei San, as expected of a governor of a county. Then Pei Yuan will take his leave. Pei Yuan said to Duan Ling Tian before leaving. Arriving like the wind, leaving like the wind, incomparably elegant and unrestrained. Along with the departure of Duan Ling Tian's group, the crowd that was gathered at the trade market at the center of the city finally dispersed. Moreover, the incident from today was bound to be on the mouths of the county city residents for a long time from now. Besides that, the Zhu clan had completely gone into a decline. Yu clan estate. Zhu clan. The Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Dian, had a complicated gaze. A great clan whose strength was not one bit inferior to his Yu clan had its foundation completely destroyed by a young man that was not even 20. That Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps I shouldn't have allowed second brother and grand elder to seek revenge from him. Now second brother and grand elder have died, and even the supreme elder who headed to the imperial city later on has completely vanished. He is surely dead. Yu Dian's face was filled with bitterness. Presently, the people of the county city only knew that Duan Ling Tian had destroyed the Zhu clan. But only he knew that not only did Duan Ling Tian destroy the Zhu clan, but also his Yu clan. Luckily, the news of the disappearance of a few Yu clan nascent soul martial artists was locked down by him. Otherwise, the Yu clan probably would have ceased to exist long ago. Even if it was able to hold on with its last breath, it would be impossible for the Yu clan to have its current status. Of course, even though he knew that the cause of all this was Duan Ling Tian, Yu Dian didn't dare have any thoughts of revenge. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian's identity. Just with Duan Ling Tian's web of contacts, any power taken out at random would be sufficient to annihilate his Yu clan. Duan Ling Tian.is virtually the bane of my Yu clan, Yu Dian muttered, with a voice that was filled with bitterness. Agarwood Restaurant. As a business of the Violet Tulip Trading Company in the county city, this Agarwood restaurant was many times more luxurious than the Agarwood restaurant in Duan Ling Tian's hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. Presently, within the pavilion at the top floor of the Agarwood restaurant, 5 people sat around the table. Only one person stood there, and that was Shang Quan, who stood behind Duan Ling Tian. Shang Quan stood there, unmoving like a mountain. However, at this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, Su Mo, Lin Yu, and Ji Yan were all slightly uneasy. Ji Yan glanced at Shang Quan as he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Commander Duan, please let this lord sit down." Since an unknown time, a bitter smile had appeared on the corners of his mouth. A dignified void-prying stage powerhouse stood at the side while he sat here. This made him feel very uneasy. Lin Yu and Su Mo looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian discerned the uneasiness of the three, and he shook his head with a smile. "Shang Quan, sit down." "Yes, young master." Shang Quan respectfully replied, then sat down. Only now did Ji Yan heave a sigh of relief. In next to no time, their food had arrived, and it was all delicious delicacies and some good wine. "Little sister Li Fei, as expected of one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, you're really beautiful." Lin Yu looked at Li Fei and lightly smiled. Li Fei's beautiful face was slightly red, and she seemed slightly embarrassed. "President Lin, you're beautiful as well." At this side, the 2 women whispered in discussion. On the other side, Duan Ling Tian was instead chatting with Ji Yan and Su Mo. "Kid, your choice that time wasn't wrong. Luckily, you didn't follow me to the Alchemist Guild that year. Otherwise, it would virtually be burying your talents. You directed the armies of our Crimson Sky Kingdom to show our power and prestige in the battle at the northwest borders. Even I, this old man, Can't help but admire you. After drinking down a few cups of wine, Sumo was slightly excited. Exactly, the battle was simply perfect. Sometimes I even think that if I had participated in the battle, how my blood would boil from that. Ji Yan agreed deeply. As the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, he was an iron-blooded man in heart. Duan Ling Tian only lightly smiled when he heard what they said. Ji Yao looked more highly upon Duan Ling Tian when he saw Duan Ling Tian's reaction. Commander Duan, to a certain extent, you can already be considered to be standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. What plans do you have for the future? Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of yearning flashed within. Truthfully speaking, I return to the Swallow Mountain County this time precisely for saying my farewells. After I've dealt with everything here, I won't stay long in the Imperial City and will leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Su Mo and Ji Yan weren't surprised at Duan Ling Tian's decision, as with Duan Ling Tian's strength and natural talent, staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom would only obstruct his progress. Duan Ling Tian didn't belong to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. And the Crimson Sky Kingdom couldn't hold him either. Dragons, it was impossible for them to forever stay within the sea. They would eventually leap out of the sea and soar the 9 heavens. Have you chose which sector to enter? Ji Yan asked. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian was heading to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Ling Tian would surely have to find a sect to enter. After all, only within those sects would Duan Ling Tian obtain better improvement. A sect was the stage on which experts fought for supremacy. It was a good jumping board and was the best choice for a genius in the martial Dao like Duan Ling Tian. I haven't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His knowledge of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was merely restricted to the Boundless Sect and the Black Fiend Sect. The Boundless Sect was the sect Shang Quan used to be from. The Black Fiend Sect was the sect that annihilated the Boundless Sect. A trace of coldness flashed within the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he recalled the Black Fiend Sect. That year, the scene within Misty Forest was something he wouldn't forget in his lifetime. Kid, remember that in front of me, you're just an ant. If I desired to kill you, it would be no different than killing an ant. I disdain to kill you. This was what the Black Fiend Sect's Void Stage powerhouse, Sun Rui, said to him, words that trampled upon his pride. At that time, just a little bit more and he would have died at Sun Rui's hands. He wouldn't forget that suffocating feeling in his lifetime. Disdain. Traces of rage arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Sun Rui, in the near future, I'll surely make you regret what you said that day. Chapter 240, Xiaolan's Thoughts. Coldness flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, yet Ji Yan and Su Mo didn't notice. Ji Yan lightly smiled. With Commander Duan's natural talent, once you arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even entering one of the top sects will be extremely easy. Exactly. Su Mo nodded, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms, sects stand in great numbers. Once you've arrived at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, make sure to choose between one of the 5 great sects of Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This will have a great effect on your future achievements. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He thought so as well. The best places for cultivation within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were held within the hands of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family and the 5 great sects. When he found out about this from Shang Quan, he made a plan in his heart. He planned to choose one of the 5 great sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and enter it. After their meal, the sun had set in the west. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 stayed in an inn that Lin Yu arranged for them, and he only left on the next day to return to Aurora City. After spending another 7 days traveling, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 returned to Aurora City. Up and down, coupled with the days spent in the county city, they had spent an entire half-month. Get ready, we're leaving in 2 days. Duan Ling Tian set the date of departure. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian brought Kair and Li Fei out to the Shao clan to see Luo Qian, the sister of Luo Cheng, Duan Ling Tian's friend from the Iron Blood Army's genius camp long ago. Compared to that time, Luo Qian's complexion was much better, and she had completely merged into the Shao clan. Duan Ling Tian, you're so impressive now. The commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Xiaolan and Xiaoyun were both with Luo Qian right now. Xiaoyun smiled as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and blinked her pretty eyes. Xiaoyun, the daughter of the Shao clan's patriarch. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Xiaolan. Xiao Yu asked me to tell you that everything is fine with him. Xiaolan nodded, and there seemed to be a trace of embarrassment mixed within her beautiful eyes. However, when her gaze inadvertently descended onto the two girls by Duan Lingtian's side, her gaze became slightly dim, and a bitterness that was difficult to notice appeared on the corners of her mouth. I came here this time to say my farewells to all of you. After Duan Lingtian told them of his reason for arriving here, they casually chatted for some time. Then Duan Lingtian left with Kair and Li Fei. He had naturally noticed Xiaolan's gaze. He never expected that after 2 years had passed, Xiaolan still hadn't let go. Let fate decide. Xiaolan only withdrew her gaze after seeing Duan Lingtian's group of 3 disappear into the distance, and she faintly sighed. She originally thought that once he left, she could forget him. But who knew that news of him would spread to here one after the other, plucking at her heartstrings and causing her to be immersed within, unable to free herself. But she knew that with his current status and identity, he was bound to slowly grow farther and farther away from her. However, in her heart, there was always a slight unwillingness. Big Sister Lan, some things have to be fought for by yourself. Once it passes you by, it will be too late to regret. Luo Qian knew Xiaolan's thoughts and couldn't stop herself from advising her. Yeah, Big Sister Lan, once you let a man like Duan Lingtian pass you by, he'll be gone forever, Xiaoyun said as well. Xiaolan's beautiful eyes became more and more steadfast when she heard what the two said. Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls had only just left Shao clan estate when he noticed Li Fei's hand descend onto his waist, then she fiercely twisted, causing him to be unable to help himself from crying out. Little Fei, you're murdering your husband. HMPH, who asked you to stare at Xiaolan? Li Fei grunted, with a tone that was filled with jealousy. Young master, the way Miss Xiaolan looks at you is very similar to how Big Sister Fei looks at you. She couldn't have fallen for you as well, right? Kair blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian, causing a bitter smile to appear on the corners of his mouth. When did this little girl Kair learn to add oil to the fire? Look, even little sister Kair noticed. Li Fei pouted. Speak, have you fallen for Xiaolan as well? No, absolutely not, Duan Lingtian hurriedly denied. Wouldn't admitting now be looking for trouble? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls returned to the Li clan estate, then he called Li Zan, Lin Zhou, and Lin Qi to have a meal together as a form of farewell. During the feast, he specially introduced Li Zan to Lin Zhou and Lin Qi. Lin Zhou took up his wine cup and said to Duan Lingtian, after you leave this time, I wonder when we can gather again. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. Exactly, come, cheers, Lin Qi said as well. During the course of the meal, Li Zan had become acquainted with Lin Zhou and Lin Qi. Duan Lingtian let out a long breath of relief. When they returned to the Li clan estate, Li Zan said sincerely, Boss, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Duan Lingtian asked, with a smile. Could it be that this fatty noticed something? Li Zan laughed slyly. Boss, I know you specially introduced Lin Zhou and Lin Qi to me. You don't have to act. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He never thought that this fatty would have noticed. The next day, Duan Lingtian's family and Shang Quan had just left the Li clan estate when they saw the 3 girls that were waiting at the gate. Xiaolan, Xiaoyun, and Luo Qian. What are all of you? Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiaolan held a travel bag in her hand, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. As expected, Li Fei's burning gaze seemed as if it could light Duan Lingtian ablaze. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaolan and asked curiously, Xiaolan, what are you doing here? Duan Lingtian, I want to visit my brother in the imperial city, can you bring me along? As Xiaolan spoke, her extremely beautiful face blushed slightly, making her look enchanting and moving, and causing one to have the urge to press their lips on her and fiercely kiss her. Li Ru spurred her horse to stop nearby, and the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. It looked like the charm of her son was rather huge. In terms of appearance, this girl was not inferior to her 2 future daughters-in-law in the slightest. If it was possible, she didn't mind having one more daughter-in-law that was so beautiful. Women were against their own husbands having many women, but when it came to their own sons, they instead earnestly wished for them to fully enjoy having many wives. At that time, she could carry her grandsons and granddaughters until her hands got weak. Duan Lingtian was slightly hesitant. Little Fei's gaze was too fierce. In the end, it was Li Ru who helped Duan Lingtian out of the predicament. She looked at Xiaolan and lightly smiled. You're Xiaolan, right? Li Ru had heard of the 3 great beauties of that were renowned throughout Aurora City. Xiaolan's gaze descended onto Li Ru's figure, and she lightly nodded. She was slightly surprised in her heart. This is Duan Lingtian's mother. She looks so young. Seeing Xiaolan slightly hesitant and seeming to not know how to address her, Li Ru lightly smiled. You can follow K'er and Fei, and call me Aunt Ru. Aunt Ru. Xiaolan lightly nodded, and her beautiful face was red to the point that it looked like blood would drip out of it. Your brother is a good friend of Tian's. Since you want to go see your brother, then follow us. Under Li Ru's instruction, Xiaolan and Li Ru rode the same Fergana horse. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Fei spurred her horse to Duan Lingtian's side and glanced at him with a spurious smile on her face. Scoundrel, you're extremely happy now, right? Yes, Duan Lingtian subconsciously answered. When he noticed Li Fei's spurious smile, he hurriedly shook his head. No number. Their group once again started their journey. From Aurora City to the Imperial City, they spent another 2 months. After entering the Imperial City inner city, Duan Lingtian said to Xiaolan, Xiaolan, follow us home first. I'll go look for your brother in a while and ask him to come get you. Xiaolan nodded, and her pair of beautiful and moving eyes revealed a trace of dejection. Li Ru noticed Xiaolan's dejected gaze and lightly smiled as she said, Lan, come often and visit Aunt Ru. Yes, Aunt Ru. Xiaolan's gaze lit up once again. After returning to his courtyard house, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy and found Xiao Yu. After he heard that his sister had come to the Imperial City, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be stupefied. Why has she come? Duan Lingtian shrugged. She said she wanted to visit you. Xiao Yu laughed bitterly. Find him. He didn't believe it. However, since his sister had come, it naturally wasn't good for him to trouble Duan Lingtian. So he and Xiao Xuan followed Duan Lingtian to arrive at Duan Lingtian's house. It was the first time that both Xiao Yu and Xiao Xuan came to Duan Lingtian's house. Brother. A trace of a smile that could charm all living beings appeared on Xiao Lan's face when she saw Xiao Yu. Xiao Xuan, who followed beside Xiao Yu, was completely dumbstruck. This is Xiao Yu's little sister. As expected, she's a beauty of the same level as Princess Bai Yao. In next to no time, when Xiao Xuan saw K'er and Li Fei, who had walked out from within the house, he was dumbstruck once more. When did beauties become so plenty? In terms of appearance, the 2 girls that walked out right now weren't inferior to Xiao Yu's little sister and Princess Bai Yao in the slightest. Xiao Xuan suddenly felt that he had probably used all his chances of seeing beauties in this lifetime. When he saw the 2 girls that had just come out hold Duan Lingtian's arms from left and right, he knew that they were Duan Lingtian's women, and for a moment, only a sheen of jealousy and envy remained within his eyes. As the saying goes, a friend's wife is out of bounds, so he hurriedly withdrew his gaze and once again moved it onto Xiaolan. I won't look at my friend's women, but looking at Xiao Yu's little sister should be fine, right? In next to no time, he was dumbstruck again. He noticed that after Xiaolan greeted Xiao Yu, her gaze never left Duan Lingtian's figure, seeming to have been rooted on Duan Lingtian's body. He could only look at Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's fortune in romance caused Xiao Xuan to feel admiration toward him. Xiao Xuan. Duan Lingtian didn't know of Xiao Xuan's current thoughts. He withdrew a brush and paper, then he wrote down a pile of materials. Ask your Xiao clan's patriarch to help me gather these materials. In a month, pass these materials to me, and at that time I'll pay you. 1 month from now was also the time Duan Lingtian intended to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. He gave himself a month to use to gather various materials for weapons refinement, pill refinement, and inscribing. No problem. Xiao Xuan received the piece of paper from Duan Lingtian and nodded. With Duan Lingtian's current identity and status, their Xiao clan's patriarch wouldn't refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Chapter 241, Reappearance of the Ghost Masked Man. Of course, besides the Xiao clan, Duan Lingtian also entered the Imperial Palace and asked the Emperor to help him gather these materials. Besides that, he also went to the Divine Might Marquis estate in the Duan clan. The Duan clan currently regarded Duan Lingtian as their hope. When the Duan clan higher-ups heard that Duan Lingtian would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to enter one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they agreed to Duan Lingtian's requests without condition. Kid, our Duan clan will pay for the materials you asked others to gather as well. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhen, said readily. Then I'll thank Grand Elder first. Duan Lingtian laughed and didn't refuse. since he and the Duan clan were each taking what they needed. What the Duan clan wanted was the Void Advancement Pill. Even if he were unable to obtain one from one of the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, once his own cultivation steps into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage and he becomes a grade 5 alchemist, he will be able to refine one himself. After leaving the Duan clan, Duan Ling Tian went to the Su clan. The Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, personally greeted Duan Ling Tian in. Commander Duan. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. Patriarch Su, I came here today because I want to ask you to help me gather some materials. In a month, I'll come to get them, and at that time, Patriarch Su can quote a price. This is naturally not a problem. Su Boya nodded and received the piece of paper with a pile of materials written on it from Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was extremely complicated. In the past, he was discussing with all of the Su clan's elders about how to deal with Duan Ling Tian. But in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian instead abruptly turned his situation around, and now even their Su clan didn't dare offend him. Moreover, he suspected that Duan Ling Tian was surely involved in the disappearance of their Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. But not to mention the fact that he didn't have any proof. Even if he did have proof, he still wouldn't dare look for trouble with Duan Ling Tian. To a certain degree, Duan Ling Tian was already bound to the imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate, so he was far from something the Su clan could match. Thank you, Patriarch Su. Farewell. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewell and left, directly walking out of the audience hall. Right at this moment, vigilance arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart, and his body moved. He noticed a figure flash over, and on the silver, grade 8 spirit weapon in the figure's hand, a sheen that was jet black like ink flickered, obviously having been tainted with toxic poison. Duan Ling Tian, I want you dead. The person once again rushed at Duan Ling Tian. However, the person's 9th level body tempering cultivation was nothing in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, so he was directly kicked away by Duan Ling Tian. Su Tong, I never thought that even after you lost your cultivation, you'd still be so vicious. Duan Ling Tian's face sank, as the person that had sneak attacked him was precisely Su Tong. This was also the reason why his spiritual force didn't have any reaction. A martial artist at the 9th level of the body tempering stage couldn't pose any threat to him. Su Tong was injured by Duan Ling Tian's kick and crashed onto the ground. It was difficult for him to stand up once more, and his vicious gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you crippled my Dantian and killed my grandfather. I resolve to destroy you or die trying. Resolve to destroy me or die trying. You. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. This Su Tong really hadn't learned his lesson. Su Tong. Meanwhile, Su Boya, who had noticed the movement, had come out as well, and his face sank when he saw the scene before him. What are you doing, Patriarch? I want to take revenge for my grandfather and for myself. Su Tong said coldly. Enough. From today onwards, the resentment between you and Duan Ling Tian is abolished. If the incident from today happens once more, I'll expel you from the Su clan. Su Boya slightly frowned. This Su Tong was truly mad. Not to mention the fact that Su Tong was only a cripple, even the entire Su clan couldn't afford to offend the current Duan Ling Tian. Su Tong's body trembled when he heard what Su Boya said, and he lowered his head, but the accumulated hatred in his eyes were almost capable of causing his eyes to explode. Patriarch Su, farewell. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Su Boya and left the Su clan to return home. Meanwhile, the sky had turned dark. However, when he had just arrived before the gate to his house, Duan Ling Tian noticed a figure that seemed to transform into a specter and silently descended before him. And at almost the exact same time, Xianxia appeared behind Duan Ling Tian. Xianxia was concealed by Duan Ling Tian's side all this while. It was as if he had transformed into Duan Ling Tian's shadow that followed close behind him. It's you. Through the dim light of the night, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the attire of the person before him and recognized the person. Black-clothed, and a ghost mask on his face. Wasn't this person the ghost-masked man that killed the half-step void stage powerhouse by Duan Rulei's side the other day? According to Duan Ling Tian's guess, it was extremely likely that this person was the elusive leader of the ghastly shadow. Of course, it was only a guess. Follow me. A hoarse voice sounded out from the person's mouth. This was also the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard the person's voice. Duan Ling Tian could still remember that when this ghost-masked man appeared to kill that old man in Duan Rulei's courtyard house that day, from the beginning until the end, he hadn't said a sentence, not a word. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the ghost-masked man left with a speed that he could catch up to. Let's go. Even though he didn't know why the ghost-masked man was acting this way, Duan Ling Tian still followed with Shang Quan. He could feel that the ghost-masked man bore no ill will towards him. Eventually, the ghost-masked man brought Duan Ling Tian into an unoccupied courtyard house, then he walked into a room and lit up the lantern. Did you look for me for something? Duan Ling Tian looked at the ghost-masked man before him. Earlier, on the way here, he felt that the ghost-masked man's figure seemed familiar. It was as if he'd seen it before somewhere, but for a moment, he couldn't recall it. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed the ghost-masked man actually extend his hand to take off his mask. The ghost-masked man's true face was completely revealed before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. See. Teacher Sima. Duan Ling Tian was stupefied. No matter what, he never would have thought that the ghost-masked man that appeared that day was actually the teacher of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department and also the Dean of Paladin Academy, Sima Chongfeng. No wonder he felt like the figure of the ghost-masked man from behind seemed familiar. Sima Chongfeng lightly smiled. Kid, you seem to have offended quite a few people. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Teacher, what do you mean by this? You just arrived in the Imperial City today, right? At dusk, someone came to the Ghastly Shadows point of operations to buy your life. Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed. Teacher, you're the leader of Ghastly Shadow. Sima Chongfeng lightly smiled, but he didn't admit nor deny it. But Duan Ling Tian already had the answer in his heart. He once thought that Sima Chongfeng was the fourth void stage powerhouse that was concealed within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. Sima Chongfeng was precisely the elusive leader of the Ghastly Shadow. Teacher, who bought my life? Duan Ling Tian changed questions, and his eyes flickered with a ghastly flowing light. In fact, that person has quite a deep connection with you, Sima Chongfeng said, with a smile. Teacher, stop beating around the bush. Who actually was it? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly and slightly lost his patience. Now he slightly missed that ghost-masked man that was sparing in speech. Duan Ru Lei's wife, or in other words, Duan Ling Xing's mother, Yun Ping. Sima Chongfeng slowly said, Yun Ping. This name was completely unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian. However, once he knew her identity, he could understand why she wanted to buy his life. Truly like a haunting ghost that just wouldn't go away. Do you need me to deal with it? Sima Chongfeng asked Duan Ling Tian, with a spurious smile on his face. Deal with it for free. Duan Ling Tian laughed as well. You wish, kid. Do you even lack that little money? I naturally have to take money if I help you deal with it, Sima. Chongfeng derided. Teacher. Duan Ling Tian's expression abruptly went serious. My Uncle Ni seems to not know about you being the leader of Ghastly Shadow. Does His Majesty know? Sima Chongfeng nodded. His Majesty knows. In fact, the Ghastly Shadow was something His Majesty asked me to establish. Teacher Sima, I'm extremely curious, why do you serve the Emperor so willingly? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He believed that with Sima Chongfeng's strength, he was completely capable of not being under the control of the Emperor. Sima Chongfeng's gaze became misty when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question, and he sighed after a long time. That year, it was His Majesty who saved my life. I owe him. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he didn't ask in detail. This reason was already sufficient. A life-saving kindness was sufficient for someone to be willing to serve another with their own life. Deep into the night, the winds of autumn rustled in the air. In her city, in an antique-styled inn, the fat married woman paced up and down within a superior room, and every step she took seemed as if it could cause the ground to quake slightly. Little bastard, with Ghastly Shadow making a move, I'll make you die a graveless death. The voice of the fat married woman revealed gloominess and viciousness. It was as if so long as the person she hated to the bones was before her, she would tear him into 1,000 pieces at the first possible moment. Really, right at this moment, an icy cold voice echoed out from the roof. Subsequently, the roof was blasted apart. A violet-colored figure flew down to descend into the room. It was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Yun Ping noticed the movement and her face went pale. When she noticed Duan Ling Tian, her gaze abruptly went cold. Little bastard, it's you. Although she'd never seen Duan Ling Tian after he'd grown up, Duan Ling Tian's face was 60% or 70% similar to Duan Ru Feng's, allowing her to recognize Duan Ling Tian with a single glance. Little bastard. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold and killing intent flickered within. Noticing the killing intent within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Yun Ping shuddered. Only now did she realize that Duan Ling Tian was also an origin core martial artist. Instantly, a ghastly pale expression appeared on her fat face, and her fat figure even started to slightly tremble. Duan Ling Tian took a large step forward, and in his hand, a jade green grade 8 spirit sword appeared out of thin air, flickering with an icy cold sheen from the moonlight that descended down through the broken roof. Little bastard, I'll kill you and take revenge for Xing. Yun Ping gritted her teeth, and the fat on her entire body trembled as she pounced towards Duan Ling Tian, facing death with no regrets. Chapter 242, Bottomless Pit. Duan Ling Tian kicked out when faced with the enormous body that pounced towards him, sending Yun Ping flying out to collide onto the wall. However, Yun Ping, who had a body full of fat as protection, quickly stood up as if she was fine, and she viciously stared at Duan Ling Tian. Little bastard, what I regret the most in my life is when forcing your mother out of the Duan clan, I didn't kill you in your cradle. Duan Ling Tian frowned. You forced my mother out of the Duan clan. This was something he'd never heard his mother mention before. Exactly, Yun Ping sneered. That year, it was precisely I who instigated the others to force your mother out. I originally thought that you, the little bastard, would be nothing to worry about once you left the Duan clan. I never imagined that after 10 over years, it instead allowed you to become the greatest hidden peril. I regret it. As she finished speaking, Yun Ping was slightly insane. As far as she was concerned, if she had killed Duan Ling Tian when he was still in his cradle that year, all the recent incidents wouldn't have happened. Her most beloved son would be alive as well. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he spoke in a deep voice. Instead of regretting this, why don't you regret not knowing how to teach your son properly? The hatred between my father and your husband, that's the hatred of the previous generation. But your son instead moved all of this onto me and even attacked me with a killing blow. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have died. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's tone was incomparably low. You little bastard, your life is lowly like grass, so what if my son kills you? Could it be that your life can compare to the life of my son? Yun Ping's eyes revealed insanity. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to take revenge for my son. Otherwise, after I killed you, I would kill your mother. Only then would I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. You're courting death. Duan Ling Tian couldn't restrain himself any longer when he heard Yun Ping's vicious words, and his sword flashed out to lodge itself within Yun Ping's body. Every dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and one would absolutely die. His mother was precisely his reverse scale. Yun Ping's enormous figure crashed onto the ground, causing the inn to sway for a while. Although she had died, her pair of vicious eyes still fiercely stared at Duan Ling Tian, seeming like even in death, she wouldn't let Duan Ling Tian off. Duan Ling Tian swept Yun Ping's corpse with a cold and indifferent gaze. He didn't even have the interest to burn the corpse and destroy the evidence before directly leaving. The next day, a piece of news spread out. The wife of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, had lost her life in an inn in the inner city. Towards this, the Duan clan didn't make any remarks about it. They only buried Yun Ping out of consideration towards the contributions of Duan Rulei towards the Duan clan in all these years. They more or less were able to guess some of the reasons behind Yun Ping's death. However, they wouldn't investigate the matter. Tian, does your second aunt's death have anything to do with you? In the rear courtyard of his house, Li Ru had a serious expression as she asked Duan Ling Tian. Her gaze didn't leave Duan Ling Tian's eyes, seeming to want to see if Duan Ling Tian would lie to her. I killed her. Duan Ling Tian nodded and didn't deny it. This kid, your second uncle has already died and she was just a widow, was there any need to? Li Ru sighed as if she had lost all the strength within her body, and a sense of guilt appeared on her face. Mom, why don't you ask me why I killed her? Duan Ling Tian shook his head, then he slowly spoke of what Yun Ping did. What? She looked for the ghastly shadow to post an assignment to kill you. Li Ru instantly stood up from her seat. She seemed to be totally enraged, and her face was covered with a layer of ice. This Yun Ping deserved to die. It's fine that she secretly played dirty tricks to force me to leave the Duan clan, I can endure it, but now she actually wanted to kill you. Tian, mother has wrongly blamed you for this matter. You've done well. Li Ru suddenly turning hostile shocked Duan Ling Tian as well, but Duan Ling Tian could still notice his mother's care from it, and warmth couldn't help but arise within his heart. "Mom, do you really not intend to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom with us?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Li Ru, and he was puzzled towards the decision Li Ru had made last night. Li Ru lightly smiled and said, "Tian, Mom won't follow and be a burden to you." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Duan Ling Tian frowned, then he stared at his mother. "Wait, you're surely not going because of another reason, is it because of father?" Li Ru didn't conceal it when she saw her son see through her thoughts, and she nodded. "Yes, it's because of your father. I have this feeling that your father isn't dead, and one day, he will return to look for me. If I stay in the Imperial City, if he returns, he can find me in the first possible moment. If I leave, where would he go to look for me?" Duan Ling Tian was speechless. "Mom, it's been so many years. Shouldn't you let go of some things?" Li Ru was quiet for a moment, then she asked, "Tian, you don't believe your father is still alive?" "This isn't about whether I believe it or not. I hope he's alive as well. However, it's been nearly 20 years since he disappeared now. If he was still alive, he'd have returned long ago." Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. He naturally hoped that that deadbeat father of his returned. In this way, his mother would be happy as well. However, this hope was extremely small. "Tian, you must believe mother. Mother really has a strong feeling. Your father will surely return." Li Ru persisted, and her eyes looked at Duan Ling Tian in anticipation, seeming to want to obtain Duan Ling Tian's approval. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, but he still nodded. "Mom, I believe you. Father will surely return." Only then did Li Ru's face reveal a smile. Right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly descended onto Duan Ling Tian's head. They were precisely little black and little white. Duan Ling Tian swung his palm out and grabbed the two little pythons, then he glared as he said, "You two little fellows have only just awakened and you've already started being mischievous, huh?" Last time, Duan Ling Tian refined many origin strengthening pills, and these two little pythons directly swallowed half of them. After doing so, they once again fell into a deep slumber and had awakened a few days ago. Their strength had advanced a step and broke through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If it was a human martial artist or an ordinary fierce beast, even if they were only at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, there would be no effect no matter how many origin strengthening pills they consumed. These two little pythons seemed to not have such limitations, and to a certain degree, they were simply two gluttons. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was still extremely happy towards the origin strengthening pill being able to assist the two little pythons in advancing their strength. The strength of the little pythons advancing would also mean his life would have an extra layer of protection. Although he had Shang Quan, a 2nd-level void-prying martial artist that had comprehended advanced sword force, by his side, Shang Quan was bound to be unable to follow him into the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. When he arrives at the top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he will only be able to rely on himself and the two little pythons that can conceal themselves beneath his sleeve. "Come, I still have quite a few origin strengthening pills here. Do you two want to eat them or not?" Duan Ling Tian withdrew a pile of origin strengthening pills, but he quickly noticed that the two little pythons turned their heads away, refusing to spare them a single glance. "You two little fellows, now you dislike origin strengthening pills? Didn't you two eat them rather happily last time?" Duan Ling Tian derided. But he vaguely guessed some of the reasons behind it. Actually, it wasn't only origin strengthening pills. After the two little pythons ate the origin increasing pills once, they weren't willing to touch the origin increasing pills later on. It was as if eating the origin increasing pills for a second time would have no benefit to them. If it's really because of this, perhaps I can refine other medicinal pills for them. Even though they wouldn't have as good of an effect as the origin strengthening pills, it should be useful to them, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and an idea arose in his heart. Within the lifelong memories of rebirth martial emperor, besides the origin strengthening pill, there were still 3 other types of medicinal pills that were capable of increasing the speed at which an origin core martial artist cultivated, and they were medicinal pills that he was capable of refining now. Of course, those 3 types of medicinal pills had medicinal effects that were far inferior to the origin strengthening pill. But he didn't need the medicinal effects of the origin strengthening pill and instead hoped that the other 3 types of medicinal pills would allow the two little pythons' strength to advance a step further. If the medicinal effect wasn't sufficient, then he would use quantity to make it up. If 10 wasn't enough, he'd give them 20, and if 20 wasn't enough, he would give them 50. If 50 wasn't enough, he would give them 100. In any case, these two little fellows were gluttons, and they wouldn't die from eating too much. Putting what he thought of into action right away, Duan Ling Tian went out with Shang Quan to the medicine store to buy the required medicinal materials. The medicinal materials required for these 3 medicinal pills were ordinary and easy to buy. However, what caught Duan Ling Tian by surprise was that as soon as he walked out of the medicine store's door, he saw a familiar face walking straight at him. Xiao He. Xiao Xuan's older brother. The Xiao clan's genius alchemist. That person that was cheated out of 5 million silver 1 year ago in the Alchemist Guild's main guild. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a meaningful smile as he glanced at Xiao He, then he directly left with Shang Quan. Xiao He frowned. Could it be that the violet-clothed young man from before recognized him? But he didn't have the slightest impression of the young man. Shaking his head, Xiao He stopped thinking and walked into the medicine store. No matter what, Xiao He had no way of connecting Duan Ling Tian to the violet-clothed youth that cheated him of 5 million silver a year ago. After all, that violet-clothed youth was truly too ordinary looking. Duan Ling Tian started getting busy once he returned home. The 3 medicinal pills he wanted to refine were respectively the Cloud Mist Pill, Flowing Water Pill, and Crimson Jade Pill. These 3 medicinal pills had similar medicinal effects, but they were all inferior to the Origin Strengthening Pill. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the medicinal pills. To Duan Ling Tian, the medicinal pills he intended to refine now were only ordinary, and every type only required him to spend half an hour to refine around 10 of them. Duan Ling Tian spent 2 hours and concentrated on refining 43 Cloud Mist pills. I hope these 2 little fellows are willing to eat, Duan Ling Tian said in his heart. Hiss hiss. When he saw the 2 little pythons' eyes light up and violently flick their tongues when they saw the Cloud Mist pills, Duan Ling Tian knew that his idea was correct. The 43 Cloud Mist pills were directly shared between the 2 little pythons. Right when Duan Ling Tian thought the 2 little pythons would fall into a deep sleep, he instead noticed the 2 little pythons staring at him full of spirit. You 2 little fellows are simply bottomless pits. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he laughed bitterly. He could only continue refining Cloud Mist pills. Chapter 243, Burying the Hatchet. Eventually, under Duan Ling Tian's tireless refining, another 100+ Cloud Mist pills were created. After the 2 little pythons shared the Cloud Mist pills, they were finally satisfied. What Duan Ling Tian didn't expect was that they didn't fall into a deep slumber this time and instead were full of spirit as they looked at Duan Ling Tian with eager eyes. Now the 2 little pythons had started to dislike the Cloud Mist pills. In the following days, Duan Ling Tian started refining the Flowing Water pills and Crimson Jade pills. After the 2 little pythons shared and swallowed up over 100 Flowing Water pills and Crimson Jade pills, they were similarly unwilling to eat the Flowing Water pill and Crimson Jade pill anymore. However, they still showed no signs of falling into a deep slumber, and they were full of spirit, brimming with energy and vitality. 2 gluttons. Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless when he looked at the 2 little pythons that stared at him in anticipation, and he suddenly felt that perhaps his idea was a mistake, and the advancement of the strength of the 2 little pythons wasn't so simple. Duan Ling Tian placed the remaining Cloud Mist pills, Flowing Water pills, and Crimson Jade pills on the table, and he acted fiercely as he glared at the 2 little pythons and said, "It's all gone. There's only these medicinal pills, so eat them if you want." Hiss hiss. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons swiftly flicked their tongues, and their 2 little tails flashed out like lightning, sending all the medicinal pills on the table flying. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. "You 2 little fellows, who are you showing your temper to?" Duan Ling Tian swung out his palm, directly grabbing the 2 little pythons and throwing them up onto a tree in the rear courtyard. Then he left the rear courtyard while ignoring their protests and returned to his room to cultivate 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Worm Python form. In the following 1 month, although Duan Ling Tian touched the threshold of the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, he was unable to break through after a long time. On the other hand, with the 2 layers of assistance from the Monkey Wine and Origin Strengthening pills, Kair smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. As for Li Fei, she was only half a step away from the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. In this 1 month's time, besides Xiaolan, who occasionally dropped around to chat with his mother, Duan Ling Tian's courtyard house was peaceful as usual. 1 month later, Duan Ling Tian left his courtyard house and started slowly going to collect the materials one by one. Starting from the Divine Might Marquis estate, then to the Su clan, then to the Shao clan. Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Xuan had just gotten the materials from the Shao clan's patriarch when they unexpectedly encountered Xiao He. Little Xuan, this is. Xiao He was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Wasn't this violet-clothed young man the person he met outside a medicine store in the inner city? The violet-clothed youth was handsome and extraordinary and had a graceful bearing, thus he had a deep impression. Brother, he's Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Xuan introduced with a smile, then said to Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, this is my brother, Xiao He. So it's Commander Duan. Xiao He was shocked in his heart when he heard what Xiao Xuan said, and a trace of respect appeared on his face. You're Xiao Xuan's brother, so just call me Duan Ling Tian, you don't have to be so formal. Duan Ling Tian gave Xiao He a friendly smile. He was able to discern that the current Xiao He had indeed changed a lot from the Xiao He that Duan Ling Tian encountered in the Alchemist Guild's main guild that time. He'd lost his arrogance and become much more humble. Then I'll call you Brother Ling Tian. Xiao He nodded, but when he focused his gaze at Duan Ling Tian's eyes and carefully sized them up for a moment, the smile on his face completely froze. This pair of eyes was familiar to him. He wouldn't forget it in his entire lifetime. However, the violet-clothed youth from that day and the violet-clothed young man before him, he was unable to link the two together no matter what. But thinking from another perspective, according to what Xiao Xuan had said, the violet-clothed young man before him had already become a grade 9 alchemist when he was 18. This point coincided with the violet-clothed youth from that day. When Duan Ling Tian noticed Xiao He's focused gaze on himself, his heart jerked. This Xiao He seemed to have noticed something, but where did he notice it from? However, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that Xiao He seemed to not dare confirm it after a long time. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled when he saw the puzzled expression in Xiao He's eyes grow deeper, and with a raise of his hand, a stack of silver in his palm, precisely 5 million silver. He then passed it to Xiao He. This money now can be considered to be returned to its rightful owner. You really are. Xiao He didn't move to receive the silver. Instead, his pupils constricted as if he'd seen a ghost. Brother, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian, why are you giving my brother money? The nearby Xiao Xuan had a bewildered expression, he didn't know what had happened. Little Xuan, he's the violet-clothed youth that made a bet with me in the Alchemist Guild and earned 5 million silver from me. I had noticed earlier that Brother Ling Tian's eyes were exactly the same as the youth from that day. I didn't dare confirm it earlier, but I never imagined that they were actually the same person. Unbelievable. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao He's face, as he never imagined that when he met the genius youth alchemist from that day once again, it would be under such circumstances. Xiao Xuan was stupefied. Brother, didn't you say that the youth from that day had an ordinary appearance? This is something you might have to ask Brother Ling Tian. Xiao He glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Duan Ling Tian. Xiao Xuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered expression. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. For the sake of not allowing others to find out my identity, I used some methods to make a disguise that day. However, I never imagined that he'd actually remember my eyes. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao He with a surprised expression. He finally found out how Xiao He recognized him. He could put on a disguise, but it only changed his face, whereas his eyes didn't change in the slightest. Actually, after I lost the gamble to you that day, I was extremely furious in my heart and wished for nothing more than to take revenge on you. So, before I left, I deeply remembered your face, your eyes, and your everything. Xiao He shook his head and laughed, and as he recalled that day, he felt as if he'd change a lot. What, don't want to take revenge on me now? Duan Ling Tian joked. Xiao He shook his head. After I returned to the clan that day, I thought about many things. In the end, I realized that I was indeed too arrogant in the past and had an exaggerated opinion of my abilities. In fact, I want to thank you, as it's you that allowed me to realize my flaws. Like the old saying, nothing is better than being able to notice and rectify oneself after making a mistake. Xiao He, you have such a mentality, so I believe that in the future you'll surely be able to develop your own school in the Tao of Alchemy and stand at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian looked more highly upon Xiao He after hearing what he said. Xiao He nodded and said modestly, I wish. In the end, Xiao He wasn't willing to take the silver from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't force him either and instead guided Xiao He in medicine refinement for a bit. Needless to say, Xiao He indeed had a high natural talent in medicine refinement, so he quickly understood Duan Ling Tian's guidance in many aspects. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but secretly praise him in his heart. He had a heartfelt admiration towards the profound understanding that Duan Ling Tian had of the Tao of alchemy, and when Duan Ling Tian left, he even personally sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Shao clan estate's gate. The two of them could be considered to have buried the hatchet. After leaving the Shao clan estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the imperial palace. Within the imperial garden, the emperor passed a spatial ring to Duan Ling Tian. These are all the reserves within the imperial palace, as well as the materials I ordered people to gather from all over. After expressing his gratitude, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he asked, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, how much were these materials?" "Money." The emperor shook his head and waved his hand. "There's no need for money. If you're considerate, then go see Bai Yao before leaving." Duan Ling Tian was startled, but he understood what the emperor meant, and he nodded. When he met Princess Bai Yao once again, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Princess Bai Yao's body was obviously weaker and thinner, and even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help feel pity upon seeing her. "Princess." Duan Ling Tian bowed to Princess Bai Yao. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Princess Bai Yao's face when she saw Duan Ling Tian. "You've come." Duan Ling Tian lightly nodded and sighed in his heart. There were some things that were like unintentionally inserting a willow branch into the ground and the willow becoming a source of shade. Needless to say, Princess Bai Yao was extremely outstanding and very kind, not one bit inferior to Keir and Li Fei. However, it was difficult for him to take that final step in his heart in the end. One step, although it was very close, it seemed far in the horizon. "When do you intend to leave?" Princess Bai Yao asked, in a low voice. Her clear and melodious voice trembled slightly, and her delicate and touching bearing caused one to be unable to stop oneself from feeling tender and protective towards her. "Tomorrow morning," Duan Ling Tian lightly said. "So soon?" Princess Bai Yao's delicate body trembled, and she snuck a peek at Duan Ling Tian. When she noticed Duan Ling Tian looking over as well, she timidly turned her head away, seeming extremely like a small child that was caught eating candy, and her beautiful face blushed red. Duan Ling Tian's gaze twitched, and he slowly said, "Princess, I'll accompany you on a stroll." "Okay." Princess Bai Yao obediently nodded. Unlike in the past, this time, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Princess Bai Yao to walk and chat for a long time. And the two of them understood each other a little bit more. Duan Ling Tian even intentionally spoke about himself with Keir and Li Fei. He originally thought that Princess Bai Yao would feel a sense of loss, but unexpectedly, Princess Bai Yao's face had a trace of a smile from the beginning until the end. "In other words, Big Sister Li Fei and Keir will be accompanying you to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." "Yes." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile of happiness, but he instead didn't notice that in the instant that Princess Bai Yao turned her head away, a flowing light that had a sense of jealousy mixed within was vaguely present deep within her beautiful eyes, as if she wished for nothing more than to be able to replace Keir or Li Fei and accompany Duan Ling Tian by his side. Will you ever return?" When they were bidding their farewells, Princess Bai Yao asked in a light voice, and her beautiful face had a trace of a perturbed expression. "I'll surely return." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. "This time, my mother won't be leaving with me. When I'm free in the future, I'll return to see her." Princess Bai Yao's eyes lit up when she heard what he said. "Can I go meet your mother?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Only now did Princess Bai Yao realize that she was too straightforward, and the blush on her face grew deeper. It seemed as if blood would drip out from her face. Chapter 244, Earth Dragon's Shield. Duan Ling Tian was in a slightly difficult situation. If he were to bring Princess Bai Yao home, would Little Fei skin him? Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine when he recalled Little Fei's jealousy. However, when he saw Princess Bai Yao looking at him with a delicate and touching gaze and a face full of anticipation, his heart softened in the end. Just take her as a guest. Duan Ling Tian consoled himself. As expected, when Duan Ling Tian brought Princess Bai Yao back to his home, Li Fei's gaze became vigilant at the first possible moment. Li Ru's face instead had a trace of a dubious smile. Xiaolan happened to be accompanying Li Ru, and when she saw Princess Bai Yao, a trace of shock appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. She's never imagined that a woman Duan Ling Tian casually brought home would have an appearance that wasn't inferior to hers, Keir's, and Li Fei's. "Young master, who's this beautiful big sister?" Keir blinked her big eyes and looked at Princess Bai Yao as she asked Duan Ling Tian. This is Princess Bai Yao. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he introduced Princess Bai Yao to the women in his home. Instantly, they were all moved. Even Li Fei's face revealed surprise, as she never thought that the woman Duan Ling Tian brought home would actually be Princess Bai Yao. Li Fei had heard of Princess Bai Yao, the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Greetings, Princess. For a moment, including Li Ru, all the four women lightly bowed to Princess Bai Yao as they respectfully addressed her. Princess Bai Yao walked over with graceful steps to help Li Ru up and lightly smiled as she said, "Aunt Ru, this isn't the imperial palace, so you don't have to treat me as a princess." Li Ru lightly smiled and nodded. Her beautiful eyes were like water as her gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Vaguely mixed within her gaze was a dubious expression, causing Duan Ling Tian to feel slightly embarrassed. "Your big sister Fei, right?" Princess Bai Yao looked at Li Fei, and her delicate and touching expression caused Li Fei to be unable to help herself from revealing a light smile. "Princes, you know me. Big sister Fei, you're as beautiful as Duan Ling Tian said." Princess Bai Yao's mouth was even sweeter than honey, completely eliminating the hostility and vigilance Li Fei had towards her. "Big sister Fei, call me Bai Yao in the future." "Okay. Little sister Bai Yao, you're extremely beautiful as well, as expected of the imperial city's #1 beauty." Li Fei lightly nodded, and a favorable impression arose within her heart when she saw that Princess Bai Yao didn't put on airs in the slightest. Princess Bai Yao looked at K'er and asked, with a light smile, "You're K'er, right? I heard Duan Ling Tian say that you're the same age as me. What month were you born?" "Princess, my birthday is in September." The current K'er wasn't the K'er from the past anymore. Even when facing a princess, she wasn't perturbed in the slightest and was able to chat without restraint. "Then I'm younger than you. My birthday is in December. In the future, I'll call you Big Sister K'er. You can call me Little Sister Bai Yao like how Big Sister Li Fei calls me." Princess Bai Yao playfully stuck out her cute tongue when she heard what K'er said, causing K'er to have a favorable impression of her as well. "Ah, I have a little sister as well now," K'er exclaimed in a low voice. Her beautiful face was slightly red, and the light smile that the corners of her mouth curled into had a trace of excitement mixed within. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally when he saw this scene. As expected of someone from the imperial family, Princess Bai Yao was indeed skilled in managing affairs with people, and it wasn't long before she obtained the approval of the three beauties within Duan Ling Tian's house. "This is..." Princess Bai Yao looked at Xiaolan in the end. Even Princess Bai Yao couldn't help but have a favorable impression towards this woman who was like a celestial maiden that had fallen into the mortal world. Today, the shock in her heart had practically never stopped. Originally, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty in the imperial city, Princess Bai Yao was extremely confident of her appearance. But today, she successively saw three women with appearances that weren't inferior to hers. Besides Duan Ling Tian's two women, who she already knew of, the appearance of this beautiful and refined woman caused her heart to ripple. She noticed that this woman was similar to her and was attracted to Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, a feeling of mutual sympathy towards a fellow sufferer arose within her heart. "Princess, I'm Xiaolan." Xiaolan lightly smiled to Princess Bai Yao. She felt slightly bitter in her heart. She was naturally able to discern Princess Bai Yao's thoughts towards Duan Ling Tian, and she was extremely jealous of how Princess Bai Yao was capable of obtaining the approval of Duan Ling Tian's family in such a short amount of time. After all, she and Duan Ling Tian's family had been together for a few months, but she had only obtained Li Ru's and K'er's approval. Li Fei was constantly vigilant towards her. "Big sister Xiaolan." Princess Bai Yao smiled sweetly to Xiaolan. "That. All of you chat, I'm going back to my room to cultivate." A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he saw that he had become a prop to them. He notified them and returned to his room. As the saying goes, 3 women is the best amount for women to discuss amongst themselves. These 4 women gathered together, in the earth that Duan Ling Tian was from in his past life, would be able to form a table for mahjong. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian started cultivation, the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Worm Python form supplementary martial skill. Defensive martial skill, Earth Dragon's Shield. This Earth Dragon's Shield was extremely domineering. Even though it didn't have the ability to reverse and move attacks like greater teleportation, in terms of defense, it was a level stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even if the Earth Dragon's shield was only at the mastery stage, its defense could match an ordinary high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. My greater teleportation relied upon the medicinal effect of the blood lingzi to break through to its current perfection stage. According to Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories, if I refine an inverse source pill, I can once again stimulate the medicinal strength of the blood lingzi within my fleshly body, vital energy, and blood. The materials for the inverse source pill were on the list of materials that Duan Ling Tian asked all the powers to gather 1 month ago. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his cauldron and started refining the inverse source pill. After an hour, the inverse source pill was completed. Subsequently, he consumed the pill and started stimulating the medicinal strength of the blood lingji that was concealed within his fleshly body, vital energy, and blood. At the same time, he started circulating the Earth Dragon's shield. In the end, under the assistance of the vast amounts of medicinal strength from the blood lingzi, the Earth Dragon's shield smoothly broke through to the perfection stage. Although the Earth Dragon's shield is much stronger than an ordinary high-grade profound rank martial skill. In the origin core stage, when strength is raised to a certain level, even if the defensive martial skill is stronger, it will at most only be capable of neutralizing a portion of the strength. This was something Duan Ling Tian was clear of in his heart. Based on Duan Ling Tian's estimations, with his current cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, if he were to circulate the Earth Dragon's shield at full force, he would be able to completely neutralize the attack of a martial artist below the origin core stage. However, if it was an attack from an origin core martial artist, then it would be impossible to completely neutralize the attack. He could only neutralize a portion of his opponent's attack. But even then, the defensive martial skill was still important. For example, in a battle between two martial artists with similar cultivation levels and attack strength. If one of the two people didn't cultivate a defensive martial skill and the other person did, under these circumstances, the latter would absolutely obtain a firm victory against the former. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses after completing the cultivation of the Earth Dragon's shield. Meanwhile, he noticed that the sky had turned dark. I forgot the time. Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed as he walked out of his room, and after he had dinner with the girls, he proposed to send Princess Bai Yao back. As for Xiao Lan, she chose to stay. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel anything towards Xiao Lan's decision, and what was rare was that Li Fei didn't mind. After Duan Ling Tian took Princess Bai Yao back and returned, only then did he know why Li Fei was suddenly so magnanimous. We're leaving tomorrow. With Xiao Lan accompanying Aunt Ru won't be so lonely. What Li Fei said caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely moved. That night, after Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei had a good time together, Li Fei lied on his shoulder and said, in a low voice, "Scoundrel, I know that Xiao Lan and little sister Bai Yao are attracted to you." "Little Fei, what are you talking about?" Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei in his arms and rubbed her beautiful hair. "This little bottle of vinegar. HMPH, you dare say you don't have any thoughts?" Li Fei's watery, beautiful eyes squinted as she glared at Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian to smile bitterly. As a normal man, how could he not have any thoughts when he saw two beauties? Moreover, those two beauties were so kind and lovely. Li Fei's expression went serious as she said, "I've thought it through." "Thought what though?" Duan Ling Tian felt a slight chill run down his back. This little Fei wouldn't have some insane idea, right? "I've thought it through, that if they want to enter our family, then they must first pass my test." Li Fei smiled mysteriously, with an appearance that showed that she felt a feeling of superiority. "What test?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "Secret." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian and didn't say anything else. At dawn the next day, Duan Ling Tian brought Ke Li Fei, and Shang Quan to say their farewells to Li Ru, Xiao Lan, and his house manager, Jing Ru, before spurring their horses to leave the courtyard house and leave the imperial city. As for the other people, Duan Ling Tian had already bid his farewells to them one by one 2 days ago. The domain of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was situated to the northeast of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 dashed onwards on Fergana horses, as if transforming into 4 red bolts of lightning that kicked up endless amounts of dirt into the air. Hiss hiss. Inside Duan Ling Tian's sleeve, the 2 little pythons disobediently came out and excitedly flicked their tongues in incomparable joy. "You 2 little fellow know that we're about to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom as well?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 little pythons and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2 little pythons nodded to him like humans and were extremely playful. Shang Quan, If we travel by Fergana horse and rest in the night. How long will it take for us to arrive at the 7-star sword sect? Duan Ling Tian asked Shang Quan as he spurred his horse forward. The 7-star sword sect was one of the top 5 sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Over 90% of the disciples within the 7-star sword sect were sword cultivators. Because the attack strength of sword cultivators was extremely strong, the 7-star sword sect was extremely domineering within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even the other 4 top sects didn't dare rashly offend the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian heard of all this from Shang Quan. According to what Shang Quan said, the influence of the 7-star sword sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Most importantly, the 7-star sword sect would recruit outer court disciples every 6 months, much more frequently than the other 4 top sects. However, even then, the members of the 7-star sword sect were far lesser than the other 4 top sects. The 7-star sword sect was famous for being extremely harsh when recruiting outer court disciples. Chapter 245, Black Wind City. Shang Quan pondered for a moment, then he said to Duan Ling Tian, around half a year. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this answer. It would take 3 months to arrive at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's domain from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City, and going from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's border to the 7-star sword sect was still quite a long distance. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 had the protection of Shang Quan, this second-level void-prying stage powerhouse that had comprehended advanced sword force, so they didn't encounter any trouble during the journey from Crimson Sky Kingdom to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Occasionally, when bandits dashed over, they would be completely slaughtered by Shang Quan. Similar to Duan Ling Tian's expectations, after 3 months, they arrived at a city that was situated between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even though this city wasn't a county city of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the area it occupied wasn't smaller than a county city. Shang Quan, have you been to this city before? Duan Ling Tian asked. Shang Quan shook his head. Let's go inside. Duan Ling Tian's brows rose, then he directly entered the city with the 2 little girls who wore veils to cover their faces. This city was extremely bustling, and many traveling merchants could be seen going in and out of it. According to Duan Ling Tian's guess, these traveling merchants ought to be going back and forth between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. After entering the city, people riding Fergana horses could be seen everywhere, thus Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 riding Fergana horses into the city didn't draw the attention of other people. Under Duan Ling Tian's lead, the 4 of them found a restaurant to have a meal. Before ordering the dishes, Duan Ling Tian gave the restaurant attendant a small tip and asked curiously, "Introduce this city to me." The attendant would naturally speak of all he knew without reserve when he saw Duan Ling Tian be so generous, and he lightly smiled. "Customer, is this the first time you've come to our Black Wind City?" Black Wind City. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he continued to listen to the attendant. "Customer, our Black Wind City is a border merchant city under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. It is situated on the northeast border of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Normally, some of the traveling merchants that go back and forth between the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Crimson Sky Kingdom rest in our Black Wind City," the attendant slowly said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was something he'd noticed on the way here earlier. The attendant continued, "Customer, since it's your first time in our Black Wind City, you must remember, never offend people with the surnames Huang, Zhang, or Ma." As he spoke up to this point, the attendant's face was slightly serious. "What's special about these 3 surnames?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The attendant shook his head. "There isn't anything special. These surnames are precisely the surnames of the 3 great clans in our Black Wind City. Customer, you ought to be from the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right?" "How do you know?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. The attendant smiled as he said, "Because people who are heading to the Crimson Sky Kingdom from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom mostly follow traveling merchants on their journey, and there are hardly any individual travelers. So I guessed customer was from the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Customer intends to head to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." "Exactly." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Customer, be sure to remember what I said earlier. Even though Black Wind City's 3 great clans are nothing in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, they're much stronger than many clans from your Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even to the extent that they're only inferior to the 3 top clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial City." The attendant reminded again. "I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the three top clans of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that the attendant spoke of were precisely the Duan clan, the Shao clan, and the Su clan. Not to mention an existence that was inferior to the three great clans. With Xianxia here, Duan Ling Tian wasn't even afraid of the three great clans themselves. "Customer, what are all of you eating?" the attendant asked respectfully. "Help us choose a few, we don't avoid any foods," Duan Ling Tian said to the attendant. Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little girls beside him and lightly smiled as he said, "It's time to eat, take off your veils." The two little girls blinked their beautiful eyes, then they obediently removed the veils on their faces. And right at this moment, sounds of cups dropping echoed out within the restaurant. It was some of the male customers being completely dumbstruck when they saw Kair and Li Fei, and they even weren't aware that the cups in their hands had fallen. In next to no time, their food had arrived. "Xianxia, sit down and eat," Duan Ling Tian said to Xianxia, and Xianxia replied before sitting down. The four of them had been hungry for a day, thus they were like whirlwinds that swept away the clouds, sweeping away the food on the table. Meanwhile, the sky slowly dimmed, but the restaurant was still brightly lit by lanterns. "I heard that the auction in the Ma clan auction house tonight will have a batch of slaves on auction." "I've heard of it as well. Not only are there slaves, but allegedly the Ma clan auction house has many good things this time. Hurry up and finish eating, let's go have a look." Right at this moment, the discussion of a few middle-aged men from a nearby table entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Ma clan auction house. Auction." Duan Ling Tian was suddenly interested. This Black Wind City was a city that was situated at the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, so there were extremely large amounts of traveling merchants that had passed here. Thus, there would surely have been many traveling merchants that had sold off some good things here. Perhaps some things that he'd be interested in would appear during the auction. After eating their fill, Duan Ling Tian waved his hand at the attendant. "Customer, do you have any instructions?" the attendant asked Duan Ling Tian respectfully. "I want to ask you this. If I want to participate in the Ma clan auction house's auction, what should I do?" Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point, and at the same time, he put down a silver ingot. The attendant's eyes lit up, and after putting away the silver, he hurriedly said, "Customer, there are three great auction houses within our Black Wind City, and they're respectively controlled by the three great clans. Every auction house holds an auction every 3 months. The 2 months in between are left for the other two auction houses to hold their auctions. In other words, there's an action in Black Wind City every month. Tonight just happens to be the day the Ma clan auction house holds an auction, and customer can be considered to have come at the right time. After exiting our restaurant door, take a left turn and walk to the end of the street, then turn right and you can see the Ma clan auction house. There are 2 grades of entrance fees to the Ma clan auction house. The first, spend 1,000 silver to obtain the right to bid and to sit on a seat in the hall. The second, spend 100,000 silver to obtain the right to bid, and the Ma clan will provide a private room and the most comprehensive service." As he spoke up to this point, the attendant couldn't help but be amazed. To him, Black Wind City's auction house was something he wouldn't have the opportunity to enter in his entire lifetime. Just a normal seat requires 1,000 silver. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted and were slightly surprised. And that private room actually required 100,000 silver. After leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the worth of silver has lowered too sharply, right? Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he brought along the 2 girls that had put on their veils and walked out of the restaurant. Xianxia led the 4 Fergana horses and followed behind them. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 directly went to the Ma clan auction house. Meanwhile, the Ma clan auction house had already started allowing guests to enter. However, there weren't many people were entering, as there was still a period of time before the auction started. At the auction house door, a row of attendants stood there like bellboys. Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 had only just arrived at the auction house's door when an attendant came forward and greeted them. Then they received the reins of the 4 Fergana horses from Xianxia. Another attendant walked up and asked respectfully, "Guest, may I know if you need seats in the hall, or a private room?" "A private room," Duan Ling Tian said to the attendant. "Guest, please follow me." The attendant's attitude became even more humble when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. He led Duan Ling Tian's group to enter the auction house, then he brought them to the private rooms on the 2nd floor of the auction house. The clean and tidy room gave one a comfortable feeling. The room was extremely vast and was more than sufficient to fit Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. Duan Ling Tian walked around the room, and through the window in the room, he was able to see the auction platform below, which was extremely convenient. After the attendant entered, he started pouring hot tea for Duan Lingtian and the two little girls, then he prepared some refreshments before respectfully standing at the side. After a short moment, the sound of the door being knocked on echoed out. The attendant walked out in large strides to open the room door, then he respectfully greeted the person outside. Manager. A middle-aged man with a face full of stubble slowly walked in, then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Guest, nice to meet you. I'm the Ma Clan Auction House's manager, Ma Qin. Duan Lingtian naturally was able to guess the reason why the manager of the auction house had come. With a raise of his hand, 100,000 silver appeared out of thin air, and he passed it to Ma Qin. When Ma Qin received the silver, his gaze abruptly shone. The first thought that flashed within his mind was that this young man that looked to be not even 20 wasn't simple. Having a spatial ring at such a young age, his background was obviously extraordinary. Thank you, guest. After Ma Qin put away the silver, he deeply glanced at Shang Quan, who was behind Duan Lingtian, then turned around and left. Guests, if you have any needs, feel free to instruct me, I'll be guarding outside the door, the attendant said respectfully, then he walked out and closed the door. Meanwhile, Kair and Li Fei removed their veils. We need to spend 100,000 silver just to stay in this lousy place for a few hours. Li Fei shook her head. She felt it difficult to accept this fact. Although Kair didn't say anything, her face was still filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This was something he could understand. After all, this place couldn't be compared to those cities within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Up to a certain extent, this place could be considered a city of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Moreover, this Black Wind City was a place that traveling merchants must traverse. Thus, the standard of expenses here would probably not be much different from those cities within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. This was something Duan Lingtian had already noticed when he paid the bill at the restaurant. It's still not starting. After half an hour, Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned and she was slightly impatient. Chapter 246, An Origin Strengthening Pill. It should be soon. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, seeming to have noticed something. Meanwhile, through the room's window, people could be vaguely seen walking into the hall with large strides and finding a seat. As time went by, more and more people arrived. Before long, the hall was filled with a dense crowd of people. The seats in the hall are 1,000 silver each. Just from the entrance fees, this Ma Clan auction house is able to receive money until their hands go soft. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be astonished. When there were many people in one place, it would naturally become extremely noisy. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed an old man slowly walking up the auction platform. And he knew that the auction was about to begin. Everyone, welcome to our Ma Clan auction house. I guarantee to everyone that today, you will all feel that your time wasn't wasted. As expected, after walking up the auction platform, the old man spouted out a bunch of worthless nonsense. Nothing other than advertising and praising how great the items for auction in their Ma Clan auction house today were. This was nothing more than ringing one's own bell. Alright, I can see that everyone can't want. The first auction item will be presented right now. The old man's voice abruptly sounded. For a moment, the people that were dozing off in the hall shuddered and woke up. A young girl held a tray that was covered by red cloth in her hand as she walked up the auction platform. When the young girl lifted up the red cloth, the item on the tray appeared before the eyes of everyone, and it was a pill bottle. The old man picked up the pill bottle, swept the hall with his gaze, and then said, with a clear voice, "Everyone, within this pill bottle are 10 origin strengthening pills." The origin strengthening pill, a medicinal pill used by origin core martial artists. It is able to increase their speed of cultivation. However, even in the medicine stores, origin strengthening pills were sold everywhere. For a moment, many people lacked any interest. And there were even people who said in disdain, when did the Ma Clan auction house decline to such a level? Actually auctioning such a common item. Origin strengthening pills are sold at medicine stores at 10,000 silver each and are sold at prices that are marked clearly. Exactly, there's no need to auction this kind of item, right? Hurry up and change it to the next auction item. The crowd of people in hall started shouting out. Everyone, please be silent. The old man's expression didn't change when faced with such a scene, even to the extent that he seemed to have known since long ago that this would happen. When the old man raised his hand, the hall quieted down. Everyone, do all of you think that our Ma Clan auction house would auction an ordinary origin strengthening pill? The old man's eyes squinted, Then he lightly smiled. Everyone knows that medicinal pills refined by ordinary alchemists have a purity that's a little over 60% at most, and being able to possess a purity of 65% is extremely hard to come by. However, the origin-strengthening pills in the pill bottle in my hand have a purity that has achieved 75%. 75%? What sort of notion is that? Once an origin-strengthening pill with a 75% purity is consumed and used to cultivate, the increase in cultivation speed is double the speed of an ordinary origin-strengthening pill. If it were to be given to an origin core martial artist who was trapped in a bottleneck and unable to break through after a long time, if they consumed this origin-strengthening pill, they would have the possibility to directly break through. As expected, the old man's words caused a stir within the hall. 75% purity origin-strengthening pill. Is it real or fake? Which alchemist is so formidable? Who is able to refine an origin-strengthening pill with such high purity? Many people within the hall didn't quite believe it. As far as they knew, a medicinal pill with a purity at 70% could already be considered an existence of rumor. A medicinal pill with a purity of 75% was already close to the 80% purity medicinal pills of legend. Seeing this, the old man continued, "Everyone, these 10 origin-strengthening pills have been personally tested and verified by our Ma clan's Lord Hujun. So there's no need for everyone to worry whether the purity of these medicinal pills conform to what this old man has said. Among these 10 origin-strengthening pills, 7 have a purity of 75% and 3 have a purity that is extremely close to 76%. Moreover, our Ma clan's trustworthiness is recognized by everyone." Many people within the hall nodded upon hearing the old man's words. The Ma clan indeed hadn't done anything untrustworthy during their auctions. Since Lord Hujun has tested and verified it, there's naturally no problem. Exactly, Lord Hujun is the only grade 7 alchemist in Black Wind City. His judgment would surely not be wrong. "Geezer Ma, hurry up and announce the starting bid." The people in the hall spoke out, urging the old man to announce the starting bid. Within the room, a trace of surprise appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. 75% purity. He'd never imagined that such a high-purity medicinal pill could appear in the border between the Crimson Sky Kingdom and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. A purity of 75% was sufficient to show that the alchemist that refined the origin-strengthening pill was an alchemist with rich experience and extraordinary natural talent. Of course, Duan Ling Tian looked down upon this little bit of purity. Not to mention a 75% purity, even a purity of 90% was something he could freely refine. If he were to seriously refine the medicinal pill, it would even be possible for him to refine a medicinal pill with a purity of 99%. The lifetime of experience and ability in medicine refining that he obtained from Rebirth Martial Emperor was no joke. Aren't they embarrassed from auctioning a medicinal pill with only 75% purity? Li Fei grunted in a low voice. She still remembered that the origin-strengthening pills her man refined had a purity that exceeded 90%. As far as she was concerned, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was simply trash compared to the origin-strengthening pills her man had refined. But even though it was trash, the bid price shocked Li Fei. Along with the old man announcing the big price, the 10 origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity were actually bid to a high price of 300,000 silver. Not only that, the bidding was still going on. 400,000 silver, 500,000 silver. Li Fei was stupefied when she heard the bidding in the hall. Madmen, they're surely madmen. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. He understood what she was thinking. To a certain extent, an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 75% was indeed capable of assisting an origin core martial artist in breaking through the final bottleneck and smoothly step into the next level. Of course, it was only limited to martial artists at the first level and second level of the origin core stage. After all, it was only an origin-strengthening pill with 75% purity. 1 million silver. Finally, after a deep voice sounded out of one of the rooms on the second floor, the bottle of origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity was won by that person. The guest in room number 5 has obtained this bottle of origin-strengthening pills with 75% purity. The old man on the auction platform announced. Subsequently, another young girl held a tray as she ascended the auction platform. The auction item this time was a grade 8 spirit weapon that provided an 18% amplification. Duan Ling Tian's group was without a shred of interest towards this auction item. Scoundrel, those 10 origin-strengthening pills with only 75% purity were actually able to sell for 1 million silver. If the origin-strengthening pills you refined were to be sold, wouldn't they be worth even more money? After Li Fei recovered from her shock, she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pair of beautiful eyes that had traces of bright lights within. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, "Of course. One origin strengthening pill with a purity of 75% is worth 100,000 silver. I wonder how much the origin strengthening pills with over 90% purity that you refine are able to sell for." Li Fei had a curious expression. It was as if she urgently wanted to know the answer. Duan Ling Tian was, of course, able to see through Li Fei's thoughts, and he shook his head with a smile. "Little Fei, if you really want to know, then I'll choose an origin strengthening pill with the lowest purity to give the Ma clan auction house to auction out. I assume that they would be interested as well." Li Fei's beautiful eyes shone, and the nearby Kair had a face full of curiosity. "Shang Quan, call the attendant in," Duan Ling Tian instructed Shang Quan. In next to no time, the attendant entered. "Guest, do you have any instructions?" Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a pill bottle appeared in it, then he passed it to the attendant. "There's a medicinal pill within. I intend to auction it away in your auction house. Ask the manager to arrange it." Without asking anything, the attendant extended his hand to receive it. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. After the attendant left, Duan Ling Tian looked at the auction platform again and noticed that the grade 8 spirit weapon had been bid away. "Manager." After the attendant received the pill bottle from Duan Ling Tian, he went to look for the manager, Ma Qin. Ma Qin's gaze descended onto the attendant's hand, and he asked. "A guest wants to auction an item." "Yes, manager, it's that young guest," the attendant respectfully said. "Young guest? That violet-clothed young man?" Ma Qin asked curiously. "Yes." The attendant nodded. Ma Qin received the pill bottle and opened it to take a look. He couldn't help but frown when he noticed that it was actually an origin strengthening pill within. What does that guest mean by this? Origin strengthening pill, and only one. In the end, he didn't send this origin strengthening pill back directly after all and instead took it to the back of the auction house. Lord Hu Jun. Before long, Ma Qin found the only grade 7 alchemist in their Ma clan, Hu Jun. So long as the Ma clan auction house was carrying out an auction, Hu Jun would be in charge. Yes, Hu Jun was an old man past 70, and he asked in wonder when he saw Ma Qin arrive, "Manager Qin, is something the matter?" Ma Qin passed over the pill bottle in his hand. "Lord Hu Jun, this is an auction item that one of our guests wants to auction off in our auction house. Help me see if it's special in any way." Hu Jun received the pill bottle and asked curiously, "What's this?" "Origin strengthening pill." The corners of Ma Qin's mouth curled into a bitter smile. "Origin strengthening pill?" Hu Jun couldn't help but be stupefied, then he frowned. "Is this a joke? Which guest wants to auction this? Unless it's an origin strengthening pill with a purity of 70% and above, there's no value in auctioning it." Ma Qin was slightly embarrassed as he said, "Lord Hu Jun, the guest that wants to auction this origin strengthening pill seems to have an extraordinary background, so I didn't directly send it back to him. Help me take a look first. If it's really not good, then I'll send it back to him." Hu Jun nodded, then he opened the pill bottle and poured out the medicinal pill from within. When he saw that there was only one origin strengthening pill within, Hu Jun was stupefied, and then his face flushed red. Is that guest intentionally playing tricks on our Ma clan auction house? One origin strengthening pill. Does he really think his origin strengthening pill has a purity of 80% or above? Chapter 247. Extreme Shock. Ma Qin wasn't surprised that Hu Jun got enraged, as he was already mentally prepared. "Manager Qin, quickly return this origin strengthening pill. Isn't this just intentionally making trouble?" Hu Jun took a deep breath and stuffed the origin strengthening pill in his hand back into the pill bottle, then he covered it up once again before passing it to Ma Qin. Ma Qin didn't take it from him and said, "Lord Hu Jun, you'd better just examine it according to usual practice. You acting like this doesn't conform to the rules." Hu Jun frowned and asked, in a low voice, "Does this even need a test? Could it be that you think this origin strengthening pill is able to compare to that bottle of origin strengthening pills that was just auctioned out?" However, even though he spoke in this way, Hu Jun still took out the origin strengthening pill and carefully examined it. Ma Qin concentrated his gaze on Hu Jun's expression and awaited a miracle to occur even though the chances were extremely slim. Before long, Ma Qin noticed that the enraged expression on Ma Qin's face completely froze. "There's a chance." Ma Qin's eyes shone. The enraged expression on Hu Jun's face had vanished, and replacing it was an expression of excitement. Simply a work of art that overcomes that of nature, a work of art that overcomes that of nature. Perfect, too perfect. Ma Qin was shocked by Hu Jun. Lord Hu Jun, are you alright? It wasn't the first day that he'd known this grade 7 alchemist, but he could be sure that it was absolutely the first time that he had seen this grade 7 alchemist be so excited. Even when he appraised the bottle of 75% purity origin strengthening pills, this grade 7 alchemist wasn't so excited. Manager Qin, who placed this origin strengthening pill for auction? I want to meet him. Hu Jun instantly stood up from his seat and had completely lost his composure. Lord Hu Jun, you are. Ma Qin couldn't wrap his head around the matter. Could it be that this origin strengthening pill is a medicinal pill with a purity above 80%? Isn't this too unbelievable? Hu Jun took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and slowly asked, Manager Qin, do you know what the purity of this origin strengthening pill is? Could it be that it really has 80% or above in purity? Ma Qin eyes opened wide like saucers and had a face full of astonishment. If it really was a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, then their Ma clan auction house was really going to be in the limelight this time. Although rare, within the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, there were some medicinal pills with a purity of 75%. But a medicinal pill with a purity of 80% or above, in the history of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it seems to have never appeared before. 80%. Hu Jun was stunned when he heard what Ma Qin said. Who told you that the purity of this origin strengthening pill is at 80%? Could it be that it isn't at 80%? 79%. Ma Qin had a bewildered expression, and his excited mood had calmed down slightly. Like he thought, how could it be possible for a medicinal pill with a purity at 80% or above to appear? Hu Jun grunted coldly and said, with a clear voice, 79%. HMPH. The purity of this origin strengthening pill, if I didn't feel it wrongly, it's at least at 90% or above. As he finished speaking, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. To an alchemist, being able to see a medicinal pill with a purity at 90% or above was undoubtedly an extremely great honor. What he wanted to do now the most was meet the person that placed this medicinal pill for auction. If he could contact the alchemist that refined this origin strengthening pill and obtain guidance from that alchemist, his achievements in the Tao of alchemy would surely advance. Thus, Hu Jun was anxious in his heart and wished for nothing more than to directly meet the guest that placed this origin strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above for auction. Manager Qin, hurry and take me to see that respected guest. Hu Jun's tone was extremely anxious, his chest rose and fell like bellows, and his eyes flickered with excitement. However, he quickly noticed that Ma Qin didn't react in the slightest, as if Ma Qin had completely not heard a word he said. 90% purity or above. Ma Qin was stunned, and his heart trembled. In the next moment, his entire body seemed as if he was held by the throat, and his face flushed red. Even though he wasn't an alchemist, he knew what a medicinal pill with a purity of 90% or above represented. Heavens, a medicinal pill like this is absolutely an existence of legend, and existence of myth. Now it had appeared within their Ma clan auction house. Manager Qin, with Hu Jun's cold shout, Ma Qin recovered from his shock. Lord Hu Jun, my apologies, I was enthralled earlier. Hurry and take me to see that respected guest. Hu Jun continued to repeat with an anxious tone. Within the room, Duan Ling Tian was dozing off. He originally thought that an item that he would be interested in might appear during the Ma clan auction house's auction, but up till now, 5 items had been auctioned and none were things that he was interested in. Kei and Li Fei, however, looked on in interest. Shang Quan stood behind Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression, not a bit concerned with everything in the outside world. Knock. Knock. Right at this moment, the sound of door knocking echoed out, and the attendant's voice sounded. Guest, our manager wants to see you. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and his eyebrows rose. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he wasn't surprised. Although that origin strengthening pill was substandard in his eyes, its purity was still at 91%. Not to mention the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even in the entire Darken Dynasty, or even the foreign lands, a medicinal pill with a purity of 91% was something that almost no alchemists could refine. This was something that only Rebirth Martial Emperor was capable of as a royal-grade alchemist. He'd long since guessed that so long as the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist were to identify the purity of that origin-strengthening pill, the alchemist would surely come look for him. Come in, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Duan Ling Tian once again saw Ma Qin, and he also saw an old man behind Ma Qin. Even though it was the first time he'd seen this old man, but Duan Ling Tian still guessed his identity at the first possible moment. The old man ought to be the Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist. Guessed. The gaze that Ma Qin used to look at Duan Ling Tian now was filled with reverence. A person that was capable of taking out an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above, even if he thought with his ass, he would still be able to realize that the person wasn't simple. Behind the person was obviously an extremely formidable alchemist. No, terrifying wasn't enough to describe an alchemist that's capable of refining a medicinal pill with a purity at 90% or above. It wasn't too much to call the alchemist abnormal. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Ma Qin indifferently and asked, "Is something the matter?" Ma Qin took a deep breath and introduced the old man by his side to Duan Ling Tian. "Guest, this is my Ma clan's grade 7 alchemist, Lord Hu Jun. It's Lord Hu Jun that wants to meet you." Respected guest. Hu Jun looked at Duan Ling Tian with an excited expression. "May I ask, which respected alchemist refined this origin-strengthening pill that you placed for auction?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head when faced with Hu Jun's burning gaze. "I don't know either." "What?" Hu Jun was stupefied, and Ma Qin was stupefied as well. Duan Ling Tian continued, "That origin-strengthening pill was gifted to me by an old man. However, that's a matter of a few months ago. I only have one last pill now, and the others have already been consumed by me." Hu Jun deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and when he noticed that there wasn't the slightest inkling on Duan Ling Tian's face, he asked, "Guest, do you know where that senior has gone?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I don't know, I only happened to meet him once. He said that I have a handsome appearance and I am pleasing to the eye, so he gave me some origin-strengthening pills. In the start, I still thought he was stingy, but later on I noticed that the origin-strengthening pills he gave me weren't simple. Alas, if I knew earlier that his origin-strengthening pills were so good, I would have asked for a few hundred more from him." As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian had a face full of regret. A few hundred. Hu Jun and Ma Qin looked at each other, and they both had bitter smiles on their faces. This young man was really a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. This is an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above. Him being able to obtain a few was already an extremely great fortune. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ma Qin and Hu Jun and asked like a fool, "Right, this origin-strengthening pill of mine ought to be able to sell for some money, right?" "Guest, don't worry, we will absolutely auction out a price that is beyond your imagination. However, guest, the rules of our Ma clan auction house requires the deduction of a 10% administration fee," Ma Qin added. 10%? That's too much, right? Duan Ling Tian frowned. "Guest, our Ma clan auction house's rules have always been like this. Do you still want to auction off this origin-strengthening pill?" Ma Qin asked. "If there's an administration fee deduction of 10%, then I'm not auctioning it." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Ma Qin was stupefied. "Guest, do you want to consider for a moment?" "There's no need, I'm not auctioning it. Return it to me," Duan Ling Tian said firmly. At the same time, he extended his hand and looked at Hu Jun, who held the origin-strengthening pill. Hu Jun took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Guest, if you really give it to us to auction, we won't deduct the administration fee from it." "Lord Hu Jun," Ma Qin was stupefied. "Manager Qin, I'm confident that even if the patriarch was present, he would make this decision. You ought to be able to realize the extraordinary meaning this pill has to our Ma clan auction house." Hu Jun had a serious expression as he spoke. Ma Qin pondered for a moment, then he nodded. "Okay, then we'll do it according to Lord Hu Jun. Guest, we won't deduct the administration fee from you. Are you willing to giving this origin-strengthening pill to our Ma clan auction house to auction away? Since you aren't deducting the administration fee, then I'll naturally be willing to give it to you to auction," Duan Ling Tian said, in all seriousness. "Thank you, guest." Ma Qin and Hu Jun nodded to Duan Ling Tian before leaving. After they found out that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 90% or above was only an unexpected gain of Duan Ling Tian's, they both lost interest in Duan Ling Tian. The room's door closed once again. Li Fei, who was holding back her laughter all this time, couldn't stop herself from bursting out in laughter, and her face revealed a beautiful and brilliant smile. "Scoundrel, when you were bluffing people earlier, it seemed so real. If it wasn't for me knowing the truth, I might have been cheated by you. Yes, young master, your act was really too convincing. Kaer nodded in deep agreement, and her beautiful face was filled with adoration. What I'm curious of the most now is how much money that origin strengthening pill will actually sell for. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed and he lightly smiled. And right at this moment, the voice of the old man sounded out from the auction platform and caused Duan Ling Tian's gaze to abruptly light up. Silver Fire Grass. Chapter 248. Blaze Inscription. Silver Fire Grass. Duan Ling Tian's gaze passed through the window in the room to descend onto the hand of the old man in the auction platform. The old man held an extremely special medical grass in his hand. Unlike an ordinary medicinal grass, this medicinal grass was completely silvery white in color and flickered with a light sheen. With a glance, one would know that it wasn't an ordinary medicinal grass. In the hall, a wave of sounds of surprise sounded out as expected. It's really the silver fire grass. I heard that when refining a medicine of grade 6 or below, so long this silver fire grass is placed into the cauldron, it will be able to increase the purity by 10%. This silver fire grass is a treasure to an alchemist. The old man on the auction platform lightly smiled. Guests, it looks like all of you are well acquainted with the silver fire grass. Exactly, the silver fire grass is indeed capable of increasing the purity of a grade 6 medicinal pill or below, and it can increase the purity by at least 10%. If one's luck is good, it's even capable of increasing the purity by nearly 15%. Increasing the purity of a grade 6 or below medicinal pill. In the room, disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. As far as he was concerned, this was only the most ordinary and widespread use of the silver fire grass. It was difficult to fully express the worth of the silver fire grass. This silver fire grass, in his hands, could become an ever-successful weapon. Guests, the starting bid price for the silver fire grass is 100,000 silver. Now, interested guests may bid. The old man on the auction platform slowly said, 100,000 silver. At almost the exact moment the old man finished speaking, someone in the hall made a bid. 200,000 silver, 300,000 silver. In a short moment, the price of the silver fire grass rose steadily. Scoundrel, you're interested in this silver fire grass? Li Fei glanced at Duan Ling Tian and blinked her beautiful eyes. She noticed that Duan Ling Tian's gaze hadn't left the silver fire grass at all. I'm determined to get this silver fire grass. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and he nodded. Young master, could it be that you want to use this silver fire grass to refine medicinal pills? Kaer looked at Duan Ling Tian with a curious expression. Refine medicinal pills? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Kaer, the purity of the medicinal pills I refine are all at 90% or above, so there isn't much difference if I add silver fire grass or not. I want to obtain this silver fire grass not to use it to refine a medicinal pills, but instead to use it to inscribe an inscription. The silver fire grass was the core material for a formidable offensive inscription that Duan Ling Tian was able to inscribe currently. That type of offensive inscription was also one of the most formidable inscriptions that Duan Ling Tian was able to inscribe currently, and it was extremely domineering. Kaer came to a sudden understanding and nodded. Li Fei understood as well. Meanwhile, the bidding in the hall had slowed down. The current price of the silver fire grass was 900,000 silver. The person that placed this bid was a fatty in luxurious clothing in the hall, and seeing that no one was continuing to bid with him, the fatty crossed his legs and a trace of complacence appeared on his face. 1 million silver. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Causing the smile on the fatty's face to freeze, he cursed as he said, I don't want it anymore. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, as he understood that the guests in the second floor rooms were about to make their moves. He wasn't in a hurry to bid. 1,100,000 silver. A voice sounded out from another room. In the end, these two people bid until the bid price of the silver fire grass rose to 1,700,000 silver. The guest in room number 7 has placed a bid of 1,700,000 silver. Are there any other guests that require it? The old man on the auction platform slowly said, 1,700,000 silver going once, 1,700,000 silver going twice. 2 million. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke out. He was precisely waiting for the last moment to make his move. For a moment, room number 7 went silent. The hall burst into an uproar. Insane. It's only a silver fire grass, actually bidding until 2 million silver. Exactly. The silver fire grass can at most increase the purity of a batch of grade 6 medicinal pills. 1,700,000 silver is already a sky-high price. We don't understand the world of the rich. Most of the people in the hall felt that the person who bid a price of 2 million silver was a sucker. The old man on the auction platform didn't expect that the silver fire grass could be bid to a high price of 2 million silver either, and his face was slightly flushed red. The guest in room number 1 has bid 2 million silver. Are there any other guests that want to bid a higher price? 2 million going once. 2 million going twice. 2 million going thrice. Deal. The silver fire grass belongs to the guest in room number 1. In the end, Duan Ling Tian won the bid for the silver fire grass. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile. In a short moment, the sound of door knocking resounded, and an attendant respectfully said, "Guest, the silver fire grass you bid for has been sent over." "Bring it in," Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. The room door was opened. Duan Ling Tian received the silver fire grass, and at the same time paid 2 million silver. A grass for 2 million silver, this was something unbelievable in the eyes of another, and it was difficult to understand for them. But as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, this 2 million silver was worth spending. The silver fire grass was the core material for the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was a formidable offensive inscription. Once utilized, a martial artist below the void prying stage would surely die without a doubt. It would be impossible for even a half-step void stage martial artist to escape with their lives. How domineering the blaze inscription was could be easily imagined. Unfortunately, one blaze inscription requires a complete silver fire grass as the core material. Duan Ling Tian now wished for nothing more than to use one silver fire grass to inscribe many blaze inscriptions, but he knew that this was only his wishful thinking. If it wasn't inscribed with a complete silver fire grass, then the might of the blaze inscription would decline greatly, even to the extent of even being inferior to the bone corrosion inscription. "I'm still too greedy." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and sighed in his heart. Being able to obtain one silver fire grass and inscribe one blaze inscription could already be considered his good fortune. Li Fei noticed the excited expression on Duan Ling Tian's face and asked curiously, "Scoundrel, what inscription can this silver fire grass inscribe?" Kaor looked at Duan Ling Tian as well. Even Shang Quan, although his current expression didn't have any great change, his eyes revealed a sense of curiosity. After following the young master for some time, he'd grown from the shock at the beginning to the current numbness. The shocks that the young master brought him were too many. Now he wouldn't feel it to be strange if a miracle were to happen to the young master. The blaze inscription. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, then he spoke of the might of the blaze inscription. Able to annihilate any existence below the void prying stage. Li Fei and Kaor's delicate figures trembled, as they were both shocked. What a terrifying offensive inscription. Fright appeared on Shang Quan's face as well. Even though he was from a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a formidable offensive inscription that was able to annihilate any martial artist below the void prying stage was something he'd heard of but had never once seen. According to his knowledge, this type of inscription could only be inscribed by those heaven-defying inscription masters. He suddenly felt that even now, his understanding of the young master was still a drop in the ocean and was not worth mentioning. Being able to obtain the silver fire grass, my gains can be considered to be not bad. Duan Ling Tian smiled in satisfaction, and his gaze once again descended onto the auction platform in the hall. What was currently being auctioned on the auction platform wasn't an item, it was a person, a robust man that was tied up in iron chains. On the robust man's face was a strange brand. Slave. Duan Ling Tian's brows rose, as he recognized this brand. This brand was also present on Shang Quan's face. However, the brand on Shang Quan's face was currently covered by his mask, and others were unable to notice it. The robust man stood on the auction platform and swept the auction house's hall with a cold gaze, causing the faces of many to go pale. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian could vaguely identify the cultivation level of this robust man. Meanwhile, the old man on the auction platform spoke. "Everyone, the person beside me is a slave with a cultivation at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Everyone understands what slaves are, so I won't introduce him any further. The starting bid is 1 million silver. 1 million silver." Duan Ling Tian watched the scene before him with a cold and indifferent gaze as if it didn't have any relation to him. Even after merging with the memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian wasn't rebirth martial emperor after all, so he had his own thoughts. Now, looking at the slave before him being bid on by others, His heart slowly went cold. In this world where the strong were respected, a human's life was lowly like grass and could be measured with money. Only by becoming a true expert could he be able to protect himself and protect everyone beside him. He knew that if he wanted to become a true expert, the road he had to take was still far. 5 million silver, 6 million silver. The price of the third-level nascent soul stage slave rose steadily. In the end, he was bought by someone for the high price of 8 million silver. Subsequently, another few slaves were auctioned. The strengths of the slaves that were auctioned later on increased. The strongest was actually in existence at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and he was bought by someone for the high price of 80 million silver. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. These people spend so much money to buy these slaves, could it be that they aren't afraid that these slaves would betray them? It was slightly difficult for Li Fei to understand. As far as she was concerned, easily spending a few million silver or even a few tens of millions of silver to buy a slave that might betray you was too dangerous. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Little Fei, people who dare bid for these slaves ordinarily wouldn't lack powerhouses by their side. So they aren't afraid of these slaves betraying them. Since these people have been reduced to becoming slaves, it shows that they're afraid of death. For the sake of living, they wouldn't dare act rashly. Li Fei nodded and then was absorbed in thought. The following item wasn't a slave anymore. A young girl held a tray that was covered in red cloth as she walked up the auction platform. And almost at that exact moment, the two little pythons that were inside Duan Ling Tian's sleeve flashed out and descended before the window. Hiss hiss. Little black and little white flicked their tongues, and their sharp eyes stared fixedly at the tray that was covered by the red cloth, as if they'd noticed something. Chapter 249, Mysterious Little Gold Mouse. Needless to say, the actions of the two little pythons startled Duan Ling Tian as well. Could it be that little black and little white noticed something that can be eaten? Li Fei's voice abruptly sounded and was filled with surprise. Probably. Duan Ling Tian approved of what Li Fei said, as these two little pythons were basically gluttons. However, he was slightly curious about what exactly would cause these two little fellows to be so excited. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons seemed to be able to understand Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei's conversation, and they turned their heads and fiercely flicked their tongues as if they were announcing their dissatisfaction. Young master, big sister Fei, don't talk about little black and little white anymore. Look, they're both angry. Kair lightly stroked the small heads of the two little pythons, and the two little fellows meekly rubbed Kair. Then they turned their heads to continue staring fixedly at the tray that was covered in red cloth. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. His gaze then returned to the auction platform. And right at this moment, the old man on the auction platform lifted off the red cloth. It could be vaguely seen that within a special little cage was a fierce beast with a dejected aura. This fierce beast was only a little mouse, and unlike an ordinary mouse that would cause one to feel disgust, this mouse had an entire body of golden fur that was extremely fluffy, extremely similar to a plush toy from Duan Ling Tian's previous life on Earth. Presently, this little mouse lay there in a drowsy state. Drugged, Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was able to discern with a glance that this gold little mouse had been given medicine similar to the origin-sealing parasite. The origin-sealing parasite, the poison that Shang Quan was infected with before, which was able to suppress origin energy. So cute. Li Fei and Kair's beautiful eyes lit up when they saw this gold little mouse, and traces of a maternal luster appeared within their eyes. Hiss hiss. After the two little pythons saw the little gold mouse, they were extremely agitated, and if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian being there watching them, it was very likely that they'd already directly shattered the window and rushed down. Little black, little white. You two wouldn't be thinking of eating it, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little fellows with a strange gaze. Little black, little white, you two must be obedient, you can't eat it. Li Fei and Kair hurriedly looked at the two little fellows and spoke at almost the exact same time. Instantly, the two little fellows drooped their heads, and flowing lights revolved within their eyes. Obviously, they were slightly unhappy. You two really intended to eat it? Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. However, if the poison in its body is removed, I'm afraid it will be impossible you two little fellows to eat it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze once again descended onto the little gold mouse. He was able to discern that at its prime, this little gold mouse would probably be not one bit inferior to the two little pythons, even to the extent that it was even stronger. Young master, you're saying that that little gold mouse is even stronger than little black and little white? Kair couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, as she knew the strength of the two little pythons. that cute little gold mouse that looked harmless was stronger than them. Li Fei was stupefied and had a face full of disbelief. Scoundrel, did you make a mistake? Hiss hiss. The two little pythons seemed to understand what Duan Lingtian said, and they once again glared at Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian return a glare at them, they instantly waned and drooped their heads in dejection. You two little fellows don't be unconvinced. Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, can you buy it? Kair looked at the little gold mouse, and her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a maternal luster. Yeah, scoundrel, this little gold mouse is too cute, Li Fei said as well. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Since you both like it, then I'll buy it. If I'm not wrong, this little gold mouse is very likely a gold for mouse. Gold for mouse. Kair didn't have a big reaction, however, Li Fei was slightly moved. Gold for mouse. The mouse that's known as the strongest king of fierce beasts below a demon beasts. The strongest mouse-type fierce beast. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. According to its characteristics, there's a 90% and above chance it's a gold for mouse. As for if it actually is one, it would have to wait until I buy it and examine it closely. The old man on the auction platform had now already started introducing the little gold mouse. Everyone, this auction item now is one of the last 3 auction items of our auction today. I presume some guests have already discerned it. You're right, this is a gold for mouse, moreover, it's an infant mouse. Normally speaking, a gold for mouse infant would at most have a strength at the nascent soul stage, but this infant mouse has a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The hall went into a complete uproar as soon as the old man finished speaking. Infant gold for mouse, 7th level of the nascent soul stage. In this way, when this infant mouse matures, it will be very likely to transform into an existence at the half-step void stage. Not only the half-step void stage, a gold for mouse that has a strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage during infancy can be considered to be special amongst gold for mouses, and its natural talent would be outstanding. Even to the extent it might possibly transform into a demon beast. Demon beast, that's an existence at the void stage and above. Everyone was excited. Buying this infant gold for mouse was comparable to buying an existence that had the potential to transform into a demon beast. A demon beast was comparable to a void stage powerhouse. Humph, don't get happy too early, the gold for mouse is famous for being fierce. Do all of you think you're able to control it? Right at this moment, a voice of ridicule sounded out from the corner of the hall. Instantly, the clamor in the hall quieted down. Yeah, a king of fierce beasts like the gold for mouse wouldn't willingly become a human's vassal. If you don't have formidable strength, then don't hope to control the gold for mouse. Everyone, this gold for mouse has been drugged with the origin sealing liquid, so only the strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage remains. Once it's bought by a guest, our Ma clan auction house will send it out with the antidote, the old man said slowly. Young master, what's the origin sealing liquid? In the room, Kair had a face full of curiosity as she asked Duan Lingtian. Origin sealing liquid is a type of toxic poison that suppresses the origin energy, however, it can only suppress the origin energy of fierce beasts and martial artists below the void prying stage, Duan Lingtian explained. The origin sealing liquid could be considered the lower version of the origin sealing parasite, and it was far less domineering than the origin sealing parasite. If it was the origin sealing parasite, so long as it wasn't an existence at the void initiation stage or above, they would practically all be infected. Just like Shang Quan, at that time he was precisely infected with the poison of the origin sealing parasite. Kair came to a sudden understanding when she heard what Duan Lingtian said. I really never would have imagined that this infant gold for mouse was stronger than little black and little white. Li Fei said in surprise. What she said also caused the two little pythons to become restless, and their two little eyes were filled with refusal to accept it. You two little fellows are still unwilling to accept it. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and flicked the small heads of the two little pythons, then his gaze once again descended onto the infant gold for mouse, and he frowned. Logically speaking, before an infant gold for mouse matures, it would at most be at the 9th level of the origin core stage. Looks like this little gold mouse isn't so simple. Earlier, Duan Lingtian didn't notice that this little gold mouse was an infant mouse. When he heard the old man's words, he came to a sudden understanding and realized the mysteriousness of this little gold mouse and that it wasn't simple. Meanwhile, the bidding for the infant gold for mouse had started. 1 million gold. A sonorous voice sounded out from a room on the 2nd floor, directly suppressing all the voices of bids from before. Instantly, the hall was deathly silent. 1 million gold was equivalent to 100 million silver. Practically no one within the hall was able to produce so much money. Room number 7 again. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. He had used 2 million silver to suppress the bid of 1,700,000 silver from room number 7 to obtain the silver fire grass earlier. 1,500,000 gold. A voice sounded from another room. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. These people were really wealthy. Eventually, after room number 7 bid 3 million gold, the bidding of the infant goldfur mouse temporarily quieted down. 3 million gold. That's 300 million silver. Who the heck is in room number 7? So wealthy. Only the Ma clan auction house knows the identities of the people within the rooms on the second floor, and when they leave, it's all through special passages. Maybe it's someone from Black Wind City's 3 great clans, or maybe it's someone from those large merchant groups. The people in the hall were now only considered spectators, and they were shocked by such sky-high prices. 3 million gold. To them, this was a wealth that was difficult for them to obtain. The guest in room number 7 has bid 3 million gold. Are there other guests who want to continue bidding? On the auction platform, the old man was slightly excited. 3 million gold once. 3 million gold twice. 3,010,000 gold. Under Li Fei and K Er's gazes of anticipation, Duan Ling Tian bid in an unhurried manner. Duan Ling Tian's voice sounding out caused the entire hall to go silent. After a moment, the hall went into an uproar. Others all add a few hundreds of thousands a time. Isn't this guest from room number 1 too stingy? Exactly, actually only adding 10,000 gold. Many people started discussing. Duan Ling Tian regarded these discussions as beneath his notice when he heard them. 10,000 gold. It's easy to talk. That's gold, not silver. 10,000 gold is equivalent to 1 million silver, and that is equivalent to a Fergana horse. Is this still considered a small amount? The sonorous voice from room number 7 sounded out once again. 3,500,000 gold. The crowd in the hall instantly gasped in admiration. This is what's called domineering, directly adding 490,000 gold. Exactly, compared to the guest in room number 7, that guest in room number 1 is too stingy. I wonder if the guest in room number 1 will continue to bid. Accompanied by the burst of discussion in the hall, Duan Ling Tian finally opened his mouth lazily. 3,510,000 gold. Chapter 250. Jade-eyed Heavenly Mouse. After Duan Ling Tian once again voiced out his bid, the hall was deathly silent. No one would have imagined that not only would the guest in room number 1 follow the bid, the guest had once again added 10,000 gold. HMPH. The sonorous voice once again sounded out from room number 7, and it was mixed within was a sense of fury. 3,800,000 gold, 3,810,000 gold. Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly. This time, the people in the hall were speechless. However, room number 7 had gone silent and didn't continue bidding. Obviously, 3,800,000 gold was the price the person in room number 7 had set in his heart. The old man on the auction platform raised his voice. The guest in room number 1 has bid 3,810,000 gold. Are there any guests who want to continue bidding? 3,810,000 gold going once. 3,810,000 gold going twice. 3,810,000 gold going thrice. Deal. Yeah. In room number 1, Li Fei and K had faces full of excitement. Li Fei even bravely came close to Duan Ling Tian and gave Duan Ling Tian a kiss. Although Duan Ling Tian's face had a smile, he was bleeding in his heart. The Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had bestowed 10 million gold to him, and in this short amount of time, he had used up a little less than half of it. This amount was almost a quarter of all the wealth in his possession. Guest. In next to no time, the attendant's voice sounded. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw the Ma clan auction house's manager, Ma Qin, personally sending the antidote and the cage with the little gold mouse to them. Ma Qin had a complicated gaze. He never would have imagined that this young man had such a large wealth. That was nearly 4 million gold. After Ma Qin put down the little gold mouse and the antidote, Duan Ling Tian withdrew 3,810,000 gold from his spatial ring and passed it to Ma Qin. Thank you, guest. Ma Qin deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian and then turned around and left. After the room's door was closed, Duan Ling Tian opened the cage and carried the little gold mouse out. Squeak, squeak. The little gold mouse's pair of jade green eyes flickered with a fierce light. It wanted to explode out and attack Duan Lingtian. However, its current strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage was nothing in Duan Lingtian's eyes, and Duan Lingtian easily caught it. He then smiled and said, "Little fellow, be obedient, otherwise, I'll let them eat you." Duan Lingtian put the little gold mouse on the table, then he glanced at the two little pythons. The two little pythons flashed out and descended beside the little gold mouse. Their eyes stared fixedly at the little gold mouse as if they had encountered a natural enemy, and they ceaselessly flicked their tongues. Hiss hiss, quote, squeak squeak. The little gold mouse wasn't at a disadvantage at all when facing the two little pythons, and it glared with its jade green eyes to cross eyes with the two little pythons. Jade green eyes. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this little gold mouse was indeed not a goldfur mouse. The eyes of a goldfur mouse were all crimson red in color, and that was one of the characteristics of a goldfur mouse. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Lingtian was extremely sure of this. Maybe even the members of the Ma clan auction house had made a mistake. Green eyes, gold fur. Duan Lingtian searched the memories of rebirth martial emperor, and he entirely sunk into a state of absent-mindedness. After a short moment, he finally noticed that the little gold mouse was exactly the same as a type of mouse that the rebirth martial emperor knew of. That type of mouse is a demon beast. Moreover, it was a formidable demon beast that possessed the blood of a demon emperor. In Cloud Continent, among the ones who stood at the peak, besides the human martial emperors, there were also the demon beasts' demon emperors. The strength of a demon emperor wasn't inferior to a human martial emperor, even to the extent that they were even stronger than humans in some aspects. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian finally confirmed it. The little gold mouse before him that seemed to be similar to a goldfur mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse that had the natural talent to become a demon emperor, a demon beast that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and grabbed the little gold mouse, then he carefully sized up the halos within its eyes. In the end, he confirmed it. It hadn't been 5 years since this little gold mouse was born, and it was around 1 year older than Little Black and Little White. Duan Lingtian's mood couldn't help but surge. Jade-eyed heavenly mouse. That's an existence of legend. Even rebirth martial emperor had only heard of the existence of jade-eyed heavenly mice and had never seen one. So long as the jade-eyed heavenly mouse doesn't come to a premature end on the road to maturity, relying on its formidable bloodline, becoming a demon emperor was only a matter of time. Now Duan Lingtian felt that coming to the Ma clan auction house was the right decision. This trip was worthwhile. Not only did he bid on and obtain a silver fire grass, now he had even obtained a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Young master, don't grab it like that, it will feel pain. Her heart ached as she seized the little gold mouse from Duan Lingtian, then she lightly stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy fur and consoled it. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little gold mouse's pair of green eyes that fiercely glared at him returned to a gaze of warmth when it looked at K'er, and it now even rubbed K'er's hand extremely meekly. So cute. Li Fei extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse as well, and the little gold mouse closed its eyes with an expression of enjoyment. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons that were nearby had eyes that had a sense of envy when they saw this scene. This little gold mouse wouldn't be a male, right? Duan Lingtian extended his hand. He was full of curiosity as he flipped over the lower half of the little gold mouse and took a look. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse cried out and angrily glared at Duan Lingtian. So it's a little female mouse. Duan Lingtian smiled, then he extended his hand and grabbed the two little pythons. Little Black, Little White, if you two are obedient in the future, I'll give you two more good food, and your strengths will surpass it sooner or later. At that time, you two can bully it to your heart's content. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons rubbed Duan Lingtian when they heard what he said. They were slightly excited. Scoundrel, you're leading Little Black and Little White astray. Li Fei couldn't stop herself from rolling her eyes at Duan Lingtian when she saw this scene. K'er looked at the antidote on the table and asked, "Young master, can I give this antidote directly to Little Gold to eat?" Little Gold. Duan Lingtian was startled. It had only been a moment, but K'er had already given the little gold mouse a name. He nodded. Okay, directly give the antidote to it. However, if you give the antidote to it now, it wouldn't hurt you, right? As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at the little gold mouse with a face full of vigilance. The little gold mouse was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse after all, a king amongst demon beasts. If it were to throw a tantrum, it wouldn't be a joke. At that time, even with Xianxia's strength, he might not be able to rescue them in time. Kair touched the little gold mouse, and her beautiful eyes were like water as she lightly asked, "Don't worry, young master, little gold won't attack us. Right, little gold?" The little gold mouse nodded its small head like a human when it heard what Kair said, and at the same time, it glanced at Duan Lingtian complacently, causing Duan Lingtian to be happy. In next to no time, Kair fed the antidote to the little gold mouse. After consuming the antidote, the dejected aura on the little gold mouse vanished, and replacing it was a vigorous aura. It was as if the mouse was given a stimulant. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons that were held by Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse, and their pair of gold and silver eyes were filled with vigilance. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the two little pythons, and a formidable aura arose from its body. Instantly, in the space above the little gold mouse, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. As if it was telling that its small body contained formidable strength, Duan Lingtian's face sank when he saw this scene. Xianxia took a step forward when he heard Duan Lingtian, and the formidable aura of a void-prying stage powerhouse swept out to envelop the little gold mouse and pressed down upon it. Squeak squeak. Instantly, the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the little gold mouse vanished and it suddenly waned. It buried its small head in Kair's hand, and its body was even shivering. "Young master, how could you ask Xianxia to scare it?" Kair looked at Duan Lingtian and pouted, then she extended her hand to stroke the little gold mouse's fluffy fur and comforted it. "Little gold, it's all right now, it's all right now." "Exactly, scoundrel, it's only just a child," Li Fei said as well. Then she went to comfort the little gold mouse with Kair. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly, as he knew that the maternal instinct of the two girls had flowed out again. However, as far as he was concerned, the deed earlier was a must. He at least needed to let this jade-eyed heavenly mouse infant know who the master was and that it mustn't be presumptuous in front of the master. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons both jumped for joy when they saw the little gold mouse being forced to surrender. They coiled around Duan Lingtian's arm as they danced about, and their small heads ceaselessly rubbed Duan Lingtian intimately. "Little black, little white. Luckily, I still have you too, otherwise, I would really not have any place in this family." Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh, then he looked at the two little pythons with an expression that said, "I can only stick together and depend on you two in the future." His tone vaguely had a trace of jealousy mixed within. "Young master, what are you saying?" Kair and Li Fei rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian when they heard what he said, as they never expected Duan Lingtian to be jealous of the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse became obedient after being intimidated by Xianxia, and even when Duan Lingtian occasionally extended his finger to knock its small head, it would be forced to keep its anger to itself. However, towards the two girls, the little gold mouse had a heartfelt intimacy to them. It was as if it had taken the two girls as its mothers. Based on Duan Lingtian's evaluations, even if he tried to drive this jade-eyed heavenly mouse infant away now, it would probably be unwilling to leave. This was something he'd never imagined earlier. 1,000,000 gold. Right at this moment, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, and Duan Lingtian once again looked at the auction hall. In next to no time, he found out what the current auction item was from the discussions in the hall. It was an offensive inscription. Light Edge inscription. The Light Edge inscription was a type of inscription that was capable of annihilating nascent soul martial artists, and if one attacked unexpectedly, even a 9th-level nascent soul martial artist might be killed. This Light Edge inscriptions was far inferior in strength compared to the bone corrosion inscription that Duan Lingtian refined. However, in the outside, it was still an extremely precious existence. Chapter 251, Final Auction Item. In the end, this Light Edge inscription was obtained by the person in room number 7 for 1,600,000 gold. The sounds of surprise rose and fell within the hall. The guest in room number 1 actually didn't make a move. Yeah, truly strange. The Light Edge inscription is a great item. Even though it's a disposable item, compared to the gold for mouse, it's much more practical. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but snicker when he heard the discussions of these people. Light Edge inscription. Not to mention he paid no regard to such an inscription. Even if he wanted one, he could refine it himself. Moreover, the cost would at most be 3 million silver, or 30,000 gold. As far as he was concerned, that person in room number 7 was simply a sucker for spending 1,600,000 gold to buy this Light Edge inscription. I never would have imagined that the art of inscription has declined to such a state. A mere light edge inscription is able to be sold at such a high price. Duan Ling Tian sighed rather emotionally. And he couldn't help but think in his heart, when the time comes that he's so poor that he's unable to keep the pot boiling, he can also sell some inscriptions, and it would absolutely be an extremely profitable transaction. In next to no time, the voice of the old man on the auction platform sounded again, and his voice was slightly excited. Everyone, the next thing to be auctioned is the last auction item for today's auction. According to our Ma clan auction house's original plan, the light edge inscription should have been the final auction item. And the current final auction item is something a guest entrusted to our auction house to auction out at the last minute. As the old man finished speaking, his face was slightly flushed red. This scene also caused all the people in the hall to become curious. What exactly was it that caused the old man to be so excited? Old man Ma, stop beating around the bush, hurry up and say what item it is. Exactly, it's already the final auction item, hurry up and finish the auction. The entire auction hall was clamorous for a moment. Everyone was filled with interest towards the auction item that the Ma clan auction house placed at the end. They were clear in their hearts that according to the Ma clan auction house's usual practice, this final auction item's worth would absolutely not be inferior to the gold for mouse and light edge inscription. In room number 1. Scoundrel, I never expected the Ma clan auction house to place your origin strengthening pill as the final auction item. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian, and her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. I wonder how much the final bid price for the origin strengthening pill with 90% or above purity that you refined will be. Duan Ling Tian had a face full of anticipation as well. We'll soon know how much it can be auctioned for. In next to no time, under the gazes of everyone present, the old man on the auction platform lifted up the red cloth from the tray in the young girl's hand. A pill bottle appeared before everyone's eyes. A medicinal pill again. Instantly, the hall exploded out in an uproar. Could it be a void advancement pill? Possibly. Only a void advancement pill has the worth to be placed as the final auction item. If it's a void advancement pill, its price would easily surpass the earlier gold for mouse. After all, this is a medicinal pill that would allow a half-step void stage martial artist to directly break through to the void prying stage. For a time, many people guessed that it was a void advancement pill that was within the pill bottle the old man held in his hand. As far as they were concerned, only a void advancement pill had the qualification to become the final auction item. Void advancement pill. Now even Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to admire the imagination of the crowd of people in the hall. The old man raised his hand to make the people in the hall quiet down. Everyone, it isn't a void advancement pill that's in my hand. Not a void advancement pill. For a moment, the people in the hall were all stupefied. Not a void advancement pill. Then what medicinal pill was it? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old man slowly spoke. The pill bottle in my hand has one origin strengthening pill within it. For a moment, all the people in the hall were dumbstruck. Origin strengthening pill again. And only one. However, this time, no one made a fuss about it again. After all, with the 10 origin strengthening pills with 75% purity earlier, they were mentally prepared. Everyone surely thinks it's weird. Why would our Ma clan auction house make an origin strengthening pill as the final auction item? Speaking up to this point, the old man stopped for a moment, sufficiently holding them in suspense. This old man is quite professional in directing an auction. In room number 1, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man through the window and shook his head with a smile. Li Fei and K'er couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. If it wasn't for them knowing what the old man would say next, they might have been held in suspense by the old man as well. Finally, the old man spoke with a voice that had a trace of excitement mixed within. Everyone, I can guarantee to all of you, the value of this origin strengthening pill is absolutely not inferior to a void advancement pill. Hurry up and be straightforward. I even thought you were going to say it earlier, but who knew you were holding us in suspense again? The old man's actions had obviously caused public rage. The old man laughed embarrassedly, then he took a deep breath and his face went serious as he solemnly said, "Guests, what I said earlier wasn't nonsense. This origin strengthening pill in my hand, not to mention you wouldn't be able to find a second in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even throughout the entire Darken Dynasty, you might not be able to find a second. Because, after the testing and verification of Lord Hujun, the purity of this origin strengthening pill has attained an unprecedented 91%. As the old man finished speaking, he himself got excited. a tossed stone raised 1,000 ripples. Instantly, the entire hall was stirred, and at least half the people shuddered and instinctively stood up from their seats. An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. This. How could this be possible? Even a medicinal pill with a purity at 80% or above is an existence of legend. This origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is practically impossible to exist. If it's real, the value of the origin-strengthening pill is indeed something that the void advancement pill can't compare to. Of course, even though void advancement pills are valuable, they frequently appear in the auctions of the various large auction houses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. But this origin-strengthening pill, not to mention its purity is above 90%, even if its purity was above 80%, something like that has never appeared before in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's history. This origin-strengthening pill has an extraordinary significance. After a burst of excitement, the group of people that stood up sat back down. Can you let me take a look at this origin-strengthening pill? Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out from a room on the second floor. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, a person directly jumped out of the window and descended onto the auction platform. This was an old man in green clothes. The old man's gaze was brimming with vigor, and he had an extraordinary bearing as he stood there. Grade 7 Alchemist. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp, and he noticed the Alchemist Guild badge on the old man's chest at the first possible moment. This badge precisely belonged to a Grade 7 Alchemist. Grade 7 Alchemist. In next to no time, many other people identified the old man's identity and exclaimed in low voices. The green-clothed old man looked at the old man that directed the auction and slowly said, "I'm the alchemist that has just been sent to Black Wind City by the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild. In another few days, I'll complete the takeover from the acting guild master of the Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild and become the new guild master." As soon as the green-clothed old man finished speaking, the hall went into an uproar again. So it turned out that this green-clothed old man was a member of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, it's the new guild master for Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild. After all, since 3 years ago, after the Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, a grade 7 alchemist, died from an accident, the guild master position of Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild was assumed by a senior grade 8 alchemist. No one had imagined that after 3 years, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild would send someone over. So it's the guild master. The old man who directed the auction respectfully bowed to the green-clothed old man, then he passed the pill bottle in his hand over. He wasn't worried that the green-clothed old man would forcefully seize this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. On the day their Ma clan auction house held an auction, there would be 3 half-step void stage powerhouses guarding the auction. Unless you had a void prying stage powerhouse backing you up, don't think about having any ideas in their auction house. The green-clothed old man poured out the origin-strengthening pill, then he carefully examined it. Before long, his figure lightly trembled, and he said in disbelief, "Really? It's really an origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. The green-clothed old man took a deep breath before returning the origin-strengthening pill to the old man that directed the auction, and he said, with an anxious tone, "Can you tell where the person who placed this origin-strengthening pill for auction is?" "Guild Master, I'm sorry, our Ma clan auction house maintains complete secrecy towards the identity of every guest in the rooms." The old man who directed the auction shook his head. The green-clothed old man nodded, then he once again flew back into his room. And at the same time, his voice sounded out once again. "I'm determined to obtain this origin-strengthening pill. I hope that everyone can give me some face." However, no one paid any attention to him, but along with the appearance of the green-clothed old man, practically everyone present was able to confirm that the origin-strengthening pill of 91% purity that was being auctioned now was real. On the auction platform, the old man continued, "I presume that everyone is clear in their hearts about what an origin-strengthening pill of 91% purity represents. If an alchemist used this as a blueprint to conduct research, he might be able to pry into the profound secrets of its high purity and obtain a great benefit from it. Moreover, even if you buy such a medicinal pill as a valuable collectible, it's still a unique item. If you offer it to those large sects, or even the imperial family, you'll even have the opportunity to obtain benefits that are hard to imagine. I won't talk any more nonsense. The starting bid for this origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% is 1 million gold. In the end, the old man spoke in a clear voice and started the bid. And right at this moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. Even the rooms on the second floor had all gone silent without any movement. Li Fei was stupefied as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel, is this Ma clan auction house intentionally not wanting you to sell off this origin-strengthening pill? Is he mad? 1 million gold. For only a mere origin-strengthening pill, how would anyone possibly? Li Fei never finished what she was saying, because her beautiful pupils couldn't help but constrict, because a voice had interrupted her. 5 million gold. Chapter 252, Collusion. 5 million gold. An aged voice sounded out, and it broke the peace in the auction hall. Li Fei's expression froze for a second, and she had a face full of disbelief. Kair was stupefied as well, and she had a burning gaze that was filled with adoration when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was startled as well. He was able to discern that the owner of this was precisely the green-clothed old man from before, the grade 7 alchemist that was soon to become Black Wind City's Alchemist Guild's guild master. 5 million gold. This price had already completely surpassed the infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The first thought in Duan Lingtian's heart was, I've earned back the money I spent on the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. The second thought was, I can be considered to have experienced the meaning of, items are precious when they are rare. As expected, the old man's bid caused a stir in the auction hall. That guild master directly bid 5 million gold. Even though he's a grade 7 alchemist, he ought to not have that much money, right? HMPH. Didn't you hear of his identity earlier? An origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% has an extraordinary significance to the Alchemist Guild as well. He's surely thinking of using the wealth of the Alchemist Guild to bid for this origin-strengthening pill. Everyone present was shocked by the green-clothed old man's massive bid. I wonder if anyone will continue to bid. Many people couldn't help but think this in their hearts. Finally. 6 million gold. That sonorous voice from room number 7 echoed out once again. Room number 7 again. Who the heck is in room number 7? Too terrifying, casually bidding 6 million gold like that. The voice from room number 7 once again caused a stir in the hall. 7 million gold. Right at this moment, the voice of the green-clothed old man sounded out again, and at the same time, he said, with a deep voice, Sir, I hope you can give out Alchemist Guild some face. Humph, let's rely on our own ability. The sonorous voice sounded out once again from room number 7, not giving a shred of face to the green-clothed old man. 8 million gold. The room that the green-clothed old man resided in went quiet, and he didn't bid any more. Seemingly, the price had already passed the value of the pill in his heart. The guest in room number 7 has bid a price of 8 million gold now. Are there any other guests who want to continue bidding? 8 million gold going once. 8 million gold going twice. The voice of the old man on the auction platform was excited. As he spoke, the guest in room number 1 has given up again. Seems to be so. He doesn't want such a good item. Voices of surprise echoed out within the hall, one after the other. 8 million gold going thrice. Deal. Along with the old man's voice sounding out, the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% had become the property of the person in room number 7. Duan Lingtian started laughing. An origin-strengthening pill that cost 1,000 or so silver was actually sold for 8 million gold, and in silver it would be 800 million silver. Even if he deducted the cost of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse and silver fire grass from before, he'd still earned over 4 million gold. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Li Fei felt as if she was dreaming. Young master, they're still wondering why you didn't fight for it with the person from room number 7. Kaor looked at Duan Lingtian and playfully stuck out her tongue. Fight for it? That was an item he placed on auction. In next to no time, the attendant knocked the door again. The Ma clan auction house's manager, Ma Qin, appeared once again, and he passed the 8 million gold to Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, guest. Ma Qin's heart was bleeding. The 10% administration fee. Gone, just like that. 8 million gold, even if it was only a 10% administration fee, it would still be 800,000 gold, which was equivalent to 80 million silver. Duan Lingtian looked at Ma Qin and asked, how do we leave? Guest, we have provided a special passage for every guest in the rooms. You, lead the guests out. Ma Qin looked at the attendant and instructed. Yes. The attendant hurriedly nodded, then he led Duan Lingtian's group of 4 out of the room and turned into the special passage that was at the side of the room. As for Ma Qin, his eyes flashed, then he gritted his teeth, seeming to have made a difficult decision. In next to no time, Ma Qin left room number 1 and walked into room number 7. In room number 7, A dignified middle-aged man sat there, and behind the middle-aged man, another 2 old men followed. The dignified middle-aged man's sonorous voice sounded out when he saw Ma Qin come in. "Manager Ma, have you considered it? I only want that gold for mouse. The other things are yours." That person is able to pay nearly 4 million gold in one go, so he is obviously someone that doesn't lack money. The corners of Ma Qin's mouth twitched when he heard this. That violet-clothed young man naturally doesn't lack money. Not to mention the wealth in his possession, even just the money that the origin-strengthening pill with a purity of 91% sold for was already 8 million gold. As far as he was concerned, the wealth of that violet-clothed young man would absolutely surpass 10 million gold. Noticing Ma Qin being slightly hesitant, the dignified middle-aged man continued. "If Manager Ma doesn't feel at ease, you may follow behind us. Once we kill them, Manager Ma can directly appear, and you won't have to do anything to obtain all the wealth of that person. Manager Ma, when you let an opportunity slip by, it may never come back. What we want you to provide is only where he went." The dignified middle-aged man glanced deeply at Ma Qin. "I hope Manager Ma can quickly come to a decision, otherwise, once they've left, it will be too late." Needless to say, every sentence that the dignified middle-aged man uttered smashed against Ma Qin's restless heart that wanted to agree. Outside the Ma clan auction house, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 walked out in large strides. Then he looked at their surroundings and noticed that before them was a remote alley that was devoid of people. This Ma clan auction house is rather thoughtful. Leaving from this passage will allow us to completely avoid the coveting of others. Li Fei looked at the surroundings and evaluated. Duan Ling Tian nodded then walked out in large strides. "Let's first find an inn to stay at. We'll leave Black Wind City tomorrow morning at dawn." However, he'd only takes a few steps when Duan Ling Tian became vigilant and stopped his footsteps. Meanwhile, Shang Quan, who was behind Duan Ling Tian, stopped as well and turned around. "Who are you all?" Along with Shang Quan's surprised shout, Duan Ling Tian turned around as well. With a glance, he saw the 3 nearby people. A dignified middle-aged man in green clothes and with an extraordinary bearing. Behind the middle-aged man, 2 old men followed. The old men both wore gray clothes, and even though their eyes were muddy, they gave out an oppressive feeling. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian perceived their rough cultivation levels at the first possible moment. Towards these 3 people appearing here, he didn't have to think to know that it was surely because of the Ma clan auction house. Ma clan auction house. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. What he hated the most was people who didn't keep their word and stabbed another in the back. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended on the 3 people and he asked, in a deep voice, "You're members of the Ma clan?" "The Ma clan," the dignified middle-aged man in the lead said, with a sonorous voice. "Do you think that we look like Ma clan members?" Duan Ling Tian's face sank when hearing the dignified middle-aged man's voice. "You're the person from room number 7. "Exactly." The dignified middle-aged man's gaze descended on the little gold mouse that lay on Kair's shoulder. Then he glanced at Kair and Li Fei and a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes. "Kid, today, your wrong was that you shouldn't have bid with me for this gold for mouse. What a pity for these 2 little beauties, they're going to be buried with you today. Needless to say, your romantic fortune is really good." Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this person had come for the little gold mouse. Gold for mouse. Duan Ling Tian snickered. He wondered if the middle-aged man knew the true identity of the little gold mouse. What sort of expression would the middle-aged man have if he found out? Maybe the middle-aged man would go wild with joy. "Are you that sure that you can kill me?" Duan Ling Tian looked at the dignified middle-aged man with a calm gaze and spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Ling Tian's brows rose and his gaze swept out into the distance. He noticed a figure that was concealed in the distance. This figure wasn't unfamiliar to him. The Ma clan auction house's manager, Ma Qin. Now he'd come to an understanding. It was surely Ma Qin who had come to an agreement with this middle-aged man and colluded with the middle-aged man to sell Duan Ling Tian out. Ma Qin. Killing intent arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. "What, could it be that you think the 4 of you and this gold for mouse can go against us?" The middle-aged man couldn't stop himself from laughing when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and his gaze when he looked at Duan Ling Tian was as if he was looking at an extremely weak little kid, utterly not taking Duan Ling Tian seriously. "You can try." Duan Ling Tian grinned widely, and the smile on his face was filled with a trace of an evil smile. The middle-aged man frowned when faced with Duan Ling Tian, who was as composed as ever, and he started to be on guard. The two old men behind him started to look around. After noticing that no one was concealed in their surroundings, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. "You aren't thinking that acting deliberately mystifying before me will be of any use, right? Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you off, old punk." Along with the middle-aged man's voice sounding out, one of the old men behind him flew out as if transforming into a swift cheetah, pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. Vast amounts of origin energy shook on the old man's body, and above him, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged when faced with the old man that approached in full fury, and he slowly spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. "Shang Quan, I'll give you 2 breaths of time. Yes, young master." And at almost the same time that Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded out, Shang Quan replied, then made his move. His entire body instantly disappeared on the spot. An extremely swift sword light flashed by, and the head of the old man that rushed towards Duan Ling Tian fell down. The other half of the old man's body spouted out fresh blood that was dazzling to the eyes, like a fountain. When Shang Quan appeared once again, he was already in front of the middle-aged man. Chapter 253, He Must Die. In the instant that the old man was cut into 2, the pupils of the middle-aged man and the other gray-clothed old man constricted, and their faces flushed red as if they were held by the neck by someone, completely unable to catch their breaths. And at the same instant, they were enraged to the point that their eyes were splitting. They only saw an incomparably swift figure arrive before them in the blink of an eye. At this moment, their heartbeats had completely stopped. Shang Quan raised his hand and a green sword light flashed by. On the sword light, a mysterious aura intertwined. Advanced sword force. Where the sword lights pointed at, 2 lines of blood whirled out. The middle-aged man and the gray-clothed old man maintained astonished expressions as their figures trembled and then crashed onto the ground without any signs of life. The eyes of the 2 were opened wide like saucers, dying with everlasting regret. Perhaps even in their wildest dreams, they'd never imagined that there would be such a terrifying existence by the side of the violet-clothed young man that they looked down upon. Void. Second level of the void prying stage. The body of Ma Qin, who was concealed far in the distance, trembled. His expression instantly went ghastly pale as he looked at the 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky, and his eyes revealed a sense of panic and terror. He never imagined that the 3 half-step void stage powerhouses would all die in the blink of an eye, and what he never imagined even more was that there would actually be a void prying stage powerhouse by the violet-clothed young man's side. Moreover, it was a second-level void-prying stage powerhouse. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been greedy. Now, not only was the 10+ million gold that he saw as already his gone, but he had even offended this violet-clothed young man that had a void-prying stage powerhouse by his side. I hope he won't pursue the matter further. Even though the possibility was extremely slim, this thought couldn't help but arise within Ma Qin's heart. Ma Qin, who had a perturbed expression, took a deep breath and silently prepared to leave. However, Ma Qin's face went completely deathly pale when he saw the person that had appeared before him block his path, and his voice trembled. Lord, Shang Quan stared at Ma Qin with a cold and indifferent gaze and paid no attention to him. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked out in large strides to arrive before Ma Qin, and he looked at Ma Qin with a calm gaze. "Manager Ma Qin, I trust you've been well since we parted." Ma Qin seemed to have seen a devil when he saw Duan Ling Tian. He knelt down on the spot and his body shivered. "Lord, spare me, I shouldn't have been greedy, I shouldn't have told them of Lord's whereabouts. Lord, I was wrong, please I beg you to spare me." HMPH. Duan Ling Tian swept Ma Qin with a cold gaze, then he called the 2 little girls over before walking towards the Ma clan auction house. "Shang Quan, bring him along. Ma clan, today I'll make you give me an explanation." Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded out and caused Ma Qin's face to become incomparably ghastly pale. If the clan were to be alerted of this matter, he could imagine his end. What was most important to an auction house was its reputation. And now, for the sake of his selfish desire, he'd acted on his own and single-handedly destroyed the reputation of the Ma clan auction house. Within the Ma clan auction house, all the guests had already left, and only some Ma clan members remained. At the rear of the auction house, 4 old men were gathered there. "Geezer who, When you saw that origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% today, you were surely stunned, right? A robust old man in red clothes looked at Hujun and laughed. Do you have to ask? An origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91%. However, the luck of the young man is really not bad, being able to obtain such an origin strengthening pill and earning 8 million gold. A blue-clothed old man nodded, and a sense of jealousy appeared on his face. What a pity, we didn't collect the administration fee from the young man. That's 800,000 gold. A yellow-clothed old man sighed with a face full of regret. HMPH, short-sighted, selling out the origin strengthening pill with a purity of 91% also spread out the name of our Ma clan auction house. Are you still worried we can't recoup that mere 800,000 gold? Hujun glanced at the yellow-clothed old man in contempt. Your Ma clan auction house still has a reputation to talk about. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out. It caused the faces of the four old men, including Hujun's, to go grim. Duan Ling Tian walked in with large strides. It's you. Hujun recognized Duan Ling Tian, and his eyes squinted. What do you mean by what you said earlier? Geezer who's he? The other three old men looked at Duan Ling Tian and frowned. They were all dissatisfied with what Duan Ling Tian said earlier. Hujun let out a breath and said, he's the guest that auctioned the 91% purity origin strengthening pill. Instantly, the three old men looked at Duan Ling Tian in surprise. What is the meaning of what I said earlier? Duan Ling Tian looked at Hujun and then said indifferently, then I want to know even more, what are the intentions of your Ma clan auction house? Xianxia, bring him in. Xianxia walked in with large strides, and he had a middle-aged man held in his hand. The middle-aged man had a deathly pale expression, and when he saw Hujun and the others, his gaze was averting them, vaguely showing a trace of dread. Manager Qin. Hujun frowned when he saw Ma Qin, who was held in Xianxia's hand, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Guest, aren't you going too far? Let him go. The red-clothed old man who had an explosive temper glared, then he took a step forward, wanting to seize Ma Qin from Xianxia. Above him, 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, he was in existence at the half-step void stage. HMPH. Xianxia's gaze went cold. The strength of over 2,000 ancient mammoths exploded out with the rays of his hand, and his origin energy condensed into a palm and then smashed onto the red-clothed old man, blasting him flying. The red-clothed old man transformed into an arrow that had left the bowstring and fiercely smashed into the wall. Instantly, the entire wall broke into pieces, and a hideous fissure appeared there. The red-clothed old man spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face went deathly pale when he gazed at the 2,000-plus ancient mammoth silhouettes that flashed above Xianxia. Void prying stage. Not only was the red-clothed old man astonished, but the other three old men, including Hujun, all had deathly pale expressions. 3 half-step void stage martial artists. Not bad. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past the 3 old men besides Hujun and examined them before he slowly nodded. After hearing what Duan Ling Tian said and then looking at Duan Ling Tian's attitude, the 3 old men were angered to the point that their faces were green. However, when their gazes descended onto Xianxia, they suppressed the rage in their hearts. Endure. They could only endure. Not to mention them, even the entire Ma clan would find it difficult to go against an existence at the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised when he saw the old men go silent, as Xianxia was sufficient to deter them. Duan Ling Tian's gaze quickly descended onto Hujun and he said indifferently, you asked me earlier if was going too far. Hujun's face was unsightly, but he still took a deep breath and said, guest, I want to know why you did this. Why did I do this? Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and he had an awe-inspiring killing intent on his figure as he looked at Ma Qin, who was held by Xianxia. You can ask him. Instantly, Hujun's gaze looked at Ma Qin. Manager Qin, what actually happened? Ma Qin's face was ghastly pale. How could he say it? Could he say that he was covetous of the violet-clothed young man's wealth and had joined hands to kill the violet-clothed young man and seize all his possessions? Ma Qin. The other 3 old men were all existences at the half-step void stage and were supreme elders of the Ma clan. Now, their gazes all descended onto Ma Qin. Ma Qin took a deep breath. He knew that he had to speak, and he hurriedly said, Supreme Elders, Lord Hujun, this is what happened. During tonight's auction, that Lord Sha Guang of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company was in room number 7, and he took a fancy to the gold for mouse that this guest here obtained. When the auction was about to finish, he looked for me and made a promise. So long as I tell him about the whereabouts of this guest, then after he killed this guest, he would only want the infant gold for mouse, and all the wealth in the possession of this guest would be mine. As he spoke up to this point, Ma Qin's face revealed a bitter smile. Hu Jun and the other old men's faces had went gloomy halfway through Ma Qin's explanation, and when they heard the entire story from Ma Qin, their faces were incomparably gloomy, and they glared angrily at Ma Qin. Ma Qin, as the manager of the Ma clan auction house, not only did you not make a good example of yourself, but you colluded with others to make a move on a guest. Where do you place our Ma clan auction house? Where do you place the clan? Even though Ma Qin hadn't finished speaking of what happened later on, they could roughly guess that the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's Sha Guang was probably dead. Ma Qin became dejected and despondent, as if he had lost all the strength in his body. He knew that even if the violet-clothed young man didn't kill him, and even if he could escape death, it would still be difficult for him to escape the punishment of the clan. His entire life could be considered to be destroyed by a single word: greed. If the heavens gave him a chance to do it all over again, he wouldn't dare be greedy even if he was beaten to death. But unfortunately, all this was only an extravagant hope, as there was no medicine for regret in the world. Now you understand. Duan Ling Tian's face flashed past the four old men, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Now, do you still think I'm going too far? The corners of the four old men's mouths held bitter smiles, and Hu Jun took a deep breath. Guest, all of this is the fault of our Ma clan auction house. So long as Guest is willing to minimize the problems and overlook them, we're willing to compensate you. Yes, the other three old men hurriedly nodded. It would be fine if the young man was just ordinary, but the young man had a formidable void-prying stage powerhouse by his side. If they were to truly piss off the young man, not to mention the fact that they would surely die, it would be difficult even for their Ma clan to escape this calamity. Compensation. Duan Ling Tian suddenly started laughing extremely heartily. If there's compensation, everything can be discussed. However, let me say it first, we can minimize the problems and overlook them, but he must die. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Ma Qin's figure. Duan Ling Tian's voice in Ma Qin's ears seemed to transform into a life-taking talisman, causing Ma Qin's face to go deathly pale. Lord, spare me. Chapter 254. Sha Guang's background. The culprit, Ma Qin. Duan Ling Tian could imagine that if it wasn't for him having Shang Quan by his side, then today, he and the two girls by his side would surely be dead. So as far as Duan Ling Tian was concerned, regardless of how the Ma clan's compensation was, Ma Qin must die. And at almost the exact same moment that Ma Qin pleaded for mercy, a blue afterimage flashed past him with a speed like wind, as if it was a ghost. The blue-clothed old man, one of the Ma clan's supreme elders, attacked out in rage, blasting Ma Qin to death with a single palm strike. The blue-clothed old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said, even if Guest hadn't said anything, our Ma clan would not allow one who brings disgrace to the clan like this to continue living. Then, let's talk about the compensation. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, and his gaze swept past the figures of the four old men, causing the old men to feel depressed and helpless. After all was said and done, their Ma clan auction house was indeed in the wrong. Guest, please speak. Hu Jun took a deep breath. He'd already made the mental preparations to pay a large sum in compensation. 10 million gold, Duan Ling Tian slowly said, with a carefree expression as if 10 million gold was nothing in his eyes. Hu Jun and the other old men were instead stupefied. They'd never imagined that the violet-clothed young man before them would demand such an exorbitant price. Guest, this 10 million gold, isn't it too? Hu Jun was in a difficult situation, as even to their Ma clan, 10 million gold wasn't a small sum. If they were to take out so much gold, their Ma clan would surely be greatly weakened. What? Think it's too much? Duan Ling Tian calmly glanced at Hu Jun. Don't forget that today's incident was caused by your Ma clan. 0.10 million gold, send it to the flowing cloud in tonight. Otherwise, bear the consequences. After he finished, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the four old men with flushed faces and directly left. This time, Duan Ling Tian's group left the Ma clan auction house through the front door. It was late in the night now, and the alley at the door of the Ma clan auction house had quieted down. Only occasionally could some sparse pedestrians be seen. The flowing cloud inn was just a short distance to the front. When Duan Ling Tian walked over to the auction house from the restaurant earlier, he'd seen this inn. Their group walked into the inn, and currently, the Ma clan estate's audience hall was lit up brightly by lanterns. 4 old men and a middle-aged man stood together. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was extremely unsightly. That Ma Qin actually caused such a disaster. He deserved to die. Ma Qin deserved to die. But Patriarch, that violet-clothed young man asked for 10 million gold. That is really going too far. Are we really going to give it to him? The yellow-clothed old man's voice was low, and it seemed to have slight rage mixed within. Supreme Elder, if we don't give him 10 million gold, will you have another way to resolve the matter? The middle-aged man, the Ma clan's patriarch, had an extremely unsightly expression as he spoke. The yellow-clothed old man was speechless. Did he have a way? No, he didn't consider himself capable of bearing the rage of that void-prying stage powerhouse by the violet-clothed young man's side. I'll order someone to send this 10 million gold to him. However, our Ma clan's money isn't so easy to take. Later, when sending the money over, I'll order someone to send Sha Guang's corpse to the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his eyes flickered with a strand of a fierce light, and within that strand was a trace of a scheming aura. Patriarch is wise. Instantly, the gazes of the 4 old men, including Hu Jun's, lit up. The Jade Magnolia Trading Company was one of the 7 great trading companies within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and there was no lack of void-prying stage martial artists within it. Sha Guang was the person in charge of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. And most importantly, Sha Guang's father was the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, and on top of that, his father was also a formidable void-prying stage powerhouse. That night, Duan Ling Tian obtained the 10 million gold that the Ma clan sent over as he wished, and it caused him to be unable to stop himself from sighing with emotion. This money came too quickly. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian cultivated as usual. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was still stuck in the 3rd level Origin Core stage bottleneck, and he was only half a step away from the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. I ought to be able to break through before arriving at the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian let nature take its course and cultivated until deep into the night before falling into a deep slumber. At dawn the next day, after having breakfast with the 2 little girls, Duan Ling Tian's group departed on 4 Fergana horses, going directly out of Black Wind City. And not long after Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 left, another 2 Fergana horses pursued, following from afar. HMPH. After spurring their horses forward and going far away from Black Wind City, Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly went cold. When he came out of the inn earlier, he noticed someone watching them from the shadows. In the beginning, he paid no attention to it. Now, when he noticed someone pursuing from far away, Duan Ling Tian's face went gloomy. Duan Ling Tian notified the 2 little girls and Shang Quan. Then the 4 of them swung down the horse whips in their hands onto the Fergana horses, causing the Fergana horses to speed up and gallop madly. In an instant, they had created more distance between them and the 2 people behind. The 2 people who were following from behind were 2 middle-aged men. When they saw Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 abruptly speeding up to disappear before their eyes, an anxious expression appeared on their faces, and they hurriedly spurred their horses to madly run forward. However, they quickly noticed that after galloping for some time, the road in front of them was peaceful, and they couldn't see the figures of the people they were following. Where are they? The 2 men looked at each other, and both had bewildered expressions. As far as they were concerned, the horses beneath them were Fergana horses as well, thus those 4 people should not be able to create so much distance between them. Are you 2 looking for us? Right at this moment, a voice sounded from behind them, causing their faces to go pale. When they turned their horses around, they saw their 4 targets spurring their horses to walk forward slowly, walking towards them. They noticed the middle-aged man among the 4 sweeping them with his icy cold gaze, and they couldn't help but have coldness arise within their hearts. They could perceive how terrifying this middle-aged man was. Their bodies lightly trembled, and traces of terror appeared in their eyes. Duan Ling Tian looked at them with a calm gaze. Speak, why are you following me? Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold when he saw the 2 of them seeming to be hesitant. If you don't speak, you 2 can die here today. Instantly, under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the faces of the 2 men went pale, and they hurriedly said, Lord, I'll speak. We're from the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. It was our vice president that asked us to follow you. Jade Magnolia Trading Company. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. Only now did he recall that the Ma clan auction house's Ma Qin seemed to have mentioned this Jade Magnolia Trading Company yesterday. The middle-aged man that wanted the jade-eyed heavenly mouse seemed to be a member of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company. That middle-aged man and the two old men were all at the half-step void stage, so their status in the Jade Magnolia Trading Company ought to not be low. Why did he send you two to follow me? Duan Ling Tian asked, in a deep voice. Lord, we aren't quite sure of the exact reason, we're only following orders. The two of them shook their heads. Duan Ling Tian's gaze didn't leave them from beginning till the end, and in the end, he noticed that these two people seemed to not be lying. Recalling the middle-aged man from yesterday, Duan Ling Tian asked, do you two know Sha Guang? Sha Guang. The two of them hurriedly nodded upon hearing this. The president of our Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City is precisely Lord Sha Guang. The president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's branch in Black Wind City. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, as he never imagined that the middle-aged man from yesterday had such a background. It looked like the spatial ring that he casually took from Sha Guang ought to have quite a large amount of wealth within it. Right at this moment, Shang Quan looked at the two of them and asked, this Sha Guang, what relationship does he have with your Jade Magnolia Trading Company's main branch's vice president, Sha Dou? The two men answered after hearing what Shang Quan asked. Lord Sha Guang is precisely the only son of Lord Sha Dou. Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Shang Quan heard what the two of them said, he frowned. Scram, if I notice you following me again, you two will surely die. Duan Ling Tian's icy cold gaze swept past the two men, causing the two men to feel a sense of relief and reveal overjoyed expressions before spurring their horses to kick up a cloud of dust, not daring to turn around. Duan Ling Tian noticed something wrong in Shang Quan's expression, so he curiously asked, Shang Quan, you know Sha Dou? Young master, that Sha Dou is the vice president of the Jade Magnolia Trading Company's main branch, and I've had dealings with him before. His strength was on par with mine when my strength was at its prime, Shang Quan respectfully said. 6th level of the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That year, when he had just encountered Shang Quan, he still remembered what Shang Quan had told him. Shang Quan at his prime had a cultivation at the 6th level of the void prying stage. Young master, the people from the Jade Magnolia Trading Company were probably following you because of the Ma clan. Should we? Shang Quan waved the hand sign for killing. A mere Ma clan is nothing. Hurrying on with our journey is more important now. We have to arrive at the 7-star sword sect as soon as possible. If we're late to the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test 3 months from now, then we'll have to wait another 6 months. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Just like he said, he completely looked down upon the Ma clan. If they turned back now and annihilated the Ma clan, it would only be a waste of time. As far as he was concerned, if he delayed entering the 7-star sword sect because of the matter with the Ma clan, then the losses would outweigh the benefits. Yes, Shang Quan nodded. To him, whatever the young master says, goes. He was only a servant of the young master. The four of them continued to hurry on their journey. Squeak squeak. At an unknown time, the little gold mouse had awoken from its deep sleep, and after noticing it was on a Fergana horse, it was extremely thrilled. It then jumped onto the head of the Fergana horse and nodded to Kair like a human. It was extremely happy. Hiss hiss. Seeming to have been awakened by the little gold mouse, Little Black and Little White poked their heads out from Duan Ling Tian's sleeve and looked at the little mouse. Their gold and silver eyes flickered with strands of bright lights. Squeak. The little gold mouse looked at the two little pythons, then it actually turned its body around and shook its ass at them. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.